Recently, there was an epic battle between warriors and demons on the battlefield, but now everything has calmed down, waiting for a new battle. The warrior's hand lay on the dusty ground and showed no signs of life, which meant that he had failed to cope with the evil and the battle was over for him forever. A sharp blade was thrust straight into the blond boy's heart, the healer carefully holding his head. At that moment, the main character froze in shock, but in his head he understood that the warrior in front of him was dead, and it would be impossible to save him. The entire team huddled around the dead fighter, hanging their heads in sadness, because he was not just a warrior. The warrior who was killed by the sharp blade was not a simple soldier, but a man who possessed special powers. He was the only person who had the strength to destroy the demon, but even such a strong fighter met inevitable death. The healer sadly stated that this was the end, because the spear had pierced right into the heart, and it would be impossible to save the guy with a resurrection spell. Our hero, clutching his head from fatigue, said that it was stupid to appoint this blockhead as leader, referring to the dead soldier. The archer still had not lost hope of saving her comrade, so she asked Mikhail if there was really no way to bring him back to life. Another fighter supported her because Mikhail was indeed a 9th-generation Archmage and should have prepared a spell for such a case. Looking at his friend's lifeless body, Mikhail replied that he had prepared spells, but they were designed to keep him alive. Turning his gaze to the cloud-covered crimson sky, the hero said that none of this mattered now. The warrior lying in the healer's arms, as before, showed no signs of life. His strong armor had been pierced through and through by a long spear. The situation enraged the bearded man, and he, clenching his strong teeth with fangs, began to swear and ask himself rhetorical questions. A strong guy with red hair began to reproach Mikhail for not listening to him and appointing not himself, but the dead warrior as leader. Initially, both Mikhail and the soldier who had just died were chosen as candidates for warriors, and they stood on bended knee before their leadership. Then Mikhail looked at his rival with sadness in his eyes and came to the decision that he should refuse this position. It seemed to the guy that this was not about his honor, and his fallen comrade, on the contrary, was beaming with happiness and pride in himself when he was declared a warrior. And now everything turned out that his friend died, and now Mikhail will just have to come to terms with what happened, because he made a mistake. The ferocious demon was still not defeated by our valiant team, he roared loudly, showing his sharp and terrible fangs. The bloodthirsty monsters began to rage. The demon spread his arms to the sides and roared loudly, showing his opponents his powerful strength. The surviving fighters began to choke from the smoke that surrounded them. Mikhail covered his nose with his sleeve so as not to lose consciousness. Looking the enemy straight in the face, the protagonist informed his team that he intended to prepare the most powerful spell he could. Michael warned his comrades that he needed time for this, and held his palms out in front of him to create the spell. To give Mikhail a head start so that he could prepare, the bearded man stepped forward and flexed his fists, saying that he would take on all the demons. The archer was not so enthusiastic, and without much desire she said that so be it, she would cover the strong guy from behind, having prepared her bow. The strong and muscular warrior was glad to have cover, and immediately began to brutally beat the enemies surrounding them with his fists. The warrior possessed incredible physical strength, so he was able to immediately and single-handedly scatter an entire team of demons with his fists. Mikhail was focused on the spell. Using his palms, he materialized a bundle of 5 magical seals in the space in front of him. The archer, as promised, helped the bearded man fight the demons and launched magic arrows at her opponents while jumping. For our heroes, the battle was successful. After a short period of time, the bloodthirsty monsters lay on the ground without signs of life. The girl was already noticeably exhausted, but continued to take arrows from the quiver on her back, not wanting to surrender so easily to the horde of demons. One of the still-living monsters grabbed our muscular warrior's shoulder with its sharp, long teeth, trying to bite off a piece of his flesh. The guy tried to fight off the demons somehow, but his strength was also running out, and there were too many of them to defeat so easily. The valiant warrior's face was covered by a shadow. He turned his gaze straight ahead and froze when he saw something terrifying in front of him. It was the supreme, the largest, the strongest, and the invincible demon with glowing red eyes, hanging right over the fighter. Without waiting, the giant monster began to strike with his fists, destroying everything living and inanimate, trying to kill the bearded man. The archer immediately rushed to help her comrade. She moved as fast as she could to save her team member. The girl hung in the air and began to launch arrows at the huge demon. One after another, they spun in the air and flew accurately at the enemy. The red-haired warrior, concentrating on the main enemy, gave a loud command to the others to attack. The arrows the archer wielded were not simple ones. In flight, they turned into a stream of bright green light, like comets. The girl moved gracefully in the air, trying to deceive the bloodthirsty demon and avoid his attack, launching more and more arrows at him. But the archer's attack was not fatal for the enemy. The monster remained calm and confident in its superiority over people. The healer dropped her staff to the ground and slowly walked forward, trying to help her team deal with the demons. While McCain was still working on his spell, the girl, without turning around, turned to our hero. She turned around and, with a sweet smile on her face, thanked the guy for staying with them all this time. McCain froze in surprise and was clearly upset by the healer's words, and at first he could not find the right words to answer. Afterwards, the boy, whose blonde hair was fluttering in the wind, smiled softly and looked lovingly at the girl, thanking her. The healer, not afraid to stain her white dress, knelt down and placed her hands on them, palms down. The girl folded her hands together, preparing to cast a spell to save her comrades from death at the hands of the demons. The heroine lowered her head down. Demons were running towards her from all sides to attack her, but suddenly a bright light shone around her. In the place where the girl was kneeling, a powerful explosion thundered, which dealt a huge blow to everything that was around. Michael, who was watching what was happening from the side, said to himself that now his time had come. The guy was finishing the spell, magic runes were glowing in the space. Thanks to his comrades, he had time to prepare properly. With his hand, the hero activated a large magical seal under his feet. It was a 9th circle spell, and the guy wished for the demons to die. The monsters, baring their sharp fangs, had not yet felt the power of the spell. They stood in a crowd, their eyes wide open in front of them. A large number of fireballs appeared in the sky. McCain activated the Meteor strike, and burning stones from the sky rushed towards the enemies. The main monster raised its head up and silently watched as a large, burning meteor flew straight towards it at breakneck speed. The demon simply stood there, looking up, baring his fangs, and making no attempt to save himself from the inevitable blow. Countless fireballs and bullets began to fall straight to the ground to destroy the horde of demonic creatures. When the attack stopped, the earth was lifeless, with only meteorite craters remaining and dust hanging over the surface. There was nothing left of the fireballs themselves. The dry ground was strewn with a large number of craters, like the lunar surface. McCain himself was not hit by the burning balls. He was safe and sound. But judging by his facial expression, it did not seem that the attack was successful. There was hatred for the enemy in the eyes of the main character. He looked straight ahead and saw there something that he was definitely hostile to. Dozens of red eyes were looking at the guy from behind the dust column. They were demons who had managed to survive even after being hit by meteorites. Their leader also survived and looked at McCain with anger, although he suffered, because he lost one horn and his shoulder was damaged. McCain was not surprised and did not expect a different outcome. His magic was powerless, and it would not be possible to change the course of events because he was not the chosen warrior. Looking his enemies in the face, the valiant lad said to himself that he would be ashamed in front of his comrades if he died without doing anything. The protagonist stood under the crimson sky, thinking out loud that he had no idea that his miscalculation would lead to such consequences. Despite the fact that McCain was an Archmage of the 9th circle, the guy was unable to change the laws of this world. But our main character would still be able to change something, but to do this he would need to be an Archmage of the 10th Circle. If McCain had been able to turn the tide of the battle back then, there is a chance that the guy would have managed to leave his mark on history. Closing his eyes, the warrior tried to encourage himself, because even if it seemed impossible, it had to be made possible. The main character made a difficult decision to destroy all the circles and release everything that is inside him. The strong blue chain that connected the magical seals together broke at Michael's command. Something went wrong, and the guy grabbed the fabric of his robe with his thin hand, feeling pain. McCain glowed with a bright blue light, but this magical power was literally killing him. Mana began to flow uncontrollably through his body. The guy's grimace expressed unbearable pain, but our hero gave himself the order that no matter what happened, he would endure and withstand it. Then Michael will be able to achieve what was only possible in theory, but never put into practice. The boy overcame the pain, pointed his index finger at the large magical seal above him, and said the return spell out loud. In that battle with the demons, many died. Even the strong man could not cope with the crowd of monsters, and now his hand lay on the ground, separate from his body. The archer, although she had good abilities, was also a soldier who became one of the victims in this war. The team suffered many setbacks in the battle, and even the healer had to sacrifice herself, leaving behind only a broken staff. After Michael cast the return spell, a powerful stream of magical power surrounded his body, and his robe rose up. Like a waterfall, a giant stream of energy hit the ground, right where our main character was standing at that time. From a distance, this stream looked like a beam of blue light that goes high into the sky and illuminates the surrounding mountains and sharp rocks. The guy fell to his knees, lost hope, looked up at the sky and said, "Damn, I couldn't finish this stream." The battle with the demons had drained McCain of all his strength, and he looked at the monsters in front of him without hope, repeating to himself that the price of the spell was the lives of his comrades. All attempts to overcome the giant demons were unsuccessful. The monster was still alive, its large body hanging over the hero. The giant steps created clouds of dust around him, and our exhausted hero could only sit with his hand on the ground and look death straight in the face. The demon looked intently at the victim and already extended his hand with sharp, long claws to the guy, and the hero reproached himself for failure. Disappointed in his own strength, Michael looked at the giant demon with sadness in his eyes, and hope crept into his heart. Looking up at the sky, the young man hoped that perhaps a miracle would happen and the spell would work after all, and that now he would not repeat his mistakes. Meanwhile, the demon's huge and terrible hand was approaching our hero. The monster was ready to grab the guy. Michael watched as the demon prepared to seize him and told himself that he would never again entrust a position to a stupid soldier. The boy looked at the approaching hand with fear and thought that he would never again entrust their lives to such a stupid warrior. At that moment, the young man's consciousness was cut off, and the next time he opened his eyes, a familiar voice was calling him. Michael stood up and saw in front of him an old man in a black suit who was kneeling in front of his bed and shouting, "Sir!" The man put his hands together pitifully and confirmed McCain's suspicions that it was he, the butler Morden, and then asked the hero how he was feeling. The guy, not fully understanding what was happening, silently looked around the situation. His head was bandaged. His vision was still blurred, but the hero saw before him a luxuriously furnished room that seemed familiar to him. McCain asked Morden what year it was, which confused the butler, but the hero insisted that he name the date. The butler was very worried about the gentleman, asking if he was really okay, which angered the hero, and he again demanded to name the date. The old man obeyed his master and said that it was now the 4th month of the 32nd year of Terran. Hearing this from the butler, McCain looked down at his palm and came to the conclusion that he had managed to go back 20 years. The return spell worked, the success rate was 1%, and besides, little is known about this magic. This magic, which our main character successfully used back then, was even called an unattainable skill. When Michael fully realized that his return spell had worked successfully, he clenched his hand into a fist in victory. the guy exclaimed about his success. A bright smile appeared on his face. The main character was clearly very happy that the spell worked. With a gesture of his hand, McCain materialized several magical seals in front of him, looked at them, and began to think. A small circle appeared above his palm, glowing brightly blue, with a beautiful pattern of geometric shapes inside it. Seeing this, the hero said, "Damn it, this is only the third circle of magic," but he was not very upset, since he still succeeded. The boy rubbed his head in confusion, because this was too low a level for the heir of the Walpurgis family, famous for their art of magic. The main character was very surprised when he felt a white bandage on his head with his palm, not understanding where it came from. The butler asked if McCain remembered anything when he asked what kind of bandage he had on his head. The young man shielded himself with his hand from the devoted butler, grabbed his head and ordered him to wait so that the hero could think. The young heir closed his eyes and moaned, trying to remember what had happened to him that now his head was bandaged. Morden began to deny when McCain suggested that he had attempted suicide due to depression. The blonde then came up with the theory that Eileen had beaten him when he came to her to ask her to call off their engagement. The butler obediently remained silent, and McCain, seeing this reaction, concluded that this version was true. Eileen Rindle was a beautiful warrior girl to whom our protagonist was engaged 20 years ago. Sadly remembering his former lover, McCain told himself that he would definitely never forget this. The young man got out of bed and went to the mirror, and then asked Morden how the Duke's family reacted to this incident. Michael learned that there was no reaction from the Duke's family when the elderly man replied that they had not said anything yet. The protagonist pronounced the word correctly when, standing in front of the mirror, he found in his head the reason for the lack of reaction from the Duke's family. With his hands in his pockets, he shared it with the butler, saying that it was because this family was currently in a disadvantageous position. Then, when Michael and his fiancée Eileen saw each other for the last time, the defeated guy was kneeling in front of her. The girl kept her distance, looking at her ex-fiancé with a look that expressed contempt and complete rejection. The protagonist remembered the events that now made him wear a bandage on his head, and the memories clearly did not bring joy to his heart. McCain immediately began pushing Morden in the back to get him out of the room, saying that he wanted to be alone for a while. The young man sent his faithful butler out the door, telling him to mind his own business, and that he would call him again later. Morden was still worried about his master. He did not want to leave so easily, and decided to turn to him again. Fearing for McCain, the man asked if he understood that now was not the best time to meet a girl. The butler's impudent question angered our hero, and he slammed the door hard, leaving his subject behind. The protagonist felt embarrassed when he realized how unsightly his reputation was 20 years ago. Just a moment ago, the guy was smiling, but now the blonde thoughtfully lowered his head. His mood had clearly worsened. A picture surfaced in his memories. The young man saw in front of him the back of the very warrior who died from a sharp spear in a battle with demons. Michael remembered how he had once been working on a spell, but a valiant warrior had grabbed his wrist and shouted his name to stop him. The soldier shouted that he could not allow senseless deaths and tried to stop the protagonist, which caught him off guard. The hero looked at the warrior with a degree of contempt and distrust, because he was the one who had misled him with his self-confidence. A famous warrior named Siegfried also seemed to be unfriendly towards our hero, and looked at him from under his brows. Michael was often angered by Siegfried's behavior, because he considered himself a warrior blessed by God himself and never retreated. One day our hero scolded him for the fact that his actions awakened the sleeping wyvern, but the warrior insisted that they should not be afraid of her. Michael also recalled one quarrel with Siegfried, during which the warrior shouted that he was not going to cowardly exploit the weaknesses of his enemy. Siegfried's pride led to terrible consequences, because due to his nobility, a huge number of estates were destroyed. Remembering all the mistakes of his comrade Siegfried, Mikhail, bowing his head, understood that now, having returned to the past, he would not let this happen again. The fact that our hero managed to come to his senses after the skirmish with Eileen greatly angered the man with long and silky blonde hair. The butler reported this man, and he immediately began waving his fists, threatening McCain to beat him up this time too. The man asked the servant why he was silent when Morden, looking down, did not answer, mumbling something under his breath. The butler looked at the man in front of him with frightened eyes and said that, to be honest, he did not know what to answer. With his hands behind his back, Morden promised that if McCain decided to do anything, it would be reported to the man immediately. The long-haired man still didn't calm down. He stared at the butler, trying to get more information out of him. Remembering how unusual McCain had been today, Morden tried to find the words to describe what was wrong with his master. The butler started talking about our main character's eyes, which, as it seemed to him today, were not the same as usual. Morden shared with the man across from him that there was rage in Mikhail's eyes when he regained consciousness in his bedroom today. Our main character managed to go back 20 years by using a complex spell called Return, and he was well aware that his struggle was not over, and in the future, he would have to face the demons again in a final battle. But now the guy doesn't want to make the same mistakes again, so from now on, he will begin to diligently prepare for the battle. The young man materialized his circles of magic above his palm and said that first he needed to stabilize the circular flow. The guy knew he was going to have a hard time with this task, so he sat down on the floor in his room, crossing his legs. Mana usually rotates forward. McCain closed his eyes to concentrate as much as possible and made a gesture with his hands. The direction in which this supernatural force rotates is a very important factor that greatly influences the properties of mana. At this point, it is known that mana moves clockwise, and that this is the only correct direction. The magical power, moving forward, goes around the entire body and gathers in the heart, forming a kind of ring. Only in this way can the magic circles that Michael possesses be formed, and this theory is generally accepted. But our hero had his own opinion on this matter, and he believed that mana flows did not necessarily have to be concentrated in one place. According to the free circulation of flows, mana passes between certain points and is divided into 12 flows. Michael practiced this crazy method. He was sweating and red from excess blood circulation and would not be surprised if his body exploded. Opening his eyes, the protagonist remembered that he was not just a man, but a ninth circle magician, Mikhail Valfurgis. The image of Siegfried, who died 20 years later, rushing past him, looking sideways at the boy, appeared in the young man's mind again. Mikhail was very tense, but did not give up, shouting that compared to the troubles of the future, the possibility of overheating meant nothing. Our hero succeeded in something. The space of his chambers was transformed. Large, glowing links of chains appeared in the air. A magic circle was formed, which is what Mikhail was working on when he launched the free circulation of 12 streams of mana in his body. More and more magic circles began to swirl in the air, each of which was connected to others by strong magic chains. Seeing that the hero had succeeded, the guy sighed with relief. Due to overheating, his entire body was covered in sweat. The protagonist stated that for a first attempt he did quite well and tried to get up from the floor. The circular flow was stable enough that Mikhail had no doubt that with the help of free circulation he would be able to effectively use mana. The guy raised his hand, palm up, to check something else, because the work with mana was not finished. The young man was able to create another magic circle since he had mana left, and now he had the magic of the fourth circle. Mikhail thought that everything was fine, but there was no time to rest, so the young magician gave himself the command to move on. Using his supernatural powers, the hero released a fiery spear and an ice spear, two opposing elements. The boy watched as the orange and blue streams of light intersected with each other to form a mixed magic. The title of a seventh circle magician is awarded for the ability to use mixed magic, which is not within the power of even every experienced sorcerer. For the third circle magician Mikhail, mixed magic might have been unattainable, but with the help of free circulation, he succeeded. He remembered that as an Archmage of the ninth circle, he was able to use any amount of magic at once. But the amount of mana the guy has now is not enough to use mixed magic for a long time, so the spears disappeared. Closing his eyes due to fatigue, the protagonist thanked that at least this way he could use mixed magic. Clutching his head, the main character stated that he had managed to solve the main problem that was currently relevant to him. A moment later, our hero's peace was disturbed, and he was unable to finish his thought because the door to the hero's room opened abruptly and without knocking. It was the man with the luxurious blonde hair whose face was covered in anger at McCain, and he immediately began to shout his name. The hero did not immediately understand what was happening, and the man in the coat immediately began to stretch out his hands, asking what he had done. Tired from using magic, the boy, holding his head with his hand, remained calm and agreed with the man in everything. But the long-haired blonde didn't want to listen to what his interlocutor was telling him, so he shouted that McCain didn't understand anything. But when the man realized that the guy opposite him agreed with him, he was very surprised, not believing his ears, and asked the young man to repeat. The main character repeated that he understood everything, and realized that he had dishonored the honor of their family, so there was no need to remind him of this once again. But McCain became embarrassed when the man opposite him began to openly threaten to break his arms and legs as punishment for his misdeed. The guy tried to calm the situation and calm the young man down, explaining that he did this because he had a plan. Michael admitted that it had been a bad idea to approach the Duke and ask him to withdraw his request for an annulment. The long-haired man calmed down and thought, answering the guy that this act was too presumptuous on his part. McCain's words interested him, and the man, leaning his palm on the back of the chair, asked the guy to continue the story. The blonde suspected that our hero was still hiding something from him, and concluded that, judging by his words, there was something else. The protagonist grinned slightly and confirmed the suspicion of the man opposite him out loud. McCain looked up and lifted one corner of his mouth, smiling ironically, adding that there was much more. Our main character, Mikhail Valfurgis, changed completely when he turned 23. Up until this age, the boy had been characterized by endless pity, and his relationship with Eileen Rindle began before he was 23. Remembering himself 20 years ago, the hero understood that at that time he was still relatively pathetic and often humiliated. At a young age, Michael Valfurgis was distinguished by a weak character, indecisiveness, weakness, and lack of self-confidence. His romantic relationship with Eileen had soured in part because she hated that type of person the most. It was precisely because of the weak character and other vices of our main character that the stately girl did not want to be engaged to McCain. One day, when they saw each other, Eileen looked down at Michael, her expression making it clear that she despised the guy. Then the girl abruptly turned away from the guy and said that our hero was a weakling, and she, as is well known, hates such people. But Eileen herself was also a difficult person, and she also had vices, because then she tried to hide her deception from McCain. The main character and his family member sat down at the table so that McCain could tell him in detail everything that happened to him with Eileen. The guy explained to the man that he had agreed to an engagement with the girl, but in order for it to happen, one condition had to be met. The condition was that other ways of mana circulation were not to be studied, because both pairs had to have the same ones in order to produce a pure heir. The long-haired man suggested this version of the engagement conditions, and our hero agreed with him with a slight grin on his face. Heirs are very important to a family's bloodline, and pure blood is especially important for knights and mages. McCain became even more immersed in his story, and folded his hands together to continue explaining everything to the man sitting opposite him. The protagonist gave a hint and hinted that it was Eileen who violated this condition. The long-haired blonde, when he heard these words from McCain, was shocked and looked intently at his interlocutor. The hero noticed that his father's expression immediately changed and said that he felt something strange on Eileen's part. The head of the family looked McCain straight in the eye and asked if he really wanted to say that Eileen had dared to deceive them. McCain confirmed everything again and told the story that Eileen had been studying other ways to train her mana to become a knight even before their engagement. The hero again confirmed that all his words were true, but he himself understood that he had made up this story and simply deceived his father. Father did not fully believe this story, because it was quite strange, and he, as an eighth circle magician, should have suspected something. Our hero was lying brazenly, but continued, looking into her eyes, to tell how he had recently personally seen that Eileen was training other methods of obtaining mana. McCain began to make things up as he went along, slandering his former lover, saying that the mana she had obtained was unstable. The guy explained that there was something that helped the girl hide it even from the eighth circle magician, who was her father. The head of the Valfurgis family fell silent, thought about Mikhail's words, and began to guess what exactly the guy across from him was talking about. What the long-haired man guessed clearly frightened him, but he had not yet said it out loud. The protagonist smirked silently, realizing that his father understood exactly what McCain meant when he spoke about Eileen's antics. The man nevertheless said out loud that it was an instrument of ancient magic, and after that, McCain decided to tell his father everything in more detail, how he found out about it. That day, the valiant knight Eileen was training outdoors in the courtyard of her luxurious mansion. The girl performed various virtuoso tricks, waving her weapon in the air and forming ribbons of light in space. It is no secret that Eileen dreamed of becoming a knight, so she approached her training with the utmost responsibility and was focused. To practice her blows, the girl had a special wooden scarecrow that imitated the body of a real enemy, which she would strike. It was no problem for Eileen to cut such a training dummy into several pieces with a few deft movements. Having deftly dealt with the wooden scarecrow, the girl stopped, stood up straight, and moved her sharp, cold weapon to the side. She raised her double-sided steel blade, its polished surface shining beautifully in the bright rays of the sun. The girl held the sword parallel to her body and was concentrating on something, closing her eyes. Eileen had to stop her workout and open her eyes when she suddenly heard someone say her name. It was Eileen's father, an elderly man in a fancy red jacket, who turned to his daughter with a sad expression on his face. The man asked if McCain had done anything else after that incident, to which the girl replied no, since he could not have noticed anything. Eileen's father, clutching his forehead with his fingers from the overwhelming fatigue, said that he thought so too, and it was unlikely that McCain knew anything. The girl shared with her father that a couple of days ago, when our hero came to her, it didn't seem like he suspected anything. The knight lowered her beautiful amber eyes to the floor and thought about something she still wanted to share with her father. The man began to deny everything when the girl asked him if he thought that McCain would really become her soulmate. Eileen's father, however, understood that if Marquis Walfurgis found out about this, their family would inevitably have big problems. The man's tired expression changed to angry in a second, and he began to doubt the magical abilities of the Walfurgis family. Because even though they are famous magicians, they still won't be able to notice that Eileen has a magic tool. The father asked how his daughter was doing and whether she had learned to hold her aura, to which Eileen convinced her father that she could handle everything. The head of the family was clearly interested in his daughter's success and believed that she was too talented for a marriage of convenience. Looking at her weapon, Eileen asked if it was true that Count Pavlov had sent them an engagement proposal a couple of days ago. Father confirmed this and said that a delegation from their family was due to arrive today, and Leon Pavlov would also be present there. Leon Pavlov was the only heir of his family. This man is called the genius swordmaster of the next generation. It was obvious that Eileen had a soft spot for the boy, because when she heard the news, she looked down and smiled. The heroine shared her opinion out loud that Leon Pavlov would be a wiser choice for her than that idiot McCain. The father was distracted from his conversation with his daughter when a servant called him and informed him that the delegation was already there. Kneeling before the head of the family, the knight, when asked whether Pavlov's delegation had arrived, replied that it had not. This surprised the father, and he did not understand who else could have come to visit them, because the family had not arranged any visits on this day. The knight lowered his head and did not dare look the master in the eyes. He felt tension and did not know how to tell the man everything. The subject warrior nevertheless plucked up his courage and decided to tell his superior the news that Michael Valfurgis had arrived at their house. Our protagonist was accompanied on this visit by Morden, who clutched his head and could not believe that they had actually come here. The butler felt great fear for himself and his master and asked McCain to convince him that everything would be fine. The protagonist's mood was the opposite. He told the butler to keep his chin up and stop worrying in vain. McCain's gaze, covered by silky blonde hair, expressed confidence in his own strength and desire to expose his beloved's deception. Already now, during a conversation with his father, McCain confirmed his suspicions about the instrument of ancient magic and told him about his visit to the Duke. The man suggested that Eileen realized that his son knew about the deception, so she decided to break off the engagement. The guy explained that after breaking off the engagement, they could come up with 1,000 reasons to explain their decision. The man wiped the accumulated fatigue from his face with his hand and called the whole situation that McCain described a curse. The father, resting his head on his hand, warned his son that if he deceived him now, their reputation would not be shaken, but simply collapse. Michael listened attentively to the man's words that if he now believed him and went against the Duke, the situation would take a different turn. The family leader looked at his interlocutor with anger on his face and asked if he was ready to take responsibility for the consequences if anything happened. The hero felt the tension because his father was putting pressure on him, but nothing else could be expected from the head of the empire, from the greatest family of magicians. McCain decided to continue to insist on his own, smiled diplomatically at his father, and said that he understood everything. Our main character wanted to complete his trick of deception, so he told the man that he was ready to personally prove everything. Such determination and loud words of the young guy surprised the head of the empire of the greatest family of magicians, and he glanced at the guy. The man sighed with relief, believing that since his son spoke so confidently and was ready to prove everything, it was unlikely that he was deceiving him. The father rose from his chair, placed his palm on the table to bend over his son, and said that he would believe our hero. He looked sternly at the guy sitting in front of him, warning him what would happen if there was even a drop of a lie in his words. The man threatened that in case of deception, McCain would be immediately deprived of his status as heir, and he would also have to leave the castle of Walpurgis. McCain tensed up even more because the punishment was too serious and looked down after another question about the confidence in his words. Although the hero understood that he was brazenly breaking his word and slandering his ex-fiancée, the guy confidently answered that he did. The head of the empire of the family of magicians, Walpurgis, was pleased with the answer, but it was clear from his face that he did not completely trust the heir. Now our protagonist, with his hand on his belt, stood right in front of Eileen and the Duke's mansion, and was ready to prove to his father that he was not lying. The butler could not calm down. He shouted to the master that he had a terrible premonition, and their family had already received a serious blow, but the hero did not listen to him. Morden had already begun to irritate the hero when he continued to repeat that if McCain made a mistake, there would be no turning back. The old man did not stop, and said that, in any case, it was strange to come like this to the Duke's house after everything that had happened. All the butler's persuasion had no effect on our main character, and he declared that he needed to move on. Morden didn't understand what was going on, to which the guy tried to calm his butler down and told him not to worry so much. The young mage grinned and looked defiantly at Eileen's house, declaring that he had a plan and he was sticking to it. The Duke and his daughter Eileen looked warily at the knight who came to them with the news that Michael Walpurgis had come to the house. This news shocked the Duke. He did not understand why McCain decided to visit their family's estate so suddenly. The man closed his eyes and shook his head, saying that our hero's visit was just another headache for him. The Duke ordered his knight to go to Michael and inform him that the family could not receive him today, as they had another meeting planned. The knight agreed to carry out such a simple order from his superior, which for some reason made sweat appear on his face from the tension. The guy sincerely apologized to McCain and said that he hoped that our hero would still have a chance to meet the Duke. The protagonist did not resist, and upon hearing this news, agreed with the knight and immediately turned around to leave. The guy in iron armor felt relieved and thought how good it was that McCain had agreed to leave without unnecessary hysterics. The butler, who had previously disliked the idea of this visit, now asked the gentleman if he really would just leave like that. Our young hero did not explain himself to the servant, and irritably replied that he should simply follow him. McCain did not go far, but decided to rest, sitting down on a well-kept green lawn near the mansion of Eileen and her family. The knight working for the Duke was surprised when the youth settled down under the tree in such a masterly manner and closed his eyes to rest. The guy in the helmet looked at McCain with confusion and asked our hero what he was doing here. Michael Valfurgis folded his hands behind his head for convenience and brazenly answered the knight, asking if he could see that the guy was resting. The young man explained that their lands were very far away and it would take more than a day or two to get there, and asked if they couldn't at least rest a little. The boy's behavior angered the knight, because soon a delegation from the Pavlov family would arrive and McCain would only get in the way. The boy opened one eye and looked arrogantly at the knight when he said that he would take him to the exit. Michael did not understand the words, so the Duke's subject had to use force, grabbing the careless youth by the wrist to escort him out of the estate. The protagonist asked the knight not to forget that he was once his servant, even though his engagement to Eileen had already been cancelled. A blue aura appeared around the young man out of anger. He declared himself the rightful heir of the Walfurgis family and demanded that they take their hands off him. The knight was discouraged by the behavior of the guy opposite him, and he stopped taking any action against our hero. Having freed himself, McCain, without looking his interlocutor in the eye, began to shake off his sleeve, addressing a knight named McCain. He asked, with hatred in his eyes, if McCain considered himself so outstanding that he could allow himself to touch him. The guy in metal armor realized that he was wrong and immediately began to deny everything, falling to his knees in front of our young hero. Fear was visible on the knight's face. He remembered how, just a few days ago, McCain almost died in this estate. He looked at the powerful magical aura in the guy and wondered if it was because of this incident that the young man had changed so dramatically. Michael looked at the knight with disdain and said that if he wanted to send him away, he would show him how to do it best. The Duke was surprised when the knight came and said that Michael had ordered him to bring Eileen to him, because this did not look like that Walfurgis. McCain bowed his head to his boss because he was very ashamed, and the Duke realized that they had a problem. The submissive knight declared that he only had to give the order and he would immediately use force against McCain to drive him out of here. The head of the family did not like this idea and immediately rejected it, saying that this decision would not lead to anything good. Eileen decided to act boldly and told her father that she would come out to her ex-fiancé, agreeing to his terms. The girl confirmed that she was confident in her decision, because it was only because of her that McCain came here, so she would get rid of him again. Having laid down her arms, Eileen asked Sir McCain again if our protagonist was really waiting for her at the entrance. Eileen immediately began to walk across the white-tiled floor towards the entrance to the estate, asking the knight to take her to Michael. McCain did not immediately follow the girl, but looked at his mistress with caution on his face and turned to her. The girl turned her head and looked at the guy, asking if he had any problems. Sir McCain, though a brave knight, pressed his lips together at this moment and did not dare tell the Duchess that something was really bothering him. He replied that there was no problem, and agreed to accompany Eileen, putting an iron helmet on his head for protection. Meanwhile, Morden did not calm down and tried to find out why McCain was in such a hurry to come here, which began to irritate the main character. The elderly man, who was very worried, silently flinched when the boy asked him to just trust him. Our main character fell silent and thought. He gave himself a firm resolution that he had to do what he had planned today. The guy realized that haste in this case was vital, because today Count Pavlov was arriving at the Duke's estate. The Pavlovs were one of the most famous families, and in the future they would unite with the Duke's family, which would make them even more powerful. Leon Pavlov, the main heir of the family, was the one who was constantly in the spotlight. He was considered a genius of his craft and a master of the sword. Lost in thought under the tree, McCain understood that he needed to meet Leon as soon as possible, because he had communicated with him before the regression. The protagonist noticeably wilted, not thinking that one day all the families he had dealt with would gather in one place. The guy perked up and opened his eyes, realizing that he needed to hurry up for everything to go according to his plan. Butler Morden was clearly not in a good mood. The elderly man had already knelt down and was again trying to reach the gentleman. McCain waved his hand and said again that everything was fine, to which Morden replied that that was not the issue at all. The man with the gray mustache paused in his conversation because he could not find the right words to ask his master a question. The butler plucked up his courage and asked if McCain had trained his mana in other ways without the Marquise's knowledge. The main character immediately looked down at the floor and fell silent, realizing that he had indeed trained in an unconventional way. McCain looked at his subject with distrust and asked why he suddenly decided to ask a question of such a nature. Morden explained that when Michael became angry at the careless knight, he showed the power of his magical force for just a moment. The man, although he was a simple butler, understood perfectly well that the power of this magic significantly exceeded the abilities of a third circle mage. Morden told the guy that even though he was a magician, he worked for the Marquis, was observant, and could simply put the facts together. McCain did not confess, and asked if the butler wanted to expose him simply to raise his level. Grandfather immediately admitted to the master that he really asked this in order to raise his own level. The answer did not please our hero very much. He covered his face with his hair, and the smile disappeared from his face, and he said that he understood everything. The main character decided to go to meet his loyal butler and put his hand forward, palm up. He extended his hand to Morden, leaning his back against the tree trunk, and asked why the man didn't check it out for himself. The butler carefully took McCain's hand in his own and looked at it to make sure he was right in his suspicions. The old man, with shadows from the tree leaves playing across his face, closed his eyes and lowered his head a little to concentrate. With his palms, he carefully studied the hand of our young hero in order to read the necessary information from it. Morden sighed heavily when his analysis was successfully completed, and he saw something that both surprised and upset him. Telepathically, the butler found out that McCain had 4 circles of magic, and the guy immediately confirmed these suspicions. The man asked when he managed to get the 4th one, to which the guy removed his hand and replied that it was just a couple of days ago. It was clear that the news made Morden worried, and he said that the boy's 4th circle magic had not yet strengthened. McCain also needed information from Morden, so he began asking if the butler had noticed any strange changes in him. Morden bowed his head obediently and said that there were no strange signs, and with that the protagonist decided to close the topic. The butler believed his master and agreed that he was able to raise his level only thanks to natural talent. But Morden couldn't completely calm his interest, so he began to ask how McCain had managed to do it. The protagonist rubbed his hands and chuckled thoughtfully, deciding whether to tell the butler about this, and what exactly would be best to tell. The boy looked at his subject and wanted to clarify whether Morden really wanted to know how he did it. Because of the protagonist's behavior, the elderly man felt out of place and looked at the boy with some fear. After a pause, Morden hesitantly but nevertheless confirmed that he would like to know how McCain managed it. Our hero looked at the butler as if accepting some kind of challenge and agreed to tell Morden everything. The old man looked closely at his interlocutor and was ready to hear the guy explain how he moved to the 4th level. The young magician quickly found a suitable version in his head, and making a gesture with his index finger, said that it was because he was rejected. Judging by the butler's surprise, he definitely didn't expect to hear such an explanation, and didn't even believe that the guy was serious. But the main character stood his ground and convinced Morden that it was after the breakup with his fiancée that he had an epiphany. McCain laughed falsely when the butler suggested that 5 more refusals and the boy would be able to reach the 9th circle of magic. Morden admitted that it bothered him that the boy had come here for another round of rejection, to pump up his magical skills again. The young man ignored these words and then turned to his butler again to ask something. The old man, when asked by the boy what would happen if the Rindle family collapsed, shared his opinion that it would be a problem on the scale of the entire empire. The butler did not understand why McCain suddenly decided to ask him about the collapse of the Rindle family, and decided to find out from him. Morden's question confused our young hero. He pressed his lips together so as not to blurt out anything unnecessary to the butler. Looking at the summer landscape in front of him, the protagonist replied that he simply didn't think he would leave their family after that incident. It was no secret that the line of Duke Rindle was one of the most important pillars of the empire and had great influence. The butler was right, and the fall of House Rindle would indeed lead to a nightmarish chaos on an empire-wide scale. Now that Michael had been sent back 20 years with a spell, he couldn't afford to just watch it, especially when he has gone so far and has already become an integral part of the coming historical events in the empire. The boy, still resting in the shade under the tree, looked away and was distracted from his thoughts when someone called his name. It was Eileen, and now she was more important than ever, because Michael needed to change the course of events, starting with the very first person. Our young hero came to his senses and immediately began to rise to his feet when his ex-fiancée appeared before him. Eileen was angry because she didn't understand what the guy wanted from her, because everything had been decided with him last time. McCain rose to his feet and put his hands on his hips, agreeing that Eileen had said everything and the situation had truly been resolved for her. The guy leaned over a little and asked what was wrong with him, since she hadn't given the guy a chance to explain himself properly that day. Eileen found her ex-fiancé's claim simply ridiculous, and although no smile appeared on her face, she asked the guy not to make her laugh. She expressed her firm opinion that their engagement was broken off by mutual consent of the families, and the guy's decision would not change anything. Eileen was visibly tired of this chatter, and she asked McCain to end this pointless conversation and return home. But the guy wanted to continue and asked where the girl was rushing to, since McCain had not yet finished talking to her. Knowing that a delegation of the Pavlov counts would be arriving at the estate today, McCain asked if Eileen was expecting a special guest. Then the girl had already turned around and wanted to leave, but she shuddered when our hero mentioned people who were clearly important to her. Eileen became wary when she realized that her ex-fiancé knew that the Pavlovs were coming here today, and this was to his advantage. Noticing how the girl's mood had worsened, even though she hadn't responded, Mikhail Valfurgis grinned smugly. Leon Pavlov was a man who honed his swordsmanship regardless of politics or family matters. The boy was only focused on swordsmanship, so he didn't know exactly what was going on in the family he was about to visit. Mikhail, feeling superior, looked Eileen straight in the eyes, realizing that she had a secret from Count Pavlov. The guy smiled slyly, looking into the eyes of the frightened girl, realizing that most of all, Leon Pavlov hated that which contradicted morality. When Leon learns that his future bride broke off her engagement to her previous fiancé without his consent, his sense of justice will definitely not tolerate it. The young man spoke again, telling Eileen that she might be right, and that formally everything had been agreed upon, but for the guest, this might become a reason for mistrust. Eileen felt uneasy, because Mikhail was right that this could become a problem for Leon Pavlova in concluding the marriage. Mikhail understood that Eileen's family was partly aware that nothing good awaited them, and that was why they were trying to avoid meeting and talking to him. Our hero decided to take advantage of this and continued to put pressure on poor Eileen, demanding that she answer him something. The girl began to deny everything and declare that she would definitely not have any problems with her engagement to Leon Pavlov. The young magician took another step forward and, looking straight into the girl's eyes, asked again if she was absolutely sure about this. Michael came closer and whispered in the Duchess's ear whether he could then consider this an official statement from her family. Sir McCain reacted instantly and pushed the insolent ex-fiancé away, ordering him to stay away from the Duchess. The armored knight grabbed the boy by the shoulder and began to push him forward until he hit his back hard against the trunk of a tree. The protagonist did not resist and allowed the knight to use force against him, lowering his hands and head down. McCain was simply furious, explaining to the young man that it did not matter at all whether he was the heir of Walpurgis or someone else. Pressing the boy's shoulder against a tree post with his hand, the knight scolded McCain for the fact that such behavior was simply unacceptable. Eileen Rindle watched calmly from the side as the family knight protected her from her ex-fiancé. Turning to the girl, our young hero asked whether McCain's behavior was really worthy of the title of Knight of Rindle. McCain was outraged when Michael stated that the knight was constantly crossing the line and doing things that his status did not allow. The main character looked at the guy confidently and said that it seemed to him that McCain did not understand at all what he could and could not do. Eileen knew that Sir McCain was overstepping his bounds and doing the wrong thing, so she sternly told him to stop. The knight in armor felt injustice and tried to reach out to his mistress because he simply wanted to protect her. But Eileen Rindle was adamant, and in response she became very angry at her subject, loudly shouting his name. McCain still had his hand on Mikhail's shoulder, and Eileen came closer, saying that he shouldn't make her repeat it twice. She sternly explained to the knight that his main task was not to discredit the honor of the Rindle family, for whom he worked. McCain was clearly upset at how unfairly he had been reprimanded and let go of his hand, releasing McCain. The guy in the blue suit smirked contentedly, thinking about how funny he was watching this whole situation with Eileen and McCain. To defuse the situation, Michael spread his arms out to the sides, palms up, and told Eileen that everything was fine and it didn't matter what she thought right now. The guy looked at the sky with hope on his face and suggested that everyone first go to another place to continue the conversation there. The hero told Knight McCain and the Duchess that they didn't want to have a conversation right in the middle of the lawn near the house. Eileen was about to object to her ex-fiancé and say something, so she opened her mouth, but the words never came out. The girl immediately pressed her lips again and did not say anything to our hero, realizing that she was now in a disadvantageous position. No one objected to the main character, and he, spreading his arms out to the sides, smiled and looked at his interlocutors. Not wanting to look at the Michael she despised, Eileen looked away and invited the knight, our hero, and his butler to come inside. McCain came to his senses and tried to remind the Duchess that she had an appointment with Leon Pavlov. Eileen waved her hand and walked towards the house, telling the knight that they would think about it later and that she was not going to talk for long. So far, everything was going swimmingly for McCain, and he was clearly pleased with himself for being able to take control of the situation with Eileen. Our heroes were already inside. The Duchess, wearing brown leather boots for sword training, strode across the wooden floor. With her hair pulled back, she walked through her luxurious estate, leading McCain, a knight, and Morden's shy butler. The main character turned his attention to the decoration of the building in which he found himself, because its interior was amazing. Warm sunlight entered the spacious hall through large windows, which were decorated with luxurious white curtains. Above the high, arched stucco ceiling hung gold, crystal chandeliers that held candles even during the day. 20 years later, McCain managed to return and get into this mansion again, which, judging by his grin, made the guy happy. He admired the interior with a smile on his face, looking at the ceilings, and said that everything was the same in this house. The young man realized that he had said too much when the butler was surprised by his words, because McCain had been in this mansion only a few days ago. The magician became furious and got angry at the butler for the fact that he always had to put in his 2 cents. The hero became even more angry when Morden reproached him for grumbling like an old man. The guy exhaled and tried to calm down, mentally agreeing with Morden that he really was grumbling like an old man. The butler didn't quite understand what was going on, so he whispered to the gentleman what they were going to do here. The old man with the mustache was visibly worried because our hero decided to come here alone and not with the Marquis. Michael laughed and asked the butler what he meant by saying that the young magician had come here alone and not with his father. The guy's mood was high and he turned his head to the butler, saying that he did have it. Such unexpected words took the old man by surprise, and he stood silently behind, staring at his master. Morden became very upset and looked down at the floor, muttering that he didn't think he would be of any use. The young heir of the Walpurgis family decided to console his butler, approached the man, and patted him on the shoulder. The guy advised the elderly and insecure man to gain more confidence. The words inspired Morden a little, and he again followed his masters to meet adventures in the House of Rindle. The main character wanted to cheer up the old man and praised him again, saying that he was a much more reliable person than others. McCain, Morden, Duchess Eileen, and her loyal knight McCain arrived at the right door, and the girl placed her palm on it. Eileen looked sternly at our protagonist and told him that behind that door was the living room. Mikhail was pleased with the choice of place for the conversation and suggested starting the conversation, considering that they did not have much time. But before that, the main character suggested that his ex-fiancée talk face-to-face, without unnecessary witnesses. The girl immediately agreed to a private conversation and ordered her knight, glancing at him, to wait for her outside. The protagonist also ordered his butler to remain waiting outside, and he obediently agreed to stand behind the door. The boy and the Duchess, leaving their subjects in the hallway of the mansion, entered the living room and loudly slammed the door behind them. The living room was furnished with expensive furniture, and Eileen immediately sat down in one of the chairs, crossing her legs, to begin a conversation with Mikhail. She tilted her head to the side and rested it on her hand, and then asked the young man what he wanted to tell her. Our young hero was a man of few words, and without explanation or introduction, he immediately accused Eileen of lying. The girl asked what she had lied about, and the guy explained that it was about an agreement between their families. Folding his hands together, Mikhail reminded his ex-fiancée that the contract stated that they were forbidden from training mana. He looked at Eileen with eyes full of hatred and a sense of superiority over the girl, asking if she remembered this. There was clearly at least some truth in the protagonist's words, because at that moment, Eileen's hand in the brown glove twitched. But the girl remained calm and stood her ground, declaring that she had done nothing wrong, and the young man could see for himself. In response, Mikhail was also accused of telling the whole world about the engagement and putting her in an awkward position. Reflecting on this conversation, the protagonist realized that the girl thought the guy was bluffing and didn't know anything. In his head, he agreed with Eileen that he had indeed been a carefree person before. The protagonist was hooked by the girl's words and agreed that it was a good idea to check personally whether she was lying. Eileen began to get up from her chair, offering to begin this test right now if that was what Mikhail wanted. She immediately froze when our hero answered her no, and refused to conduct a mana check on her here and now. The guy stood up and started acting friendly, saying that maybe her family had actually treated him fairly. The girl was frightened when the young man said that since the situation had gone so far, it would be reasonable to arrange a check in front of witnesses. Duchess Eileen, sitting in an armchair in her living room, felt tension and fear after this proposal from Michael. She began to guess her ex-fiancé's true plan, and a strong fear appeared in her amber eyes. Mikhail went to the window and, realizing that the girl had guessed, answered her that she was right in her suspicions. Our young hero explained that he was talking about those who would be able to judge them more fairly than anyone else. He turned his head and looked at the frightened Eileen with a grin, suggesting that the Pavlov family act as witnesses. Meanwhile, a carriage arrived in the courtyard of the Rindle mansion, and the sound of horse hooves could be heard on the street. The young knight, Sir Maximus, stepped out of the carriage and announced to his master that they had arrived at the right place. The black leatherman's boot immediately stepped onto the step to leave the carriage and meet the Rindle family. It was Leon Pavlov, dressed in a ceremonial black and white knight's outfit, who looked at the estate in front of him. The guy was surprised by the scale of Eileen and her father's castle, and he noted that the building compares favorably with his mansion. Leon looked at the castle with his head raised, and Sir Maxime explained that this was because it was the Duke's property. Pavlov touched the hilt of his sword and remembered that, as it seemed to him, this family had the 5th most powerful knight in the entire empire. Leon, whose face was covered by platinum hair, grinned, anticipating an interesting meeting with the Duke. Sir Maxim decided to remind the gentleman that he should not start quarrels with the Duke's servants for no reason, to which Leon replied, "Yeah." Pavlov laughed awkwardly and said that he had not intended to quarrel, asking whether he really looked like such an ignorant person. But after thinking about it, the guy still said that just one fight would hardly be a problem if there was no reason. The young knight was not happy with his master's words, but decided to show obedience and remain silent in response. Leon realized that Knight Maxim was unhappy with him and immediately shouted in a displeased voice that he had simply decided to joke. The boy's mood dropped. He closed his eyes and wondered out loud why all this was so important to his father. Maxim shared his opinion that he believed that it was inevitable because the Count was in despair because Leon always remained on the sidelines. Pavlov thought for a moment and admitted that Sir Maxim was partly right about his father's mood and the boy's role in the family. For people of noble blood, there was really nothing worse than to be left without due attention, which explains a lot. This is due to the fact that the emperor grants the right of succession only to those who help him and do not constantly remain on the sidelines. Leon understood that now, standing in front of Rindle's house, he had a chance to show himself from his best side, and he would take advantage of it. The guy thought about it and remembered Duchess Eileen, and then asked the knight if she had really recently broken off the engagement. Maxim confirmed everything and said that the groom whom the Duchess had refused was the notorious Marquise Walpurgis. As Leon continued to look around the Rindle estate, she became curious about what had happened between the boy and the girl. He glanced sideways at the knight and wondered if it was possible that the reason was the Duchess and her probable oddities. Sir Maxim laughed and replied that the fact was that the girl's family was the leader of the Order of Knights, and the boy was the son of Marquis Walpurgi. Leon agreed with the knight's words that if there was something wrong with the bride, the Marquis would not simply leave her alone. Maxim suggested that most likely the heir of the Walpurgis family was so terrible that Eileen came to cancel the engagement. Pavlov doubted this, since Walpurgis had a good pedigree, to which the knight said that this was no guarantee of an excellent heir. The situation seemed strange and confusing to Leon, which he told Maxim while thoughtfully rubbing his chin with his fingers. Still standing by the carriage in front of the Rindle family castle, Liana's intuition told her that there was something fishy about this story. Meanwhile, Eileen was still talking to McCain in the living room, asking him again about testing her abilities with witnesses. Thinking that the girl had not heard him well, McCain once again suggested that she check it out in front of everyone. He approached the Duchess and said that Count Pavlov's arrival was an excellent opportunity to sort out such an unfair decision. The guy leaned over the girl, who remained silent, and accused her of simply being afraid. Duchess Eileen was indeed tense at this prospect and found nothing to say in response. She tried to find words to object to McCain, but closed her mouth and simply looked at the guy silently. Afterwards, the girl plucked up her courage, stood up from her chair, and shouted that he wouldn't wait, and then accused him of McCain arriving unofficially. The hero asked if she was sure of her words and immediately reached into the inside pocket of his jacket to get something out of there. McCain took out from there a large gold medallion on a chain on which was depicted the coat of arms of his family. The girl was shocked to see this because she had groundlessly accused McCain of not having come here on an official visit. Eileen was so shocked at being proven wrong that she fell to her knees, wondering where he got the medallion from. McCain suggested that she take another look at the Walpurgis family coat of arms and clarified that as long as he had it, he was considered the official representative of the family. As soon as the protagonist showed this symbol, he declared that the conversation would be on behalf of all Walpurgises. The downside was that if our young hero McCain lied, then all members of his family would also be held responsible. But there is an advantage to this, because if Eileen lies, she will immediately become an enemy of the entire Walpurgis family, including the Marquise. The guy called the situation strange, because if Eileen was not guilty of anything, then she had absolutely nothing to fear now. The girl screamed furiously at her ex-fiancé, asking if he understood what he was now accusing the Duchess of. McCain suggested checking to see if, as Eileen had stated, his family would suffer unbearable consequences after his mistake. The main character insisted on checking with witnesses, and once again asked his ex-lover's opinion on this matter. The Duchess blushed from shame, awkwardness, and hopelessness, and even began to stutter, trying to answer the guy clearly. The conversation between the young man and his ex-girlfriend was interrupted at this point by the head of the Rindle family. The Duke ordered both of them to stop. The heroes were frightened when Eileen's father suddenly entered the living room without knocking and ordered them to stop this conversation. The young Duchess felt even more fear, suspecting that her father had heard everything she had spoken to Michael. The guy remained confident and simply asked with a smile on his face how long the Duke had been eavesdropping on their conversation. The Duke paid no attention to the magician and strictly ordered his daughter not to say another word to our hero. The protagonist was even glad that the private conversation was interrupted by the head of the Rindle family, and now they could talk properly. Michael stood opposite the Duke and looked him straight in the face, which caused obvious tension in the man, which he tried to hide. Duke Rindle was the 5th knight in the Empire and one of the 12 greatest swordmasters, but in the future he will become a victim of demons. Our hero understood that the Duke possessed the talent that would definitely be useful to him in preventing future tragic events. The Duke was very surprised by the radical changes in the guy's behavior, but he hastened to reassure him that he was definitely McCain. The man thought for a moment because indeed, just a couple of days ago, our young hero had the opposite character. Rindle, holding his hand to his face, agreed that McCain looked like himself. At least outwardly, the guy hadn't changed at all. Looking at the young man in front of him, who was grinning so insolently, the Duke declared that he felt something new in him. The man suggested that the Marquise had given the dragon's heart to the heir, to which the boy replied that he hadn't even seen it yet. The answer surprised the Duke, because our main character's family is one of the few that possesses such a rare and valuable artifact. With a smile on his face, McCain explained that his father was a bit petty and did not even show his son the dragon heart. Rindle stated that Edward had always been like this, but still could not believe that he had not shown his heart even to his heir. The protagonist agreed with these words and added that his father, as a marquis, should have been a more generous person. What Michael said to the Duke greatly surprised the man, and he even asked again to make sure he had not misheard. The man laughed loudly, not suspecting that he and McCain could think alike, since they had come to an agreement for the first time. Michael's words really amused the Duke, and he continued to burst into laughter, which noticeably irritated his daughter. Having carefully observed the Duke's behavior, our hero came to the conclusion that he had managed to win the man over a little. Rindle sat down in a chair to continue the conversation and asked what McCain meant when he asked what he thought. The guy also approached the chair and asked the man to stop pretending that he didn't understand that they were talking about an engagement. The Duke cleared his throat and thought about what he could say to Michael regarding his engagement to his daughter Eileen. When the man figured out what the best answer would be to give the guy across from him, he grinned, looking at our young hero. The Duke, folding his hands together, confidently replied to Michael that he considered him not good enough, and so the engagement was broken off. The young magician did not believe that this was the true reason for such an act, and asked if this was really all. The Duke closed his eyes, laughed, and said that there was no need for any special reason to call off the engagement. McCain decided to take the conversation to a more serious level, declaring that he would no longer waste time and would say everything directly. The main character accused Eileen of secretly training her aura during their engagement. The man raised his head and burst into loud laughter in response, shouting that this simply could not be happening. He turned to McCain and said that he, as the 5th knight of the Empire, would definitely have learned about such an act of his daughter. Our hero agreed, because indeed her own father, being a respected knight, could not help but know about this. Duke Rindle immediately stopped laughing and the smile slowly disappeared from his face, realizing what exactly he was being accused of. The corners of the man's mouth turned down when he heard McCain say that the Duke really couldn't help but know. The man looked at the boy with hostility, called the boy McCain, and asked if he was now trying to say that he was lying. The guy tensed up, and it seemed to him that from the very beginning, Duke Rindle had not even planned to deceive our hero. It is possible that Eileen trained her aura in secret from everyone, and her father found out about it by accident. Then the Duke would have to make a decision, weighing the pros and cons to understand what to do next. The balance was between his own daughter's swordsmanship and an engagement to what Duke Rindle considered an idiot. The main character believes that the man had to choose which of these was more important to him, and he chose his daughter's skill. Rindle said he understood why the guy was upset, but breaking off the engagement didn't give him the right to behave like that. Michael watched as the Duke spoke with confidence, and how confident he was that the young man could not notice that magical instrument. He also saw an oppressive dark aura surrounding the man in the chair opposite him, making it a little difficult for McCain to think. The hero had an idea and replied that Eileen had recently made an unnoticeable but serious mistake. The protagonist pointed his finger at himself, implying that he was the very mistake Eileen had just mentioned. With a smug smile on his face, the guy told the man opposite that, even if it was only for a moment, he had noticed something. Eileen, who had been sitting calmly in a chair and listening to the conversation between her father and her ex-boyfriend, suddenly became alarmed. The Duke gripped the edge of his chair tighter, realizing that our hero had some evidence against them. Having called the Duke Your Highness, McCain, beaming with happiness, said that he thought he knew what the guy was talking about. The man was dejected because the guy was right about everything, so he kept silent in response, finding himself in a difficult situation. Rindle stood his ground, not wanting to give in, and calmly told the young magician that he was mistaken in his calculations. But Michael was confident that he was right, so he proudly looked the Duke straight in the eyes, asking if he believed him. The hero announced that their conversation was over and suggested that the Duke continue to deny everything. The guy didn't wait for an answer from the man, got up from his chair, and walked towards the exit with slow but confident steps. McCain dealt his interlocutors another blow, declaring that apparently Duke Leon Pavlov was already on his way here. Taking one last look at Eileen and the Duke, the boy expressed hope that he would meet Leon on the way back. When the hero announced that he intended to meet with Pavlov, Duke Rindle immediately became alarmed and rose to his feet. McCain stopped and smiled calmly, closing his eyes, when someone shouted at his back, demanding that he stop. The boy stood before the Duke and asked if he was now ready to admit that the young heir of the Walpurgises was right. The man tried to remain calm, so he closed his eyes and asked McCain to clarify something. The main character was pleased that the Duke had come to meet him, so he said that he was listening to him attentively. Rindle pressed his lips together in tension, trying to find the right words to help him get out of this situation successfully. He looked at McCain with hope and pleading in his eyes, suggesting that he compromise and find favorable conditions. The smile disappeared from our young hero's face, and he did not answer at first when the Duke suggested that he find a compromise. But the main character was not very surprised, because it was quite natural for Duke Rindle to talk such nonsense. Michael was pleased with the outcome of the conversation, which he told the Duke, and decided to say goodbye to those present. Finally, he looked at the man with an ambiguous smile on his face and told him that they would see each other again. The man stood silently, looking out the window, and Eileen was completely dejected, because McCain really did reveal her deception. The girl's hands twitched and shook because she was very nervous, realizing that the guy had actually noticed then. She thought that McCain was hinting in every possible way that he knew something, but she thought that the young man was just bluffing. Clutching her head in despair, the Duchess understood that now that he knew the truth, he would do everything to make her family answer for the deception. When our hero left the living room, the girl jumped up from her chair and panicked, asking her father what they should do now. The man remained calm and confident, not panicking like Eileen, and tried to calm his daughter down as well. Duke Rindle thought that Michael did not understand how this world worked, but now it seems that he was wrong about that. Eileen's father even called the situation funny, because he used to think that he was quite good at understanding people. The girl promised that if anything happened, she would take full responsibility, because it happened because of her carelessness. She wanted to object when her father replied that the problem was only between their families, and therefore it made no difference who exactly was responsible. Besides, the Duke himself gave permission to his daughter, and if he had noticed the awakening of the aura earlier, this problem would not have arisen. Feeling ashamed in front of her father, Eileen bowed her head to him when he said that he had to take responsibility for her as a daughter. Eileen and her dad were left alone in the living room to decide how to proceed in this situation and solve the problem. The Duke looked away, and memories of Eileen starting to work on her aura came flooding back to him. He recalled how his daughter managed to activate her aura once, and she looked at her palms burning with a bright light. Then the girl was sincerely happy, looking at her hands, because she had worked for a long time to pump up her aura. When the young Duchess trained, her father was often nearby and watched his daughter's achievements from the sidelines. He couldn't even suspect that the girl would be able to independently pump up her aura to such a level. His daughter was a brilliant swordsman, and the Duke recognized her talent, so he simply wanted to support her. Silently looking at his daughter, who was devastated by her failure, Rindle mentally addressed her, saying that he simply wanted to protect her talent. Afterwards, he told Eileen that the Walpurgis family would definitely get their way, since the Rindles had violated the Knight's code of honor. Eileen was at a loss. She knew that punishment was inevitable and that the family would suffer most because of her. The Duke tried to calm his daughter down, telling her that everything was fine, as she had been very upset about the deception being revealed. She didn't understand what her father meant when he shared his opinion that it was unlikely that Walpurgis would ask for anything out of the ordinary. The Duke explained that Michael did not want to destroy their family, and he was not as stupid a guy as his daughter thought. The man, seeing the state his child was in, decided to comfort Eileen by stroking her head with his hand. He advised his daughter, who was looking dejectedly at the floor, to simply watch if she could not understand what the man was talking about. Meanwhile, Leon Pavlov and his knight Sir Maximus went to Rindle Castle to meet with the family leaders. Leon stopped and cast a questioning glance at the man opposite him, not understanding what they wanted from him. Opposite Count Pavlov stood our hero silently, which raised several questions in Leon, including who he was and why he was standing in his way. The question of who he was did not embarrass the young man, and he proudly answered that he was Michael Walpurgis, looking Liana straight in the eyes. Pavlov didn't find the name he heard familiar, so he began to ask again, puzzled who he was. Raising one eyebrow, the knight began to carefully examine the guy opposite him without answering our hero. Leon Pavlov looked at the blue and gold robe of the main character, and it seemed to him that the young man opposite him was not lying. The protagonist silently waited for what Leon would tell him, and stood in front of him with a barely noticeable grin on his face. Pavlov asked Mikhail to explain, because he had a meeting with the Duchess planned for today, and it already seemed to him that he had mixed up the date. The guy replied that Leon had arrived on time, but he and Eileen had just had an unplanned, forced meeting. The knight frowned and accused Mikhail of simply mocking him when he told him about the forced meeting. Leon Pavlov looked sternly at our hero, confirming his suspicions that the stranger was simply making fun of him. The young magician began to deny everything, to which he received a logical question as to why he was behaving like that with Leon. The knight was furious. He really didn't like our hero's behavior, and he accused him of talking nonsense. Michael stood silently, his face expressionless, and simply watched how angry Leon was with him. He noticed that Leon Pavlov was using explosive force against him, which he immediately decided to fight. The boy put his palm out in front of him to prepare to fight the power of the new generation swordmaster. The protagonist closed his eyes and concentrated to use his supernatural abilities to push away this force. Mikhail managed to do this with ease, without even straining himself, and this turn of events plunged Leon Pavlov into real shock. He immediately tried to find out from our hero how he managed to do this, to so easily push away the explosive force of an experienced knight. The hero tried to calm Leon down, saying that he would still have time to get angry, but now it would be better for him to listen to what he had to tell him. Leon didn't believe that it was Mikhail Valfurgis in front of him, to which the guy said that he understood him, because he knew that everyone considered him an idiot. Michael didn't want to argue, because in the past he really was an idiot, and now the only thing that mattered was that the Demon King's invasion was coming soon. The young hero closed his eyes and reminded himself what task was most important to him now. And even more important than the demonic invasion for the guy was to take the place of the smug warrior, because of whom Mikhail had to return to the past. Michael decided that he couldn't let that guy become a warrior, and out of anger he began to grimace, forgetting that he was not alone. Seeing how angry the guy was, Leon Pavlov immediately grabbed his sword to protect himself from Mikhail if necessary. The young man's expression changed, and he asked why the knight had grabbed his sword and if there was something wrong with him. Leon explained that Mikhail simply looked as if he was ready to bite him right now, and the young man explained that he remembered the man they hated. The main character told himself that he needed to calm down, put his hand on his side, and asked Pavlov to just listen to him. The platinum-haired knight looked distrustful of the boy, but Leon didn't object. The famous Count Leon Pavlov nodded his head in agreement, looked at the guy and asked him to speak. The fact that he was given the floor pleased Mikhail, and he looked at the knight with a smile, although his behavior did not surprise the young man much. Although Leon seems like an overly impulsive person, he is actually quite cold and knows how to make the right decisions. He knows when he should control himself and when to let out his anger, and Mikhail remembered their conversation from the past on this topic. Mikhail, with a smile on his face, recalled the last conversation with Leon before he returned to the past, and it was precisely about problems with anger. Coming closer, our hero assumed that Pavlov had come here for his engagement to Eileen and warned the knight about one thing. Hearing this, Pavlov thought that Mikhail already regretted that he had unceremoniously burst into Eileen's house and made a scene there. The protagonist began to deny this, saying that he didn't need Eileen at all and that he meant something completely different. The guy made a sophisticated gesture with his hand, raising his palm up, and declared that he was interested in a completely different person. Afterwards, the hero pointed his finger directly at the knight opposite, stunning him with the fact that he was the one he was interested in. An awkward silence hung between the guys. Count Pavlov did not know what to answer to Mikhail Valfurgis's statement. The main character immediately explained that, if anything, he likes girls, if he thought about something like that. Leon Pavlov did not understand at all why he suddenly turned out to be needed by the heir of the Walfurgis family, and asked the guy about it. Michael smiled amiably at the swordmaster to gain his favor and prepared to explain everything. The young protagonist extended his hand to Count Pavlov for a handshake and invited him to become partners. This proposal took Leon by surprise, and he was momentarily speechless from the surprise. Looking at the slightly crazy expression on the young man's face, which was confirmed by his words, Leon concluded that he was not just an idiot, but a madman. In the future, 20 years later, when Mikhail and his team fought the demons, one of the warriors was Leon Pavlov. Pavlov was a master of the sword and a genius of his craft, so he was able to easily deal with a horde of bloodthirsty monsters. The guy skillfully wielded his cold weapon and was able to defeat monsters that were tens of times larger in size. But the battle was not bloodless for Leon. There were a lot of demons, and Count Pavlov received considerable damage. During a break, Mikhail approached Leon and told him that Pavlov would die, because his wounds were incompatible with life. The protagonist regretted that he didn't start training his aura a year earlier to kill that demon faster. Mikhail looked at the defeated monster with sadness because he was killed at the cost of irreparable damage to his comrade. In that battle, Liana Pavlova managed to defeat the demon commander of the third squad, Fierce Alzam, using her swordsmanship. The useless warrior led an entire army to kill the demon commander of the second squad, and for Leon, this battle was a great achievement. But unfortunately, Count Pavlov had to pay with his own life for this victory, because the wounds were critical. When asked to say his last words, Leon replied that nothing mattered now, and he was glad that he would at least take this creature with him to the next world. The protagonist approached his comrade and decided to put his hand on his head to comfort him and say goodbye. Mikhail, spending his last minutes with his friend, gave him advice not to worry and not to think about his death. Count Pavlov agreed, resigned to his fate, closed his eyes and answered his comrade that he would do so. Finally, Leon decided to ask Mikhail something he had not dared to ask about when everything was still good. He asked our hero to tell the truth, since he was already dying, to which Mikhail agreed, holding his head. Pavlov, looking down, asked if the hero really believed that Leon would not be able to become a worthy warrior. Now, when Mikhail went back 20 years into the past to prevent these tragic events, he sat at the table with Leon. The guy wondered if this peacock was talking to him on purpose, without any manners, even though he was used to it. During the conversation, the hero, with his arms crossed over his chest, said that there had been a lot of rumors circulating in the church lately. He shared his opinion that he thought it was somehow connected with the Pavlov family, and the interested Leon did not understand what church he was talking about. Mikhail confirmed his interlocutor's guess that he was talking about a warrior from a prophecy who was destined to prevent a catastrophe. Leon treated this tale with disdain, because the church always comes up with some prophecies that hardly anyone cares about. The guy kept talking about this topic and wanted to confirm his guess that Leon had heard about that legendary warrior anyway. Count Pavlov looked thoughtfully at his interlocutor, and it was clear that he knew which warrior Mikhail was talking about. At that time, people did not understand the seriousness of the demonic invasion, and although the prophecy was the first signal, even the Count treated it with laughter. The prophecy of Cassandra, which our young hero spoke about with Leon Pavlov, was significantly different from all the others. According to rumors, a prophecy about a warrior who can stop a catastrophe that would destroy humanity has spread throughout the world. Leon scoffed at the prophecy, stating that in their world, the demon king was Michael's family and the rumors were meaningless. Disappointed that they did not believe him, the protagonist understood that this time, too, everyone would turn a blind eye to the prophecy until the invasion happened. Only our hero knew what would actually happen in the future, and only he would continue to believe in the prophecy about the warrior. Mikhail replied that it didn't matter whether he believed those ridiculous rumors, but only whether Leon would agree to cooperate with him. Pavlov asked his interlocutor to stop talking nonsense and stated that he was not going to support the guy in his delusions. The conversation seemed so pointless to Leon that he called it all complete nonsense and already got up from his chair. The young hero decided to pull an ace out of his sleeve and told about training using the Miller method, which left Leon in complete shock. The guy added that even a person who is called a genius can sometimes stop developing his skills. Aura training according to the Miller method is something that Count Pavlov was very familiar with, because he was a genius of the sword, but he also encountered problems. Indeed, it was at that time that Leon felt depressed because his training with bladed weapons had reached a dead end. This was reliable information that Mikhail received from Leon himself in the future, which is why the Count was so surprised. Mikhail began to talk about Miller, that he was a skilled swordsman and the best master of aura, one of the most talented in history. Pavlov became angry with his new acquaintance because he, as it seemed to him, was talking about things he did not understand. The young man said that if Leon agreed to accept his offer, Mikhail would help him with the aura based on the knowledge left by Miller. The offer seemed quite profitable, because Pavlov really could use some help, but the guy slammed his hands on the table in anger. The swordmaster shouted furiously at the young man and began to accuse him of telling lies. The enraged Pavlov justified his accusation by saying that Miller left nothing behind except one note. Leon wanted to add that this recording was illegal, but Mikhail got ahead of him and admitted that the knowledge was truly illegal. As our hero from the future knows, all this time Pavlov was training using Miller's unfinished book. The young hero possessed the rest of Miller's missing knowledge, which he calmly informed his interlocutor about. The guy tried to convince Leon that he wasn't asking him for anything unthinkable, and he certainly didn't care about his engagement to Eileen. McCain, raising his index finger up, said that he had only one wish and request for Pavlov. Leanne, who was still angry at the guy, guessed that he was talking about that prophecy, and our hero confirmed it. In an attempt to get a final decision from Leanne, McCain asked what the Count would do. The offer was tempting, because Miller's missing knowledge would help Leanne improve his skills, so the choice was difficult. Count Pavlov stood up from his chair, confused because McCain was ready to risk his life for stupid myths and prophecies. Leanne thought long and hard before giving the boy his final answer, mostly thinking about the importance of Miller's book. He clenched his fists tightly, thinking that he could not lose the chance to gain such unique knowledge. Afterwards, he thought about McCain's stupidity, because according to rumors, he was such an idiot that for this reason, the Rindle family broke off their engagement with him. Leon Pavlov thought about the answer for a long time, looking at the man in front of him and trying to understand what McCain really was like. The Count asked the guy if it really didn't matter whether he was engaged to Eileen or not, to which the hero replied that there were more important things to do right now. Michael asked, with a satisfied grin, if Leon really thought that his engagement to Eileen would somehow affect the Walfurgeises. Liana won over McCain's self-confidence. It seemed to him that the guy didn't care at all about what others would say. Turning his back to his interlocutor, the swordmaster grinned imperceptibly and made his final decision. Already in a friendly mood, Leon looked at McCain and said that at first he had not had the best opinion of the guy, but now it had changed. Pavlov was taken aback when our hero replied that it was because they were friends, but McCain decided to immediately change the subject. Returning to Miller's teachings, Leon asked the young hero for proof that he really had the missing knowledge. Michael agreed to fulfill this condition and asked the swordmaster to follow him to prove that he was not lying. The heroes went to the white-tiled square near Rindle Castle, and our hero took up a bulky sword. Leanne felt uneasy because the boys had come to someone else's training ground which Eileen was using, without asking. Looking at the sword sparkling in the sun, McCain calmed the guy down, lying that everything was fine and he had already agreed on everything. Before showing the evidence to Pavlov, our hero thought about something, looking at the polished blade of the sword. The main character made awkward movements, waving a cold weapon, and thought about how heavy the sword was. Afterwards, McCain cast the strengthening spell, a fourth circle magic that strengthens the muscles to make wielding the sword easier. The spell worked successfully, which pleased the guy and brought a smile to his face, and now he wielded the heavy sword without any problems. Leon Pavlov did not fully understand what his new acquaintance was doing, so he asked the young man, who glanced at him sideways. The young magician replied that Leon needed proof, and now he intended to show it to him. All inspired, with a beaming smile on his face, the hero asked the guy to watch carefully, because now he was going to show something cool. McCain began to work on the practice of Miller's knowledge, and Leon asked if he was going to prove it to him in this way. Pavlov didn't believe in the idea, asking the guy if he wanted to say that the principle of aura training could be explained. The hero explained that this training method was twice as effective as any other, and Miller was able to achieve incredible results in aura training. Miller's method of training the aura was not much different from others, but there was a feature that was characterized by the appearance of an engraving on the body. The engraving was a set of several symbols that appeared on the back of a person's hand and other parts of the body. Moreover, with classical methods of aura training, mana has a certain limit, no more than 40 units. Miller's method stands out here because it allows a person to use up to 70 units. McCain asked Leon to awaken the aura first, which made him a little wary and scared, but the guy insisted because he wanted to check. Pavlov sighed heavily, saying that our hero had convinced him, and immediately activated his aura, which shone with a bright blue light. Immediately, Miller's engraving appeared on Leon Pavlov's forehead. His skin was decorated with blue symbols, from which light also emanated. The same symbols appeared on the back of the genius swordmaster's hand, and he clenched his hand into a fist. The young count was focused on fully activating his aura, so his eyes were closed. Our hero was somewhat surprised, because the engraving on Leon's body was, in general, similar to Miller's. but did not correspond to it exactly. Mikhail Valfurgis stated that Leon had not fully studied Miller's method, but only a quarter, so the results were not very impressive. But Leon Pavlov is still a good guy, because even the fact that he managed to find at least part of Miller's teachings already surprised Mikhailo. Leon replied that it was not his merit, but only luck, because he tried for a long time to find the book, and in the end, he mastered the teachings only thanks to his father. Count Pavlov looked at his palms and said that as soon as he began studying Miller's method, he realized something. At this moment, the young swordmaster became extremely angry and clenched his fists so hard that they began to tremble. His face suddenly turned angry, and he said through clenched teeth that he realized then that he had received only part of Miller's teachings. Mikhail understood perfectly well that Leon had problems with anger management, and nothing could be done about it, so he calmly watched from the side. The young count continued to rage, clenching his fists with all his might, but he did not yet know that he would become the first to study Miller's method. In the future, Leon Pavlov also foresaw that it was this teaching that would lead to his end, and before leaving, he passed on his knowledge to Mikhail. Mikhail never suspected that this could happen, but now he is in the past, and he will have to return Miller's knowledge to Leon. The protagonist, grabbing the sword, warned the count that he would only show it a few times, so he needed to watch carefully. The guy grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands, held the weapon out in front of him, closed his eyes, and concentrated. Our hero activated his aura using Miller's method, as evidenced by the appearance of a characteristic engraving on his skin. The young mage held the hilt of the sword tightly with his hand. His entire body was enveloped in a powerful blue magical aura. The picture that Leon Pavlov saw before him caused him genuine surprise, because Mikhail used Miller's method. The guy couldn't believe his eyes and even started sweating from the tension. He repeated that this simply couldn't be. But when Mikhail activated his aura completely, Pavlov still had to acknowledge the fact that the guy had truly mastered this method. The young swordmaster was so shocked by what he saw that he collapsed to the floor and began calling what was happening some kind of madness. But not everything went smoothly. It was clear from Mikhail that something was not working out for him. The guy was very tense and clenched his teeth. The main character hoped to hold out in this state for at least a minute, but he couldn't hold out for even 30 seconds because he was a mage and not a swordsman. Mikhail deactivated his aura and hid his weapon, then asked the stunned Leon if he was convinced. Sitting on the floor, Pavlov suspected that Mikhail was not a magician, but the guy replied that he was 100% not a swordsman. The hero was worried whether he had managed to convince the young count and asked if it was enough to believe him. Pavlov still couldn't come to his senses after what he had seen. His hands were shaking, and he couldn't formulate a clear answer. The guy with platinum hair was so surprised that he grabbed his head with his hands and screamed at how difficult it all was. Leon was so eager to gain Miller's knowledge that he screamed at Mikhail to start teaching him right now in exchange for everything he demanded. Our hero agreed to start training, but Leon didn't even listen to him, being sure that Mikhail wouldn't agree right away. Pavlov's eyes widened in surprise when he realized that the boy had agreed to begin training that very day. The sword genius could not believe his ears and asked Mikhail to repeat what he said, to which he again agreed to teach Leon. Finally, Mikhail said that Pavlov would have to turn to the Walfurgises, since training on someone else's site is impossible. Leon found it hard to believe that our hero had agreed so easily, and when he started to leave, he asked where he was going. Waving his hand, Mikhail replied that they seemed to have already decided everything, so there was no need for him to stay here. Pavlov immediately screamed and tried to stop the young man, asking if he would really help if Leon turned to the Walfurgis family. He shouted after Mikhail, demanding that he promise not to deceive him, but our hero merely waved his hand as a sign of farewell and left. Count Pavlov continued to shout for the young magician to promise him that he would keep his word, but he silently walked toward the exit. A little tired Mikhail, with his eyes closed, calmly walked through the territory of the estate of the Rindle Count family, heading home. He had to open his eyes and stop when he suddenly heard a male voice calling his name. The guy didn't turn his head and immediately respond. He simply glanced at the person who called him. This man was Count Rindle, who wanted to speak with McCain one more time before he left the territory of his castle. The guy said he didn't think he was there and was going to say goodbye before leaving, and the man asked if he was leaving already. The hero concluded that this cunning old man had seen everything when he said that the young man had managed to get everything he wanted. Michael did not hide anything and said that it would certainly be easy for the Duke to master Miller's method. Duke Rindle looked at McCain as if through his soul and clarified that he had seen not just everything, but absolutely everything. But suddenly, the man bowed and said that he wanted to apologize to the Walpurgis family and ask them to choose a punishment for him. McCain watched the Duke's behavior with interest and distrust, because he knows that the man is aware of what our hero would like. Shamefully lowering his gaze, Rindle admitted that he had behaved unworthily, and the young man praised him for doing the right thing. Watching the Duke, Michael thought about how calm Rindle was and noted that this was how the head of the family should be. The heir of the Walpurgis family also decided to apologize for the commotion and expressed hope that the engagement with Leon Pavlov would be successful. A modest smile appeared on the bearded man's face when our young hero mentioned his daughter's engagement to the young count. Duke Rindle accused the young man of being too naive, since it was already clear that this engagement with Leon was doomed to failure. The man, hiding his anger at the guy, shared his opinion that everything turned out exactly as McCain wanted. The main character laughed and pretended not to understand what the Duke was talking about, but he thought that he had simply given Leon a choice. The Duke told the young man that Leon had a strong character, and he believed that until that moment, Pavlov had thought that the engagement had been broken off because of McCain. Covering his face with his hand, the man said that today, when Leon Pavlov met McCain, he realized that the reason for the cancellation of the engagement was hidden in something else. The man gasped and looked at our protagonist with his amber eyes as he prepared another question for him. Rindle, somewhat worried, asked our hero's opinion about whether the Duke would be able to regain the trust of the Walpurgis family. At that moment, the main character realized what had been making the man opposite him worry and worry all this time. With a good-natured smile, the young man replied that if the Duke so wished, the doors of his family's house would always be open to him. Afterwards, Michael asked what the Duke would do if his daughter Eileen had a reliable mentor to help her. The boy's unexpected question caught Duke Rindle off guard, and he was unable to answer it immediately. The man asked what Michael wanted to offer, to which the boy reminded him that the Duke would like to regain the Walpurgis' trust. The Duke wasn't thrilled with the idea of mentoring, as it sounded like the boy was saying they could have been taught better. Michael objected that he had meant something completely different, and the question was more about whether this training was the best possible. From the silence and thoughtful expression on the Duke's face, the boy realized that he probably thought the young man wanted to do something. The Walpurgis' heir smiled modestly when the Duke stated that he did not understand what kind of darkness lurked within the young mage. The hero bowed his head, an ambiguous wide smile appeared on his head, and he assured the Duke that he was mistaken. Mikhail returned home. His father came up to him and ruffled his hair, saying that he had heard some rumors. Marquis Walpurgis was overjoyed when he learned that his son was able to uncover the insidious plans of the Rindle family. The boy didn't like his father's words and called them heartless, to which Edward justified himself by saying that he was the only father who trusted his son so much. The man simply glowed with joy and pride for his child, and the main character noted how pleased his father looked. The Marquis turned around, indignant that Mikhail could no longer even be praised, and added that he was very proud that the family's honor had been restored. Edward sat down in a chair, leaning his hands on the bench, and informed Mikhail that during his absence a letter had arrived from the Duke. The man took it out and said that Rindle wanted to come to their house in person and apologize, which meant that he wanted to keep the conflict a secret. Marquis Walpurgis grinned because he understood that for the family of noble knights, the disclosure of such a case would be fatal. He said that thanks to Michael, their family was now in a better position, and besides, Duke Rindle's arrogance had always irritated Edward. The father began to interrogate his son about what the Duke had told him, to which he shared that Rindle had simply asked if he could regain their trust. Edward was curious about what Michael had said to the Duke, and the boy said that Rindle could do it if his intentions were sincere. The Marquis praised his son, saying that it didn't matter how they felt about that family. The main thing was not to show it so openly. Michael coped with the problem brilliantly, and as a reward, he decided to ask his father to fulfill one of his requests. He asked Marquis Walpurgis to entrust the matter with the Rindle family entirely to him, as he wished to see it through to the end on his own. Edward was somewhat surprised by the guy's determination and courage, and he admitted that Mikhail had made a great contribution to their family affairs. The main character was pleased that he was being praised, confirming his father's words that the guy had made a significant contribution to the family's reputation. Becoming more serious, Mikhail suggested that Edward stop being disingenuous and admit that if it weren't for the guy, the Marquis wouldn't even have noticed. The boy continued to try to convince his father to trust him with the matter, saying that Walpurgis himself had said that he trusted the boy. The man listened silently to his son's arguments, tapping his finger on the table, that he wanted to do everything, from start to finish, himself. Edward thinks that Duke Rindle is quite a smart man, and the whole world knows him as a talented knight. But this old fox is cunning. He warned his son that he must understand that Michael would have to meet the Duke face to face, and the young man was well aware of this. Despite his father's warnings, the protagonist was determined to see the matter through to the end, his gaze expressing confidence. In the end, Edward still agreed to hand over this matter to Mikhail, because the guy would have to deal with this one day anyway. The man said that he would see what would come of it, and our hero confidently promised that he would not disappoint his father. Hearing these words, Marquis Walpurgis fell silent for a moment, thinking over everything they had just come to during their conversation with his son. The man's gaze was not calm. He leaned his head against his hand and looked into space, clearly worried about the fate of his son and his family. The main character was about to leave, but he had to stop again and look at his father when he called him. The young mage's eyes even widened in surprise when his dad praised him for doing a good job today. Mikhail felt sincere gratitude for such apt and important praise for him, so he bowed before his father. Edward watched silently as his son left his office. Even though the family had achieved success today, there was no smile on the man's face. Marquis Walpurgis rose from his chair and sighed heavily, leaning his hands on the table. Something was gnawing at the man. The man was haunted by the fact that what had happened to his son, that his behavior had changed so much in recent days. Remembering his son when he was still a baby, Edward was not lying when he said that the boy had always had a weak character. Memories of how smiling and good-natured his child had been as a child came to mind. The man still found it difficult to accept the fact that perhaps the reason for the changes in the young man was that he was no longer a child. Edward tried to concentrate on his work again, slapped the table and said that he should prepare for his meeting with the Duke. He was ready to entrust this matter to his son, but still could not allow himself to remain completely on the sidelines. The Marquis wondered what he could do to the old man to allow rumors of the Rindle family's deception to come to light. Before Mikhail returned to the past, his family's reputation as the strongest mages had collapsed in an instant. The Walpurgis family would eventually collapse for only one reason, and that reason was internal conflict. Many members of the family fought among themselves for the right to become the head of the Walpurgis, which led to the collapse of the reputation. In this struggle for power, the old men were only used by our hero, so he soon had a hand in the destruction of his family. Walking along the corridors of his estate, Mikhail turned to his butler Morden, who obediently walked behind. He asked Morden if it was true that Viscount Nostra had visited their house 3 days before the engagement was broken to find Mikhail. The butler winked at his master and confirmed that everything was exactly as the protagonist described. Morden said that the arrival of Viscount Morden was not a big surprise for them, since Mikhail was the only heir. Viscount Nostra, an imposing man with luxurious hair, was a mage of the 7th Circle and an influential vassal of the Walpurgis family. From a young age, the Viscount helped McCain's father, Edward, which made him a trusted person of the family and was quite a capable magician. But Nostra had one big drawback, and that was the thirst for power, because he wanted to be not just a vassal, but the head of the Walpurgis family. The butler cast an anxious glance at his master and said that he thought he knew what our protagonist was thinking. McCain seemed to understand what Morden wanted to say, so he immediately dismissed his version and replied that that was not the issue at all. Realizing what a dangerous man Viscount Nostra was, the young man told the servants that he needed to be kept an eye on in this situation. Morden admitted that the boy's words made him think, and McCain wondered why. Grabbing the door handle, the young mage stopped abruptly when the butler explained that McCain had always been on the Viscount's side in the past. The protagonist fell silent for a moment, looking down thoughtfully, and paused before answering Morden. Without looking the butler in the face, the guy began to open the door and asked if he hadn't already told Morden something. The gray-haired man's expression changed greatly, and he was shocked when he heard that it was the Viscount who taught the boy the 3rd circle of magic. Here the butler could not contain his emotions and began to openly get angry at Nostra, but McCain asked him to be quiet. The unstable 3rd circle of magic that the guy had after the regression was taught to the main character by Viscount Nostra. When McCain managed to obtain the 3rd circle of magic with the help of training from Nostra, the guy initially felt joy. But now that the main character knows what awaits him in the next 20 years, he began to feel ashamed, which is why he even blushed. McCain knew the Viscount's intentions in advance and understood that he posed a threat to his family and that he needed to be eliminated now. Perhaps because Nostra had been Edward's friend during difficult times, the Marquis was never able to defeat his comrade. It was precisely the conflict between Viscount Nostra and Marquis Walpurgis that led to the beginning of the collapse of the reputation and the fall of our hero's family. But now that Michael has returned 20 years into the past, he will not allow Nostra to destroy the Walpurgises. Realizing that there was no point in delaying the elimination of the ill-wisher, McCain asked the butler to invite the Viscount to him. The request surprised Morden, because the Viscount Nostra magician was not one of those people who agreed to come at the first call. The boy smiled and told the butler not to worry, being sure that Nostra was now just waiting for McCain to call him. Our hero was right, and at his first request, Viscount Nostra soon entered the room where McCain was waiting for him. With a wide smile on his face, the man with the monocle turned to the hero, saying that he heard that he wanted to see him, and the guy invited him in. He confirmed when McCain asked if the butler had called him here, and said that he had heard that the boy had made his decision. The Viscount asked if our hero wanted him to teach him, to which the magician replied that he had another proposal for that. Nostra showed interest and, with a narrowed gaze, asked the boy what he wanted to offer him. The protagonist extended his hand and pointed his finger at the Viscount, then at himself, and then got straight to the point of the proposal. The young man decided to challenge his family's vassal, offering him a fight between just the two of them, without the use of magic circles. Although it was a long time ago, our hero still clearly remembered how his family began to collapse, when many turned against it and wanted to seize the Walpurgises. Because of the vicious Viscount Nostra and his treacherous betrayal, the boy and his family had to endure the darkest times. The part that managed to hold out until the end balanced between life and death for a long time. Against the backdrop of these events, demon followers appeared, people dressed in masks and black suits who fought against the Walpurgises. The Walpurgises were significantly weakened, and due to Edward's illness, he, as the head of the family, could not participate in the fight, as he was bedridden. Most of the powerful mages who were part of the family then decided to leave it, unable to cope with the pressure. McCain was one of the few who continued to fight, but when the family became too weak, he realized that he could not stop the enemies. But the main character was not the only powerful magician who remained in business. The Viscount also continued the fight. Nostra was always there, and for the young man, the Viscount was the last reliable one, because this magician was very talented. In the Walpurgis household, Viscount Nostra was the only sorcerer who possessed the 8th circle of magic, which made him the hope of the family. The others couldn't match his skill level, so the other mages watched the Viscount with bated breath. At that time, the main character did not yet suspect that the Viscount would turn out to be a traitor, and he himself placed great hopes on him. When Nostra joined, the boy was curious about what spell he would use against enemies and how he would pacify the demon followers. The young magician had high expectations about the Viscount, but in reality, everything turned out to be completely different, and the sorcerer did not live up to them. As the Viscount hid the rest of his family behind him and boldly went out to fight the demon followers, he dropped his staff to the ground. Instead of casting a spell, the man fell to his knees in front of his opponents and shouted that they surrendered, and that was the end. When McCain saw this, he realized that the last hope for his family had instantly collapsed and crumbled into dust. Viscount Nostra laid his head face down on the floor, as if bowing to the demonic followers, and that was the end of the Walpurgis family. The man's treacherous act enraged our hero, and now that he was able to return to the past, he decided to change everything. He offered to fight the Viscount, and although the guy doesn't know why Nostra did that, the magician intends to beat the crap out of the man. McCain's offer to fight one-on-one without the use of magic circles caught the Viscount off guard, and he even began to stutter. The man didn't understand what all this meant when the boy stated that he wanted to see the Viscount's true strength before he became his teacher. Our hero once again explained that he wanted to personally verify Nostra's abilities because he did not know how strong he really was. Stuttering, the Viscount asked why it was not enough for McCain that, thanks to him, the boy became a 3rd circle magician. The Viscount felt awkward. His body began to tremble with fear of the upcoming battle. When the boy replied that this was not enough for him, Nostra began to get angry because the man, as he believed, taught our hero everything, and he still dared to doubt his abilities. The young hero stood his ground, declaring that it was perfectly normal to back up one's words with actions, and not that difficult. Viscount Nostra calmed down a little, but did not quite understand what the boy opposite was talking about proving. The protagonist clarified that he wanted to measure his strength with the Viscount to see who was stronger, but the use of magic circles was prohibited. Michael solemnly swore in the name of Walpurgis that if he lost, he would agree to become the Viscount's apprentice. The man with the monocle did not immediately refuse the offer. He thought about the terms, closing his eyes. The guy explained that if McCain wins, the Viscount must agree to become our young hero's student. The prospect of McCain becoming the Viscount's teacher even made the man smile, and he agreed to accept the challenge. Afterwards, the Viscount went to his chambers. He stood by the window, his hands folded behind his back, and laughed, remembering McCain's proposal. The man was not at all afraid to fight the guy, thinking that he was much weaker than him, and even called the upcoming fight a gift from fate. It might seem that fighting without magic circles would put the Viscount at a disadvantage, but the experienced mage was confident in his abilities. The Viscount walked to the edge of the cliff, bent down, and looked down, saying about McCain that this was the limit for a beginner. In the Nostra's opinion, although Michael had the noble blood of the powerful Walpurgis mages, he was a newcomer. For the Viscount, our main character was a simple child who had not yet fully experienced this world, not suspecting that McCain already had a lot of experience. The magician of the 8th circle, looking out the window, came to the conclusion that the guy was living in some kind of illusions and imagined himself to be the hero of a fairy tale. Nostra did not seek to become the head of the family. He only wanted to achieve a position in which the head could not influence him. Realizing that the fight with McCain would be his chance to enter the history of the Walpurgis family of mages, he raised his hands up. The Viscount was sure that since it was he who made our hero a 3rd circle magician, now McCain would beg to become his teacher. In the Viscount's chambers, his loud, evil laughter burst out, and he shouted that he would become his teacher and the center of the Walpurgis family. The next day, McCain, while Fergus's humble servant Morden hurriedly ran down the corridor to tell the hero something. He found his master and shouted at him as if something serious had happened, and the hero cast a surprised glance at him. The Walpurgis heir saw that the butler had come to him and asked the out-of-breath old man to come inside. Morden's face was covered in horror. He asked the guy what he was doing, because rumors had already spread that the guy had challenged the Viscount to a fight. The butler was stunned when his master, immediately being completely calm, confirmed all the rumors regarding the battle with Nostra. The protagonist realized that Viscount Nostra had already begun to act, which meant that the young man could no longer back down. This even made the guy happy, which was reflected on his face in the form of a smile, because this is exactly what he needed. The idea of fighting the experienced magician Viscount clearly did not please the butler, and he did not understand why his master did this. McCain did not share the man's concern and asked him not to fuss, but Morden could not calm down and continued to be indignant. Even the butler's words that in case of loss, Nostra would become his teacher, and thus the guy would give him even more power, were not an argument for the hero. Seeing how indifferent and calm McCain was, the butler Morden opened his mouth in shock and horror. Morden tried to explain to the boy that the Viscount was a cunning and slippery man, and not worthy of being McCain's teacher, and the magician replied that he knew this very well. The hero could not help but know this, because in his head the memories of how the Viscount fell at his feet and bowed to the followers of the demons were still alive. Morden did not understand why McCain did this if he understood everything, to which he received the explanation that this way the young man would be able to hook Nostra. Michael asked if the butler knew why the Viscount still remained in the Walpurgis family after everything he had done. Morden stammered that the Viscount was still close to the family because he had been close to the Marquis Edward in his youth. The butler was right, because Nostra was both a colleague and a friend to McCain's father, and Edward would never throw him out, because he had many pleasant memories associated with him. After calmly listening to the protagonist, the butler agreed with him that the Marquis was unlikely to kick the Viscount out of the family. Pointing his thumb at himself, the protagonist declared that for this reason he intended to drive the Viscount out of the family on his own. In our hero's opinion, a one-on-one battle with Nostra will demonstrate what nasty deeds a man is capable of. The stakes for Michael Walpurgis and Viscount Nostra as magicians were very high. Magic is complemented by words. At stake was a promise that had been sealed by the heroes, and if it was broken, the mage would literally be rejected by magic. This meant that if Michael succeeded in winning the battle, he would gain complete dominance over the Viscount. Gaining control over Nostra and preventing it from causing the complete collapse of the Walpurgises was what our hero was striving for. The butler agreed that his master's plan was good, but it could not be ruled out that the Viscount would win. Worried about McCain, Morden tried to make sure that our young hero was confident that he would defeat the Viscount. This question made the main character smirk, because he was no longer that young boy, but an experienced magician, although the butler did not know it. Winking, McCain promised Morden that Viscount Nostra would never be able to defeat him in the upcoming battle. The expression on our hero's face radiated complete and unshakable confidence in his victory over Viscount Nostra. But this did not calm the butler down. He was clearly worried that the fight could end in failure for the guy, and asked him again if he was sure. The guy explained that according to the rules of the battle, both participants would be in absolutely equal conditions. The butler was still not delighted with the whole idea. His lips trembled with fear, and he listened silently to his master. Morden asked if McCain was serious now, when he stated that in battle the Viscount would use the same magic as our hero. This was another blow for the butler. The elderly man could not stand it, and reached into the inside pocket of his jacket. The man took out a letter of resignation from there and said that he was leaving, because the longer he listened to the guy, the closer he was to a heart attack. The main character did not accept the resignation letter, but cast the fire spell, and the piece of paper instantly turned to ashes. The butler looked sadly at the resignation letter destroyed by the magician, and McCain simply asked Morden to trust him. Morden hinted that with the fourth circle of magic, our young hero would be unable to defeat an experienced magician. The older man looked away and said no when the protagonist asked if he was confident in the Viscount's abilities. McCain said that, in any case, there was no need to worry, because the guy would not have challenged Nostra if he had not been confident of victory. The butler sincerely did not understand why the young man was so confident that he would be able to defeat the experienced sorcerer, and asked the guy about it. The protagonist stated, being brief in his story, that all 7 circles of Viscount Nostra's magic are lies and shams. McCain looked closely at his butler, expecting a new reaction from the elderly man after another portion of shocking information. Morden was speechless and didn't know what to say to the guy, so he silently looked him straight in the eyes, trying to digest what he heard. The man reached into his pocket again for a new resignation letter, but the boy immediately warned Morden that he would not accept it. McCain asked Morden to listen and explained that in order to obtain the higher circles of magic, one must first obtain the initial ones, and this is obvious. But Viscount Nostra skipped all these steps, although he said that he followed the sequence of training, but this does not seem to be true. Forming magic circles in non-standard ways requires a lot of effort, but the hero still believes that Viscount is not a real magician. While Fergus is certain that Nostra is simply faking its power, and that its 7th circle magic is nothing more than an illusion. The guy became curious about what would happen to the Viscount if he had to use his magical power for real. Battles where spells have to be cast every second are nothing compared to the showiness that the Viscount practices. Therefore, the protagonist knew that even if his opponent was trained in more spells than he would not be able to win. Thinking about how the Viscount's magical skills were nothing more than a dummy, Michael Walpurgis smirked. Edward Walpurgis couldn't believe his ears when his son came to him shortly afterwards to shock him with the news. Michael announced that the Marquis would soon be treated to a spectacle in which his son and fellow Viscount Nostra would engage in a magical duel. The man stood up silently and hung his head down when the boy asked him to come and honor the participants with his presence. The father said that not even a day had passed since the boy promised to finish the matter with the Rindle family on his own. The news of McCain's upcoming battle with the Viscount clearly enraged the Marquis, and he slammed his fist on the table. The head of the family accused his son of talking nonsense and asked him to come to his senses, otherwise he would hit him on the head so that the young man would come to his senses. The protagonist, standing in the Marquis's office, looked seriously at his father and declared that there was not a grain of humor in his words. Resting his forehead on his hand, the man said that he had not taught McCain magic for that reason, and then asked what he had thought up again. Our hero glanced sideways at his father, realizing from the expression on his face that a thought had also flashed through his head. Seeing how worried his father was, the young man understood that the Marquis did not like the prospect of McCain becoming a disciple of Nostra. Edward Walpurgis did not immediately understand McCain when he confidently stated that he did not intend to lose to his opponent. The man was surprised by his son's words that he was obliged to win and make the Viscount his student. The boy didn't understand what this thing was for when his father stood up and took out a wooden battle, declaring that it was a textbook and that he would now hammer knowledge into him. Realizing that his dad wanted to beat him with a club, the main character smiled and asked Edward what this nonsense was about. Walpurgis sincerely did not understand why McCain, being a sane person, was saying such nonsense with a completely serious face. The main character was well aware of the reason for his father's concern and was understanding about it, so he smiled silently. He opened his eyes again and looked at the Marquis, saying that Viscount Nostra was a vassal of their family, trying to convey something to the man. Given this fact, Michael did not understand why the heir of the Walpurgis family should follow the lead of some servant. After these words, the expression on the head of the family's face became restless. He did not quite understand what Mikhail meant by the words, "on the lead." Tapping the bat against his hand, the Marquis asked his son how the boy, who had only recently reached the 4th circle of magic, could be so confident of victory. The son reassured his father, saying that he would not have invited the Viscount to a duel if he had not been 100% sure, and the man asked what would happen if he still lost. The protagonist replied that if he lost, he would have to agree to become the Viscount's apprentice. Edward didn't like this idea and said that was the whole problem, after which he hit the table with his bat. The man was very angry with Mikhail. In despair, he lowered his head down and asked what he should do with him now. He looked at his son with a furious expression on his face, asking if he understood what he wanted to do to him now. The father's anger made our hero feel tense, and in an awkward situation, he began to laugh, trying to diffuse the situation. The hero remembered that his dad always threatens to break his legs when this happens, so he promised to give up his legs for the sake of peace in the family. The conversation with the Marquis was over, and the guy took hold of the door handle to open it and leave, glad that the issue with the duel was resolved. When the boy left his father's office, he breathed a sigh of relief, because now nothing would stop him from fighting the Viscount. Edward Walpurgis gave him the go-ahead, so the only thing left for him to do was to deal with Nostra once and for all. Mikhail knew that the Viscount was now 100% confident in his victory and believed that it could not be otherwise. The main character suspected that the man was probably now thinking about how he could use Mikhail for his own purposes. The guy was sure that the Viscount wanted to use the victory in the duel to seize power in the family in the future. The young man laughed, because the person who wanted to seize power was a man who had never been a real magician, even before Mikhail's regression. He felt great anger towards the man who had caused the Walpurgis' downfall and said that he would definitely crush him. Our hero went to the Walpurgis training hall and noted that everything was the same as before, and the room would probably withstand attacks from the sixth circle of magic. The family's center of magical practice was a place where a huge number of different tools were stored, including magical staves. The protagonist carefully examined the training hall to make sure that the room would definitely withstand all the blows. To make sure that anything could be done in the hall, Mikhail cast the flash spell, and purple light poured out of his palm. The young mage released a bright stream of purple light from his hand, which began to fly around the training hall. Mikhail was focused on the spell. Putting his hand forward, he controlled the flash, which belonged to the magic of the first circle. Flash was a simple spell, but the simpler it is, the more options there are for using it, something many experienced mages forget. For example, this spell can be used not to direct the flash precisely to the target, but to control the flow of energy. The main character also decided to use the spell in an unusual way and beckoned with his index finger to the flow of energy. With this approach, the difficulty of use increases. After the hero's actions, the flow of energy began to jump from side to side throughout the hall. In such a situation, a more precise calculation of coordinates is required, and if the rotation angle is calculated correctly, the difficulty increases to the fifth circle of magic. When the young mage successfully calculated the coordinates of the flash, he added another spell, saying the word explosion. An unusual purple explosion with a powerful impact force immediately thundered from the ceiling of the training room. Having verified this in practice, the guy realized that it was possible to forcibly detonate the flow of mana contained in the flash. But even with such minor manipulations, mana must be controlled, which is the difference between higher and lower magicians. Mikhail concluded that his ability to control energies was not much different from his past, even though his body had become 20 years younger. Having dealt with the spells, the main character thought about what else he could do, because there was still an hour left before the duel with the Viscount. The boy decided to amuse himself by trying out a few more spells in the training room, and his hand immediately released a stream of mana. Before the hero regressed, the Viscount was his teacher, and everything he taught the boy was completely a lie. Nostra, without a twinge of conscience, deceived the guy only in order to get a new circle of magic as quickly as possible, but he could not rise above the 8th circle. The protagonist is lucky that after the regression, all his magic circles were reset, and now he can start over. The guy thanked himself for his talent, because if he didn't have a unique gift, he wouldn't have been able to start everything over again. Michael Valfurgis massaged his hands to prepare for battle and realized that the time had come to enter the duel. The Viscount was already walking towards the training room. He was quietly laughing and remembering his comrade and colleague Edward. As he walked towards Michael, Nostra turned to the Marquis, who was not there, saying that he had no idea about anything. The Viscount sincerely believed that Edward had no idea that if the man began to teach Michael, he would become the pillar of the Walpurgis family. The 8th Circle Mage had to abruptly interrupt his thoughts out loud because an unknown force struck him right in the chest. The man with the monocle groaned in unbearable pain, a grimace of suffering appeared on his face, and he grabbed his jacket with his hand. Viscount Nostra began to cough, clutching his chest. The pain was so severe that the powerful mage fell to his knees. Unable to move on after a stroke of unknown origin, the Viscount sat on the red carpet when he was called. The man turned around and saw a familiar person there. He greeted him, calling him Your Excellency. It was Marquis Edward Walpurgis, who asked if Nostra had made a bet with his son, to which the Viscount replied that Michael himself had suggested it. Nostra said that the bet with the young heir was a great success for him, and he believed that the boy needed a worthy mentor. Edward replied that he remembered how Viscount Nostra had always been there, and supported the Marquis from a young age, helping him through difficult situations. Looking at his comrade with a degree of contempt, the head of the family said that this was the only reason he was now simply watching what he was doing. Viscount Nostra realized that Edward was in a bad mood, so he sat with a sad face, not daring to look the Marquis in the eyes. Afterwards, the man raised his head and respectfully thanked him for how Edward had always taken care of him and promised to never forget it. The magician added that for this reason, the Marquis was willing to give him a chance, and Edward understood how his comrade saw the situation. The Marquis decided to end the conversation and concluded that there was no need to talk about this before the duel with McCain. Walpurgis left Nostra alone, and he remained standing in the middle of the corridor, looking after Edward with his staff in his hand. As our young hero was warming up in the last minutes before the fight, his father entered the training room and asked if McCain was ready. The boy was glad that his father had decided to come to the duel, and the Marquis tried to maintain his arrogant image. The head of the Valfurgis family sat down in his place of honor to watch the upcoming duel from there. The man stated that he was the only one who would watch the duel, and no one but him would know the outcome of the fight. He strictly warned the guy that the consequences would be severe and no one would be able to deny the result, so he should think again. With a wide smile on his face, Nostra, who had also come to the training hall, said that the gentleman himself had chosen this path. The Viscount stood before Michael and addressed him, saying that being the sole heir of the Walpurgises was not easy. In the last moments before the start of the duel, our hero was absolutely calm. His face did not express any worries or fear. Edward Valfurgis looked down to make sure everything was ready for the fight to begin and to announce the start. Everything was ready for the duel to begin. The head of the family extended his hand forward and made a hand gesture to use a magic technique. Large chains containing a large charge of mana released into space by Edward began to fly around the training hall. The Viscount and Mikhail looked up, watching as those massive blue magical chains formed a dome above them. Nostra said he agreed when Edward announced that he was sealing his magic circles, and for the rest of the duel he could use magic up to the 5th circle. The man was in a good mood and believed in his victory, so he asked the guy with a smile if he was ready. The main character also had no doubt that he would defeat the enemy, so he confidently answered that he was ready. Immediately, Nostra decided to attack, and asking to be allowed to show the boy something, he extended his staff and used magic against Mikhail. Viscount Nostra cast a slow spell on the enemy. The tip of the staff activated and released green mana. The protagonist admitted that the move to immediately use such magic was quite smart, because it is easier to win when the enemy is slowed down. Michael responded by gesturing with his hand and casting the confusion spell, causing Nostra's gaze to cloud over. The confusion had a strong effect on the Viscount, but he had no idea that the boy was capable of such powerful spells. Nostra grabbed his head. He could not at that moment adequately answer the guy with a new spell, because his mind was clouded. McCain was still under the slow spell, but he took advantage of the moment and reduced the distance between him and his opponent. Writhing, Nostra did not understand how this was possible, because the confusion spell is the most difficult for a fourth circle mage. Casting a haughty glance at the duelist, the young mage replied that he didn't need to know, which made Nostra smile. The Viscount was ready to continue the duel. He again pointed his staff forward, and the pearl at its end lit up with a purple light. The man decided to use 2 spells against the boy at once and activated the fireball and windblade techniques. Nostra wanted to use 2 elements at once against the guy, which strengthen each other, and whirlwinds of fire and wind appeared in the hall. He began to threaten Walpurgis that he would teach him a lesson now, and said that the difference in magic circles was not only in the types of spells used. Without giving McCain a chance to counterattack, the Viscount cast the Earth Rupture spell, after which the floor beneath the boy began to collapse. The Walpurgis family's training room was collapsing before our eyes, and rocks and fiery sparks began to fly from the ceiling towards our hero. Spreading his legs wide to keep from falling, the boy watched as powerful streams of magical fire and wind raged above him. The spells were powerful, but the young mage remained confident in his victory, and his opponent's tricks did not impress him much. To counteract the Viscount's destructive power, the boy cast a barrier spell that should protect him. The protagonist managed to successfully protect himself from the Viscount's magical fire and wind with the help of an invisible barrier. Michael Walpurgis stood inside a transparent cube with green honeycombs that had materialized around him to protect him from the Nostra's spells. Our hero had time to think, and he admitted that logically, Viscount Nostra was right about the circles of magic. It is quite natural that the main character, who has only recently reached the 4th circle of magic, cannot block the opponent's attacks. However, the art of magic is a very unfair thing, which cannot be said about the ability to wield a sword. No matter how hard a swordsman tries, his body cannot overcome the difference between physical abilities and aura, but in magic, everything is different. Michael was ready to counterattack his opponent, for which he concentrated and directed his palm towards Nostra. The boy cast the flash spell he had been practicing for an hour before the fight started, and a stream of mana shot out of his hand. It was clear from the Viscount that he was not at all impressed by the answer. After all, it was a simple spell of the 1st circle of magic. The protagonist clarified that the flash was multi-charged, which greatly increased the power of the spell, and many streams of light began to emerge from his palm. The Viscount simply stood there and watched as the boy used a multi-charge flash against him, streams of purple mana rushing towards him. Afterwards, McCain began to perfect the spell, chanting the words free control, rational use of mana, and multiple explosions. Nostra froze and simply watched as the hero used complex magic against him with precise penetration and direction changes. The Viscount was so powerless in this situation, realizing the superiority of his enemy, that he dropped his main weapon, a staff, on the floor. The young hero didn't stop improving his flash, and also added control and expansion of the attack area to it. The modest beams of violet light turned into powerful fiery whirlwinds after McCain spoke his words. The Viscount, amazed by what he saw, understood that this was far from the magic of the 1st circle, and the guy's spells were far beyond it. Nostra asked the protagonist how he, being a simple 4th-level mage, was able to achieve such mastery. The protagonist, whose face was covered by his hair, asked the opponent to let the guy show him something. He pointed his palm at his opponent, intending to demonstrate to the Viscount what real magic was. Nostra was taken aback and panicked when all the streams of magical power, at Michael's command, were directed in his direction. The Viscount immediately decided to cast a shield spell and pointed his staff upward to protect himself from the enemy's flash. The man laughed as he managed to shield himself, and then asked if the boy seriously thought he could defeat him with flash. But our hero did not lose his head, and in response to this he cast the explosion spell to destroy the opponent's shield. All the streams of light were directed to one point, where the Viscount was at that moment, and a powerful explosion thundered, which destroyed the shield. In horror, Nostra did not understand where the young man got such ability to control mana. In place of his shield, there was only gray smoke. The man asked how he did it, to which McCain explained that all it took was a dirty trick and a little calculation. The Viscount began to shout and complain that Walpurgis was playing against the rules and had definitely used a forbidden technique against the man. The ridiculous accusations from the enemy enraged our hero, and in anger he punched the wooden wall. Looking at the Viscount with hatred in his eyes, McCain asked him to watch his language, because he was already crossing all boundaries. He removed his hand from the wall, leaving a large dent, and said that he was fighting the Nostra now as a member of the Walpurgis family. Nostra was ashamed, and he moderated his ardor, and McCain asked the man to prove that the protagonist was using forbidden magic. Out of despair, the Viscount fell to his knees, his body shaking, until the hero did not believe that a man of Nostra's stature had missed a very important thing. The Eighth Circle magician had no face. He felt very depressed due to the enemy's superiority, and said that it was all a lie. Seeing that our hero had managed to take complete control over his opponent, McCain smiled, savoring how he was dominating Nostra. The guy said that he accepted his answer, and at that moment he again released several streams of powerful mana from his palm and directed them towards the enemy. Kneeling, the Viscount raised his head and saw 3 large fiery arrows surrounded by whirlwinds flying straight towards him. All he could do was try to protect himself, so the man cast the shield spell again, which would protect him from the flash. But the experienced magician failed. McCain's mana streams reached their target, and then a powerful explosion was heard. The explosion hit the Viscount, the shockwave threw him back, and he collapsed, shaking with pain and fear, and because of the smoke he began to cough and choke. Our hero had no plans to spare the enemy, so he asked Nostra to stand up, because they were not finished yet. The Viscount was extremely indignant. He clenched his teeth in anger, not understanding why the guy could perform such complex spells so easily. The man rose to his knees and wiped his face with his hand, admitting that the young man had performed well, and appeared before the magician in an unexpected form. The hero was still in control of the flashes in the air around him when the Viscount declared that he now intended to show himself in action. With a malicious smile on his face, the Viscount declared that McCain would now see what the power of a 7th Circle mage meant. In response, our hero reacted with lightning speed, sending all controlled energy flows straight at the Viscount. But this time, McCain's opponent managed to protect himself, and materialized a double protective dome around himself, so he did not receive any damage. Mikhail's mood worsened when he saw that his flashes were disabled and no longer controllable. Nostra managed to completely neutralize the main character's attack because he protected himself with a double shield. With a mad expression on his face, the Viscount cast the multi-shot attack spell, holding his palm out in front of him to attack the boy. Fiery vortices formed around the Viscount, and 3 powerful streams of magical energy shot upward. Edward, who was watching the duel closely, expressed dissatisfaction because the Viscount used a spell of the 4th Circle of magic. He could no longer watch while sitting, and stood up from his seat to help his son if necessary, because the magician had improved his attack to his level. Marquis Walpurgi felt angry. He covered his face with his hand, thinking about how Nostra used 3 spells of the 4th Circle at the same time. He looked at his old comrade with hatred and realized what Viscount Nostra had been hiding from him all this time. Nostra burst into loud, evil laughter because Michael would not be able to resist the strongest spell, 4 circles, 3 fire spears. The Viscount rejoiced, thinking that this spell would be his victory, and he grabbed the fabric of his clothes with his hand. The man couldn't stop gloating. He stood and laughed loudly, watching the fiery spears darting through the air. Shouting that it was the end, the Viscount pointed his magic staff at McCain, and 3 fiery spears flew straight at our hero. Powerful streams of magical fire reached their target, and a thick cloud of black smoke formed in the place where McCain stood. Edward Walpurgis was disappointed. He sat back down and looked down, admitting that Viscount Nostra had been right. The man was overjoyed. A wide smile shone on his face, and he told McCain that the victory would be his. But just a second later, his facial expression changed dramatically, and the man was shocked when he saw something in front of him. Through the wall of thick smoke, the Viscount noticed the silhouette of his rival. McCain stood steadfastly on his feet, asking Nostra if this was all. The fire spears did not hit the guy. He grabbed one of the spears and held it tightly, and then declared that it was his turn now. McCain's father was also deeply struck by what he saw. He watched the picture in front of him with his mouth wide open. Viscount Nostra couldn't believe his eyes, and in confusion, he asked the protagonist how he was able to stop the fiery spear. The guy held his hand almost to the very tip of the magic spear, which was a fiery stream of mana, and did not receive damage from it. When asked how he stopped it, the young man replied that it was easy and simple, and then, with a movement of his hand, he dissolved the fiery spear in the air. The Viscount was very angry because our hero had only recently reached the fourth circle of magic, and was already able to stop the man's attack. McCain didn't understand what the Viscount was talking about, because the ability to control magic is a much more important skill than magic itself. The whole difference was in talent, and no matter how hard a magician tried, without talent, he would not be able to defeat a gifted sorcerer. That is what all magic is about. Learning magic defies logic, but Viscount Nostra, being an experienced sorcerer, did not understand this, so he held the staff with a trembling hand. The main character's words made the Viscount angry. He was outraged that McCain wanted to say that he was a more talented magician than Nostra. Smiling broadly, the protagonist asked him what he was doing wrong and suggested that he try to prove otherwise if the guy was wrong. Viscount Nostra accepted Michael's offer, dropped his staff, and pointed his palm at the boy to cast a new spell. The man held his hands out in front of him, spread his fingers wide, and bent down slightly to accurately attack his opponent. In his rage, the Viscount cast spells, first activating Ice Spear, then Demonic Hand and Thorn Attack. The training hall was in chaos. Magical spears of different colors filled the space, and they were all directed at the guy. But the young magician did not change his tradition and decided to counterbalance by casting the flash spell again, which he had already used earlier. A real confrontation began between the two participants of the exciting duel. They attacked each other simultaneously. The protagonist responded to several of the Viscount's powerful spells by releasing multiple controlled bursts of magic. The Viscount was taken aback again, because our hero managed, without much effort, to interrupt his attack with a simple spell. Michael Walpurgis replied that he needed calculations for this, and nothing more, which baffled the Viscount. Afterwards, our hero decided to use a new spell against the enemy and cast multi-charge attack. His next move was another flash spell, and many powerful fire magic arrows flew towards his opponent. The amazed Viscount Nostra stood as if enchanted, watching as many flashes flew straight at him. Holding his hand in front of him to control his attack, the protagonist addressed the Viscount, saying that he was able to protect himself with a shield before. And now the boy wondered if Nostra would be able to defend himself when McCain used an attack 10 times more powerful against him. Recalling with a grin how the Viscount had trained him, the hero said that someone had once told him that explosions were a real art. After about 10 powerful streams of magical energy were directed straight at the Viscount, the man waited in confusion for the attack. In a panic, Nostra decided to cast the shield spell again, and he opened his mouth, but he couldn't pronounce it the first time. The man was terrified of Michael's powerful flashes and screamed at the top of his lungs, trying to activate the shield. But the very next moment, in the place where McCain's opponent stood, a powerful explosion was heard, and the training hall was filled with fire and smoke. Viscount Nostra didn't have enough time to activate the shield, so the man took damage and began coughing from the smoke and pain. To finish off the Viscount, when he was weakened by the explosion, The protagonist cast the confusion spell when he approached the enemy. While Nostra was still unable to think, Walpurgis ran up to the man and struck him in the face with his hand, causing him to lose his balance. A red bruise appeared on the Viscount's face. The blow had left him unable to fight any further, and he coughed in pain. Mikhail's eyes were clouded with hatred for the Nostra. He had no intention of stopping the attack, and cast the flash spell again. 4 streams of light immediately flew out of the protagonist's palm, which Mikhail will use to finish off his opponent. Flashes began to circle around the Viscount, who was in a completely helpless state and screaming in pain. All beaten and wounded, Nostra could not continue like this any longer. He began to beg the master to wait and stop the attack. Stuttering, the Viscount wanted to shout that he surrendered, but he did not have time to do so, and the protagonist again hit him with his fist, but this time right in the nose. Our hero had no intention of sparing his enemy. He angrily ordered Nostra to shut up and just keep his mouth shut. Mikhail continued to beat the man, holding him by the collar. Doing this was one of the items on the list of most desired things. He once made a list of things he wanted to do before he died, but he didn't even get half of them done before he regressed. But the guy had the opportunity to do one thing right now, so he decided to beat the Viscount with his fists without using magic. Nostra could no longer resist. The boy held him by the collar so that he would not fall and continued to beat him, but then his father called him. The hero could not stop. His mind was completely clouded with rage. He struck more and more blows without a shred of pity, not paying attention to his father's voice. Mikhail came to his senses a little and returned to reality when Edward Walpurgis shouted his name for the 3rd time. The Marquis grabbed his son by the wrist to stop him from beating the Viscount and told him to stop. It was all over. Anger overcame the boy's common sense. He shouted that he would not stop, because the Viscount was not asking him to spare him. Edward shouted that the guy had beaten Nostra all over his face, so there was nothing left to say, which was true, because the man was already lying unconscious on the floor. The boy justified himself to his father by saying that the Viscount was not showing any signs of wanting to surrender, but in fact, Nostra was making a hand signal that he wanted to stop the fight. The Marquis showed his fist and asked his son to look at his veins. Mikhail said that he understood that violence breeds more violence. The head of the Walpurgis family glanced at the beaten Viscount and asked him if the man was ready to accept defeat in a duel. The man's face was swollen from the blows. He could not speak clearly, so he lay on the floor and made incomprehensible sounds. Edward took this as an agreement to accept defeat because, in any case, the Viscount's condition would not allow him to continue the duel. The protagonist asked his father to deal the final blow to the Viscount, but the Marquis did not listen to him and cast a teleport spell to remove Nostra. The spell worked successfully, and a moment later Viscount Nostra disappeared, leaving behind a small fog. The duel was officially over, but Edward was in no hurry to talk to his son. He silently turned around and began to leave. Then, without looking his son in the eye, the man said his son's name, and he replied that he was listening carefully to his father. Marquis Walpurgis admitted that Mikhail's skills had grown so much that he had not expected to see anything like this today. He praised his heir, saying that such skills were possessed by a magician who existed long ago and was called an apostle. The main character hastened to calm his father down. He looked at him with a kind smile and said that it was just a coincidence. Michael's words did not immediately convince Edward, and his resemblance to the apostle still bothered him, so he asked if his son was telling the truth. Then our young hero understood perfectly well what kind of magician who lived in ancient times and was called an apostle his father was talking about. The powerful sorcerer to whom Edward Walpurgis compared his son was called the Twilight Mage. This man, because of his skills, was banished from all the places where he tried to shelter himself, and, in the end, the man disappeared without a trace. Mikhail was a little offended by his father's words, so he made a claim that his father underestimated him too much. The boy said that the skills demonstrated in the duel were not difficult, but the Marquis replied that one must be very talented to control power at such a level. Edward flattered the hero, remembering his own words about how he was born with such talent, and the guy responded in kind, saying that he was still his son. Marquis Walpurgis decided to put an end to the pointless argument by declaring that if the boy said so, then he would believe him. The man then asked if this was why the hero had actually called him here, and if his son simply wanted to show what he could do. Edward explained that Viscount Nostra was simply his friend and was not suitable as a teacher, and his son would hardly have entertained the idea of studying with him. The head of the Walpurgis family was determined to find out why his heir had invited him to watch this duel. Mikhail's father was absolutely right, and the main character admitted to himself that he would never have judged his teacher in such a cruel way. The boy smiled modestly, hiding his gaze, and told his father that there was nothing special and that today he had simply given in to his emotions. Then the main character asked the Marquis if he had thought about throwing the Viscount out of the family and depriving him of his vassal status. The guy understood why the Marquis didn't want to kick out Nostra, because he was the only man he considered equal to himself, and being the head of the family is lonely. The hero admitted that he didn't like the whole situation, but knowing what kind of person his dad was, he wouldn't risk everything without reason. Mikhail confirmed this when the head of the family asked him if he had acted in this way for this very reason. The young mage pointed his thumb at himself, moving closer to his father, and spoke again to Marquis Walpurgis. He stunned his father by declaring that from now on he intended to keep Vicomte Nostra, Edward's friend, on a short leash. It was clear from Edward that he was not delighted with the news, but Mikhail was doing all this only so that what his father had spent so long building would not be destroyed. Some time passed, and Viscount Nostra was resting after the battle in his chambers, calling the duel with Mikhail some kind of nonsense. The man was confused to the point of madness. He grabbed his head with his hands, not understanding how he lost to such an inexperienced youth. The Viscount felt hopeless, realizing that Edward Walpurgis had witnessed the duel and that nothing could be changed now. Nostra was talking out loud to himself, asking what he should do now. The man was very depressed. He looked up when suddenly someone answered him that the Viscount had lost, so now he would answer for his words. In front of him stood Mikhail, with a wide smile on his face, who reminded the loser that they had agreed on something before the battle. The Viscount's mood fell even more when he remembered that now that he had lost, he would have to become the apprentice of the younger Walpurgis. The man waved his hand, giving the boy a sign that he wanted to think it over, and a thought crept into his head, which he began to ponder. The Viscount found it strange that Michael, knowing from the start that he would win, set the condition of becoming a teacher for Nostra. Nostra began to guess why the main character had come up with exactly these conditions for the duel. The Eighth Circle mage suspected that all of this was planned with some more nefarious purpose than simply humiliating the Viscount. The Viscount came to the conclusion that Michael had set up a test for him, so he still had a chance to turn everything to his advantage. The hero brought Nostra back to the conversation and asked if he understood what the guy meant, to which the Viscount replied that this was the future of his family. The magician's answer made the guy laugh. He grabbed the back of the chair and moved it to sit down, and then asked the man to continue speaking. The Viscount said that Michael had long hidden the fact that he wanted revenge on Duke Rindle after what their family had done. The main character seemed to have kept his mouth shut and did not answer his duel opponent, but only silently looked into his eyes. The Viscount's expression became more positive as a new idea came into his head, and he decided to share it with Mikhail. The man solemnly spread his arms out to the sides, smiled broadly, and declared that he intended to help the main character do this. The young magician sat silently, his arms folded across his chest, and did not respond to Nostra's words about Michael wanting revenge. The Viscount's face showed that he was confident that he was right, and he looked the boy straight in the eyes, waiting for his answer. Despite Nostra's efforts to wriggle out of it and improve his position, our young hero smirked contemptuously. The Viscount was saddened again, and could not even believe his ears when the main character answered no to the offer to help. Herr Walpurgis accused the man of talking too much, calling him his student, and asked Nostra to call him his teacher. Nostra was confused and embarrassed, and the fact that the guy rejected his offer made him genuinely indignant. The Viscount still couldn't believe that the fact that he would have to become Mikhail's student was not some kind of bad joke. The protagonist once again confirmed that he intended to become the Viscount's teacher, and the man realized that the guy was not joking at all. He looked at the young man and realized that he looked serious, so the experienced magician would now have to come to terms with the new reality. Nostra began to panic, sweat running down his face from worry. He didn't want to become the guy's student at all, and wanted to prevent it by any means necessary. The man did not lose hope of reaching an agreement. He reminded the hero that he was a seventh circle magician and a good friend of his father, Edward. Nostra was frightened when our hero did not want to listen to his excuses and strictly ordered him to stop this bazaar. Michael Valfergus, realizing his superiority over the Viscount, hit the man's wooden table with his index finger. The guy said with all seriousness that as a Viscount, a man must understand that a promise made by a magician cannot be broken. The protagonist understood that Viscount Nostra could not help but know this, and the magician would have to fulfill his promise. Magicians make promises to each other in magic circles, and if it is broken, the circles of the unscrupulous sorcerer will be destroyed. Nostra was outraged to the limit. He jumped up and started shouting at the young man, declaring that he was older and had more circles of magic. The man did not understand how the boy imagined this, and where had it been seen that a young man could raise such an experienced magician. McCain understood that the Viscount would definitely try to get out of this, which he told the man opposite him. The main character's words caught Nostra off guard. He looked at the boy in confusion, not knowing how to get out of it now. Nostra, who had lost all hope, collapsed into his chair and accepted his fate of becoming the disciple of a boy much younger than himself. Our hero's mentorship of the Viscount began. Both heroes went out into the fresh air, and McCain called his student. Nostra's expression showed that he was not at all happy to become the hero's student, but he obediently called him teacher. The man trembled with anger and injustice, but he understood that he would have to endure it, otherwise his magic circles would be destroyed. Turning his back to Nostra, McCain declared that he was now his mentor, and now he would teach the man a few things. The Viscount tried to control himself. What was happening to him now horrified the man, and he could not hide it. Feeling hatred towards the boy, he clenched his fist so hard that it trembled, but still answered the teacher that he was listening to him. The protagonist glanced at his newly minted student and remembered what happened before his regression. Looking at the grief-stricken Viscount, the boy understood, recalling the events of the future, that destroying Nostra now was not the best option. Michael dreamed of taking revenge on Nostra, but, funny as it may be, this magician may turn out to be very useful for the Walfurgises in the future. The thing is, Viscount Nostra has 7th circle magic, so he has potential, and it could help McCain. As a good teacher, Michael decided to ask his student's opinion and asked what the Viscount would like to know. Confused and terribly upset, Nostra was unable to answer clearly and said that he did not want to learn anything from the hero. Mikhail did not agree because it seemed to him that Nostra was interested in something, for example, unstable circles and the inability to fully use magic. Our hero approached his student and poked his finger into his chest, saying that this was evidence of his heart, which hurt with the slightest exertion. Viscount Nostra could not stand the tension, and after a light kick in the chest with a finger, he cringed and groaned from the pain in his heart. Clutching his heart, the man fell to the ground. He screamed loudly from unbearable pain. The magician's body trembled. Observing this, the hero knew that, as a rule, circles cannot be stable unless they are preceded by enlightenment. There is a way to create circles without enlightenment, and those who are able to do this are called apostles. The man who knew very well about this method and the magicians who were called apostles was the father of the main character. Viscount Nostra was a sorcerer whose circles were unstable due to a lack of enlightenment. He understood, looking at his palms, that in terms of mastery of magic, he did not reach the level of Marquis Walfurgis. The protagonist knew that for this reason, Viscount Nostra was provoked to achieve the stabilization of the circles in another way. While the Viscount tried to use the Apostle's method, he found himself in an empty space surrounded by infinite space. When the man turned around, he saw a massive concrete structure in front of him. The path in front of him was almost destroyed. Michael, who watched as Nostra's heart now writhed in pain, knew that he was now paying the price for all of this. The man came to his senses a little, but still held his heart and looked at the teacher with fear, and the teacher said that he would show him how to stabilize the circles. The main character came closer to the magician, leaned over him, looked straight into his eyes, and ordered him to give the guy his mana. Viscount Nostra realized that the young man knew perfectly well that he had used the Apostle's method, but did not understand where from. He became furious when he realized that the Marquise had told him all this, and that Edward had known all along that Nostra had touched the hands of the Apostle. The man couldn't believe it. He grabbed his face with his hand and started laughing nervously, although he wasn't in the mood for laughing. The magician began to accuse the guy that the whole duel was McCain's plan, and that he and the Marquis had planned it from the very beginning. The fact that the head of the family was involved in this was an outright lie, so the hero looked sternly at Nostra and told him not to make things up. Michael asked if the Viscount had felt anything strange when he had made the triple attack of the fourth circle of magic, and Nostra wondered how he knew that too. For our hero, everything was obvious. He pointed his finger at the heart, which gave away the Viscount during the duel. Nostra looked at his new teacher with horror, trying to accept that the man in front of him knew about all his weaknesses. The hero explained that the Viscount had been constantly clutching his chest during the duel, and that this was a common symptom for a magician whose circles were not stabilized. Michael asked if Nostra really thought that a man with Walpurgis's blood in his veins would not notice. The hero took away the man's hope when he said that he would not last long in this state, and all his attempts to improve it would only make things worse. Nostra realized that his path as a magician was now over, but the guy immediately stopped him and said that the Viscount would simply die. The Viscount's eyes were clouded with horror and fear when the protagonist told him the news that soon Nostra would simply die. The guy decided to give the man hope for life, saying that if he destroyed all the circles he had received through deception, he would survive. But this prospect did not please Nostra. He panicked even more when McCain added that all of the Viscount's mana would go to him. The protagonist explained that if the Viscount gave up the magic circles he did not deserve, McCain would receive mana, and Nostra would stabilize its circles. Walpurgis said that everyone would benefit by trying to convince the Nostra to give up their circles of magic. Nostra shouted that he would never agree when McCain said that he would go down to the fifth circle, but with such a good teacher, he would be fine. The Viscount did not agree to go down to the fifth circle. In his opinion, McCain did not understand how hard it had taken Nostra to get all this. The protagonist did not consider it hard work, because the Viscount earned not magic circles, but a cancerous tumor. Before the hero returned to the past, the Viscount was slowly dying because of his deception and paid in full for giving in to temptation. Nostra replied that being able to walk did not make a child an adult, and there was no point in having seventh circle magic but not using it properly. McCain became angry, saying that these were just circles that the man had created due to his inferiority next to the hero's father, and that there was no true meaning to them. Nostra opened his mouth silently when our hero asked him if the man thought that Edward Walpurgis did not know about all this. The Viscount really didn't know that all this time McCain's father had guessed everything perfectly well, and this news shocked him. Naturally, our hero's father was aware, but the man always preferred to pretend that he knew nothing, which was the wrong decision. Standing in front of the Viscount, who was kneeling, McCain declared that the mage's attempt to use the boy had failed miserably. Viscount Nostra felt very depressed. He sat submissively in front of the young man, closing his eyes from grief and shame. At that moment, the seventh circle magician remembered Edward. Pictures from the past popped up in his head. The man called the Marquis his friend. A memory surfaced of both of them standing at the edge of a cliff at sunset. and Edward stated that he had been through a lot to be here now. The Marquis, admiring the evening sun, said that he almost died several times, but he still managed to get here. The Viscount, standing behind him, was then very embarrassed when Edward declared that he had only gotten here thanks to Nostra. Edward continued to talk about how many people think that the Marquis achieved everything on his own, but he understands what an amazing person the Viscount is. While Fergus placed his hand on the Viscount's shoulder and praised his comrade for the drive he had. The magician was somewhat taken aback when Edward began to push him in the back with his hand, saying that this was precisely why Nostra continued to develop. The Marquis's endless praise of Nostra obviously embarrassed him, and in response, he could only pronounce the name of his faithful friend. But Edward did not stop in his speech and said that, no matter what others said, he had only one person whom he trusted. Marquis Walfurgi stated with confidence in his voice that Viscount Nostra was the only one he had complete confidence in. Now, as the defeated Nostra knelt before his friend's son, his face was blank as he recalled that moment between them. The boy looked at the man and began to listen to him attentively when he said his name, but then corrected himself and called him teacher. Hanging his head in shame, Viscount Nostra declared that he accepted the young man's offer and was ready to destroy his undeservedly acquired circles. The old world was collapsing for Nostra at that moment, but he found the strength to ask McCain to take his mana. After some time, the main character, raising his palm, looked at his magic circles, which glowed with a bright blue light. Sitting at the table, the guy chuckled in surprise when it turned out that he now had not 4 magic circles, but 5. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young mage instantly hid his circles back, smiled contentedly, and said that it was simple. At this time, Viscount Nostra was grieving over his magic circles, which he had to give to his new teacher. The guy said that now it's not easy for him to look every day at the sad Viscount, who gave his mana to our hero. Our hero scratched his chin with his fingers and came to the conclusion that the guy had done an excellent job with the first task. Michael was able to extinguish the spark in the form of the Viscount, which in the future could have turned into a fire, and in some ways this matter was urgent. Considering the future catastrophe, the guy had no problems, because he knew what was at stake, and then he remembered what would happen in 7 years. The main character remembered Cassandra's prophecy, according to which, in the future, exactly 7 years from now, something irreversible would happen. Cassandra's prophecy says that in exactly 7 years the world will no longer be the same, because demons will appear in it. The unwillingness to believe the prophecy turned into a disaster. The world was not ready for this, especially since demonic power is much more powerful than human power. Even though the demons had no way to replenish their numbers, there was not a single person who could stand up to these monsters. The scale of the disaster was realized by the entire empire when the demonic creature managed to destroy the 7th knight of the Iron Wall, Killian. It was impossible to change the course of the battle between the two worlds, human and demonic, so the tragedies continued. People tried to call upon heroes who would be able to save humanity from the demons, but by then, it was too late. The power of these monsters was so powerful that in a short period of time, they managed to destroy half of the empire. Humanity was not ready for such a bloody war, so in a frantic rush, meetings of heroes were organized in the temple. The groups were worthy in their strength, and included warriors who could defeat demons and even enslave them. As a result, the most elite squad of warriors was assembled, which was called Argo, and our main character was also a member of it. The guy leaned against the back of his chair, raised his head up, and admitted out loud that the most important thing right now was Cassandra. This is a poor fortune teller, whom not a single person believed. Now she is 2 years younger than our hero, so she is about 18 years old. A girl named Cassandra had a unique gift she could predict, and, as experience of the future showed, all of them came true. The prophecy about the demons became fatal for the Empire. Cassandra tried to warn everyone, but no one took her seriously. Before Michael's regression, Cassandra's prophecies mentioned a hero who would come to the aid of the Empire, but this never happened. The main character understood that the prophecy, which no living soul except the fortune teller herself believed in, lost all meaning. The guy had no idea what happened to Cassandra after the war with the demons, but she certainly didn't have a happy ending, and he wouldn't let that happen now. Mikhail Valfurgis firmly stated that now, after the regression, the guy intends to personally participate in the selection of warriors. The young magician has already begun working on this, inviting Leon to his team, who will help him with the selection of warriors. The hero continued to sit at the table and think hard about the problem, realizing that now he had another problem in front of him. To systematize all the information and come up with a detailed plan, Mikhail took a pen in his hand and began to take notes on paper. The Valfurgis heir was confused because the main problem now was Cassandra and not understanding what to do with her. As far as the boy remembers, the girl is not in the temple now because she told everyone about the prophecy, but no one believed her, so she ran away. In despair, Mikhail buried his fingers in his hair and began to complain that he had no idea where the fortune teller might be now. He continued to run his fingers through his lush blonde hair, knowing that he had to find a way to contact Cassandra as soon as possible. From the tension and lack of understanding of how to find a way to contact the girl, the main character gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. It turned out that the butler Morden had been spying on the guy for some time now, modestly peeking out from behind the door. The man decided to enter the office anyway, turned to his master, but then fell silent when the picture he saw surprised him. The butler asked what he was doing there when he saw Mikhail sitting on the sofa and ruffling his hair with his hands. Morden told the young gentleman that a guest had come to see the guy on some business, and Mikhail guessed that it was Leon Pavlov. The butler was surprised that the boy immediately guessed who the guest was, and the main character ordered the servants to bring Pavlov to him. Soon Leon entered our hero's office and sat down on a chair. His face showed that the swordmaster was in anticipation and very inspired. Leon Pavlov was eager to begin training using the Miller method as soon as possible, and he asked Mikhail when it would start. But the hero clearly did not want to talk about training now. He went to his chair and sat down in it to talk to Pavlov. The protagonist said that the guy arrived faster than he expected and asked if Pavlov needed to prepare for the engagement now. The engagement with Eileen did not interest the Count at all, which he admitted, because training was much more important to him. He immediately asked Mikhail to tell him about Miller's teaching without delay, and the hero sighed heavily and agreed. Leon Pavlov tensed and looked intently at Mikhail when he asked to be allowed to put forward one more condition. The fact that Walpurgis was slow in training and now wanted to put forward a new condition to Pavlov angered him, and he slammed his hand on the table. Pavlov was outraged because they had agreed that Leon would simply agree to go to the temple, but the hero promised that the condition would not harm him. There was nowhere to go, so Leon Pavlov calmed down and agreed to listen to what condition Mikhail wanted to put forward. The Count did not understand what Walpurgis was talking about when the hero said that Pavlov had some problems with his possessions. Leon winced when the protagonist clarified that he was talking about the dungeons belonging to Pavlov. The young man hesitated and began to sweat. He looked away and lied that he had no idea what kind of dungeons his interlocutor was talking about. The main character noticed that the guy opposite him was darting his eyes, which is why he was lying, and stated that Leon Pavlov couldn't lie. Leon Pavlov laughed falsely, asking why he would lie when his face and behavior had clearly seen it. Our hero decided to share the information he had and said that the Pavlovs discovered the dungeon a year ago. He continued that a huge amount of mana was discovered in this dungeon, and Count Pavlov sent a research team there. Pavlov was shocked that our young hero knew all this and asked how he knew about the dungeons with mana. To be honest, it wasn't a dungeon. Mikhail just didn't fully understand what it was, so he called the place a dungeon, but that's far from true. Before the boy's regression, Count Pavlov sent 5 detachments to that place. Most of the research group disappeared, and almost no one returned. The eldest Count Pavlov wants to marry his son to his daughter Rindle precisely because the girl's family is rich, and he has money problems. Leon grabbed his head, because he was sure that no one knew about this, and then he suspected that a rat had appeared in their family. McCain replied that that was not the case, and that he had simply witnessed rumors circulating among the mercenaries, and the last word surprised Leon. Stuttering, Pavlov agreed with our hero and asked what condition the guy wanted to put forward regarding the dungeon. Before telling Leon about the condition, the protagonist closed his eyes and grinned, thinking about something. He concluded that he was right, and this mana dungeon really was causing the Pavlovs a lot of trouble and worry. The protagonist had high hopes for this dungeon and thought that it would help him in the future, so he told Leon that he was interested in it. Mikhail Valfurgis' words caught Leon off guard. He looked at the protagonist with an indignant expression on his face. Pavlov tried to convince the hero, saying that most of the research group did not return from the dungeon, and it was impossible to clear it out. Mikhail fell silent, remembering that before his regression, the Pavlov family could not leave this dungeon until the very end. Although the Pavlovs never succeeded in this dungeon, someone else did and took all the riches from there. The protagonist decided to offer his help to the Pavlovs, telling Leon that he would go into the dungeon himself instead of the research group. The guy laughed, not believing that Mikhail could handle what experienced experts could not handle, but the hero said that basic magic was enough for this. The dungeon was of great importance to the Swordmaster's family, and he couldn't just agree so easily, so his head was boiling with thoughts. Leon didn't understand where the guy opposite him had so much self-confidence that he wanted to go into a deadly dungeon alone. Pavlov agreed that it was logical when the hero said that his family would be the winner in any case, no matter what the outcome of the expedition. But Leon Pavlov still hadn't given a final answer. The main character's words made him think for a while. For the genius swordmaster, his training was a priority, so he asked Mikhail about his training. Valfurgis promised that he would teach the boy everything he knew, and he was delighted, raised his hand, and offered to try. But Leon's consent did not guarantee anything, because the final word was his father's, which the younger Pavlov knew very well. Since he and the younger Pavlov had decided everything, the main character immediately began to get up from his chair, deciding to start on a new task. Mikhail informed the boy that he intended to go to the Marquis right now to discuss visiting the dungeon. The son stunned his father with another idea, and from fatigue from all this, Edward covered his face with his hand and said, "This is what happened." The Marquis said that he thought there was an agreement that Mikhail would take over the Rindle family, so he did not understand where the idea with the Pavlovs came from. Edward heard that Leon was Rindle's new fiancé and asked if Mikhail wanted to cause a stir in the family again, to which the guy replied no. Mikhail assured his father that he would not repeat his mistakes again, and said that he had made an agreement with Leon Pavlov. The protagonist said that the promise of the magicians must not be broken under any circumstances, but the Marquis, already in a rage, grabbed his wooden bat. The boy didn't understand why his dad was so kind to his good friend Viscount, but constantly wanted to beat up his son. He asked the Marquis to remove the stick, since Mikhail had not yet damaged anything, to which Edward objected that it was his staff. Our hero said that it looked more like a club that could be used to drive away orcs, but the Marquis insisted that it was just a staff. According to Edward, everything that falls into the hands of the magician becomes a staff, and in his youth, he chased away demonic creatures with this stick. The old handmade wooden bat was stained with the blood of demonic entities that remained on it from those times. Edward Valfurgis looked at his son with resentment and anger when he asked why there was blood on the magician's staff in the first place. The boy felt awkward because of his father's angry look and looked away, realizing that he could get into trouble now. The protagonist tried to convince his father, saying that, in any case, there was something else besides the promise of the magicians. The Marquis asked what the boy was talking about, but he flatly refused to say, which angered the elder Walfurgis even more. Despite threats with a stick, the hero still refused to speak, but the Marquis placed his staff on the table. Removing his hand from the wooden club, Edward calmed down and asked his son if he could rely on him. The fact that his father put his club aside and asked the hero such a question greatly surprised McCain, and he fell silent from shock. The father's kindness and understanding warmed the soul of the young heir. The boy was embarrassed and smiled after his words. Edward Valfurgis froze when the protagonist answered him that a man can always rely on his son and believes in him. Looking back, the boy knew very well that even when he was broken, his father believed in him until the very end and did not give up. And this hurts the main character even more, because in the future, when his father died, McCain greatly regretted that he had played the fool before. It was precisely because the boy never lived up to his father's expectations that McCain lost faith in himself and refused to become a warrior. The Marquis stood up, leaned his hands on the table, called his son a fool, and asked why he was so sure that he could handle it. The hero replied that he had a plan in which everything he had done and would do was connected, but he could not share the details yet. Edward was satisfied with Mikhail's answer, agreed with him, and turned away without saying anything more to his son. The father no longer wanted to look at his son, Marquis Walpurgis only allowed him to do as he knew. As a sign of gratitude and respect for the Marquis, Mikhail bowed, thanked his father, and said that he would do so. After the main character switched his attention to something else, the guy moaned in surprise and looked somewhere to the side. Michael Valfurgis glanced at the large window in the Marquis's office, from where he heard some sounds. The main character did not understand what was happening, and asked Edward if he was currently receiving any guests. Edward, who still had his back to his child, answered no, which meant that the man had no guests. The man turned his wary gaze to Mikhail, asking if he had noticed anything strange since he asked about the guests. The main character stood in the middle of the office, confused and silent. He felt strange, having noticed something, but did not dare to say anything. He looked at the window again with hostility, clearly sensing that something was wrong, but decided to tell his father that he had simply imagined it. The guy quickly left the Marquis's office, and he was left standing in the middle of the room in proud solitude, thinking about something. Thinking about his son, the man with long blonde hair said out loud to himself, trying to figure out who Mikhail reminded him of. It turned out that the Marquis was not alone in the room, because in response, someone told him that his son resembled him. Walpurgis did not turn his head to look at his interlocutor, but only laughed and asked if he was the same. The man replied that the Marquis had indeed been like that in his youth, but had now become more reasonable, to which Edward chuckled. The Marquis asked his interlocutor whether he thought Mikhail simply realized that there was someone else in the office, or recognized him. The unknown man with the black aura began to pace around the office, saying that there was nothing strange about it because of his unusual circles that were difficult to hide. Edward Valfurgis turned his head, looked at his interlocutor, and asked if it was possible to simply get rid of them. The unknown man, who had been in the Marquis's office all this time, walked with his hands folded behind his back. It was Morden, and Edward said that he was the butler, constantly looking after Mikhail, and the guy probably didn't notice anything. The butler, with a sad expression on his face, shared with his master that the boy had changed a lot lately. According to Morden, Mikhail became more courageous, and his ability to use magic reached a completely different level. Recalling the dramatic changes the boy had undergone recently, the butler said he didn't think it was just magic. He said that the magic of circles does not give such results, and that it was due to the abilities of the Marquis's son, and perhaps the boy was simply able to reveal his potential. Morden lowered his head sadly and added that it was not strange that the heir of the Walpurgis family had suddenly shown his talent. Edward listened attentively to the man's story about how this was hereditary in the boy, and the awakening of the power only confirmed his belonging to the family. Marquis Walpurgis thought about the butler's words about talent being passed down from generation to generation. Without looking Morden in the eye, Edward informed the elderly man that he was forced, in that case, to ask him for a favor. Putting his hand on his heart, the butler immediately agreed, because he had an agreement on this matter with the Marquis. Marquis Walpurgis sighed and looked at the ceiling. He remained silent for a long time before saying this to the butler. The man looked into space, Edward felt obvious sadness for his only son, wondering if the time had really come. Leon Pavlov and our main character stood by the carriage and turned their heads sharply when someone called McCain. The butler ran up to McCain. After such a run, the elderly man was tired, and the guy asked why he came if he was unwell. Morden, who was sweating from rushing to see his young master, explained that he had been asked to come by the hero's father. The butler said that the Marquis ordered him to go with McCain because he might get into trouble. The hero did not believe the butler because he knew the real him, and Morden approached Count Pavlov to shake his hand and say hello. Pavlov whispered to McCain what difference it made to Grandpa, and Walpurgis explained that he was his butler, almost like a nanny. The butler's behavior made the protagonist wary, but he did not consider Morden the kind of person who would spread rumors. The guy didn't argue about Morden being with him, put his hands on his hips and said that then they were leaving. Mikhail, in anticipation of the trip, announced that it was time to visit the Pavlovs' estate. Leon and Morden stood behind. The heroes had traveled a long way and arrived by carriage at the Pavlov family estate, a beautiful house with wooden windows and doors. The guy was still sitting in the carriage. He was thoughtfully looking out the window, examining the building where his friend Leon lived. Michael was distracted when Leon asked him what he was staring at, since Walpurgis's estate was no worse. The protagonist explained that he was rather surprised that the family kept the area in good condition, although everything around did not look rich. Taking another look at the house outside the window, the young magician said that his father, Edward, would have liked it here. Michael noted not only the general condition of the estate, but also how the people in this settlement looked. They were happy and not worried. Our hero got out of Count Pavlov's carriage and found himself in a small square surrounded by modest but well-kept houses. The guy liked the brick path that stretched to the city from the Helen Forest itself, which spoke of the Pavlovs' wealth and established trade connections. He shared with Leon his opinion that what matters is not the luxurious appearance of the estate, but the fact that the locals are happy with their lives. Leon was flattered to hear such words from Walpurgis himself, when Michael said that the boy's father was a good ruler. The younger Pavlov agreed with our hero that his estate looked amazing, and it was all thanks to his father. Leon did not stop praising his father and told Mikhail that he respected him immensely, and Count Pavlov deserved it. The guy finished his eulogy to his father, looked at Mikhail with a smile, and called him his dear guest. The protagonist also smiled and agreed with the swordmaster that Count Pavlov certainly deserved respect. Remembering the times before the regression, Mikhail knew very well that Leon had always been proud to belong to the Pavlov family. Leon never forgot his family name, even when the swordmaster was the only surviving member of his family. While walking, Pavlov Jr. told Walpurgis that his family had an army, and that the soldiers regularly hunted monsters. Meanwhile, Dagir Pavlov, the head of the family and Leon's father, asked his son who had come to visit them today. Leon repeated several times that Mikhail Walpurgis had arrived, but his father asked again, not understanding who he was talking about. When Pavlov Jr. called the guest's name again, it finally dawned on Dagir, and he abruptly opened the drawer where the jars of pills were kept. The man began throwing countless pills into his mouth. His son tried to stop him, but he screamed that he would die if he didn't take them. When Dagir had emptied the jar of pills halfway, he breathed a sigh of relief and placed the package of pills on the table. The medicine worked immediately. The man felt better and calmer. He sat back down and asked his son to continue. Leon Pavlov repeated again that today the young heir of the Walpurgis family, Mikhail, had arrived at their family estate on an unexpected visit. Dagir admitted that the visit was quite unexpected, but they could start preparing now, and learned from his son that Mikhail was now waiting in the living room. When Count Pavlov heard that the guest was already in the house, he fell silent and drooped, confused about how to act in this situation. The man became nervous and grabbed the bottle of pills again, pouring pills into his mouth, and the son begged him to stop and calm down. Dagir said that with his work he would soon die, and asked Leon to let him leave early, and then asked what else he needed to know about Mikhail. Pavlov Jr. replied that his father did not need to know anything more, except for a small problem regarding their dungeon. The Count's face changed when his son mentioned the dungeon, and then asked again to clarify whether Leon meant the same dungeon. The fact that Michael Valfurgis had come to visit his estate to talk about the dungeon for some reason made the man laugh. Count Pavlov began to laugh uncontrollably. Sitting in his work chair, his face began to resemble the grimace of a madman. The man took a pen and began to make some notes on paper, and when asked what he was doing, he replied that he should have done this a long time ago. Pavlov said that he leaves everything to his son, and it would be right if he leaves his post now for the sake of preserving his mental health. Leon began to raise his voice and try to get through to his father, saying that he hadn't even had time to tell him anything yet. While the heir of the family was trying to explain something to his father, Count Pavlov dipped his pen into the inkwell to continue taking notes. He walked towards his son, put down his pen, folded his hands together, and prepared to listen to Leon. Looking at his son's face with tired eyes, the Count mentioned that the Walfurgis family was of higher status than themselves. Afterwards, the man corrected himself, because the Walfurgis family is not just higher in status, but one of the most powerful families in the empire, and it is for this reason that the Walfurgis found out about the Pavlov's dungeon is a problem. Count Pavlov was firmly convinced that if Walfurgis found out about the dungeon, they would certainly take it away. Gesturing wildly, Leon justified himself by saying that he was not so stupid as not to understand this, but McCain offered an excellent deal. Keeping his cool, the Count asked what conditions McCain had put forward, and Leon hesitated before telling him. The words that this was Miller's finished training method plunged Count Pavlov into real shock. The man jumped up from his seat, not believing his ears, and Leon explained that McCain would teach him the Miller method under the terms of the agreement. The Count asked if his son was sure, and he told how Michael had shown him part of the power, and it had looked amazing. Afterwards, the man asked what about the promise, and the swordmaster confirmed that there was a promise from the magicians, and Dagir knows how significant it is. Dagir understood that Miller's method was invaluable knowledge, and he was interested in what the dungeon held, since Walfurgis was ready for such an exchange. Having thought everything over, the Count turned to his son and declared that he must personally speak with Mikhail Walfurgis. Meanwhile, in the living room of the Pavlov estate, the butler Morden was lamenting, clutching his head, saying that everything was lost. Completely calm and peaceful, Mikhail sipped tea and asked the butler what was bothering him so much. The elderly man looked at the protagonist and asked in a raised voice if he really didn't understand anything. The butler shouted with such force that our hero spilled his tea. He was trying to convey to the boy that the Pavlov family was not so simple. Morden said that if the hero's information about the dungeon was true, one could only imagine how the aristocrats would react to the news. The boy didn't understand why his butler was so worried, and Morden began to deny everything when the hero suspected that he was a lord. The butler's words made the young magician think, and he admitted that to some extent Morden was saying the right things. But Morden was leaving out one important thing, namely that Mikhail already knew how important Miller's teaching was to the Pavlovs. Moreover, this family considers the dungeon to be a burden due to how difficult and expensive it is to explore. The main character understood that everything would become clear only after today's conversation with the head of the Pavlov family. The guy calmed the butler down, assuring him that he would be able to come to an agreement with the Count, but Morden did not believe that Pavlov would make a deal. Mikhail Valfurgis stood his ground and repeated that he was sure that in just a minute Count Pavlov would personally rush straight here. The butler, worried about the mental state of his young master, said that he was delirious again. Morden couldn't believe his eyes when he looked in front of him and saw a picture that shocked his imagination. As our hero said, Count Pavlov personally entered the living room to meet Mikhail, accompanied by Leon behind him. Rising from his chair to greet the Count, Mikhail told the butler that he was right. Even before the main character traveled 20 years into the past, Dagir was famous for always making quick decisions. The Count and our hero began negotiations over a cup of tea, and Pavlov said that, as he understood, Mikhail was interested in the dungeon. The guy explained that he was exploring the dungeon using his magical skills, which was much more productive, and the Count became interested in why a mage needed a dungeon. Pavlov came to the conclusion that the main character already knew what exactly was in that dungeon, which he shared with the guy. The man understood that Miller's teaching was worth the price, and Mikhail would not give up such valuable knowledge for an unknown dungeon. The hero was dejected when Count Pavlov said that his son might have fallen for it, but certainly not he himself. Michael Valfergus understood what the man across from him had meant when he had mentioned Miller's teachings as a reward for handing over the dungeon. The guy realized that most likely, sharing only Miller's teachings in exchange for the dungeon for the Count would not be enough. The protagonist came to the conclusion that the Count was simply bluffing, so he decided to stand his ground in these negotiations. The young magician was inspired when he remembered that he still had an advantage in the conversation with the Count about the dungeon. Mikhail decided to play the fool, saying that he was not sure that there would be any valuable things in the dungeon. While Pavlov was drinking tea, the hero asked him if he really thought that in their current situation, their family could explore the dungeon on their own. Count Pavlov decided not to lie, and honestly answered the guy that his family did not have such an opportunity at the moment. But the man also did not consider it necessary to take the Walfurgeises as partners, to which Mikhail offered to become their personal partner. He confirmed this when the Count asked if the boy was referring specifically to himself and not his entire powerful family. The protagonist clarified that he did not require an escort into the dungeon, to which the Count began asking about the expedition's timing. The guy lifted the corner of his mouth slightly, smirking as he realized he had almost managed to convince the Count to agree. Our hero showed the man his index finger, saying that one day was enough for him, just one. The Count became angry because he thought that just one day was not enough, and asked what they would do if the hero failed. Pavlov was indignant and did not believe it when Mikhail declared that if he failed, he would simply give Miller's teachings to Leon. The guy folded his hands under his face and looked Daguerre straight in the eyes, saying that if everything ended successfully, they would split the spoils in half. They managed to come to an agreement, and after some time, the main character, his loyal butler, and Leon Pavlov stood at the entrance to the dungeon. Pavlov Jr. screamed and accused Mikhail of madness, thinking that now the three of them would have to go down into the dangerous dungeon. Michael replied that if he was scared, he could stay outside, but Leon said that he was not scared, it was just that there were too few of them. The swordmaster declared that the Pavlovs did not run from the trials that had befallen them, and quickly headed towards the entrance. But everything around began to double when the main character tried to stop his comrade by using a magic spell against him. Leon Pavlov stopped abruptly, a look of confusion appearing on his face as the hero cast the freeze spell. The guy simply didn't want his friend to hurry. Leon quickly came to his senses and asked Mikhail with displeasure what he was doing. Mikhail asked Leon not to rush, because the entrance to the dungeon was already a trap, and if he didn't prepare, the guy would simply die. The butler stood behind and did not interfere with the young men's conversation. He rubbed his chin with his fingers and sighed heavily. Morden came to a conclusion and shared it with the boys, saying that it was impossible to enter there and that it was a safe method of protection against intruders. The protagonist simplified Morden's formulation by explaining to Leon that the dungeon was alive and teeming with various creatures. Coming closer to the entrance, our hero said that this is one of the rare dungeons that needs energy because of its inhabitants. A worried Leon guessed that something irreparable would happen if the three of them simply entered the dungeon, and Mikhail confirmed this. But Mikhail was curious about what would happen if they fed the dungeon with energy using mana, and immediately cast the fireball spell. The hero released a fireball from his palm, the magical stream of fire lightning fast-headed straight towards the entrance of the dungeon. The strip of fire came close to the closed entrance to the dungeon in order to penetrate inside and feed the cave with energy. The entrance was securely protected from unwanted guests, but Mikhail's magical mana flow managed to penetrate inside. It was very dark in the tunnel, but the heroes saw how the main character's fireball was now doing its job. The flow of magical energy managed to break a hole in the entrance that leads to the mysterious cave. It became covered with cracks. Michael, who was watching this, advised the others present to be on guard, because the doors were already opening. The boys covered themselves with their hands when suddenly there was an explosion. A bright, multicolored flash blinded them, and shards of glass flew in all directions. The protagonist was extremely focused on his task and looked serious, and the Tomb of Asar appeared in his memories. The Tomb of Asar is a dungeon that contained ancient ruins and valuable sacred objects. Among the ruins, there was also one interesting artifact, an item with a bright green core inside, which was discovered by the heroes' team. The team of warriors were very happy to find this artifact from the storm set, because it would help them fight against the demons. But the healer was against it, saying that it was not yet time to use it, because there was no need for it yet. The holy healer told the team that the storm set's power increases as the owner's power increases. This thing will be able to reveal its true potential depending on who wields it, and before the regression, it was in Siegfried's possession. And then, just a week later, the irreparable happened, even though our hero tried to prevent it by stopping Siegfried. But the warrior Siegfried, disobeying our hero, used a valuable artifact from the storm set and ruined everything. Now, standing in front of the entrance to the dungeon, the main character recalled the events of that day, calling Siegfried an idiot. In the dungeon that Mikhail, Leon, and Morden would now go to, or rather in the first tomb, there was something important. The guy was determined to go there, because in the tomb he would be able to find part of the storm set. The main character intended to take the relic for himself, so that such a situation with Siegfried would never happen again. The boys entered the dark tomb and began to light their way with a torch. The place immediately seemed strange to them. Leanne noted that the place was different from what the research teams had described, and Mikhail explained that time did not work in this dungeon. This information shocked Pavlov, and it was hard for him to believe that time here, contrary to all laws, had stood still. For Leon, this was some kind of divine level of magic, which the hero agrees with, especially when the time stop works over a large area. The younger Pavlov tried to come to terms with the fact that a dungeon of such size was now in his family's possession. The protagonist moved his hand to the side when he noticed something dangerous in front of him and ordered his group to stop. The butler and Pavlov obeyed the guy and stopped, and the swordmaster asked our hero what was there. Mikhail didn't answer, but Leon Pavlov noticed it himself, and a surprised look appeared on the face of the brilliant swordmaster. In the tomb, right in front of the boys, there was a horde of goblins, green creatures with pointy ears slowly wandering around the dungeon. Leon Pavlov recognized the monsters in front of him as goblins. They had not yet noticed our heroes and were busy with their own affairs. Pavlov suggested returning to call soldiers here, but the hero was against it, because a lot of blood would be shed if ordinary knights fought against the goblins. Leon was angry when Michael reminded him that it was only the first gate and asked if the guy was suggesting a three-way fight. The main character told the frightened guy that they were not yet in the dungeon, but in the first tomb. Mikhail Valfurgis warned the team that the place is not indifferent to new visitors. The guy turned around with a smile, looking at Leon, and said that, by the way, the tomb had once been cleared out by only one person. The heroes remained inside, Leon and the butler obediently following their leader, while Michael carefully studied the tomb. The guy walked up to the wall, which was covered with mysterious symbols, and inserted the knife into the gap between the stone blocks. Leon Pavlov did not understand what the main character was doing and demanded an explanation from the young magician. The answer was obvious to Mikhail, and he explained to the boy that he was scraping the precious stones off the wall with a knife. Pavlov replied irritably that he saw everything, but he still did not understand for what purpose the younger Walfurgis was doing this. Michael collected a small pile of tiny gemstones in his palm, explaining that the goblins were simply crazy about them. The guy said it was like a cat finding catnip, and goblins have the same reaction to gemstones. The protagonist clarified that the most important thing is that this mixture contains not only precious stones for goblins. From the stone wall of the tomb, the young mage also obtained crystals that cause hallucinations in goblins. An astonished Leon listened to his comrade's story about how, with the help of magic, crystals could be transformed and exploded. Moreover, due to greed, the goblins will destroy each other, and the hallucination-inducing bombs will help the guys with this. Having molded round bombs from the powder, the main character put them in a bag and immediately swung to use them. The main character launched all the precious bombs far ahead at once to achieve maximum effect. Thanks to the young man's agility and strength, the bombs hit their target, and one of the crystal balls landed at the goblin's foot. The green pot-bellied monster turned an interested gaze to the ball of crystals he loved so much, which fell at his feet. The blue bomb made of precious powder began to emit a light that was attractive to the goblin. The rays rushed in different directions. With each passing moment, the anti-goblin bomb created by Mikhail Valfurgis emitted more and more light. With the help of our hero's magic spell, all the bombs were activated simultaneously, and the boys were blinded by a bright light. The air around him became foul, and Leon Pavlov, watching the explosion, coughed and covered his mouth with his sleeve to avoid suffocation. When the bright flash in front of the guy began to dissipate, he saw a picture in front of him that shocked him. The young count lowered his hand and gasped in surprise. He asked the others if Mikhail's method had worked. Under the influence of hallucinogens and due to the thirst for precious stones, the goblins really did become angry with each other. The heroes watched what was happening from the sidelines, and Mikhail wondered if it was a coincidence that all this ended up in the tomb. The protagonist remembered that knowledge is more important than power, so he did not believe that he encountered a simple coincidence in this tomb. In order to easily pass the first gate, Mikhail needs only knowledge about the basics of magic and the nature of greedy goblins. Having dealt with the goblins, the young mage moved further through the tomb, thinking that the probability of a successful attack was obvious to him. Walking surrounded by defeated goblins, Michael delighted the others with the news that they had successfully overcome the first gate. Suddenly the main character stopped and turned his gaze to the thing that caught his attention. He saw a dead green monster lying not far from him. In his clothes there was an item that glowed purple. Mikhail Valfurgis was not afraid to approach the defeated goblin and reach into his pocket, where the thing he was interested in lay. The guy was genuinely surprised when he pulled out a small cloth spatial bag with a circle of magic drawn on it. The protagonist understood that this was a very serious artifact, and had no idea how it could have ended up in the dungeon. Like a bolt from the blue, the hero realized how this most valuable artifact could have ended up here. The guy remembered Siegfried, who was a warrior before our hero's regression, and threatened to kill all the monsters. Also, memories of how the warrior Siegfried encountered the divine luminary surfaced in Michael's head. Then, in the brightest divine light, the face of a terrible goblin appeared, growling and grinning at the warrior. The main character seemed to go crazy. He grabbed his head and screamed in horror, began to swear and yell that he had warned Siegfried. Leon Pavlov did not understand what had suddenly happened to Mikhail, and the butler advised not to pay attention to him, because sometimes he got stuck. Having grabbed the artifact, Leon immediately recognized it as a spatial bag and was delighted with the find, because you can put anything in it. A saddened Mikhail said that this artifact is far from simple, and the hero might not be so lucky the second time. The guy was surprised that he came across the spatial bag now, because before the regression he found such artifacts later. The mage knew there had to be some explanation for this, and asked Leon to hand him the pouch, extending his hand to the swordmaster. Without resisting, Pavlov handed the artifact into the hands of the protagonist, and he looked closely at the spatial bag. The guy opened the bag, and inside he saw an inscription that was glowing brightly and said, "Give up your greed." Pavlov did not understand what this inscription could mean, and the butler suggested that it could be a clue to the next gate. The main character looked at the inscription with sad eyes, realizing that it was impossible to get out of this place. He came to the conclusion that the greed spoken of in the message in the bag was inside the dungeon. Head like lightning, and he guessed what the inscription inside the artifact actually meant. The boy looked ahead and told the others about the Goblin chieftain, without explaining anything else. Pavlov did not understand what the leader had to do with it, and the magician explained that the main goblin was closest to this greed, and he was the largest of the tribe. Valfurgus approached the huge dead goblin and suggested that they take out his magic stone and put it in this bag. The young count asked McCain to take care of this for him, because getting the stone is quite difficult, and Leon considers himself the best candidate. Pavlov became angry when the protagonist refused him, denying that Leon was the best candidate for the task. Valfurgus tolerated his comrade's stubbornness when he loudly began to prove that the guy with the sword would cope much better than the magician. The swordmaster smiled as an idea came into his head that would help resolve the dispute between the boys. The guy showed the hero 2 fingers, saying that there were 2 leaders in this tomb and therefore 2 magic stones. Leon Pavlov also noted that the spatial bag in Mikhail's hands is a rather expensive item. The Count offered to bet Mikhail on this artifact because he wants to be sure that he will receive a reward for this dungeon. Leon Pavlov and Mikhail Valfurgus climbed onto the bodies of the defeated huge green monsters lying on the floor of the tomb. The swordmaster cast the haste spell to help himself complete the task faster and get the stone first. Grabbing his sword, Leon Pavlov began to wield it deftly, the magic spell helping him deliver quick blows. After a short period of time, the guy managed to successfully extract the shining red magic stone from the goblin. The young man took a small stone with 2 fingers and examined it, confident that he had won, because there was not a single scratch on the stone. Pavlov boasted of his success to Mikhail, expressing the opinion that this was quite enough for his victory. Not hearing the guy's words, the main character looked at him questioningly. He also already had the extracted magic stone in his hand. Leon's mouth opened wide in surprise and indignation when he saw that his opponent had also successfully completed the task. The beautiful glow around the Goblin chieftain's stone proved that the mana had not left the artifact after the monster's death. The young count was broken by his failure, and in grief he fell to his knees and admitted that he had lost, but Michael praised the boy's stone. But, one way or another, Valfurgus won, so the bag goes to him, and he immediately put the red shining stone he had obtained into it. When the magician did this, a bright blue beam of light immediately formed from the bag. The guy looked at it, fascinated. Michael was convinced that he was right when a blue key appeared from the space bag, emitting a soft light. But the key did not levitate obediently in its place. It immediately began to quickly, like lightning, dart from side to side in the air. The magic key eventually found its rightful place and stopped in the door, which then began to glow with a blue light. Valfurgus thought about it, because this place was definitely not like the one he had heard about before his regression. After some thought, Mikhail realized that if this was an inaccessible space, then the team would need to overcome about 4 more gates. The guy was delighted when an idea arose in his head about how he and the guys could significantly shorten the route. A staircase appeared in front of the hero and his comrades, ending in a gate, and behind it was pitch darkness. Pavlov stared at the gate in front of him, because the space on all sides was filled with bright, magical honeycombs. He asked the butler what kind of person Mikhail was, because it didn't seem to him that they were the same age. The butler didn't know what was wrong with Mikhail, but he confirmed that most of the rumors about them had a grain of truth in them. This information surprised the younger Pavlov, and he asked the butler Morden if he was serious now. Morden admitted that the young master had previously lacked charisma, skills, and insight, and Mikhail himself did not hide this. Observing the actions and behavior of the main character, Leon Pavlov made a note to himself that Mikhail is a strange person. The swordmaster was surprised by the fact that Valfurgus fully accepted his past, while others tried to hide the mistakes they had made in the past. The elderly butler still had something to tell Leon Pavlov about his young master Mikhail. With sadness on his face, Morden noted that the youngest heir of the Walfurgis had changed a lot lately. The main character did not feel calm because he was tormented by the feeling that the guys had missed something, even though they had successfully gotten here. Michael, Leon, and Morden approached the high closed gates, which were lit by 2 torches on the sides. From that moment on, our hero could only guess what would happen next, because before the regression he had passed through them once or twice. The young magician placed his palm on the blue symbol that was located on the 4th gate and tried to understand what was written there. It was clear from the protagonist's expression that he was taken aback when he realized that the inscription read, "Don't try to predict." The guy didn't show it and told the others that he thought they should just go in, and Morden asked him to wait. Valfergus replied that they had no clues, so there was no point in guessing what was inside. But before entering, the magician decided to cast a spell, at which point his hand began to double, and everyone present saw it. Leon didn't understand what was happening, and McCain called it a safety net to protect the boys from mental and physical shock. Our young hero had no idea what awaited the team beyond the 4th gate, but he was in anticipation and in a great mood. With a joyful and inspired smile, the guy looked at those with him and invited them to move on. The young heir Valfergus, without hesitation, slowly opened the mysterious 4th gate, which creaked open. Without a second's hesitation, the protagonist stepped inside. The protagonist's body was surrounded by pitch darkness. Michael found himself inside a completely dark tomb, and he still did not understand that he was in this room. To light his way, the protagonist cast the light spell, and a small bright sphere formed above his palm. It seemed to McCain that the room was very spacious, but he couldn't make an exact conclusion yet, and they didn't know anything about this place yet. The darkness around us was a little disconcerting to our hero, because of it he couldn't even understand where Pavlov and the butler Morden were standing. The young magician wasn't worried about the butler, but he was worried about Leon, so he needed to determine where they were as quickly as possible. Someone's finger touched Valfergus, indicating that someone was nearby, but the protagonist had not yet seen his face. When the unknown person said McCain's name, he turned his head towards the source of the sound, but was wary. The guy saw Leon in front of him, but not the current one, after regression, but the one he would become on the last day of his life. Pavlov behaved unnaturally. He addressed McCain with hatred, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then insulted him. The main character looked at his friend with caution and distrust. The guy said nothing in response to Leon Pavlov. Valfergus realized that it was a simple illusion, gave the mirage an 8 out of 10, and asked where the real Leon was. The imaginary Pavlov asked the hero where he was going in such a hurry, and suggested that he sit down and talk about their common past. McCain understood that he shouldn't give in to the illusion, so he dismissively replied that he was simply lazy. The main character's words clearly touched the man opposite him. He looked intently at McCain with eyes full of contempt. The sound of the soles of Leon's snow-white leather boots was heard, and the man decided to come closer to our hero. The boys were surrounded by a field with hundreds and thousands of swords sticking out, and Leon asked if the hero was going to ignore all of this. With an evil smile, Pavlov accused his comrade of being the only one who managed to avoid this hellish fate. Leon grabbed the boy by the shoulders and asked if he deserved to be saved, called him a cowardly bastard, and accused him of running away. The heir of the Valfergus family silently listened to the accusations against him, and then decided to take 1 point from Leon's mirage score. The guy calmly explained that the real Leon would never have said anything like that, so McCain took away 1 point. The protagonist's eyes were clouded with rage. He looked at the imaginary Pavlov and told him not to dare slander the name of his friend, and ordered him to disappear. Valfergus was absolutely right that it was just a mirage in front of him, because a moment later the figure in front of him turned into black smoke. Our hero knew very well that illusion magic is quite strong, insidious, and dangerous, and can even drive a person to madness. This magic is so dangerous that it can even drive the person who created it insane. Michael turned around when a voice was heard again in the mysterious tomb, calling out the young man's name. It was the butler Morden who had finally found his master, and Walpurgis asked if something had happened to him. The man said that he was fine, and that this was due to the magical protection cast on him by the hero, which turned out to be very effective. The heroes were surrounded by countless mana stones. The butler asked if these were them, and McCain said that they would be enough to enrich Pavlov. Butler Morden turned the young gentleman's attention in another direction, asking if Leon Pavlov was there. The man thought that the boy was not feeling well because Leon was kneeling, covering his head with his hands, and his body was shaking quite a bit. From the expression on the swordmaster's face, it was clear that he was literally going crazy and was in a helpless state. The butler asked what they should do with him now, but the protagonist had an easy way out of any situation. He looked at his loyal assistant with an ironic smile and said that it was obvious that Leanne needed a punch. Sweat was pouring down Pavlov's suffering face. He was breathing heavily and could not speak, ignoring his team. Leon's mind was enslaved by destructive illusions, headless mouths telling him that he was the only hope and the swordmaster of the new generation. In complete darkness, eyes looked at the boy, repeating to him that Pavlov would be able to restore the honor of his family. Trying to hide from all this, in his mind, Leon was lying on huge hands, and all these words were repeated to him by his father. Pavlov Jr. understood that he had lived his entire life obeying his father and fulfilling only his desires, and not his own. The young swordmaster thought that this was just his father showing his concern, so he tried his best. Leon worked on his craft non-stop because for him it was not just important, but the purpose of his life. Pavlov was at a loss. He rethought many things, not understanding why he had come to this dungeon and having forgotten his original goal. The protagonist walked up to Leon, who was 100% lost in his head, and told him to get up. The boy looked at his comrade's face. His eyes were completely painted black. Leon looked distraught. McCain looked warily and silently at Pavlov, who, sitting in front of him, began to say things that were not typical of him. Leon Pavlov named our hero and said that if Mikhail Valfurgis died, all the treasures of the dungeon would become his property. The young swordmaster continued to say that the most important thing for him now was to return the honor of their family. The guy clarified that he was going to fight for his family even if he had to sacrifice his partner. Completely maddened, Leon Pavlov took out his gold-adorned sword to attack the protagonist and take all the treasures for himself. His eyes were completely black, and he held the sword with a smile, claiming that he would do it if it would benefit his family. Mikhail Valfurgis understood that he was now in danger from the mad Leon and cast the flash spell. Several streams of purple mana flew out from the protagonist's palm and headed towards the younger Pavlov. The swordmaster noticed the flashes flying straight at him. Their number clearly surprised the guy and took him by surprise. Leon understood that Mikhail knew his training program and what he was capable of, so there was no way he could win this fight. Little by little, the young count began to come to his senses. The question arose in his head whether he needed such a death. Consciousness began to awaken in him. The eyes, which had previously been completely covered in black, began to clear up, the blackness almost completely gone. Leon Pavlov regained his sanity, turned to his comrade and reported that he had already come to his senses. Michael did not try to find out anything, but suggested that the guys not waste time in vain and continue their journey in this tomb. The fact that Mikhail Valfurgis did not react in any way to Leon's crazy behavior and remained in a good mood frightened the guy. The main character continued to study the mysterious tomb. It resembled a not quite real lawn in the middle of the forest. Inside it was as if the sun was shining. Mikhail walked ahead, followed silently and obediently by Leon Pavlov and the butler Morden. Mana crystals sparkled in the background. The space began to fill even more with a mysterious fog. The main character immediately noticed this and became wary. At first, it was completely dark inside, but now the light space is filled with fog, and the hero knew that there was some explanation for this. Pavlov and Morden began calling the main character because they could not see him because of the smoke, and at that moment, Mikhail understood the purpose of the fog. Despite the fact that there was nothing visible around, the brave hero continued to walk through the strange tomb, making his way through the thick fog. He wanted to find his comrades because he believed that this was not an illusion after all, and that Leon and the butler were really calling him. The main character walked somewhere for a long time, and eventually managed to get out of the fog, and when he saw something in front of him, he stopped and realized that he had reached his destination. The young heir of the Walpurgis saw in front of him a girl in a white and blue dress, who was sitting with her hands folded in front of her. The stranger sat in proud solitude at the table, surrounded by 4 white marble columns, with flowers and trees blooming around her. The girl smiled kindly when she saw our hero in front of her and asked him to come to her faster because she was waiting for him. When Mikhail dared to come closer, the unknown girl hospitably greeted the young brave man. The main character did not greet the lady. He looked at her intently, trying to understand for himself who she was. The girl was surprised when Mikhail asked if she was the guardian of this place, and asked if it frightened him. Mikhail replied that this place did not particularly frighten him, and decided to approach the girl closer to continue the conversation. The guy stood right in front of the table where the girl was sitting, and the tomb keeper said that she didn't care. The mysterious green-haired girl placed her hand on her heart and said that now she thought she should introduce herself. The woman wanted to give her name, but the hero interrupted her and called her the keeper of the first set of storm of the ancient deity Asari. The fact that Mikhail knew this naturally shocked the keeper, and when asked how the guy knew this, he brushed it off, saying that it would take a long time to explain. The girl confirmed the guy's words that he also knew that the keeper had prepared a reward for him. The keeper looked closely at the protagonist. She felt uneasy in her soul because of him, and she suspected something. She shared her suspicion that she had the impression that the hero had already been here, but he said that he was just pretending well. He asked the girl not to worry, and what she desired would be fulfilled, because he came here for this very purpose. With these words, the main character gave himself away, because the girl had not yet said anything about what she desired. Because of this, the keeper's suspicions about Mikhail Walpurgis only grew stronger. She looked at him with distrust. But the girl still decided to give the award, extended her hand and said that there was nothing wrong with giving it to someone who deserved it. On the table where the keeper sat, after a hand gesture, a green magic circle with incomprehensible symbols appeared. The keeper clearly had magical skills. With a movement of her palm, she released a powerful stream of green light from the table. The girl handed the guy the reward he had spoken about, and it was a small artifact in the form of a green amulet on a chain. She said that she had put all her power into the amulet, and in his hands the thing would become both a shield and a weapon, but she had not yet come up with a name for the artifact. The protagonist tensed up and asked the keeper to stand still when she said she would use Mikhail's storm. Michael Walpurgis picked up the reward for completing the tombs. He was a little confused. The artifact was causing him confusion. The whole point was that this artifact from the storm set looked completely different from what it had been before the young mage's regression. The keeper asked the boy not to doubt that this was a genuine relic, because her conscience would not allow her to deceive him. But the main character was still confused and doubted whether the amulet he was holding in his hands was real. The guy tightly clutched the pendant on the chain in his hand and wondered if everyone in the past had died because they had received a fake artifact. The situation with the amulet made the hero think, because the relic looked completely different from the one in his past. Michael asked the relic if it was possible to obtain the same item if he only reached the third gate, and the girl replied that it was impossible. She said that there was a potion prepared at the third gate. The protagonist did not receive it, and replied that this meant that he did not deserve it. The keeper explained that if the potion falls into the wrong hands, all the magical properties of the artifact will disappear. The girl's words made Mikhail Walpurgis tense up and think, because he did not receive the potion, which meant that someone else took it. The protagonist decided not to discuss this topic any further, told the keeper that he understood everything, and took the artifact to put around his neck. When Valfurgis placed the relic around his neck, a small ball inside the amulet began to glow with a bright green light, like a lantern. A moment later, the pendant began to crumble. It came off the gold chain, and the green crystal shattered into small pieces. After the artifact completely disappeared from the main character's neck, green glowing smoke began to envelop his body. The guy closed his eyes. The guy was surprised when he had a green aura, and the girl said that it was not just a pendant, but a protective barrier for his soul and body. She warned that the relic would protect him from any attacks, but only once a day, but sometimes the artifact's properties change. The hero listened carefully to the keeper, although he was outraged that the artifact protected only once a day, and said that he understood everything. The young magician noticed that the girl in front of him began to slowly disappear. Her body became transparent and turned into fog. With sadness in her eyes, the tombkeeper stated that her time had come, and her face began to fade. She explained that her task was only to hand over the pendant to its owner, and now it was time for the girl to leave. Michael thought about it and concluded that time in the dungeon no longer stood still, and the spell should have disappeared. While the keeper had not yet completely dissolved into space, the guy asked what she would do if she could stay. The girl told our hero not to even think about restoring the magical barrier, because this requires the 9th circle of magic. The body of the keeper gradually disintegrated into small grains of sand, but she still sat at the table and could talk to the guy. She shared with the hero her secret desire that she would like to stay and see how this world will change in the future. The protagonist walked up to the table and placed his palm on it, telling the keeper that he believed she understood everything. She was shocked when McCain said indifferently that when magic returned to normal, she would be able to continue to exist. At this point, the conversation with the tombkeeper ended, and the protagonist moved on to continue his exploration. He stood on a circle with a green hemisphere on it, and from it came a beam that was displayed on the wall as a projection with gears. The guy put his palm on a big green button that was glowing brightly and said that it worked like this. The keeper jumped up from her seat and indignantly screamed at what he was doing when the hero said that this was the best option to hold out longer. The main character did not look at the girl, but only asked her if she wanted to see how this world would change in the future. Michael Valfurgis looked at the keeper with a wide smile and said that he would show the girl this. The protagonist cast the advanced time stop spell and without hesitation pressed the big green button. A moment later, the body of the keeper was pierced by bright green rays of light. She was amazed by what was happening. The girl sincerely did not understand why her body was emitting a bright green light. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. In the magical garden where Michael and the keeper were now, giant mana crystals began to appear. Purple sharp crystals covered the wall on all sides, on which was depicted a diagram with lines and gears. The main character was pleased with his work. He calmly watched what was happening and called it all ideal. He was distracted and turned to look at the keeper when she was outraged by McCain's words about it being perfect. The keeper was furious. She clenched her fists so hard that they shook, and she began to stutter in anger. Michael Valfurgis calmly watched as the keeper rushed about in a rage, screaming and asking what it was. She was outraged that the hero dared to turn her beautiful body into a horrible little piece of meat, and Michael said that it was quite cute. The girl, reduced to a tiny size, was even more angry because she was a guardian serving the ancient gods, and the hero apologized to her. The guardian, feeling angry at the guy, asked who he thought he was and whether he was a 9th circle magician. The hero replied that nothing of the sort, but the girl was interested in how, if he was not a 9th circle mage, the guy was able to stop time. The miniaturized keeper flew closer to the protagonist and admitted that she had never seen anything like it. The petite girl stopped being angry and was more surprised when the hero began to explain again. He looked at the keeper with a smile and praised himself, saying that he was simply a genius and, moreover, an incredibly talented magician. The keeper hoped that the guy would give her some normal explanation, but only sighed in irritation when she heard this. She asked if the hero wanted to say that he possessed magic of such a level due to simple talent, and McCain confirmed his version. Meanwhile, Dagir Pavlov was in his estate, waiting for his son and Mikhail, who had already been in the dungeon for a long time. The Count was visibly worried as he looked out the window, because a lot of time had passed since the boys had gone to the ill-fated tomb. The man rubbed the bridge of his nose from fatigue and already regretted that he had agreed to this absurd proposal, believing that nothing would work out between them. Count Dagir Pavlov, standing by the window, turned around sharply when someone called him loudly, entering the man's office. A knight entered the room and immediately dropped to one knee, and the Count asked what had happened. Pavlov froze in shock as the knight solemnly declared that Michael Valfurgus had returned right now, meaning he had succeeded. Everyone who was in the dungeon returned to the estate safe and sound. The large wooden cart was filled to the brim with mana crystals. The man was amazed that this was the first time he had seen a mana stone of such height and with such pure energy, and that there were so many of them here. The main character and Count Pavlov stood nearby, also examining the loot. The man looked intently at Mikhail. Dagir couldn't believe what was happening, because he had sent people there so many times, and now everything happened so easily. Mikhail admitted that it took a little effort to succeed, and for the Count, it was a miracle that Walpurgis managed it all. The Count glanced sideways at the boy, mentally blaming himself for trusting the rumors because he didn't think that the boy would be capable of such a thing. Dagir Pavlov concluded that the fact of Mikhail's origin should not be ignored, since he was the heir to a powerful family. Extending his hand, the protagonist, with a wide smile on his face, told the Count that, as agreed, the guy intended to take half. The hero warned the Count that he could hear everything when he quietly began to complain that he would have acted differently if he had known that the boy could handle it. The hero was in a good mood, because after this expedition, both Mikhail and the Count remained winners. It was becoming increasingly difficult for the Pavlov family to send research teams into that ill-fated dungeon because soldiers were dying there. The Pavlovs spent an enormous amount of money, but they received no profit in return, and the risk of the research was high. For Dagir, the dungeon was of great importance, and he often became upset when he realized that with each passing day, he was getting further and further into a dead end. For Count Pavlov, our main character became a real salvation, a kind of ray of light in the darkness, because he helped bring in profit. Dagir was interested in one more question, and he asked the boy why he decided to share something with his family. Mikhail asked if he meant Miller's teaching, and the Count asked the hero to keep his promise as quickly as possible so that the result would be better. The main character put his hands on his hips, preparing himself for further work, and said that if the Count had a lot of time, then training could begin today. Mikhail told Dagir the good news with a smile on his face. He was not against starting Leon's training as soon as possible. 4 whole days had already passed, and in the town where the Pavlovs' estate was located, the knights were whispering among themselves, discussing the latest rumors. The guard told his colleague that he heard that Leon had a new teacher who was teaching him swordsmanship, but he was skeptical. The knight said that a teacher is not a knight, when his friend did not believe that there could be a soldier who could teach Leon something new. The guy in metal armor didn't understand what kind of teacher they were talking about, because who else could train a swordsman, not a mage after all. The guard at the gate fell silent when his friend replied that the magician was currently training Leon Pavlov. Our hero kept his promise, and Leon's training began immediately. Pavlov was actively engaged in training. The protagonist used a flash against his comrade, who screamed from tension and fatigue, trying to defend himself with a sword. Leon was indignant because Mikhail promised to train him using Miller's method. The miniature keeper was with our hero and sat on his shoulder. Valfagris twirled his index finger and replied that that was what they were doing now, and that they would start from the base. The tiny girl said that it seemed that while she was in hibernation, the word base had taken on a different meaning. The keeper, watching Leon, said that the training was taking place in a rather interesting form, and it was interesting to watch. McCain asked if the girl noticed that it wasn't just a free flow of mana as Leon desperately fought the flares. Pavlov gritted his teeth and swung his sword, trying to hit the flash, and McCain said that knights were not the kind of people to handle mana carefully. That's why Walpurgis suggested such an interesting training method, and at that moment Leon managed to hit the flash. But McCain didn't want the guy to relax, so he directed a flow of mana directly into the body of the young Count Pavlov. The main character congratulated his friend when he complained that McCain hit him right in the bone with this action. The flash exploded, crashing into Leon Pavlov's body, and the impact force caused the boy to lose his balance. The swordmaster fell down, complaining about what kind of training this was, and the hero said that he had been taught this method by a trusted person. Leon called the man crazy, and the hero remembered how, before the regression, it was Pavlov who taught him swordsmanship using this method. The guy looked at his friend with anger, remembering that it was all his idea, and he had done the same to him in the past. Michael knelt down in front of Leon and asked him to now move all of his mana, as he had done before. Pavlov Jr. was noticeably tired after training, but he obeyed without question and closed his eyes to do it. A moment later, he opened his eyes and cried out in surprise when he noticed some unusual changes in himself. Mana enveloped the boy's sword. The swordmaster reported that he felt the load being removed from his body. Our hero explained that the process of moving mana during an attack was part of this training method, and it dawned on Leon that the mage had not attacked him for no reason. Now Pavlov needed to remember the feeling that arose in him when mana was moved. The guy concentrated on this task. McCain helped himself with his hand to stand up on his feet and gave Leon advice not to forget this feeling and to constantly train it. The protagonist stood up and said that in this way Pavlov would be able to achieve good results in his training. While Fergus had seen how attentive and serious Leon had been during his training and knew that sooner or later the boy would understand. Mikhail smiled, realizing that the training was going even faster than he had promised, because the hero had led Leon along a shortcut. The main character was pleased with today's training session and understood that now all that was left was to wait for the result. After training, Mikhail Walpurgis and his new companion, a keeper reduced to tiny size, came to a deserted place. Mikhail said that there was no one around, but the girl didn't care because people wouldn't see her anyway. The guy said that he had discussed everything with the Count in advance, and this was the only time he would be able to be here completely alone. The keeper asked if the hero wanted to do something without witnesses, and whether she should leave him alone now too. The protagonist replied that the girl could stay here and extended his hand forward to do what he planned. With a gesture of his hand, the young mage activated the relic from the storm set. The pendant lit up and froze in the air. A powerful green whirlwind of mana flew out of it, and the girl guessed that the hero wanted to use the storm, because it works not only as a defense. Staring intently at the magical vortex, the protagonist explained that he wanted to study the artifact before he had to use it in battle. The proud keeper offered to teach the boy how to use the relic, because she knows everything about this thing. The guy angered the girl by saying that what she knew was completely useless. She called this absurd and did not understand how he could doubt her skills. The protagonist called her too young, so the keeper does not understand that rotation is the essence of mana. She listened attentively to Mikhail's story about how, when it comes to artifacts, there are an infinite number of options for their use. Everything around turned into darkness, only streams of green mana shone, which surrounded the main character from all sides. Mikhail closed his eyes and was calm. While the artifact worked around his body, the guy remembered that before the regression, the relic did not belong to him. Before our hero returned to the past, the relic was in the possession of the warrior Siegfried, but the boy carefully watched how Storm worked. Before the regression, Mikhail often analyzed the work of these artifacts, and then a certain assumption arose in his head. Seeing how the warrior Siegfried used the storm set, our hero realized that the relic could be used for self-circulation of mana. Because the principle of the autonomous cycle is a multi-square circulation of mana, although it has certain limitations. All the shortcomings that were previously inherent in the autonomous cycle system were the inability to feel this very cycle. The miniature keeper was frightened. She tried to cover herself with her hands from the bright magical green light. The actions of the main character raised many questions in the girl. She asked Mikhail Valfurgis what he was doing. The young magician was always interested in what would happen if he used artifacts from the storm set to work with the cycle. The experiment that Mikhail had always wanted to do succeeded, and the entire space around the boy was filled with powerful mana. The Guardian was outraged and accused the guy of madness, because you can't use the storm to circulate your mana. The girl was sure that the main character would just explode, and then she screamed in surprise when she saw something shocking. The protagonist managed to easily take control of the circulation of mana, and the keeper did not understand how he did it so easily. Mikhail Valfurgis spent a lot of time trying to find at least some information about this artifact. Before the regression, our hero even read books, gaining knowledge from there about the general characteristics and principles of interaction with the body. Once again, when Mikhail spent time studying the book, the boy realized that storm could be controlled. And now the young magician finally has the opportunity to test this assumption in practice, on the territory of the Pavlovs' estate. The protagonist cast the spell, Expand Magic Circles, and a large circle of magic appeared in front of him, tied with chains on all sides. The guy understood that this effect would not last long, but with the help of mana and storm, a temporary magic circle could be created. Valfurgis decided to start with the 6th circle of magic and pointed his finger at the mysterious symbol glowing orange. The next moment, the young mage cast the Fire Field spell, and everything around was engulfed in destructive flames. The Tombkeeper was amazed by what she saw, and sincerely did not understand how the guy managed to use the magic of the 6th circle. The girl fell silent, her eyes widening in surprise as the petite lady noticed something shocking in front of her. She begged the guy to stop, because the hero had already used the 7th circle, and using magic that did not match his abilities was very dangerous. Attempts to reason with the hero had no effect on him. He closed his eyes, moved his hand to the side, and cast the gravity spell. The spell worked successfully. The ground around the heroes began to crumble into large stone blocks. At the command of the young magician, all the boulders flew from the ground into the air and began to rush high into the sky, one after another. The clean and well-kept area where our heroes stood turned into complete chaos and destruction in a second. The keeper could not believe her eyes that Mikhail Valfurgis had succeeded and the 7th circle spell had worked. Exactly 1 week has passed since our hero began training Leon Pavlov using the Miller method. The young count's sword was surrounded by blue mana, and Leon managed to begin to control this energy. The guy, his eyes shining with joy, laughed and was clearly pleased with the result he had achieved, saying that this was the true power of training. Leon waved his sword, showing his teacher his achievements, and Mikhail said that Pavlov was finally satisfied. But Valfurgis was serious because he was thinking about the future, but he understood that Leon's skills were enough to reach heights in just a couple of years. Looking at how Pavlov Jr. is proud of the result achieved already now, doubts about this arose in the hero's head. The protagonist did not understand what his friend meant when Leon asked what Mikhail was going to do with that dungeon. The swordmaster explained that he was talking about a prophecy and reminded that Michael wanted to participate in the selection of mercenaries who would go into the dungeon. Valfurgis Jr. did not know what to answer his comrade, because he had already forgotten that he had told Pavlov about this. The keeper looked at Mikhail in surprise when he hesitated, because the hero's head was constantly filled with the artifact he had received. Leon Pavlov mentioned the prophecy, so the main character had to remember about Cassandra, who is its author. Michael realized that before going into that dungeon next time, he first needed to find a clairvoyant. The young mage rubbed his chin with his fingers, trying to figure out how he would find the missing Cassandra. The silence on the training ground was broken by the sound of boots. A knight was running towards the heroes, loudly calling for his master. The hero immediately looked up from his thoughts and looked at the soldier, and the surprised Leon asked the knight what had happened. Sir Maxim apologized to Mikhail, and said that he urgently needed to talk to Leon because he had arrived as a guest. Pavlov asked who had come to them so unexpectedly. The knight was embarrassed and could not answer, looking his master in the eyes. The knight never said who had arrived, but our young hero had his own version, and he guessed who exactly had come to visit. The protagonist looked away irritably and told the guys that most likely this guest was Eileen Rindle. Mikhail Valfurgis hit the nail on the head. The bride Liana Eileen was indeed already waiting for her groom inside the estate, sitting on a chair. It was clear from the girl that the furnishings inside the house did not impress her much, and she thought that the Pavlovs' estate was small, as was their influence. Looking at the decor of her fiancé's house, Eileen thought that the house was modest, like the history of Liana Pavlova's family. The girl gathered her courage, clenched her fist, and reminded herself that she had to prove to her father that she was worthy of the title of knight. Knight Eileen remembered her past mistakes when she was engaged to Michael Walpurgis and how carelessly she had behaved. She also recalled one of the conversations with her father, Count Rindle, when he said that they had no more chances with Walpurgis. Then Count Rindle, upset by the recent events, looking out the window, allowed the girl to do as she saw fit. The daughter looked at her dad with devotion, feeling sad and guilty that, due to her carelessness, Eileen's family had gotten into trouble. Eileen tried to reach out to her father, who was acting somewhat indifferent towards her in that situation. The girl was perfectly aware that she alone was to blame for the fact that the honor of her Rindel family was desecrated. The door to the room where the girl sat and waited to meet her new fiancé finally opened. She stood up from her chair, realizing that she had to become stronger than Leon Pavlov, who was called the next generation's genius sword master. The girl pulled herself together, because with Pavlov's help, her value as a knight would increase, and she would prove to her father that she was worthy. Someone entered the room where Eileen had been alone with her thoughts and waved a greeting. Surprisingly, this person was not Leon Pavlov, but Eileen's ex-fiancé Mikhail Valfurgis, who greeted the girl. A look of shock crossed the face of Duke Rindle's heiress when she saw Mikhail Walpurgis in front of her. She recognized him as her ex-fiancé. Mikhail confirmed that he was the one, and the girl asked what the hell he was doing here. Without any embarrassment, Walpurgis sat down on a chair, crossed his legs, and answered his ex-fiancé that he was an invited guest of this house. Mikhail looked at the girl arrogantly, saying that it was rather he who should be asking what she was doing there. Eileen felt awkward, looked down in confusion, and could not clearly answer why she had come to the Pavlov estate. The hero said that he had no complaints against the young lady, since the breakup between them had occurred by mutual consent. Following the scandal surrounding the engagement of Michael Walpurgis and Eileen, new facts about the Rindle Duke's family have emerged. Residents learned from an information poster on the wall that two families had broken off their engagement by mutual consent. It was also written there that the reason for the separation was not Mikhail Valfurgis's incompetence. So people stopped spreading rumors about our hero's incompetence, and he was quite happy with that. The same could not be said for Eileen Rindel, who was still feeling very depressed after the true reason for the engagement being called off was revealed. A tense Eileen arrived at the estate to meet Leon, so it was only natural that she asked where Pavlov was. The protagonist explained that Leon Pavlov was currently washing his face, so for now he would be Eileen's temporary interlocutor. Michael was still curious about the reason why Eileen had come to the estate and asked what brought her here. Stuttering with awkwardness, the girl said that she had simply come to learn about another family's swordsmanship. She admitted that her words must have sounded a bit brazen to Mikhail, but he said that it was nothing of the sort. The guy knew that the girl was already good with a sword, but considering what awaited her in the future, it wouldn't hurt for her to gain more experience. Our hero had no reason to stop Eileen from developing her sword skills. On the contrary, if the girl could learn or at least wanted to, it would be useful for Mikhail in the future. Valfurgis paused in his thoughts for a second, wondering what would happen if Eileen couldn't handle the knowledge she had received. An interesting idea was born in the head of the main character, which was reflected in the form of a sly smile on the face of Mikhail Valfurgis. A smile lit up the guy's face from ear to ear. McCain folded his arms and turned to Eileen, who was still sitting opposite. The girl tensed up. The guy's behavior seemed suspicious to her, and she asked why his eyes suddenly lit up like that. The hero slammed his palm down on the table to lean on it, and assumed that the girl wanted to become even stronger since she came here. If Michael is right now, then he would like to give Eileen a chance to become stronger and improve her sword skills. The young Duchess looked at our hero with confused eyes, not understanding what chance he was talking about now. She was even more confused when McCain warned her that Leon was quite hot-tempered and that such a sudden visit would hardly please him. Eileen was shocked and even sweated when Walpurgis said that he wanted to help the girl. Some time later, tired after training, Leon Pavlov went out into the courtyard of his family's estate. Holding his head with his hand, the guy asked our hero with his eyes closed why McCain had called him here. As soon as Pavlov Jr. opened his eyes, he saw Mikhail's wide smile in front of him and Eileen Rindle standing behind him. Leon Pavlov was very surprised, and his eyes widened, because he did not expect to meet the young Duchess here and now. Mikhail was in a good mood, but the girl standing behind him looked away and looked displeased. The swordmaster pointed his index finger at Mikhail, accusing our hero of having a suspicious smirk on his face. Leon shared his suspicion that Mikhail Walpurgis was probably planning some kind of madness once again. The smile disappeared from our hero's face. He asked Pavlov not to upset him and asked where else he would find such a teacher. Pavlov turned his attention to Lady Rindle when she tilted her head and asked the boys what was going on. Leon Pavlov was completely confused, not understanding what Mikhail and Eileen were doing here together, which is what he asked the guys about. The swordmaster's face broke out in sweat as he realized the reason why the three of them had gathered here together. A few hours later, a training session was in full swing at the Pavlov family's training ground, in which Eileen also took part. The girl closed her eyes in pain and screamed that he could have warned her when Mikhail's magical flashes pierced her body. The way our hero's students were suffering only amused him, and the keeper asked if Mikhail had gone too far. Mikhail justified himself by saying that he had not deceived any of them, and the previously promised chance was now finally given to Eileen. Leon Pavlov also participated in the joint training and fought against Mikhail's outbursts with his shining sword. A purple stream of mana rushed straight at Pavlov, but at the last moment he was able to block the flash with his sword. Eileen watched Leon's actions closely and envied his skill, realizing that he could repel any attack. Because the girl was distracted, a purple flash hit Eileen's legs, and she lost her balance with a scream, dropping the sword from her hand. The coach approached Eileen, and the girl said that she felt like there was too big a difference in skills between her and Pavlov. The main character did not agree with this, because it is usually not the one with fewer skills who gets it, but the person with a lot of technical problems. The girl listened humbly and silently to her teacher, looking at him when he asked if he had explained everything clearly. She sat on the ground after the missed attack, watching Leon's progress and realizing that she had overestimated her skills. As she stood up, the girl said that, if we compare, Pavlov was clearly not tired after their fight, and Mikhail replied that nothing could be done about it. Eileen bit her lip, trying not to cry, but Mikhail understood that despite all her shortcomings, the girl had an innate talent. This training turned out to be very difficult for the girl. From the excess of negative emotions, her body began to visibly tremble. Michael went to meet Eileen and agreed to tell her what it was all for, meaning why he attacked her with flashes. Eileen sighed in annoyance when Walpurgis explained that he had only used the flash spell on her for fun. However, the young mage saw potential in his new student and knew that she could become better, so he extended his hand to her. The guy suspected that Eileen could become even better than he was, so her training would definitely benefit him in the future. Michael stood in front of the young Duchess with his hand outstretched, but she was in no hurry to approach our main character. The hero wanted to make the girl stronger, so he asked her with a smile to let him introduce Eileen to her new teacher. When the protagonist extended his hand to the Duchess to introduce himself as her new teacher, she looked at the guy with distrust. There was a pause in the conversation between the heroes. Mikhail Valfurgis looked intently at the girl, expecting at least some kind of reaction from her. The young mage's offer to become her teacher caught Eileen off guard, so she hesitated for a long time before answering. The boy extended his hand, expecting Eileen to shake it, but the swordswoman in leather gloves pushed our hero's palm away. Eileen reacted negatively to the young man's proposal. She became indignant and asked Mikhail if he thought that this was what she came here for. The hero calmly massaged his palm after the blow, while the girl was indignant that a magician could not teach a swordmaster and adequately judge skills. Leon Pavlov immediately ran up and stood up for Walpurgis, saying that Mikhail's ability to learn deserved the girl's trust. The young duchess was shocked when Leon stated that Walpurgis had taught him everything she had just seen. She said that it was impossible, that the magician taught him to use his aura, but Mikhail defended himself, saying that he understood how it worked. Leon Pavlov stood behind and looked at our hero with eyes full of admiration and adoration, and Eileen felt confused. The girl hesitantly agreed that the main character was telling the truth now, since the brilliant swordmaster Leon confirmed it. The girl bowed her head before Mikhail as a sign of respect and apology, and asked him to forgive her for her bias. Eileen's excessive politeness surprised the hero, and the girl explained that she apologized because he shared his wisdom with her. The young Duchess of Rindel's actions surprised Mikhail, because he thought that apologizing was not her style. Mikhail realized that he was deeply mistaken about this when Eileen stood for a long time in front of our hero, her head bowed submissively. Noticing the guy's interested look, Eileen asked why he was looking at her like that, and Walpurgis replied that he just did so. Eileen became angry when the guy explained that he was simply surprised by her honesty and straightforwardness on such a matter. The main character admitted that the girl never ceased to amaze him when she immediately stopped being angry at Mikhail and asked him to start training. Michael asked if Eileen thought she would share such valuable information with her for free and added that he wanted to get something in return. The Duchess covered her mouth with her hand and fell silent, wondering whether she should agree to such a proposal from Walpurgis. The girl decided to clarify whether she would simply be in debt to the guy after he passed on his knowledge to the Duchess. The protagonist closed his eyes and answered no. His intention was to ask for something else in exchange for training. Eileen sighed heavily and reached into her pocket, rummaging around for a long time to get out something that could be tuition fees. The girl took out a large purple crystal from her pocket, which glowed mysteriously, and asked the hero if this was enough for him. The hero looked at the stone with interest, saying that it was a flawless mana stone, and the girl saw how much Mikhail liked it. Eileen said that this stone can reduce the difficulty of passing dungeons, and she originally wanted to give it to Leon. The protagonist was in no hurry to accept the flawless stone of magical energy as a reward for teaching Eileen. He understood that it was not without reason that the girl decided to use such a valuable item for negotiations with the Pavlovs. Michael Valfurgis concluded that the Rindle family was already well aware of the raids in the dungeon. The protagonist was lost in his thoughts, thinking about old man Rindle and what a difficult person he was. The reward was indeed of great value, so Michael took the mana stone from the girl's hand. Then, unexpectedly, Walpurgis turned to Eileen and Leon Pavlov and asked if they knew who the judge of iniquity was. The young count looked at Mikhail with eyes wide with shock when he suddenly mentioned the judge of lawlessness. The capricious Leon asked if Mikhail was talking about the man who was the free master of the sword of this continent. Valfurgis confirmed Pavlov's guess, and he really meant the Holy Sword of the West, the judge of lawlessness, Milium Ariaran. Before our hero's regression, it was he who destroyed the commander of the 7th Legion, one of the 12 demonic commanders. Eileen Rindle visibly tensed up when the protagonist announced that Milium was the teacher he would introduce them to. The girl did not believe Walpurgis, saying that no matter what he had planned, he would definitely not be able to pull this off. The main character did not explain to the Duchess where he got such connections, and said that the less she knew, the better she would sleep. The hero asked Pavlov if he remembered what he had been told about the temple, and Leon replied that they could go there right now. The guy said that they would go to the temple tomorrow, and then turned his head to the side to tell about something else. The hero stunned Eileen with another piece of news, saying that the girl should be ready, because tomorrow she would go to the capital with them. Michael advised the Duchess to stop arguing if she wanted to start training faster when she began to complain, while Fergus the Younger understood that Cassandra, who was the author of the prophecy, was probably now on the western border. The guy knew that the clairvoyant had run away because people never believed her, and the girl did not gain trust in society. The main character, recalling the events before the regression, suggested that it was during that period that the judge of lawlessness appeared there. For our brave hero, this was a great opportunity to meet two people he needed in one place, and it couldn't be missed. Eileen Rindle was at a loss and did not know whether to agree to the trip to the capital, although training was important to her. She screamed, waving her fists, that this was too sudden, and the guy should explain everything to her, why they suddenly needed to go to the capital. When Eileen screamed so furiously and loudly, making claims to the main character, he opened his mouth silently in surprise. Mikhail Valfurgis grinned and treated the girl's behavior with tolerance, not shouting or being indignant in response. The young mage calmly explained to Rindel that they were going to the capital tomorrow in order to meet the warrior there. It was already late evening, training was over, and the main character was spending time alone with himself, thinking about what a funny girl Eileen was. Nearby was a keeper, reduced to a tiny size, who said that he and Rindel seemed to be the same age, but so different. She asked if the hero couldn't live like Eileen, and the guy, closing his eyes from fatigue, replied that everything suited him. The tiny girl noticed that there was a flawless mana stone lying on the table and appreciated the little thing. The keeper asked what the hero was going to do with the stone, and he replied that he was going to do what one was supposed to do with mana crystals. The protagonist took out a spatial bag with an image of a magic circle on it, which he got from the tomb. The guy placed the spatial bag on the table, next to the mana stone, and said that he intended to create his own artifact. The keeper only sighed heavily and admitted that Mikhail Valfurgis never ceased to amaze her. The girl did not believe in this idea, asking how our hero was going to make it, since there were obviously not enough materials. She obediently fell silent when the protagonist repeated that he would use the magic stone as it was supposed to be used. In anticipation, Mikhail smiled and said that he would make a magic staff with the help of these artifacts. The idea of creating a staff obviously did not please the keeper, and she asked if there were other ways to use the magic stone. She explained that it was worth a lot that the young man could create a flow of mana himself, but even 100-year supply of strength would not be enough to make a staff. Mikhail reassured the petite girl, saying that everything was fine and that he had an interesting idea in his head on how to implement it. The keeper asked him with a complaint where he got so much confidence from, and the hero answered bluntly that it didn't concern her. The girl with long green hair sincerely did not understand what all this meant, and what idea had visited the bright head of the magician. Mikhail Valfurgis did not leave the curious keeper without explanations, and decided to tell how he would create the staff. He looked at the girl with an inspired smile on his face and said that he was going to find a branch of the holy tree. The keeper's mouth and eyes widened in surprise when the protagonist announced his intentions to find the holy tree. The guardian was tossing and turning, not understanding how the hero knew about the holy tree, and he explained that he had his own sources. He reassured her that he was in no hurry to create the staff, and would simply prepare for the process. The guy added that even without this, the magical mana stone is itself a rather powerful and valuable artifact. Refining mana stones is a tricky process, especially if they are of high quality, and one wrong move can blow up the estate. The guy understood the complexity of the matter, but he smiled because he knew that such an incident would not happen if he took on the matter. The protagonist reached out to the flawless mana stone without worrying because he had a lot of experience with it before the regression. The young magician Mikhail Valfurgis had not yet managed to touch the crystal, but his hand was already engulfed in blue magical light. The keeper watched this process closely, wondering whether the hero should now cleanse every piece of this stone. Michael knew very well that he could also engrave spells on the stone that would always be active. To do this, he began casting spells one after another, starting with special engraving and strengthening, and ending with adding magic circle. The petite girl sincerely could not understand how our hero was able to use spells that were only available to experienced magicians. Mikhail's answer caused the keeper to sigh in irritation when he said that only his talent and tenacity helped him. The flawless mana stone was almost purified. To complete the process, the protagonist took the knife and prepared his finger. The boy pricked his index finger with the blade, held his hand over the stone, and a drop of blood fell from his flesh. Our hero did this in order to become one with the magic stone. The drop fell right onto the crystal. At the next moment, the mana stone began to change color and vibrate, moving on the wooden table. Valfurgus stated that the process was successfully completed when the purple stone turned into a perfectly smooth, round black ball. The keeper was surprised that the stone became not colored, but black, because the nature of a person's magic can be determined by color. The main character ignored the girl's remark, stood up from his chair and said that this was not about him. The guardian accused Mikhail of simply mocking her when the guy said that he possessed every kind of magic. Michael Valfurgus took the successfully purified magical energy stone into his palm, which turned into a black ball. The young mage cast the fireball spell, and the stone jumped into the air and turned into a clot of bright flame. The hot magic mana stone fell onto the wooden table, and after the spell it turned not black, but red. What she saw amazed the keeper when the main character told her that he could paint his stone in such a simple way. Mikhail was surprised that he spent less mana on this than he did before, but the effect, in his opinion, became better. The protagonist spent very little magical energy on the spell, so he decided to experiment again. Realizing that his skills were undergoing a huge change, the young man looked out the window and declared that he would try to test his limits. When the young heir of the Walfurgis family made this decision, it was night outside. The forest and mountains around the Pavlov estate were lit only by the moon. Soon the night gave way to early morning. The bright sun began to emerge from behind the green mountains. The sky was covered with clouds. Mikhail, Leon, and Morden gathered on the estate grounds, and Pavlov asked if they had already heard any news. Looking away suspiciously, the hero replied that he already knew about this when Leon told him about the destruction of the orc settlement at night. Leon said it was good that so many monsters had disappeared from the face of the earth, but his dad had been racking his brains since this morning to figure out how it happened. The indifferent protagonist replied to his friend that who knows what could have happened in that settlement at the foot of the mountains. Rubbing his head, the young count noted that Mikhail's reaction to the news was somehow dull, as if he already knew about it. A moment later, a suspicion crept into the mind of the genius swordmaster, and his face changed. Suddenly, Leon Pavlov grabbed our hero by the clothes with his hand and did not let go. The guy clearly had some kind of complaint against Mikhail. He looked at Valfurgus with narrowed eyes and began to ask whether Michael himself had arranged the destruction of the orcs in the forest. In response to Leon Pavlov's suspicions, our protagonist smiled ambiguously, realizing that he had been found out. Mikhail didn't answer his comrade, but only smiled, looking into his eyes, when Leon asked again if he had dealt with the orcs. From Walfurgis' reaction, the swordmaster realized that it was indeed him, but he still couldn't believe that the guy could seriously do such a thing. Meanwhile, the holy church was deserted. Only one person was inside, and it was a priest in a snow-white cassock. The priest's solitary prayer in the middle of the temple was interrupted when he heard quiet and slow footsteps. It was another clergyman who addressed him as Your Eminence and spoke of the prophecy. Archbishop Narun, an elderly man with a shaved head and a beard, said he had done everything as he was told, and the priest asked if everything had gone well. The priest replied that everything had gone well, and no one seemed to have even paid much attention while he carried out the task. Narun meekly agreed when the priest said that the prophecy did exist after all, and they would act accordingly. The man had one more question for the Archbishop, and he asked, still with his back to Narun, if he had found Cassandra. The old man admitted that he had not yet found the girl who was the author of the ill-fated prophecy about the war with demons and the warrior. Archbishop Narun dared to express his opinion that looking for the seer Cassandra was not exactly a good idea. The old man thinks that the prophecy makes no sense and no one believes it anyway, and the priest asks if Narun thinks it is a lie. The man in the snow-white cassock of a priest did not quite agree with the Archbishop's opinion regarding the falsity of the prophecy. In conclusion, the man expressed the opinion that they should still keep an eye on Cassandra and not let her disappear. The church minister believed that it was impossible to simply ignore what the seer said, because the prophecy could turn out to be true. The man suggested that Archbishop Narun wait a little, and perhaps in the future they would be able to find answers to their questions. The priest with long blonde hair looked sadly at the floor and suggested that the Lord could also give them some advice. At this time, our hero managed to explain to the girl the purpose of his visit to the capital, and she raised one eyebrow when she heard about the prophecy. Michael Valfurgis confirmed that it was because of Cassandra's prophecy that the three heroes would go to the capital. Eileen didn't think prophecies were a reliable source of information, and she found it hard to believe even if they were true. It was only natural for the hero that someone would be skeptical about such things, since there were no signs of impending disaster. Now, when the main character returned to the past 20 years ago, the title of warrior was not yet the most prestigious position, and it seemed to McCain that a warrior should by default be able to defeat demonic entities that would fight against people. Another purpose of the trip to the capital for the young magician was the opportunity for him, Leon, and Eileen to establish relations with the church. The girl did not understand why they needed to establish relationships with the clergy, and the guy did not explain. Duchess Eileen guessed that our hero needed the church because of the judge of lawlessness that Michael had mentioned earlier. McCain asked the girl not to worry about this because the young man knew what he needed to do. The protagonist looked up at the sky and told Eileen and Leon Pavlov that they would be able to solve all their problems in the capital. He didn't share this with the guys, but the guy understood that the only question that remained unresolved was Cassandra. The young magician approached his faithful butler Morden, who accompanied him, and asked if he had learned what he had been asked about. Morden, frightened, replied that he had asked the people in the temple about Cassandra and the prophecy, but they themselves did not know where the girl was. Michael was surprised that even the Holy Church did not know where the seer was, but the butler replied that it seemed so. The protagonist cast a suspicious glance to the side. The information about the church's ignorance of Cassandra confused him. The butler said that Cassandra was said to have been spotted on the border with an unknown knight, and that she left a message before disappearing. Mikhail Valfurgis listened attentively to his butler Morden's report on the rumors concerning the seer Cassandra. He asked the elderly man what message the seer had given him before she disappeared. The butler replied that the only thing the girl had said in her message was that she would wait. Immediately, Michael and his students set off on a new adventure. The main character cast the teleport spell. The spell worked successfully, and the heroes moved in space. The frightened Leon tried to catch his breath, bending over. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and began cursing our hero, saying how Leon hated magic. The swordmaster screamed indignantly at why Mikhail had teleported them without warning, and received the answer that the hero simply did not want to waste time. Mikhail Valfurgis pointed his finger to the side and asked Leon Pavlov to look there. The guys were in the city. The main character announced that they were already in the capital, and the guys really were standing in the middle of a busy city with the capital's citizens walking around them. Pavlov looked around the new environment and admired the beauty of the city, assessed the scale of the capital, and compared it with his village. Eileen asked Leon to stop talking nonsense because the city was luxurious, but beauty and luxury, in her opinion, were two different things. Leon Pavlov was upset by the way the heroes had shamed him and looked after them, calling them dirty bourgeois. The main character, Mikhail Valfurgis, slowly wandered along the capital street paved with large stones. The guy looked around, and then raised his head up and noticed a thing that was high above the ground. It was a large blue flag with a golden coat of arms on it, and the hero noted that there was a completely different atmosphere in the capital. Michael suggested that Eileen and Leon get straight to the point and visit the temple, but then the keeper drew his attention to herself. The girl, reduced to a tiny size, pointed her finger somewhere to the side and asked Mikhail to look there. In a dark and deserted alley there were two men, a menacing bald-headed man shouting and insulting a girl in a black robe. He grabbed the woman, and she screamed that if he didn't let her go now, the villain would have big problems, and death was already behind him. The protagonist closely watched what was happening in the alley. The mysterious girl in the robe aroused his suspicion. The guy looked at the stranger's face and realized that something was wrong with this girl, and she gave him a strange feeling. Mikhail jumped up when a thought finally came into his head that explained what was wrong with this stranger. The ill-wisher became even more angry after the girl's words, clenched his hand into a fist, and swung it, cursing at the defenseless stranger. A serious fight broke out between the bald-headed man and the fragile girl in the robe, and he ordered her to shut her mouth. Michael realized that the woman needed to be protected, and reacted instantly by casting the shield spell to protect the girl. The villain was taken aback when a magical shield began to appear around him, and a knight suddenly jumped out to protect the girl. The stranger in armor appeared completely suddenly. He attacked the ill-wisher. His face was covered by a helmet. An unknown brave man stood in front of the bald-headed man who had fallen to the ground after the attack and asked the knight what he was doing. The knight turned around when our hero approached him and asked who dared to draw his sword right in the middle of the capital. Mikhail looked reproachfully at the unknown hero, accusing him of being out of his mind and advising him not to attract unnecessary attention to himself. The main character strictly ordered the knight in armor to immediately put away his weapon. Mikhail did not like the stranger's actions. The girl whom the knight had protected called him Sir Aaron and asked him to hide his sword, and the brave man almost called her name in response. The stranger was dressed in a dark outfit with a purple corset. The girl folded her hands together on her stomach. The woman hid her face behind her jet-black hair and modestly greeted our protagonist. Mikhail did not expect to meet her here and now. The girl came closer and expressed joy that the meeting at least took place. Lady Cassandra's words that the meeting with Mikhail took place aroused his suspicions, and the guy latched onto the word "took place." Looking into the sad eyes of the Seer Cassandra, the protagonist concluded that the girl had predicted this meeting. A disgruntled Leon Pavlov tugged the magician by the shoulder and suggested that Mikhail find a quieter place than this one. He drew our hero's attention to the fact that there were a lot of people here, and the onlookers passing by were doing nothing but looking at them. The protagonist agreed with Leon that it would be worth finding a more secluded place, free from prying eyes, to talk with Cassandra. The inhabitants of the capital of the empire crowded around the ill-wisher, who sat on the floor and looked at the knight in horror. To neutralize the careless, bald-headed man, the young mage cast the numbing spell. The villain began to scream and get indignant, calling the hero a little rat who was rummaging through his things when Mikhail reached into his pockets. The hero took out a bag from there and advised the man to be glad that he remained alive, and the guy just wanted to return the stolen goods to the owner. The thief did not want to say goodbye to the stolen item and began shouting after the main character that the bag belonged to him. Mikhail took a large cross on a chain out of his bag, asked the bald man how long ago he had become a priest, and he fell silent. The protagonist put his hand on the intruder's shoulder and called him Mr. Pickpocket to tell him something else. He whispered to the man to tell his rats that Walpurgis was looking for them, and then advised his friend to move his buns. The bald-headed pickpocket said the name of our brave hero, but a moment later Mikhail grabbed the man by the face with his hand. The magician put his index finger to his mouth, indicating to the ill-wisher that it would be better for him to remain silent for now. The main character approached the girl who had just been robbed, handed her a black bag, and she thanked the guy for it. The girl with blue-black eyes and hair looked down sadly, examining the thing that had been stolen from her. She expressed the opinion that there was no point in introducing herself to her anymore, and the knight standing next to her wanted to object to the girl. The heroine reassured her defender, saying that everything was fine and that they had already seen everything anyway, so there was no point in hiding. Leon, Eileen, and the butler Morden stood to the side, whispering. The boy and the girl did not understand what was happening in front of them. Only the butler Morden guessed who the girl in the black robe was, now standing in front of him, and quietly called her a prophet. Duchess Eileen and Leon Pavlov screamed in surprise when they learned from the butler that the stranger was the very same prophet. Cassandra grabbed the hood of her robe with her hand to remove it, and confirmed Morden's words about her being a seer. The girl solemnly announced to everyone present, removing the hood that covered her face, that she was that very Cassandra. The story continued elsewhere, with a large white rat sniffing around in a dark and uninviting building. It was a long and spacious room, damp and dark inside, because it was lit only by a few dim torches. The bald-headed man who had attacked Cassandra earlier in the day was now kneeling in front of someone, making excuses. The big guy with the big belly sat on the throne and looked at his pickpocket, asking if Walpurgis was really looking for him. A stranger told those present that he had heard that this little bastard, Mikhail Walpurgis, was nothing special. The pickpocket was outraged, apologized to his boss, and blamed everything on Mikhail, who had robbed him. Disgusted with his mercenary, the man asked how Mikhail was able to deal with the bald-headed thief if the rumors about Mikhail were true. The pickpocket's boss put his gloved hand forward and wished the guilty man to die. The thief's face twisted in horror and pain. His body was covered on all sides by magical dark worms that would now kill him. At that moment, the pickpocket remembered the seer's words, that if he didn't let him go now, he would have big problems. The man's eyes were filled with horror as he realized that the girl he had robbed today was 100% right. Dark magic completely consumed the careless thief. Before his inevitable death, the unsuccessful thief only managed to let out a long groan. The spell turned the bald-headed man into a naked skeleton, leaving only his skull and bones, and the boss only said that there would be one less idiot now. At this point, the farewell to the dead thief was over, and the fat man ordered his subordinates to get moving, because they had a lot of work to do. The leader of the villainous gang took the warning of the already dead pickpocket seriously and wondered what Walpurgis wanted from him. The man didn't have time to come to any conclusion because he noticed the steps of an unknown person, which were becoming louder and louder. The mustachioed villain moaned in surprise when he saw a man in front of him who unexpectedly approached him. An unknown person in a mask with long hair appeared in front of the man, and the leader said that of course they have him. The masked stranger pulled out a sword, standing in front of the fat man, and asked him what they would do in this situation. The leader of the villainous gang laughed and told the girl that he had already forgotten that she was the greatest sword master. The woman approached the man, pointed the tip of the weapon directly at the villain, and told the fat man not to drag out the rubber until she killed him. The bandit grinned and asked how the girl would find what she needed if she killed the man now. He asked the girl holding the sword in her hand to calm down and solve his problem first, and he would give her what she so desired. The heroine didn't know what the problem was and asked what it was this time, and the man explained that Walpurgis had decided to intervene. The thin-mustached villain rested his face on his hand and smirked when the girl didn't understand what was going on and said that he just didn't like it. Meanwhile, on one of the capital's streets, our hero, accompanied by Leon, Eileen, and the butler, was talking with Cassandra. The seer Cassandra turned to the protagonist, called him by name, and said that she had been waiting for him. The girl came closer to Mikhail and expressed a desire to talk to him. The guy was a little confused by this proposal. Leanne, Eileen, and the butler were surprised when the seer apologized to him and said that the conversation was not for prying ears. Pavlov Jr. did not insist on being present at the conversation and said that they would then go to church. Eileen Rindle also took it calmly that the conversation with the seer would take place without her, and said that she would go to the temple with Leon. The main character stopped the girl, walked up to Eileen and put his hand on her shoulder to warn her about something. The young Duchess froze in shock when Michael began to warn her what to do in case of danger. The boy quietly whispered one word in her ear, Kariaman, and Eileen must remember it in case of danger. Butler Morden brushed off his jacket and followed his master, and Pavlov took Eileen with him and went towards the temple. As he said goodbye, the main character waved his hand to his friends, looking after them with a barely noticeable smile on his face. Michael turned his wary gaze to Cassandra and asked what she wanted to talk to him about. Cassandra, who was clearly agitated and worried, got straight to the point and said that she had one question for Walpurgis. The seer was so nervous that her hand began to shake. She asked the protagonist to answer her only question. Lady Cassandra gathered her courage, looked intently at our young hero, and prepared to ask a question. Keeping a great distance, she asked the young mage if he had received her prophecy about the war. Lady Cassandra was an unusual girl because from childhood she had the ability to predict the future. These prophecies were something like intuition or premonition in the form of pictures that, independently of her, popped up in the girl's head. Many of the events Cassandra predicted actually came true, such as the death of her friends or the carriage accident. Throughout her life, the girl encountered many tragic events that brought tears to her eyes, but she tried to prevent them. Knowing full well what awaited the girl and her loved ones in the future, she wanted to change events at any cost, but the result was always disastrous. The more the young seer tried to fix the future or prevent someone's death, the worse it became. Each time, the girl felt only greater horror from the understanding that the seer was powerless to change anything. Lady Cassandra could only cry loudly and alone while many of her loved ones died in tragic circumstances. The girl was equally terrified by the prophecy that in the future, the world would be destroyed as a result of an attack by demons. Cassandra came to church many times and knelt before the Holy Father, begging him to believe her. But not a single person took the girl's warning that a bloody war awaited the Empire seriously. The fragile girl had to bear this burden alone, and she could not share it with anyone because people did not believe her. Cassandra says it's harder than it looks, living in constant terror, waiting for the world to face its total destruction. During that period, the girl often wanted to give up, forget about her prophecy, and stop proving anything to humanity. The news of war and the destruction of the entire empire stopped bothering Cassandra, but new prophecies appeared. In these visions, Cassandra saw Michael Walpurgis, so the girl was really looking forward to the chance to talk to the guy. She silently looked at the one she had seen in her prophetic visions and understood that Walpurgis was her last hope. The protagonist closed his eyes and decided to indifferently answer Cassandra that he did not know about any prophecy. She heard from McCain surprised Lady Cassandra. She opened her mouth and looked at her interlocutor. The fact that Walpurgis knew nothing about the girl's prophecy clearly made the heroine upset. She became even more upset when our young hero took away the lady's last hope, saying that he would hardly be able to help her in any way. The girl asked the young man how she should understand his words, and the main character indifferently replied that his words should be taken literally. McCain decided to stop irritating the seer, approached the girl and calmed her down, placing his palm on her head. The boy smiled and admitted that he actually believed in Cassandra's prophecy, which brought hope back into her heart. Tears ran down the girl's cheeks when our hero said that he believed in the coming of demons and the destruction of humanity. Cassandra was touched, but still did not understand why Michael Walpurgis believed in her prophecy about war and the apocalypse. The main character spread his arms out to the sides and asked if he was lying to Cassandra because he was him. In a joyful voice, Michael called himself an inquisitive wizard who was interested in whether he could change the future and the prophecy. The young magician confessed to the seer that this whole topic was incredibly interesting to him, and the sparkle in the hero's eyes proved it. Cassandra listened silently as Walpurgis told her that this was a good chance to prove that everything was possible and there was no predetermination. Before this conversation with Mikhail, the seer was sure that our hero, like everyone before him, would simply laugh at the girl. The answer was unexpected, and the feelings that overwhelmed Cassandra made the Seer fall to her knees and cover her face with her palms. She was sure that the guy could be trusted, so she laughed and called him funny, suggesting that they switch to informal terms. The fact that Walpurgis believed in her visions made the lady happy. She jumped up and went to the guy to say something else. She grabbed our hero's hand with her own and said that if he trusted her, then Cassandra could trust the guy. After this conversation with the legendary Seer, the adventures of our brave heroes in the capital of the Empire continued. A young priest in a black cassock held a paper in his hand and looked questioningly at his interlocutor when he was told about the warrior. Leon Pavlov, angry to the point of redness on his face, shouted at the guy that he had come to submit an application and that formalities should be omitted. The priest did not argue any further with the warrior he did not know, and when he asked what about the others, he was told about Michael Walpurgis. Leon asked the boy to make his face simpler when the priest, hearing about Michael Walpurgis, became visibly irritated. Pavlov became even more angry when the priest accused the heroes of coming to the temple for fun, because warriors were selected there. The young count blushed with anger at the priest. He mentally turned to McCain, wondering where the hell this idiot was. When the priest smiled at someone and greeted them hospitably, Leon was delighted, thinking that Michael had finally arrived. Someone in light knightly boots approached the table, where the young cleric was writing down the names of potential warriors. It was not Mikhail, but a girl with very long blonde hair whose face was covered by a metal mask. The guy in the black robe was clearly happy about this visit, and Liana and the others were surprised by the presence of an iron mask on the stranger's face. The girl drew her bladed weapon, telling those present that she had come here to find a certain boy. Pulling out her sword, the masked lady looked menacingly at the heroes and said that she would ask them directly, asking where this boy was now. The unfamiliar great swordswoman was clearly serious and hostile, and she pointed the tip of her weapon straight at the boys. The knight was adamant and expected an immediate answer. She asked again with hatred in her eyes where he was. Leon Pavlov and Eileen Rindle were terrified when a stranger approached them and began waving a gun right in their faces. The young count reacted immediately to the threat and grabbed the hilt of his sword to defend himself if necessary. Duchess Rindle also did not lag behind and took up arms to confront the dangerous unknown girl. Leon and Eileen stood back to back, ready to defend themselves. They had no idea who was behind the mask, but it was obvious that it was a sword master. The girl in the mask had not yet touched the guys opposite and decided to ask them again where the person who could see the future was. Leon realized that the question was not about Michael, but about the prophet, and asked the stranger why he should suddenly answer her. The mysterious girl in the iron mask still held the sword in her hand, pointing it at Pavlov and Eileen. She deceived the guy by starting to say something, but then suddenly pounced on him, grabbing poor Leon's face with her hand. Eileen Rindle looked in horror at the aggressive stranger who had treacherously attacked her friend for no reason. The girl in the mask looked at Leon Pavlov with anger in her eyes and began to threaten the guy to make him say something. Duchess Rindle was thrown to the side, and the stranger struck with such force that everything around her was shattered into pieces. Eileen fell from the blow, flying to the side, and closed her eyes in pain. The heroine did not drop the sword and was ready to defend herself. The girl began to get indignant because they were in a temple, and the unknown villainess acted very recklessly by attacking them. The woman replied that she didn't care about Eileen's claims because everyone present didn't even know who she was. She held Leon's face with her hand, saying that even if they found out, she still wouldn't start with Eileen because the Emperor wouldn't allow such chaos. Eileen was at a loss as to what to do in this situation because the aggressive stranger was not even listening to her. Sitting on the ground, the frightened young duchess began to back away so that she would not become the next victim of the attack. It dawned on the duchess that as soon as she, Mikhail, Leon, and Morden arrived in the capital and met Cassandra, our hero said something to her. Eileen's mind flashed back to a recent conversation with Walpurgis, in which the boy asked her to remember just one word in case of danger. The girl looked at the face of the mysterious masked woman, who had already approached her and was looking menacingly at the Duchess. Eileen was at a loss for words due to her fear of the stranger. She tried to figure out what words she needed to say now. Eileen opened her mouth and began to pronounce the first letters of the word that would save her in the face of danger. When the young Duchess loudly shouted the word Karyaman, the woman in the metal mask retreated and ran back. She glared at Eileen. The word the girl had spoken did not frighten the villainess, but aroused even greater interest. Eileen was unable to escape the attack by saying the name Karyaman, because the woman grabbed her right by the throat with her hand. Grabbing Eileen by the throat, the swordmaster lifted the Duchess into the air, asking how she knew the name Karyaman. The stranger ordered the girl to answer. Eileen could only scream in pain, and in her head she complained to McCain that her words did not help her at all. Our main character unexpectedly intervened in the fight, calmly saying that he knew much more than who she was. Not far from the swordmaster and Eileen stood Michael Valfurgis. Behind him were the Seer Cassandra and her faithful companion, the Knight. The woman with long blonde hair looked away from Eileen and turned her head to look at our hero. The young mage warned that he had Walfurgis' blood in him, so he suggested that the stranger not hurt people now. The woman in the iron mask only forced out a laugh when the protagonist suggested that they just talk. The stranger laughed loudly, not listening to McCain. She did not let go of Eileen and held her tightly by the throat above the ground. Then the woman decided to go along with it and let go of the young Duchess, who, wincing in pain, fell to the ground. The mysterious girl looked at the main character with disdain and called his offer to talk very funny. The tomb guardian, who was always by the brave man's side, panicked and urged Michael to be careful. The main character saw his entire set of magic circles appear in front of him, and he immediately loudly recited the spell, Expanding Circles. This is the spell that Michael Walfurgis used to instantly increase the number of his magic circles. The guy saw that the girl was about to attack him, so his next step was to activate the enhanced shield spell. The protagonist tried to reach out to his opponent, shouting that he just wanted to talk because the young man did not want to get into a fight. McCain told the woman that she could still stop, but then realized that he had no other choice now. The young mage understood that the spell's effect would only last for 5 minutes and he needed to act quickly, so he activated Level 4 Acceleration. To gain an advantage in battle in the form of perfect vision, the guy then cast the 4th level Eagle Eye spell. Meanwhile, the masked woman bravely swung her long sword, leaving behind streaks of bright purple light. The main character quickly and deftly moved through space with the help of a spell, trying to bypass the enemy's magical stripes. When McCain managed to get close to the villainess, the hero cast the massive gravity spell, and green streams of mana flew out of his hand. Valfurgis understood that this was a decisive moment, and he used a powerful spell against the swordmaster in a jump. The protagonist's massive gravity proved weaker than the ill-wisher's sword illuminated by purple mana. With a scream, McCain flew back as the masked woman managed to block his spell with her sword. The protagonist was unable to keep his balance, losing at the decisive moment, and fell to the ground, landing on one knee. The greatest swordmaster, her face covered by a mask, stood before our hero, raising one hand up in victory. The defeated Leon, watching all this, shouted that this was not even a knight, not understanding where she got the skills of a wizard without an aura. The mysterious woman began to threaten the protagonist, saying that he had asked for it. Her long, thin sword began to shine with a bright, powerful aura. Whirlwinds of a strong blue aura filled the space. The girl informed McCain that now he would have to sort it out. The hero was at a loss, still kneeling, and looked helplessly at the giant stripes of magical light above his head. It was clear from McCain's face that he was deeply shocked by what he saw when the girl activated her aura. But then a brilliant thought occurred to him, which made him grin, and the mood of the young brave man clearly improved. The guy ordered the keeper to do something right now. She obeyed and also activated her aura. A whirlwind of bright green magical light surrounded the protagonist, giving him strength to continue fighting the villain. This magical, shining tornado only grew stronger and larger with each passing moment, and was no longer inferior to the stranger's aura. Now the masked girl found herself in a difficult situation, because a powerful vortex of green mana was rapidly approaching her. Our young hero was injured as a result of a skirmish with a robber. He covered his bloody face with his hand, trying to stop the bleeding. The guardian asked if the mage was okay, since he had to take on a large flow of mana, and the guy said that everything was fine. Mikhail Walpurgis successfully managed to destroy the mysterious woman's aura, and she asked what the hero had done. The main character did not reveal the secret, saying that it was a secret, and he pricked the woman by saying that each of us keeps our own secrets. The girl called Mikhail a useless bastard, just like his father. The hero did not agree, and said that he was completely different. The villainess fell silent when Walpurgis Jr. said that he had now clearly shown how he differed from his father. The woman removed her weapon from the sight of those present, hiding it under her clothes, and said that it was worth recognizing the skills of our talented hero. The swordmaster admitted that she had little time and asked about Karyaman, and the hero said that he met this man by chance. Mikhail explained that Karyaman was a pale boy who was wandering aimlessly somewhere, and our hero gave him water and asked a couple of questions. The woman came closer, trying to find out from Mikhail where the boy was going, but the hero did not understand why he should share such important information with her. She began to shake him by the shoulder when the main character said that, moreover, it seemed to him that Karyaman himself would not want this. The woman came even closer and quietly shared with Mikhail that she had to find this boy, and the main character agreed with this. But our hero had one more question that he would like to ask this girl, which he quietly whispered into her ear. The boy asked how a woman could feel calm when she was helping the one who was to blame for the boy's suffering. The woman froze, and her eyes widened as our young hero spoke her name, calling her Knight Milliam, and asked her to tell him something. In another part of the capital at this time, a big man in boots, the leader of a villainous gang, was walking around his gloomy domain. A fat man stood in the middle of a dark room, surrounded by bars, because he owned a certain prison and kept prisoners in the dungeon. The big guy approached one of the cells. Behind the bars sat an emaciated child in rags, whom the villain was holding there. The man walked up to another cell, where a boy looked at him with a frightened look, his legs shackled. The villain looked at the defenseless little boy with contempt, not feeling an ounce of pity for the child. The fat man asked his subordinate what was wrong with the boy and why he couldn't be sold at a decent price, to which he received the answer that buyers liked docile children better. What the subordinate said to the leader did not please him at all. The pot-bellied man got angry and hit the guy in the stomach with all his might. The man fell to the ground. The big guy pinned him to the floor with his boot and called him an idiot, saying that every nook and cranny of the city was teeming with such children. The gang leader crushed the head of his subordinate with his boot, indignantly asking whether it was really impossible to sell these old men, and whether the nobles would not like to have such scum. The worker thanked his boss when he let him go and said that he was in a good mood now, otherwise he would have thrown the boy to the dogs. The fat man left with an evil grin on his face. The leader of the criminal gang was indeed in a great mood that day. And all because the man managed to take control over the great master of the sword Milliam, and now she fulfills all his whims. The man turned around, thinking that Milliam would give him all the information he needed. But every piece of information had its price. Only, as the big guy believed, although Milliam was not a naive fool, this girl did not even know that her precious child was sitting behind bars. The fat man with the thin mustache looked at the boy, Milliam's son, who was sitting behind bars, and said the child's name. When the man kidnapped this child, he did not even suspect that the boy would turn out to be a close friend of the judge of lawlessness. The boss was distracted when a subordinate started running towards him at full speed, and the man asked what was going on with the prophet. Stuttering, the worker began to report about the prophet. The leader asked the guy not to beat around the bush and to tell everything. The big man thought about it when his subordinate suggested that the girl they were looking for was currently in the temple. Meanwhile, our hero, Eileen Rindle and Leon Pavlov, were indeed in the temple. McCain was talking with the priest. The Archbishop asked the guy if he wanted to say now that all the capital's criminals were targeting the prophet. The protagonist confirmed that criminals are indeed trying to capture Cassandra and monopolize her prophecy. The Archbishop was at a loss, not expecting that the criminals were so repulsed that they decided to go against the temple. The priest became even more wary when McCain asked, what if things were even worse than he thought? Michael said the Archbishop hit the nail on the head when the priest suggested that someone from the church was involved in all of this. Footsteps were heard in the temple as the Archbishop asked our hero if he had any evidence, because such words cannot be thrown around. The judge of iniquity, Miriam, intervened in the conversation and stated that she had all the necessary evidence. The Archbishop immediately fell silent, turning the corners of his mouth down, and looked intently at the girl who came closer. The woman finally took off her mask and appeared before the priest, and the man immediately recognized her as Miriam. The judge of iniquity, holding her hands behind her back, told the Archbishop that the priests had tried to seize the prophet, but Michael had stopped them. The confused priest asked how they knew this when Miriam said that they should crush them and punish them for their pride. The Archbishop still couldn't quite believe the girl when Miriam explained that she had been helping a certain garbage rat who had masterminded the kidnapping. The judge of iniquity decided to tell the young priest in more detail about the villain she worked for. She said that this idiot was in charge of all the dark deeds that were happening in the capital, and called him the Master of Shadows. The Archbishop was alarmed after the judge of iniquity called that villain the Master of Shadows. The priest was surprised by the word about shadows. Miriam told the man that he was one of the few high priests in this temple and should know perfectly well what she was talking about. Realizing who was being talked about, the Archbishop and High Priest became very angry and through clenched teeth called the villain the Ugly Lord. Michael also knew who he was talking about and added that this Ugly Lord was also one of the 12 monsters serving the demon god. The villain has done many evil deeds, so they are looking for him, and now he has to hide in the dungeons of the Empire's capital. The Archbishop was so impressed by the news that he fell to the ground and began to accuse the heroes of talking nonsense. The High Priest could not believe what was happening and once again asked Miriam and Michael if they were sure about this. The priest could not accept the fact that the followers of the demon god existed, and the situation became much more complicated in such a case. It was important for the main character to get through to the Archbishop. The guy asked the High Priest to think again. Looking into the eyes, Michael told the man that the prophet had warned him more than once about the invasion of demons, and why he did not allow the thought that this could actually happen. The man tried to object to the main character. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from his emotions, but he was unable to express an argument against it. The protagonist understood that the priest could not argue now with Mikhail's words about the probable invasion of demons. Otherwise, if the Archbishop had objected to the main character, he would have gone against the will of the temple and would have been punished. Even the ancient remains of demonic creatures that were thought to be extinct are still kept in the capital's lands. This is well known to all clergy, and the Archbishop will not claim that he does not know about it. Thinking about the Archbishop, Michael Walpurgis assumed that this must hurt the priest's pride. The young mage knelt down in front of the shocked temple servant and calmed him down, saying that he would sort everything out. Our brave hero informed the Archbishop that he, together with Miriam, would defeat the Ugly Lord, and only one thing was required of the priest. The Archbishop looked at McCain with wide, confused eyes, thinking that he would now demand a signature from him. But the main character wanted something completely different from the man, and as a condition, he asked to be appointed as a warrior of the temple. Michael's condition surprised the High Priest, but our hero believes that his demand to become an official warrior is entirely justified. The Archbishop was plunged into doubt, and the young mage tried to convince him, saying that the destruction of the Ugly Lord was a worthy feat. In the end, McCain managed to convince the priest to appoint him as a warrior. The man closed his eyes and agreed to the hero's terms. The High Priest declared that he believed in our brave hero, and a golden feather appeared in the air, surrounded by a purple aura. The Archbishop prepared to appoint Michael as a warrior, arguing about the very existence of the ugly lord and his murder. With the help of magic, the priest signed the paper, officially appointing our hero as a warrior, and said that he was obliged to support the boy. The ceremony of initiating the main character into warriors quickly ended. The guy and the others hurried to leave the temple. All four of them left the temple, including Milliam, when the streets of the capital were already illuminated by the last rays of the setting sun. Mikhail Valfurgis was surprised when the judge of lawlessness unexpectedly thanked our hero in a few words. Looking ahead, the girl explained that if it weren't for Mikhail, she would still be a hostage to the ugly lord's plans. She assumed that the guy knew the details, since he told the name of Karyaman to the Duchess, but the hero said that he didn't know anything else. The woman clenched her fists in anger when Mikhail told her that Karyaman had been kidnapped and made almost a slave for the aristocrats. Milliam wanted to save the boy. There was a glimmer of hope in her heart, that not all was lost, and she asked if she could find the child. Turning his head, the protagonist asked what the woman would do if he said that she had such an opportunity. Drawing her sword from its sheath, Milliam declared that she had no need for useless wars, especially when it came to her child. With all her might, the judge of lawlessness, Milliam, plunged her sharp and long sword straight into the ground in front of her. The woman dropped to one knee and asked Mikhail to answer her directly whether she could find him and restore her honor. Karyaman was very important to the knight, so the girl added that in exchange for help, she would give Mikhail her sword. The protagonist silently listened to the woman when she promised to fulfill the conditions and give the guy her weapon. Judge Milliam was tragic, because at one point the woman walked into her home and realized she had lost her husband forever. The man died completely unexpectedly because he came across some vagabond who brutally killed Milliam's husband. The tramp did not go unpunished. The grief-stricken woman was a master of swordsmanship, and one day she stained her weapon with the murderer's blood. But this did not calm the widow's soul. Even though she managed to take revenge, the hatred in the girl's heart did not disappear. When she fully realized that her husband could not be brought back, she realized that the reason for her husband's murder was lawlessness. The woman was convinced that it was precisely because of lawlessness that people on Earth were divided into two castes, prey and animals. After that, the girl did not try to find new love. She left her past life behind and started a completely new one. Milliam decided to hide her true identity and conceal her face by putting on an iron mask. From then on, the woman called herself the Judge of Lawlessness, and her activities were aimed at destroying all who do not respect the law. Now, when our heroes are in the capital of the Empire, the ugly lord became enraged and in anger punched the wall with his fist. Having left a dent there, the big guy called our hero a scumbag, saying that he didn't expect Walpurgis to interfere with him so much. The leader of the villainous gang was upset because everything did not go according to his plan, and now he needs to get out of this place as quickly as possible. A mysterious voice of an unknown creature was heard in the room, which forbade the boss to leave and ordered him to devour the prophet. On the wall of the capital's dungeon, a large shadow of the demonic beast that controlled the ugly lord appeared. The fat man was angry because hunting the prophet now was too dangerous for him, and it was better to wait another time. The demonic shadow did not let the big guy leave. The hand grabbed the man by the leg and asked if the boss decided to break their agreement. The boss was trying to escape from the clutches of the big shadow. The contract had no meaning for him now, because his life was more important than the contract. The gang leader began cursing when a subordinate ran up to him and said that a raid had begun and they were being attacked. Realizing that the ugly lord was unwilling to fulfill the terms of the contract, the demonic entity decided to take revenge on the man. The creature pounced on the boss with its black claws, saying that in that case it would devour him. The ugly lord tried to break free from the shackles of the long black tentacles of the shadow, but the monster grabbed the man tightly. Before disappearing into the darkness, the fat man only managed to scream hysterically, and the monster dragged him into a dark cave behind bars. The people who worked for the ugly lord were attacked, and they screamed in horror and ran away, calling for help. There was a brutal fight. Streaks of light left by the sword flew through the air. Someone dealt with all the villains. It was the greatest swordmaster, Milliam, who single-handedly scattered all the bandits in a matter of minutes, intending to find the child. The raid soon ended successfully without receiving any damage. The woman put the sword back in its sheath and stopped. Pavlov and Eileen watched this from the sidelines, and when the skirmish stopped, they quickly ran up to Milliam. The young count was delighted. He laughed and said that the judge of lawlessness was simply magnificent in this battle. Eileen took it all more seriously. Watching the woman's talent, she realized that she also wanted to wield a sword like that. At this time, the main character was standing in front of some light-colored house, behind which several columns of black smoke were visible. The keeper was greatly shocked by Milliam's abilities, and McCain said that rumors immediately spread in the capital as soon as someone drew a blade. McCain concluded that for this reason, those rats would not keep them waiting long, but it was good that at least there were no people here. The tiny flying girl was outraged, saying that the protagonist seemed to forget the purpose for which they came to the city. While Fergus's gaze confused the keeper, and with an offended voice she asked the guy not to look at her like that. The main character himself understood perfectly well that dealing with the capital's villains was not the most important task right now. For McCain, the main priority now was to find the main rat and figure out who was behind all the crimes. Our brave hero wanted, at all costs, to find the Ugly Lord, who was the leader of the villainous gang. Meanwhile, the Ugly Lord, who was grabbed by the dark shadow, asked what good would come from him devouring the man. The entity agreed with the boss, replying that, indeed, there was no nutritional value in the man. The demon who captured the ruler believed that it would be enough for him to eat the prophet, so he gave the task to find Cassandra. The boss's eyes turned demonically red, horns appeared on his forehead, and he sensed the energy of Asara's servant in the room. The demon inside the Ugly Lord ordered him to devour them all, but he objected, saying that they had to find someone. The Ugly Lord turned his head, an evil smile appeared on his face, and he said that he had some kind of idea. Recalling that he has prisoners, the bishop said that people take good care of the younger generation. The man's idea was to use this, and he headed towards the cells where the children were sitting behind bars. Eileen Rindle was still visiting the capital, currently spending her time training in swordsmanship by killing villains. The young duchess dealt a crushing blow to the criminal, leaving behind a bright red streak of magical energy. Although the girl managed to hit the enemy, she was not at all satisfied with the result, realizing that her strength was still unstable. Eileen gripped the hilt of her sword tighter, preparing to continue fighting the ugly overlord's minions. Watching the judge of lawlessness, the girl realized that all these showdowns with villains contradict the teachings of her Rindle family. But Eileen was already in deep with this story and there was no turning back, so, having no other choice, she decided to fight on. Realizing that she had to continue, the young duchess raised her sword, the blade immediately becoming bathed in bright orange magical energy. Eileen was surprised, but not taken aback when her weapon suddenly lit up with an anomalous aura that had not been there before. The girl's results improved. She began to easily deal with criminals, striking them with her magic sword. The aura was so strong and the blows so powerful that the blade of the young duchess's sword was covered in cracks after the skirmish. When the girl stopped to catch her breath, she began to cough and a spit of blood came out of her mouth, indicating the damage she had sustained. But the duchess didn't start to panic, but simply wiped her mouth, concluding that the sword couldn't withstand this abnormal aura, and she was too nervous. When the battle with the boss's minions was over, Milliam came up from behind and praised Eileen, saying that she did well. The woman also praised Pavlov, calling him a good swordsman, who showed that he was studying different methods of wielding weapons. The girl froze in surprise when Milliam said that the duchess was completely different and did not look like Pavlov. In gratitude and respect, Eileen Rindle turned and bowed before the judge of iniquity, keeping her distance. The duchess, bowing her head down, asked Milliam not to doubt her, and then offered the woman to become Eileen's teacher. The woman in the mask obviously saw potential and something unusual in Eileen, so she took the offer to train the girl positively. Eileen was about to object when Milliam immediately turned around and told Rindle to follow her so they could begin their training right away. The Judge of Iniquity looked at the girl through the holes in her metal mask and asked the young Duchess to stop worrying. She reassured Rindle that McCain would be able to deal with him himself, meaning the Ugly Lord. At this time, our young brave hero was just working on this. He entered the room and placed his palm on the stone floor. The worried keeper asked if it was not too much to come to this dungeon instead of the judge of lawlessness. The protagonist reassured the petite girl, saying that everything was fine and continued working on his main task. The next moment, the expression on our calm hero's face changed dramatically. He began to feel anger and disgust. Standing in front of the iron bars, the keeper asked what had happened, and the guy did not understand what the Lord had planned and why he was behaving like the last creature. McCain could not understand what this monster was doing where the children were, because due to the lack of food value, he could not eat them. The keeper began to worry even more. Tears almost appeared in her eyes when she guessed the reason for the ruler's actions. The protagonist came to the conclusion and shared it with the keeper that the Ugly Lord was using the children as hostages. The fat man, enslaved by the demonic entity, walked around his prison in the dungeon and laughed evilly. While Michael was busy looking for the boss, he was not busy with anything, and sat silently on his throne, resting his head on his hand. A man with a thin mustache and demon horns on his forehead closed his eyes and dozed off a little in his chair in the middle of a dark dungeon. The sound of boots hitting the floor was heard in the room. Someone had decided to visit the Ugly Lord and approached his throne. Realizing that he was not alone, the fat man immediately opened his eyes to see who had come. His pupils were red and glowing. The visitor turned out to be Mikhail Valfurgis, but the visit was not unexpected for the boss, because he said that the guy had finally arrived. The ugly ruler asked the young man not to think about it when our hero asked if the man was waiting for him. With a disgusting grin, the big guy said that it was nice to watch the kids fight. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and chuckled, lost in his thoughts, when the fat man shared that the battle even lifted his spirits. The villain smiled broadly and said that he would only get the opportunity to feast on the Seer girl and did not expect anything else. The pot-bellied man rose from his throne, saying that he never thought that the prophet's lackey would come to him, and now he would be able to regain his powers faster. The Lord's hints that he would devour Mikhail did not frighten him at all. The boy called him a freak and suggested that he just try to do it. The boss did not expect such behavior from our hero, not understanding where this boy got so much confidence from and what he was hoping for at all. With his arms crossed over his chest, the protagonist truly exuded self-confidence, and there was not a drop of fear visible on his face. The man looked at the guy's neck and saw a tattoo there, suspecting that the deity Asari was helping the hero, although the boss had already dealt with him. Having come to the conclusion that Mikhail had no reason to be so confident in himself, the Ugly Lord stated that the guy was bluffing. The demon-like man moved his hand to the side and declared that Mikhail was making his job easier by coming here himself. The guy quickly looked around the dungeon and concluded in which direction the imprisoned children were located. The ugly ruler kept innocent boys and girls in an underground prison, each in a separate cell. The big guy spread his sharp clawed fingers and activated his black demonic aura to attack the boy. With a movement of his hand, the man released black streams of magical energy from his palm, directed against the main character. It was necessary to react as quickly as possible, and in a panic, Mikhail cast the shield spell, and a large golden circle of magic appeared in his palm. The young magician managed to protect himself from the dark energy of the Ugly Lord. The streams hit right into Mikhail's shield. Impressed by Walpurgis's abilities, the man sat back on the throne and said that it seemed like the boy might be more than just a snack. The guardian appeared over the protagonist's shoulder, and he strictly ordered the girl not to interfere, but instead to protect the children. But the keeper was worried about the safety of our brave hero, and he asked the girl not to worry about him. The boss laughed and surrounded his body with a black aura again when he saw that the protagonist had so easily given up the protection of the deity. The ugly lord's red pupils disappeared, his eyes were now completely colored black, and he called Michael a fool. The lord once again directed streams of black mana against our hero. This time the magic shield did not protect Mikhail Valfurgis. The protagonist decided to use another spell and activated Shimmer to save himself from the enemy's mana. Holding his palm to his face, the brave guy managed to jump high above the floor to prevent the black magical snakes from capturing him. The boy noticed that the ugly overlord's shadow attack could take many forms, which made things much more complicated. Observing the big guy's abilities, the main character concluded that his strength was now much weaker than before Mikhail's regression. The protagonist used the flicker spell against the enemy, but the boss shouted that he could dodge it and raised his hand up. Mikhail crossed his arms in front of his face and activated all his magic circles, after which the guy cast the strengthening spell. Blue streams of magical energy began to fly around the dungeon when our hero cast the Windcutter spell to strengthen his attack. The ugly lord couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that Walpurgis managed to block his blow with ease. The fat man's mood changed, and his red pupils narrowed even more when he realized that the young magician was not as simple as he seemed. At this time, the keeper was busy fulfilling her task. She understood that magic should not reach the children. The lord came up with an idea and began to threaten the boy, saying that he would see how he would cope with the man's attacks without protection. The big man readied his hand to attack Mikhail again, tongues of dark demonic aura appearing around his skin. With his spell, the ugly lord created shadows on the wall that resembled bloodthirsty monsters with sharp fangs. The man screamed for Walpurgis to die, and many large shadows surrounded our guy, bearing their long, sharp fangs. The guy did not give up, and was ready to continue fighting against the villain. He again cast the Shimmer spell against the black shadows. After Mikhail needed acceleration, he successfully activated this spell and magical small wings appeared around his legs. Almost instantly, our brave hero approached the criminal and looked at him. He, confused, was unable to do anything. The ugly lord calmly watched the boy's actions, looking at him with his demonic eyes. Mikhail's magical skills did not frighten the fat man, but only brought a smile to his face, and the man called the magician an idiot. He asked the guy what would happen if the hero came that close, and at that moment a black shadow pierced the guy's body. But Michael Valfurgis remained conscious and was ready to continue the fight. Moreover, he replied that everything was fine. The protagonist hit the careless demon villain in the face with all his might in order to buy some time. Afterwards, Mikhail smiled and remembered the words about the need to be kind and humane, and began to quote them to the criminal. The lord's eyes widened as the hero continued quoting the words about remembering kindness, and the evil shadows would leave their mark for a long time. The man panicked and wanted to ask how a common man knew these words, but at that moment the hero got angry and hit him again. The words about kindness and evil shadows that the protagonist had just quoted to the ugly lord were a message from the afterlife. The antagonist was very surprised when he heard them from Walpurgis, because these words were considered long forgotten by everyone. Despite his weakness, the Demon King found the strength to constantly observe what was happening in the world. Each warrior sacrificed his life in order to create a message from the afterlife, and thus defeat the enemy. The hero held the ruler's face with his hand, realizing that the message he had spoken was engraved on the villain's heart, and it was supposed to strike him. Before the regression, Michael made a mistake when he took the message from the afterlife lightly and did not teach it. But now the main character, when he returned 20 years ago, took into account all the mistakes he made earlier. The young magician was still holding his helpless opponent by the face, saying that he would die irreversibly. The guy named the name of the ugly Lord Beelzebub. The enemy was taken aback, not understanding how the hero knew his name. Michael Valfurgis looked intently at his enemy and spoke the last words of the message, which read, "I release you." Our brave hero clenched his fist, and a large black blot formed in place of the big guy. Splashes flew in all directions. The ugly Lord Beelzebub disappeared without a trace after reading the message, leaving only a black spot on the floor from the demonic fat man. The keeper, shocked by what she saw, watched the skirmish between her friend and the villain from the sidelines, worrying about McCain. The tiny girl asked if the Lord had disappeared, as our hero looked at the puddle of black liquid that was left behind by the man. Michael did not say anything about the destroyed demon, and he asked the keeper what was happening to the children whom the Lord was holding in prison. The girl replied that everything seemed to be fine with the children, but she was more interested in how the magician managed to destroy a powerful demon without preparation. The keeper warned that his destruction would create a big problem, and she was right, because someone appeared behind the hero. Michael turned around and saw there a giant, shapeless, purple creature with chaotically located eyes and mouths. Beelzebub rose up even more ugly, called Michael an idiot, and said that he would not end everything if the guy killed him. The creature accused McCain of jumping to conclusions, and our hero was the one who caused the chaos. The boy didn't react to the monster's accusations in any way. He turned away and paused before answering the demon. With a smug smile on his face, Valfurgus asked what was stopping him from killing the demon anyway, even if it didn't end everything. The guy picked up a piece of white chalk and began to draw magical geometric figures on the floor with it. He announced to the demonic formless being that everything was ready as Michael locked Beelzebub in a large magic circle. In response, the monster only called McCain an idiot, because he couldn't defeat the demon with this spell without at least the 8th circle of magic. The worried keeper told our hero that this was an unusual spell and that it did not depend on the guy's strength. The guy himself knew perfectly well that this was the only spell that could defeat the demon gods, and he placed his palm on the ground. The protagonist knelt down before the demonic creature to begin work on destroying the demon god. Grinning, Mikhail Valfurgus got down to business after clarifying that he knew how to use this spell very well. The keeper's eyes widened, the guy's actions surprised her, and she asked if he was really going to do this. She was curious to know how the hero learned to use magic of this level so quickly, but the guy had already activated the spell. The main character was extremely concentrated. He set himself the task of first analyzing the curse. Curses are one of the important areas of magic, the foundation and basis of which are formulas and schemes. Michael knew that magic, like mathematics, relies on obtaining the correct formula through calculations. But in this situation, the talented magician wanted to act outside the box, thinking about what would happen if he approached it from a different angle. The protagonist's spell began to work, as evidenced by the fact that the purple monster began to tremble. The fact that Mikhail was able to use the spell against the monster surprised the demon, but the hero had an idea to return the magic to its original state. The demonic creature sensed that our hero was trying something new and asked Mikhail to stop. Valfurgus admitted that he knew it was impossible to completely get rid of the demon god, so he had to come up with something new. A joyful smile appeared on the protagonist's face as he informed the demon that his curse had finally weakened. After Michael's powerful spell, the monster became weaker, and the hero expressed confidence that the judge of lawlessness would deal with it in no time. The demonic, formless monster was furious, screaming for our brave hero to die, furious at his helplessness. The guardian stepped in when Michael ordered the girl to activate the storm set to blow the demon god to hell. The demon's ugly body began to change shape, and something emitting a bright red light appeared under the monster's skin. The tiny girl managed to activate the storm set, creating a powerful green mana vortex in the room. The keeper of the tomb was absolutely delighted when the guy succeeded, realizing that he could do this too. Thumbelina was confused when the main character turned around and went somewhere. She immediately asked where the guy was going. Valfurgus explained that he needed to check something because it was not often that one came across a person who had been cursed. There were still shadows of the demon in the air, and before the curse of the ugly lord disappeared completely, the hero needed to check something. The keeper became alarmed and called out to our hero when the black shadows began to grow to gigantic proportions before her eyes. A huge whirlwind of black shadows rose up from the underground of the imperial capital and rushed straight into the sky. From the side, the butler Morden watched all this, talking about how much his master Mikhail Valfurgis was hiding from him. Behind stood the judge of iniquity, who asked the servant if the man wanted to say that he had arranged all this with Mikhail. Milliam's question made the butler laugh, and he continued to look at the tall column of shadows, not looking back at the woman. Afterwards, the elderly man, looking into the distance with sad eyes, said, "Is he really equal to the great master Mikhail?" Milliam explained that the boy had told her that Morden knew what to do, but he had said that he had only heard something from the master. Guessing the butler's abilities, the woman asked if the young mage knew anything about him, and Morden called it a good question. The butler put his hand forward to control the swirl of shadows, indicating that Morden also had magical abilities. The old man asked to postpone this conversation until later, but now he needed to finish sorting out the problem, and Milliam's aura could help him with this. In response to the request to use her aura, the woman in the iron mask said nothing, but only turned her suspicious gaze to the butler. While Morden worked with his hands, using his magical skills, Milliam came closer and held out her sword, remembering the old days. The clot of demonic shadows, like a black tornado, continued to rise above the capital of the empire. A moment later, this whirlwind became the epicenter of a powerful explosion. An incredibly bright flash of light was visible even from afar. The explosion did not damage the buildings of the capital, but was directed only against the demonic tornado, and the vortex began to shrink until it completely dissolved. The fight against the demon god, the ugly Lord Beelzebub, ended successfully and without consequences for the capital, and the next day arrived. The main character decided to visit the temple to meet the Archbishop. The priest took the guy's hand in his and praised him for his excellent work. The high priest was now beaming with joy. He shared that he had no idea that everything could end so well. Thanks to our brave hero, the ugly Lord Beelzebub, who had done many evil deeds, was destroyed. Quiet days came for the capital, but the hero understood that this was not enough to change people's perception of demons. The smile immediately disappeared from the Archbishop's face when the protagonist reminded the high priest of the promise he had made. The promise concerned the warriors, and the man confirmed that he remembered everything and would gladly support any decision Mikhail made, but before that, he wanted to say something else. The Archbishop informed Walpurgis that he and the other clergy had almost decided on a person to take the place of chief warrior. Michael listened to this with irritation, because he already knew what kind of warrior they were talking about when the Archbishop wanted to verify his skills. The main character knew very well which warrior the high priest was talking about, because he had already been to the future and even witnessed the death of this soldier. When the young mage had already left the temple, he looked ahead at the cityscape and called out the name of that very warrior, mentally calling him an idiot. The guy suddenly turned his gaze and looked at the person standing next to him when someone unexpectedly thanked him. Michael asked Eileen why she suddenly thanked him, and the girl asked why he had to go so far. The young Duchess said sadly that the guy had promised that they would leave the capital immediately, and now he was trying to find someone else. The hero said that Eileen could just follow him if she considered him a teacher, and the girl hesitantly replied that she did not know and wanted to go back. Duchess Rindle hesitated. She felt awkward in front of the guy, and she stuttered and called the main character by name. Our hero looked intently at Eileen, waiting for the girl to collect herself and tell him what she was going to say. The heroine looked away abruptly, her ears turned red with shame, and she apologized to the protagonist for everything she had done earlier. The guy smiled knowingly when Eileen said that she would be glad if the hero accepted her apology and their relationship improved. The Duchess blushed with embarrassment and was indignant when the boy laughed, asking if she had said something funny. Mikhail replied that the girl, of course, had not said anything funny, and stated that they were both not connected by any feelings. That is why the main character gave the young Duchess the right to act in this situation as she sees fit. The girl was speechless for a moment, not expecting to hear such kind words from a man she had treated badly in the past. But then Eileen Rindle smiled, the girl's heart was relieved, and she made her final decision. The heiress of the Rindle family put her hand on her side and told Mikhail Walpurgis that they were only at the beginning of their journey. Raising her index finger up, the girl said that she was looking forward to growing as a swordmaster. A masked woman came down the stairs leading from the entrance to the temple, asking our hero if he had finished with his student. Mikhail said that Eileen wants to leave, so the main character is obliged to fulfill the promise he made to the girl earlier. The Judge of Iniquity stopped and turned her gaze to the young magician when he asked her to tell him where the woman's son was now. Sometime later, in the temple, Archbishop Naroon again met with the priest in white robes to report something. The man in the white cassock was visibly upset when he heard from the clergyman that there was an ugly lord in the capital. The man with long hair cried out to the Lord and staggered upon hearing the news, clutching his head in distress. The Holy Father was shocked by what he heard, because if this monster had decided to reveal itself, a real catastrophe would have occurred. The Archbishop gasped and agreed with the priest's opinion, adding that everyone would have died if the ugly lord had shown himself. The priest in the white tiara froze and looked at the Archbishop in bewilderment when he said that everyone would have died. The man standing in front of the stairs explained that it was believed that it would take less than a day for the great demon to wipe everything off the face of the earth. He told the Holy Father that, as Archbishop Ali testified, everything that happened was the feat of just one man. The priest placed the bundle of paper in his palm and handed it to the Holy Father, saying that it was a letter of confirmation from Ali. Upon unwrapping the package, the Holy Father learned from the letter that Walpurgis had prevented hell on earth because he had destroyed the ugly lord. Not only does Archbishop Ali confirm this information, but also the Judge of Iniquity claims that this is the feat of our hero. And even the Seer Cassandra left a message from herself in a letter from the priest, confirming that the demon was destroyed by Michael. The information was truly shocking, and the man in the snow-white robe found it hard to believe that one boy had managed to kill the demon god. But the Holy Father still assumed that what was said in the letter might be true, and asked whether Walpurgis was a warrior. Meanwhile, Mikhail spoke with the lawlessness judge, sharing with her his opinion that Caryaman was not satisfied with the guy's proposal. The masked woman listened attentively to the words of the main character about how her son Caryaman had decided to do exactly the opposite. Mikhail shared his opinion that the guy does not want to take revenge, but still the son of the Judge of Lawlessness decided to become part of the Defenders. It would seem like a little boy could escape from prison into the dungeon where the ugly lord kept everyone behind bars. But the hero had an answer. Caryaman did this with ease because he was able to join a force that was superior in power to that monster. The talk was about the Condor Mercenaries, a powerful organization of defenders, noble knights, whom Caryaman had joined. Mikhail told the boy's mother about all this, and it was clear from the woman's face that this information shocked her. Miriam wanted to find her son as soon as possible, so she immediately began asking our hero about the Defenders of Freedom. The Condor Mercenaries were an organization whose primary goal was always the desperate fight for freedom. Not everyone could become a member of their squad, because the requirements were high and candidates had to put in a lot of effort. Each of the mercenaries was special. Moreover, they were recognized by the Empire and the Four Kingdoms, which cannot be said about any other mercenary squad. The hero told the woman that she was a knight, and she should know that when you become one of the Condors, you must give up your name. Miriam knew that this would make it even more difficult to find her son, but the guy reassured her, saying that if they found the mercenaries, they would find the boy too. The woman in the iron mask fell silent after these words of the main character and lowered her eyes to the floor. Doubts settled in her head. The desire to find her son at any cost faded, and the Judge of Iniquity wondered whether she should do it. The woman's doubt surprised the protagonist, because Miriam had already spent a lot of time unsuccessfully searching for her child. Having learned today that Caryaman had become one of the Condor's mercenaries, the mother concluded that the times when the boy needed her help were over. With sadness in her eyes, the woman said that now everything had changed, and therefore the desire to find her son was now in question. Milliam understood that the boy had chosen his own path, and he had never wanted to be like his mother. The protagonist, without interrupting the judge of lawlessness, listened to her explanation of why she doubted whether it was worth looking for Kariaman. Looking at her hand, the woman admitted that she was naturally upset that she had never been able to become a mother to the boy. Milliam told our hero that now she doesn't even know whether she should continue searching for Kariaman. Michael Valfurgis approached the judge of iniquity and took the woman by the hand to comfort her in a difficult moment. The main character wanted the woman to meet her son, so he said that she would find him and talk to the boy about it. The guy encouraged Milliam, saying that the girl should talk to her son, tell him everything honestly, and then the boy would decide for himself. While Fergus still held his hand over the woman's, saying that even if her son rejected her, she would still remain the boy's mother. When Mikhail removed his hand, Milliam found a small glass bottle with small stones inside in his palm. Our hero explained that this was a medicine that might be useful to the woman in the future, or she might give it to someone. The judge of lawlessness clenched her fist, accepting the gift from Mikhail, admitted that the guy was right, and said that she couldn't give up so easily. While Fergus Jr. smiled sincerely at the woman in the iron mask when she thanked our hero for his help. At parting, the woman promised the guy to repay him for everything if the opportunity arose, and that day she and Eileen left the capital. Seeing the protagonist's comrades leaving the capital of the empire, Mikhail began to wonder if maybe he should do the same. Turning around, the guy saw Leon Pavlov sitting on the floor behind him, who was clearly in a bad mood and upset about something. The man hugged his knees and began to deny when Walpurgis asked if Leon Pavlov was sad about Milliam's departure. The young count admitted that he was upset that he could not even put up a worthy resistance to the woman, she was so strong. Leon was in an extremely depressed state. Having encountered difficulties in the capital, he lost his former self-confidence. Recalling the raid against the Ugly Lord's minions, Pavlov said that at that moment he couldn't even help his friends in any way. Then Leon was completely useless in the battle, but he was surprised that the woman didn't even say anything to him. The swordmaster complained to our hero that after that battle, Milliam didn't even tell Leon that she was disappointed in him. Pavlov's behavior was unexpected for Mikhail, because he did not suspect that Liana could be offended by such things. The young count was distracted from his self-flagellation and looked away when the protagonist called his name. Mikhail Valfurgis threw Liana Pavlov a pendant on a gold chain to console his comrade in a difficult moment for him. The guy caught the thing in his hands, and his eyes widened when he was surprised to see a gold pendant there. Pavlov examined the pendant, holding it in his palms. It was a large, round gold medallion with an image of a coat of arms. Mikhail explained that it was a gift, since their first goal was the temple, and Leon latched on to these words, because the hero had originally said that they needed to get to the capital. Leon began to be indignant because he doubted his powers, and Mikhail deceived him, and the hero advised the guy to continue the journey with him. With a smile on his face, Mikhail asked his comrade if the next generation's brilliant swordmaster would admit defeat because of such a trifle. Pavlov turned red with anger when the boy accused him of admitting defeat so quickly and shouted that he was not going to give up. The butler intervened in the conversation and said that the master was right, and Leon had a chance to help Mikhail by proving that he was worthy of the title of warrior. Morden laughed happily when the gentleman asked him where he had been and said that he had been able to meet up with old friends. At this point, the seer Cassandra joined the conversation. The girl came up and said that she needed such colleagues. The clairvoyant said that she felt that the main character and his friends had managed to win the trust of the church's archbishop. Lady Cassandra told Michael that he could consider this a small victory, because the archbishop was not the last person in the capital. The seer closed her eyes and put her fingers to her mouth, declaring that she too wanted to help our young hero, and asked for permission to do so. The girl shared her opinion that it was time to put everything back in its place. The knight accompanying her was not delighted with this idea. Lady Cassandra placed her hand on her heart waiting for an answer from the protagonist, and asked what the guy would say about this. With hope in her eyes, the girl suggested that the help of the church's chief prophet, Michael, would definitely be useful. 3 days had already passed since the conversation with Cassandra. The days in the capital were not easy, and the hero used force many times, which led to him now wrapping his hands in bandages. The battle with Beelzebub had noticeably exhausted Mikhail's physical body. He had received a lot of damage, and his torso was also covered in bandages. The Guardian explained to Walpurgis that the boy's magical powers had run out, so his body had returned to its usual form. Michael believed that this would not work, so he decided that he needed to increase the number of magic circles to 6. The guy clenched his fist, remembering the Demon King's betting and realizing that they were all definitely much stronger than the ugly lord. The tiny girl sitting on the bed next to him, her big round eyes wide open at the guy, said that she had wanted to ask him something for a long time. The main character was surprised and did not understand what was going on when the keeper asked Mikhail who he really was. The keeper clarified that she wanted to know about the true origin of the skills and abilities of the young magician sitting opposite her. The girl was angry with Mikhail, declaring that she could not trust our hero if he was going to hide something from her. The main character was sympathetic to the keeper's questions, because he understood that, in fact, she was right. Michael Walpurgis agreed that trust is the starting point in any relationship. The guy's head is spinning from the abundance of thoughts in his head, because he cannot allow himself to tell the girl about his regression. Considering that the storm set did not reveal Mikhail's essence, he still had a chance to hide his secret from the whole world. A light bulb seemed to go on in Walpurgis's head as a brilliant idea came to him about how he could get out of this situation. With a satisfied smile on his face, Mikhail told the keeper that she was not the only one who knew something about the Asari tomb. The girl objected, because our hero was in the tomb for the first time, but he behaved as if he already knew the structure of this dungeon. The guy explained that there was this thing called the Records of Thoth, meaning that they were what helped him in the tomb. The keeper was stunned by what she heard, because she was sure that Thoth's records had been destroyed, so she asked if they still existed. The protagonist confirmed with complete confidence that those very records were not destroyed and still exist. At that moment, Michael Walpurgis did not lie to the keeper. He really did practically absorb the records of Thoth before his regression. He was a man who had successfully attacked the dungeons several times, and after those expeditions he was able to capture a couple of tombs. Unexpectedly for the main character, there was a leak of information, and thus the records of Thoth with secrets about the tombs appeared in the world. The keeper said that now a lot of things became clear to her when the guy repeated that she was not the only one who knew about the gate. The shocked girl stated that in this case, her new friend really does have incredible strength. Smiling broadly, Michael Walpurgis disagreed, replying that he was simply lucky to have gotten his hands on those recordings. The keeper asked if the magician had information about other tombs, and the guy sat down on the bed and told her to wait a second. Putting on the shirt, Mikhail said that his priority now was to become a warrior, and the person he needed was hiding in one of the tombs. The petite lady was surprised, having previously thought that the guy was acting without a plan, and now it meant that what they feared would not happen. Straightening his white shirt, Walpurgis admitted that there were still some things concerning Thoth's notes that the guy had not been able to verify. The protagonist turned his head, looked at his interlocutor, and suddenly asked what deity they worshipped. The question caught the keeper off guard. Not knowing what to answer, the girl looked at our hero in confusion. Currently, the recognized deity on the continent of Michael is Hakonda the Wise, a girl with ears and long white hair. Before Michael Walpurgis traveled back in time 20 years, Hakonda the Wise was known as the only deity. The keeper silently listened to Mikhail's thoughts about how there could have originally been 2 deities and why no one talks about Asari. Continuing to dress, the protagonist understood the keeper's words that she could not tell everything. Turning away, the tiny girl still gave a little information, saying that the cause was an accident. The guy himself knew everything perfectly well, and he only noted for himself that the keeper also knew about Hakkad. The girl said yes when Michael Walpurgis asked if any information about the deities was kept secret. The young magician did not question the keeper further, but it became clear to him why the little one was silent. Now Mikhail had enough of what he already knew, and, having dressed, he went out into the street and met Leon Pavlov there. Scratching his head, the young count asked if they would go to the temple now, because he thought it would be better to resolve this issue as soon as possible. The protagonist agreed with Leon, but said that he needed to stay late, and the guy became curious why. Michael Walpurgis explained that the one he had destroyed the other day was a big shot in the Demon King's retinue. The guy understood that most likely rumors about the death of the Ugly Lord had already spread throughout the empire, not to mention the kingdom. The magician looked up at the sky with sadness, realizing that the essence of the prophecy was in him and that soon chaos would come to the world. Pavlov became alarmed when our hero suggested that rumors about the death of the god demon could have reached Father Mikhail. The main character, talking to his friends, tapped his boot on the ground and said that most likely this is how it is. The guy crossed his arms over his chest, looked at Pavlov with a smile, and said that it seemed obvious that his father knew. Leon's reaction indicated that this fact bothered him greatly, and the swordmaster asked how this had happened. Pavlov suddenly decided to praise Father Mikhail and told the boy that his father was the greatest magician in the empire and the head of a great family. Out of nowhere, Leon Pavlov got angry at our hero, grabbing the young man by the jacket with his hand, thinking that he would now get into trouble because of him. The swordmaster began to shake Mikhail, calling him a bastard, and asked why Leon had to be involved in all this. Pavlov declared that this would not do and that he must return home immediately, but Walpurgis replied with a sly smile that it was already too late. It was sunny outside, but suddenly, at one moment it changed dramatically, and the sky above the capital was covered with black clouds. Smiling as Leon Pavlov made his complaints, the protagonist cast the multi-shot shield spell. Mikhail Walpurgis materialized a magical shield above himself and his friend just as fiery bolts began to fall from the sky. Leon Pavlov was shocked by what happened. He looked at the sky and did not understand what had just happened. Walpurgis grinned and looked at his comrade, protecting them with his hand using the shield, and said that this was a greeting from Daddy. The main character stated that his father was already here, and indeed, the silhouette of a man began to appear in the thick fog. Edward Walpurgis came out of the fog. The man was furious with his son. He insulted him and showed the boy the middle finger. At this time, the atmosphere in the church was calmer. Archbishop Ali was spending time over a cup of tea. The priest asked someone if he thought that a man had nothing better to do than interfere in the selection of warriors. Ali said that as long as there is a threat of the Demon King's invasion, the church cannot remain on the sidelines. The image of our brave hero appeared before the archbishop's eyes, and the priest began to think about Mikhail. The minister of the capital's temple sat at his desk in his office, thinking about Walpurgis and the coming war. When the archbishop remembered Michael, the man looked out the window and an ambiguous grin appeared on his face. Ali understood that Mikhail Walpurgis was now the only person whom the temple could make a hero. The unexpected noise in the office frightened the archbishop so much that the man threw his arms out to the sides from the suddenness. It was a young church minister who burst into the archbishop's office shouting, and the man asked what had happened. Ali had suspected, judging by the way the priest had created a panic, that demons had already invaded, but the boy said no. The young priest shouted about his lordship, the Marquis, Edward Walpurgis, with whom the boy's panic was connected. The boy told Archbishop Ali that the Marquis had cast a spell on his son Michael, and the warrior was in trouble. It was true, Edward was not happy with the things the guy did in the capital and cast a spell against him. The news caused the archbishop to be confused and ask many questions. He looked warily at the priest. At this time, our brave hero was running away from the golden magical lightning that his enraged dad was launching at him. The young magician understood perfectly well that this electric magic hits with high-voltage discharges, so the father hits nearby so as not to hurt the boy. For Mikhail, this was quite expected. but he did not understand why he should study magic and become a great magician for the sake of such a useless thing. An angry Edward Valfurgis asked his son what he had said when McCain approached and expressed his respects to his father. The boy was taken aback when the great magician and head of his family asked why our hero was still alive. Edward still wanted to punish his heir, so when he saw him safe and sound, he launched yellow lightning bolts at him again. Michael was ready to fight and defend himself. The boy cast the shimmer spell to repel the evil father's attack. Mikhail's figure became blurry. The guy could move around space in an instant, bypassing his dad's powerful electrical charges. But still, it was not for nothing that Edward was considered the greatest magician of the Empire. So the father still managed to strike his son in the back with an electric charge. However, the faithful guardian of the tomb came to the rescue. She activated the storm set and said that she would block the attack. The Marquis stopped and looked at his child in surprise when he saw that McCain had managed to block his blow. McCain clenched his fists and tried to explain to his father, saying that it was not without reason that he was now trying to defend his title of warrior. Edward did not understand what our hero was talking about when he said that it just so happened that the warrior of this generation was a different person. When his son asked if he had heard about the demon, the Marquis said that they were already chattering about it on every corner, and the temple was spreading tales about the Demon King. Chief Valfurgis chuckled in surprise when the young mage hinted that the rumors about the Demon King were not just stories. Marquis Edward was visibly tired of his son beating around the bush and asked the boy to tell him directly about the Demon King. The protagonist agreed to tell his father everything, and after talking about the Demon King, the men stood on the street, keeping their distance. Edward was thinking out loud about the fact that one of the Demon King's strongest supporters, named the Ugly Lord, had appeared. Michael confirmed that this was true and said that even the Demon King himself appeared for a moment, but then disappeared. The Marquis became angry, asking his son if he understood what he was saying and if he wanted to tell him now that the boy had managed to survive the appearance of the Demon King. Someone interrupted the conversation between father and son and told Edward, addressing his lordship, that this was absolutely true. Archbishop Ali decided to stand up for the main character, and upon hearing the news, he immediately ran to save McCain. Ali asked the shocked Marquis Walfurgis if he remembered the man, because they had already met somewhere a year ago. Edward ignored this, turned to his son, and asked who the warrior was that McCain had spoken of earlier. The Archbishop pointed his hands at our hero, putting him in an awkward position, and said that the warrior was right in front of him. From the expression on the Marquis's face and silence, it was clear that the man did not believe the fact that his son had become a warrior. The man answered Archbishop Ali that now he saw before him not a warrior, but only his stupid son McCain. Edward was surprised when he noticed the main character's neck and noticed a small tattoo there that protects him. The boy was delighted when his father admitted that McCain had recently shown a completely different side of himself. Edward Valfurgis decided to end the conversation there, did not answer his son, and cast the teleport spell, creating a large golden circle of magic. The next moment the spell worked successfully. The Marquis immediately disappeared, leaving his son and the Archbishop on the capital street. Ali was surprised at how suddenly Edward decided to leave, but McCain reassured him, saying that his father would return soon. The protagonist was absolutely right, and a second later, Marquis Walfurgis materialized in the same place. Edward reported that he checked the mana concentration in the capital, and it was definitely energy that could come from a large demon. The news that Michael had become a warrior shocked the Marquis and made him think, because this had never happened in the Walfurgis family before. For the protagonist, the father's reaction was quite natural, because the Walfurgises had never been associated with religion in their entire history. The boy turned to his father to explain that a warrior is not just a title, but a person whose goal is to save humanity. Michael told the Pope that if the prophecy came true, only a warrior would be able to stop the inevitable catastrophe. Edward was sure that the old men from the temple were talking complete nonsense, and even if you believe the prophecy, one warrior would not be enough to save the world. Our quick-witted hero saw that his father didn't really believe all his words, so he told Edward about the storm set. These words plunged the Marquis into real shock. He stared at his son, speechless from what he heard. Archbishop Ali's face also changed when Mikhail only mentioned the storm set in his speech, knowing the value of the artifacts. The priest lost his balance and fell backwards in shock when he saw the storm set in action in front of him. The protagonist activated the storm set with his own words and demonstrated divine power to Ali and Edward. The keeper also showed up. It was obvious that she was worried about the hero, and the guy started talking about the scale of the disaster. The young and talented mage clenched his fist, his hand pierced by divine power, granting him protection and special skills. Walpurgis solemnly declared that with such a scale of the disaster, everything they talked about was useless, but the Lord was with them. Michael said that the decision was up to the temple, and he left the possibility for the church to choose its warrior, and Edward asked about the candidate. Our hero replied that, of course, he had already found a worthy candidate for the title of warrior, and pointed his finger at Leon Pavlov, who was standing behind him. There were many questions in Leon's shocked mind when he was called a potential warrior, and the Marquis said that the guy didn't look ready. But a smile shone on Mikhail Walpurgis's face, and he answered Edward that he was confident in his choice of a candidate for the title of warrior. The boy turned his head towards his friend and explained to his dad that in return he had promised to give the young count something incredible. Leon Pavlov latched on to Mikhail's words about something incredible, not quite understanding what the younger Walpurgis was talking about. But the swordmaster decided to play along and support his friend. He spread his arms out to the sides and told Edward that everything was so. The Count stated that Mikhail always kept his word and would not throw around such statements without a plan. Edward Walpurgis hid his gaze when Leon said that he thought the Marquis, as a parent, should understand this better than he did. The Marquis was awakened by memories connected with his son. For example, Mikhail's words that he would take over Rindle's business. Afterwards, the Marquis recalled how his son had told the man that he would now keep Viscount Nostra on a short leash. A sad memory came over the greatest magician, and he remembered the sad face of his son asking his father why he never believed in him. All these pictures from the past made Marquis Walpurgis sad, and he thought about what kind of father he was to his child. Ali looked up sharply from his seat on the ground after seeing the storm set when Edward addressed him. Edward wondered if his son could do something like that, because the boy was not a parishioner of the church. Ali thought about the Marquis's question and paused before answering the man about whether Mikhail could be a warrior. The Archbishop managed to find the right words. He looked at Edward and said that he was ready to swear before the Lord. Edward briefly answered Ali that in that case he saw no point in doubting the decision any further. The greatest mage of the Empire waved his gold-embroidered robe and told Mikhail to do as he decided. The man turned around and went his own way, telling our young hero at the end that he would not stop Mikhail. His father's words brought joy to the younger Walpurgis. He did not shout anything after him, but only looked at the Marquis with a smile. The heroes moved into the room. The main character spent time alone, but his peace was interrupted by the appearance of Leon Pavlov. The swordmaster burst into Mikhail's room, put his hands on his hips, and shouted when Walpurgis would give him the promised reward. Mikhail turned an uncomprehending look to the young count and was not very happy that Pavlov had disturbed him in his free time. But the guy understood that there was no escape, because when it came to promises, Leon became annoyingly persistent. The protagonist agreed to fulfill his promise, waved his index finger at his friend, and told him to lie down first. Count Pavlov obeyed and fulfilled Mikhail's demand. He lay his head on the pillow and looked at the magician, waiting for the next action. With his finger, our hero materialized magical symbols in space, which raised questions in Leon, and Mikhail told him to get some sleep. Controlling the purple-blue magic letters with his finger, the hero said that he would show Pavlov something for now. The room was filled with chained magic circles, and Mikhail expressed confidence that Leon would definitely not be disappointed in what he saw. The genius swordmaster's eyelids became heavy, and he suddenly began to feel sleepy, but the boy did not understand why. Falling asleep, Count Pavlov looked at the ceiling of the room, under which sparkled the circles of Mikhail Valfurgis magic, connected by purple chains. Leon's former vigor completely left him, his eyelids began to close automatically, and eventually the young man passed out. Pavlov was surprised when, a moment later, he came to his senses in a completely different place. It was dark all around, and the sky was covered with clouds. The guy didn't understand where he was. The Count was surrounded by gray dust, and behind it he could see a half-destroyed, lifeless city. Leon Pavlov could not figure out what place he had ended up in after falling asleep on the bed, and he looked around at the situation around him. The unknown person, who was surrounded by a dark aura, greeted the guy with a smile on his face, saying welcome. The swordmaster became wary and visibly tense when he suddenly heard the voice of a man he didn't know. But Leon was not afraid, and turned his head in the direction from which he heard the voice to see the man who greeted him. On top of a large stone obelisk sat an unknown guy in knightly clothing, his body surrounded by a black aura. Making a hand gesture, the unknown man, when asked by Leon Pavlov who he was, replied that he was just a local. The stranger looked at the young count with his gray eyes and declared that he could show the boy a completely different world. Pavlov was alarmed by the fact that he could not see the face of his interlocutor, and he told the stranger that he had a strange voice. The mysterious guy jumped down from the obelisk to reduce the distance, and in the jump, he grabbed the hilt of his sword with his hand. Even at close range, the stranger's face was invisible, except for one eye, and the boy ordered Leon to draw his sword. The stranger, judging by his actions, wanted to engage in a sword fight, and grabbed his black-bladed weapon with gloves. Pavlov was confused and couldn't react in time. He just stood there while the mysterious guy was already running towards him with a sword in his hand. The young count noticed that he was about to be attacked, and from the expression on the young man's face it was clear that he was terribly scared. Leon Pavlov managed to grab his sword before the stranger attacked him and was ready to defend himself. The faceless boy wanted to strike the young count with his sword, but the first attack was unsuccessful because Leon managed to block the blow. Pavlov managed to protect his body and not receive damage, but the enemy's blow was so strong that the guy dropped the weapon from his hand. Leon, frightened and tense, clenched his teeth. It was perfectly clear to the hero that the stranger's skills were superior to his own. The faceless man knelt down on one knee in front of the swordmaster and held his sword out diagonally in front of him, waiting. The actions of the mysterious man filled Leon Pavlov with horror. In a helpless state, he could only look at the stranger. The next moment, the mysterious guy stood up and, holding a sword in one hand, pierced the guy in front of him with it. Even though it was just a bad dream, Leon Pavlov felt real pain after the blow and screamed. The faceless stranger disappeared without a trace, and the young count put his hand to his heart, but there were no wounds on it. The genius swordmaster looked at his hands in confusion and asked himself out loud what just happened. Leon Pavlov froze as it all happened again, and he again heard a strange voice from behind him greeting the guy. The Count carefully turned his gaze back to look at the one who had once again said welcome to him in this mysterious dream. The boy was confused because when he turned his head, he saw the same mysterious man on top of the stone obelisk. Just like last time, after the greeting, the faceless guy came down from his pedestal, but this time he chuckled in surprise. Pavlov Jr. didn't understand what was going on when the stranger praised the boy for taking up the sword right away this time. The hero cast a hostile glance at the stranger and told the faceless man that he would not lose so easily this time. This time, Leon Pavlov decided to help himself with aura, and his hand and sword were illuminated with a bright blue magical light. The young swordmaster was not as confused as last time and used Miller's first type of technique. His entire body lit up with aura. Leon Pavlov became as fast as lightning, his magical aura turned into a powerful whirlwind, and Miller's method clearly made the guy stronger. The guy looked at the mysterious faceless man who stood in front of him without doing anything and thought that this guy was clearly not ready for such an attack. Pavlov believed that the stranger did not know who he was dealing with, and suddenly attacked his opponent in a jump, holding his sword behind his head. As for the guy without a face not being ready for such an attack, Pavlov was wrong, because the next moment he received a blow. The enemy turned out to be stronger, and Miller's method did not help the hero, because the man without a face hit him, and Leon again dropped the sword from his hands. The attack was unsuccessful for Pavlov. The boy spat blood from his mouth when he received a blow to the stomach from the stranger. The knee to the stomach was so powerful that the genius swordsman was sent flying into the air, and the stranger hinted that he was not so arrogant. Defeated, Leon fell face down on the ground, and the faceless guy said that he thought the Count knew what he was getting into. The mysterious man with the black aura pointed his sword downwards, asking if Liana Pavlova should die again in such a case. At that moment, Leon Pavlov woke up in horror on his bed. He began to swear out of fear, and McCain, who was sitting next to him, greeted him. The swordmaster yelled that he needed to go back and kick that guy's ass, and our hero thought that apparently it hadn't gone so badly. McCain said that there was no point in asking him about it now, and he would send Leon back there when the time came. The hero explained that what he saw in the dream was what Leon would have to face in reality after he learned the method of controlling the aura. Overwhelmed with emotion and the new information that had fallen on his head, Pavlov grabbed his hair and began to ruffle it. The brilliant swordmaster was perplexed and tried to find out from Walpurgis what he had just experienced. But Mikhail looked away with a detached expression, not explaining anything now, and replied that Leon would find out about everything later. But our wise hero knew well that what his friend had just experienced was his inevitable future. Mikhail told Leon Pavlov to go to bed because he had a hard day ahead of him tomorrow, and the boy asked if it had anything to do with the temple. Walpurgis Jr. explained that the temple was their final destination, but that they would stop somewhere else on the way tomorrow. The protagonist thought for a second when an intrigued Leon Pavlov asked what other place they would visit tomorrow. Michael said that they would go to the magic forest, and he kept his word, because the next day the whole company found themselves there. Cassandra asked if the guys were going to that tree, and Michael asked in return if she had said anything about it before. The knight shared his opinion that the elves would certainly be stubborn because they only take into account the opinion of their leader. The protagonist agreed, and then finally asked the knight his name, and the big guy in armor asked to call him Aaron. The butler agreed with the knight's words, telling his master that no one had ever believed in these prophecies. Knight Aaron looked at Morden through the bars of his metal helmet and told the older man that he was absolutely right. However, Aaron suggested that they might still be believed if the heroes provided all the necessary evidence. Butler Morden did not have as much hope as the knight, and he replied that the elves did not have the brains to understand this. The conversation between the knight Aaron and the butler Morden brought them closer together. The men approached each other and shook hands firmly. The unexpected formation of a new friendship was observed by the protagonist, who told the others that they seemed to have found common ground. Michael Walpurgis waved his hand, telling the butler and the knight to stop this, because the most important thing now was to find that tree. Leon Pavlov, who was awaiting further instructions from his teacher, asked Mikhail what they would do now. Our young protagonist pointed his finger at himself and told his friend that his question was quite stupid. A mischievous smile appeared on Walpurgis's face as he looked at Leon and said that they would break off the tree they had found into branches. The others were clearly not thrilled with the guy's idea because they looked at him suspiciously from the side. Michael Walpurgis, Cassandra, Leon, Aaron, and Morden continued to walk in nature, and someone asked how they would get to the magical forest. The young magician walking in front of everyone stopped and replied that it was an easy task, and now he would demonstrate everything. While walking, the heroes came across a strange place. The green and blooming forest turned into a clearing with bare trees, fog, and boulders. Michael Walpurgis bent down, touched the piece of wood, and noted that even here there were roots of the holy tree. The young mage removed his hand from the stones and began to rise to his feet when Leon Pavlov asked what they would do next. The tree that our heroes were looking for was so huge that it spread its roots across the entire globe. The main character explained to his friends that absolutely every root leads to the heart of the tree, and this way they will be able to find it. Seer Cassandra said that the fact that the tree had exposed its roots indicated that it was not in the best condition. McCain reassured the girl that everything was fine when she said that the tree was a higher being and that it would not be possible to use any tricks on it. After analyzing the tree's roots, Michael Valfurgis stood up and folded his hands together to begin working on finding the tree's heart. The young mage looked at the roots, folding his palms into a triangle, and assured Lady Cassandra that he had already taken care of everything. In order to cast the necessary spell, the younger Valfurgis closed his eyes, and after that he said only one word: block. Before the regression, the main character had already seen the tree he was looking for now many times, but 20 years later it looked completely different. Then Michael Valfurgis looked seriously at the King of Jihad and told him to concentrate on something as they stood near that tree. He turned to the long-haired elf, who stood with his back to him, and declared that from now on he would have to become the leader of all the elves. The young elf was clearly not happy with this news, so he turned around and looked at our hero with eyes full of tears. Jihad lamented that he had not tried hard enough, and McCain consoled him, saying that it was not too late to take control. All this happened shortly before the protagonist's regression. He stood right next to the holy tree and looked at it with sad eyes. The centuries-old tree dried up completely as a result of the demonic invasion, and even the elven king was unable to save it. First, the tree that was most important to all elves died, and soon after that, the king himself died at the hands of demonic creatures. The first among the elves fought desperately for the right of humanity to exist, and did everything in his power to achieve this. Michael invited Jihad to join them, and so they continued their journey together with the 8th king of the elves. After the regression, Valfurgis, remembering all this, stood in the middle of an unusual space when he cast the block spell. The guy complained that he had to constantly communicate with so many creatures, and all the memories of the past came up by themselves. The keeper suddenly showed up with a question about why he couldn't just get the information and move on without them, and the hero asked what she was doing there. The question made the petite girl furious, because she was here to protect McCain, because she was forever bound to him by a seal. The boy was no longer indignant at the appearance of the keeper, and the girl asked if they had a chance to save the tree now. The main character asked the keeper if she knew any information about the world tree. The keeper shared with McCain the knowledge that this is the main world tree, and some of its roots go to Asari. With a sad look down, the girl told our young hero that, roughly speaking, this child was a survivor, and they were victims. Michael realized that the tomb's managers, including his new girlfriend, were victims, and Asari, the tree-like creature, was a survivor. The protagonist finally found himself in the magical forest and stepped onto the green grass, realizing that someday there would be more details on this topic. The guy found himself right in front of a pillar of a large world tree, which was surrounded by magical golden threads. After a bright green splash, the tree disappeared, and in its place, a girl in a white dress appeared in front of our hero. She landed on the ground and said that she was glad to see McCain, and then said that she was the tree, the very same world tree. The green-eyed girl placed her hand over her heart to introduce herself, and told our hero that her name was Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil held her hand out, palm up, to use her magical skills after telling her name to McCain. Right before our hero's eyes, branches began to grow from the ground at great speed with the help of the magic of the world tree. With a gesture of her hand, the girl created a wooden table and 2 chairs in a matter of seconds, saying that they should sit down first. This was not all that Yggdrasil wanted to say before the conversation began. She looked at our heroes with suspicion. The keeper, sitting on McCain's shoulder, felt awkward and looked away when the girl asked if they knew each other. The petite girl was very familiar with Yggdrasil. A smile appeared on her face, and she told her sister that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guardian, with her head down, clearly felt out of place, and complained that Yggdrasil was behaving as usual. Yggdrasil sat down on a chair and said that there was nothing surprising about this, because if she were different, she would not have been able to take on the role of the World Tree. McCain also sat down on a chair, and the girl shared that she could not believe that in this era there were people who knew about the funeral message. The World Tree was also surprised by the fact that our hero also had a little sister in his bosom, and the keeper told Yugi that she was also surprised by this. Yggdrasil couldn't believe her ears when her sister told her that Michael Valfurgis even had the lost records of Thoth. The girl suggested that if McCain had Thoth's records, then he must be perfectly aware of the situation he was in. Our hero replied that he knew this, but then corrected himself and added that he was only guessing about it. The smile immediately disappeared from Yggdrasil's face when the protagonist asked if his situation was related to the Demon King. With a thoughtful look on her face, the girl concluded that Mikhail Valfurgis really did have Thoth's recordings. Yggdrasil held out her hand, saying that Thoth had left a lot of trouble behind him, and her fingers began to turn to dust. Dark smoke formed around the girl, and her fingers seemed to turn to stone and were covered with numerous cracks. The World Tree in the form of a girl looked sadly at her hand, which was becoming more and more destroyed with each passing moment. The keeper was shocked by what was happening. She looked at her sister with wide eyes, not understanding what she was doing. It was also clear from the protagonist's face that he was very wary when Yggdrasil began to pull off some kind of trick. The girl's fingers continued to disintegrate into small stone fragments, and the powerful blood of the demon began to evaporate from them. The protagonist at that moment realized why, after 20 years, the World Tree had completely dried up, and the reason for this was the demon's blood in it. Michael asked if the girl had tried to deal with it alone, and she said that the demon's blood acted like a slow poison and would kill her 100%. The keeper was very worried about her sister. She looked at the girl with frightened eyes and said her name. When asked how much longer Yugi could hold out, she said that it would all happen within 4 days, and she wanted to meet the end of it all. The protagonist was understanding of Yggdrasil's words when she shared that she had very little time. Yugi was taken aback, and her mouth opened wide in shock when the young mage shared his conclusion that her essence had not yet been captured by the demon. The boy leaned his hand on the wooden table and told Yggdrasil that in that case they still had time and opportunity to fix everything. Before Michael's regression, Yugi made the decision to destroy the demon within herself at the cost of her life, but after her death, the Demon King burst into the world. Destroying the demonic entity inside the World Tree did nothing to avoid the war between humanity and the demons. In the end, Yggdrasil's brave deed and her death were completely in vain and did not help humanity in any way, but now everything is different. The protagonist was determined to turn the tide of events and asked the girl what needed to be done to avoid her death. Michael Valfurgis mentioned 4 days that Yggdrasil had left before the demonic creature would consume it completely. With full responsibility, our hero declared that during these 4 days he would try to find a way to heal the girl. The keeper had already seen Mikhail's phenomenal abilities more than once, so she asked her sister to trust him. A petite girl flew up to Yggdrasil and said that this boy was very talented, but Yugi was skeptical of the idea. Yggdrasil took a moment to consider the protagonist's offer and the tomb keeper's words carefully. The World Tree, in the form of a beautiful young girl, sat at the table, clenching a half-destroyed fist, and was silent. The girl, whose long hair was fluttering slightly in the wind, covered her wounded arm and was finally ready to give an answer. But the protagonist did not let Yggdrasil make a final decision and held out his hand, palm up. Valfurgis stated that before he began working on trying to heal the girl, he wanted to collect his reward. The main character's words were completely unexpected for Yggdrasil and caused genuine surprise. She looked at the guy with her mouth wide open. The guardian also could not believe her ears. Mikhail's words made her furious, and she became very angry at the magician. Out of anger, the tiny girl began to pull McCain's face, but he was adamant and said that he wanted to receive a second award after solving the problem. Yggdrasil had nowhere to go, and Valfurgis was her last hope, so she asked what he wanted as a reward. The main character showed the girl his index finger and said that he would not demand anything special, realizing that this thing was needed not only by him. While the keeper continued to pat the guy's face with anger, McCain knew that he was demanding this thing only to save the world tree. The Walpurgis heir pointed his finger up and looked at the sky, asking her to give him the best she had. Yggdrasil waited with bated breath for the moment when the boy would finally say what thing he wanted from her in return. The protagonist stated that before starting the mission, he wants to receive the old branches of the world tree from Yugi. The demonic creature had swallowed the world tree, causing all of its green leaves to disappear and making it appear completely lifeless. The 8th Elven King, Jihad, spent a long time in prayer, asking the Great Mother for guidance. The elf knelt in a prayerful pose before the withered tree, asking it what it could do to save it. Jihad's face and heart were filled with sadness and longing for the withered tree. He raised his head to look at the Great Mother. But the world tree was completely dead at that moment. It did not respond to the Elven King in any way, and left him without any clues. The guy said it was no wonder she wasn't responding, and maybe she was trying to give people protection that way. Jihad's eyes widened in surprise, and he flinched when he suddenly heard the voice of the Great Mother speaking to her child. He raised his head and called her mother, and the tree replied that he was surprised that everyone called him by different names. The withered tree glowed with a bright green light, and the Great Mother told Jihad that the darkness was trying to consume her, but there was still some time. The tree appeared as a bright flash in the elf's hands, and he asked the Great Mother in a panic what he could do for her. The tree said that there was one person who could help, and the boy needed to help him too, so that hope would shine upon them. Jihad shouted for her not to disappear, not understanding how to find this person, but that same guy was already standing behind him. Saddened by the disappearance of his mother, the elf shuddered when he heard the answer behind him that he was that very man. The 8th Elven King turned his head back, his eyes filled with words, and he stuttered as he asked the stranger who he was. Our main character stood before him, arms folded across his chest, and first asked the Elf King if he was currently addressing him. With a wide smile on his face, the boy introduced himself to Jihad, saying that his name was Mikhail Valfurgis, a trusted person of the World Tree. In the magical forest of the elves, nature reigned. Everything around was decorated with blooming, multicolored flowers and fragrant plants. Jihad and his new friend Mikhail were walking through the area where the elves live. Their houses were bizarre and not like human dwellings. With hope in his eyes, the boy asked Walpurgis if he knew what to do and if his mother had instructed him. Holding his hands behind his head, the hero yawned and indifferently replied that he seemed to know, and if not, then let the elf guide him on the right path. Before Jihad, Mikhail played the role of a carefree and irresponsible guy, but he himself understood perfectly well what he was doing. Michael knew that even if the entire magical forest of the elves was destroyed, the heroes would still have a chance to fix everything. Valfurgis's expression changed, and he thought that the priority task now was to save the current fairy king. The king was too weak and spent most of his time in bed, but it was enough for Michael that he was still alive. Sooner or later the king will die in the war that the demons will soon unleash, but Valfurgis steadfastly decided that he will not let him die. The young magician had to return to his conversation with Jihad when he timidly asked if Mikhail was alone here. Our hero answered the worried elf that he was not alone here, but the guy had nothing to worry about because Mikhail knew everything. Valfurgis smiled when Jihad said he couldn't afford to doubt his mother's messenger, but the forest was not so easy to enter. Mikhail explained that there were still people left outside, but this whole story was a little different from common sense. The words of Walpurgis Jr. impressed the young elf so much that he froze and looked at our hero with his mouth wide open. The private dialogue between the elf and the magician ended when someone's quick steps were heard nearby. Jihad stuttered as he asked what had happened, when a man ran up to him with a spear in his hand and called out to the prince. The guard reported some intruder, which only provoked and made our hero smile because he was expecting him to appear. Prince Jihad was shocked when the guard started shouting about some flying people who attacked their settlement. 4 guardians of destruction flew over the forest village on Pegasi. Local archers shot at them, and the hero and Jihad watched everything from the side. For some reason, the situation did not cause any concern in Mikhail Valfurgis, but on the contrary, made him smile sincerely. The protagonist was surrounded by guards in the middle of the forest, and he stated that he felt like he lacked allies in this situation. The ashamed butler Morden, Leon Pavlov, Lady Cassandra, and the knight Aaron sat to the side, their heads down. It turned out that they were the supposed guardians of destruction, and the main character told his friends that they shouldn't have created such chaos in the forest. The butler Morden began to loudly justify himself on his knees before the master, that he had left without saying a word, and he should not have left them. Mikhail looked away and thought, putting his finger to his mouth, whether Morden's accusations against him were fair now. The fact that Walpurgis did not want to admit his guilt infuriated the butler, and he declared that the rotten fruit was the gardener's fault. Our hero agreed that it was his mistake, but he meant Morden, and gave the command to arrest him, after which the elf gave the order to the guards to do this. The butler was seized and began to shout that he was wrong, and Lady Cassandra laughed, remembering the funny horse ride. The brilliant swordmaster Leon Pavlov remained serious as he turned to the team and asked what their next plan was. The main character admitted that he already had the old branches of the world tree, but he had to pay a price for it. Knight Aaron, Seer Cassandra, and Leon Pavlov froze when Mikhail told them that they would now have to help the boy. Jihad took all the boys to a house with a long staircase leading to the entrance and said that his father, the king of the fairies, lived there. The protagonist looked at the fairy palace, a tall and unusual-looking building that towered over the trees. Since ancient times, fairies and elves coexisted in peace. They lived in harmony with each other and never fought. The fairy king belonged to a different race, but he also led the fairies because he was the recognized leader of both communities. The main character looked at a wooden house of an unusual shape, which was not only the king's home, but also the habitat of all the fairies. Michael Valfurgis stepped onto the first step of the stairs to visit the house of the fairies and meet the king, Jihad's father. When the fairies noticed him, they immediately surrounded our hero from all sides, admiring the fact that a human had visited them, since this was a rare event. The fairies began to knead Michael's cheeks, saying that he was blessed, and the prince called our hero wonderful, because fairies rarely greet strangers in such a way. Jihad's praise irritated our hero, and he asked the long-eared one not to irritate him, and the elf asked the fairies to take care of him. When Walpurgis and the whole company entered the house of the fairies, Jihad pointed with his palm to the door of the room where the king was now. The heroes stood in front of the entrance to the bedroom of the leader of the two races, and the prince invited Michael and the others to go inside to greet the king. The boys opened the door to the room, and inside, on the bed, sat an exhausted king covered with a blanket, who silently looked out the window. Hearing that someone had visited him, the leader of the fairies and elves was surprised, because no human had set foot in his room for a long time. The fairy king, exhausted by illness, greeted the guests without any particular emotion on his face, without turning around to look at them. The protagonist and his accompanying Prince Jihad entered the king's chambers and looked at the sick man with sadness on their faces. Michael Valfurgis came closer, bowed his head before the king, and thanked the protector of the fairies for his hospitality. The exhausted man looked sadly into the distance and noted that our hero was well acquainted with the rules of elven etiquette. The fairy king continued to sit in his bed, without turning his head towards the guests, and asked what brought them to him. Jihad knew that his father was very vulnerable, so before breaking the news, the boy asked the king not to be afraid. The man finally turned his surprised gaze to his son when he reported that the momentarily dried-up world tree had made itself known. This joyful news so shocked the king, exhausted by illness, that he decided to get out of bed and stepped onto the floor. The shocked king sat down on the bed, looked at his son and the guests, and asked if what Jihad had just said was true. The king became angry and demanded proof from his son, otherwise these were empty words, because we were talking about that very world tree. Prince Jihad was worried and hesitated, not knowing how to answer his father and confirm what he had just said with evidence. But instead, Michael answered, placing his hand on the elf's shoulder, confirming to the king that he had all the evidence. The guy looked at the confused Jihad with a smile on his face, so that he wouldn't worry about the evidence about the world tree. Our brave hero's expression became serious. He looked at the fairy king and invited the man to look at them for himself. After these words, the main character reached with his right hand into the left inside pocket of his jacket to take something out of there. The fairy king's eyes widened as he saw the thing that Michael had decided to show him as evidence. The man couldn't take his eyes off the thing that our main character took out of his pocket, and he knew what was in front of him. Michael Valfurgus held a branch of the world tree in his hand in front of him. It was distinguished from the usual one by its magical green glow. Showing the fairy king a small branch, the young magician asked if the man understood what it all meant. The fairy king knew very well that if the guy in front of him had a branch of the world tree, it meant that he had become his confidant. This was true because the presence of a branch of the holy tree in Michael's possession was direct evidence that the tree recognized him. This proof was enough for the fairy king, and the man found the strength to kneel before the hero. The man loudly declared that he, King Jiren Hadas, welcomed our protagonist as the recognized messenger of the world tree. Michael silently listened to the king's plea for Walpurgis to save the kingdom of fairies and elves from destruction. Behind the young mage stood Prince Jihad, who was deeply impressed by his father's behavior and called out to him. Walpurgis told the king that there was only one solution to this problem, and the man was eager to know what it was. The guy explained that with the help of this branch, you can remove the miasma that is devouring the tree, and the branch will be needed to create some kind of thing. The protagonist pointed his finger upward and asked the king for permission to use their workshop to create this thing. Michael confirmed when the king asked if he was talking about his workshop and said that he was talking about the source of Urda. The fairy king was shocked because he did not expect that an outsider knew about the source of Urd in his personal workshop. Urda was a great elven blacksmith who in the past made weapons for kings. The man rose to his feet and said that there was no need to waste time in such a case, and he would immediately take our hero to the source. The protagonist stopped the king because the guy had one more question that he wanted to ask him. Michael asked about the remnants of the demon god who were now slowly destroying the world tree, and this information shocked the king. Valfurgus looked at the man opposite him with a serious expression and stated that the demon god was their main enemy. The king doubted because he did not feel any evil energy from the tree, but they explained to him that the spirit of the tree simply did not allow the energy to escape. The tree spirit does everything in its power to deal with the demon inside itself, even though it should have asked the king for help. However, the spirit of the world tree did not want to show anyone that she was weak, so she decided to fight the demonic energy alone. The fairy king's eyes widened at the information he heard from Michael, and he tried to digest everything he had just been told. The man turned to his mother, realizing how the world tree had suffered all this time, not wanting to appear weak. The main character said that, in any case, the spirit did everything in her power, and the rest now depends on McCain and the others. But there was one problem, and it was that while the hero was tinkering in the workshop, the remnants of the demon god would continue to destroy the tree. What our main character had just said alarmed Leon Pavlov, and he looked at Mikhail with worried eyes. Prince Jihad also fell silent, trying to digest the information he had received and think about a solution to the problem. Lady Cassandra and the knight behind her looked at the protagonist carefully, waiting for Walpurgis to say more. hearing that the remnants of the demon god were currently devouring the world tree from the inside, gave the fairy king a terrible thought. The man had not yet managed to share it with McCain, but the boy understood everything without words and confirmed the king's version. The protagonist declared to the leader of the fairies and elves and everyone present that the fairy forest was in danger right now. The fairy king pulled himself together and straightened his hair when Michael warned him that he could not delay any longer. The man touched the golden crown on his head when our hero said that each of them must do something. Weakened by illness, the king returned to his duties and gave orders to his son to show Michael the way to the spring. After Jiren, Hadas informed everyone present that he intended to gather the forest warriors and knights for defense. The king confidently declared that he intended to protect the fairy forest at any cost, because no new trouble could be allowed. Meanwhile, Michael needed to talk about something with the Seer. He approached Cassandra and called the girl. The hero admitted that it was convenient to have a prophet on hand when Cassandra guessed that Michael wanted to ask her and Sir Helen to help the elves. Afterwards, Valfurgus turned his head to where Pavlov stood and asked Leon to help them too, and the boy replied that the hero could rely on him. The heir of Marquis Walfurgus successfully divided the duties between his friends and again turned to everyone to declare something. He looked at the brave members of his team and suggested that they finally begin saving the world tree. The first thing Mikhail did was go to the Urda source. Prince Jihad brought him there, and soon the guys were already there. The heroes stood in front of a large stone structure from which a volcano seemed to be erupting, only it was blue. The elf admitted that they did not know how Urda used the source to make magical tools, and he did not even have any guesses. Jihad asked the main character if he knew anything about this, and the guy knew everything about this source very well. Before the regression, Mikhail used the Urda source more than once. He made countless weapons with it in order to survive. The way the royal blacksmith Urda had used this magical source was truly ingenious, and perhaps the man would not want it to be known. But the protagonist intends to treat Urd's work with respect and use it wisely, so he took out his mana stone. The hero took out a branch of the world tree, knowing that in fact the legendary elven master Urda was not a true craftsman. To create a thing useful for saving the world tree, the guy lowered a branch into the source and cast the salvation spell. The main character, standing at the very source, lowered his head down and carefully watched the reaction that was taking place in the liquid. The amazed elf Jihad watched with his mouth open as the source of Urda changed before his eyes. Now Michael Valfurgus could reveal the truth and say that Urda was not actually a blacksmith, but a real magician. The bearded giant Urda, although he looked like a typical craftsman, actually possessed magical abilities. The man was able to create good magical weapons with the help of the source, but Mikhail would not call him a talented magician. Knowing a lot about Urd's life path, Valfurgus understood that the big guy had rather mediocre magical skills. Urda himself understood this perfectly well, so at one moment he made a fateful decision that changed his life forever. Having let go of his magic staff, Urda decided that since he could not become a talented magician, he would try to succeed in another field. The protagonist, while working on creating the weapon he needed, said that Urda eventually became a master of magical weapons. Before he first came to this place, Mikhail sincerely believed that the source was some kind of metaphor or something like that. The guy couldn't even imagine that in reality the source of Urd would actually turn out to be a literal source. But the water in this spring was not ordinary. It was as if it was completely filled with mana and resembled a magical liquid. Holding his hand in front of him, our hero continued to work on creating the weapon, this time casting the structural wave spell. At that moment, the branch of the world tree changed. Now it glowed not green but blue, which meant that the spell worked. As the color of the branch's aura changed, a large splash of water appeared above the source, lifting the branch into the air. Like waves, magical water surrounded the branch of the world tree, and the future weapon hovered in the air in front of the protagonist. The branch of the world tree was a very rare material with its own characteristics, because it inherited the life force of the tree itself. Michael smirked, realizing that the branch of the world tree was almost impossible to use as a material, but the key word was almost. The talented magician knew the method very well, and to create the weapon, it was necessary to select the right combination of magical elements. The excited elf Jihad listened attentively to Mikhail's explanations and asked what would happen if he selected a combination of elements. Working hard, the protagonist explained that if he collected the right amount of mana, he would be able to process the branch and use it. The prince asked how long it would take Michael, and the boy replied that not much, about 4 days. The information stunned the young elf, because such a period of time seemed very long to him, because the forest was in danger now. The protagonist asked Jihad to trust him that it was very fast, because the processing of such a weapon usually takes a whole year. Prince Jihad was taken aback when Michael turned around and asked the boy if he was going to continue standing there like a pillar doing nothing. Valfurgis said that now that they had reached the source, it was time to carry out what the hero had planned. The boy explained that there was not only a source here, but also other gifts that Erda left behind, and the elf was surprised. Michael pointed his finger at the source, and with a smile on his face told the elf that the weapons of the former fairy kings should also be here. Jihad couldn't believe it when he was told that there was an opportunity to obtain the magical weapon once created for the fairy king. Valfurgis said he didn't yet know where they might find the weapons, but for now he needed to focus on processing. Elf Jihad listened attentively to the messenger of the world tree, and did not argue with him, but simply remained silent in response. The prince with long red hair nodded, making a serious expression on his face, and answered our hero that he understood everything. The protagonist focused on the task, realizing that he would have to process it continuously for 4 whole days. In order to concentrate as much as possible before starting to process the branch of the world tree, Mikhail closed his eyes. The young mage announced that he was beginning to process the magical weapon, and the branch of the world tree flew into the air even higher above the source. 3 whole days passed from that moment. The forest elves were talking among themselves. One of the guards was holding a paper in his hands. All the forces of the elven kingdom were focused on protecting the fairy forest from demons at any cost, if necessary. The soldiers were on alert, and Leon Pavlov watched all this from the side with interest, chuckling thoughtfully. The boy told Cassandra and the knight that, apparently, nothing terrible had happened in 3 days, and the forest was in perfect order. Cassandra couldn't agree with the swordmaster 100%, and he became scared, asking if the girl had any visions. With sadness on her face, the Seer stated that many details of the future of humanity were reliably hidden from her. The clairvoyant glanced at Count Pavlov and shared what she had been able to see about the future of the forest. Lady Cassandra walked closer to the withered world tree and declared that she saw nothing good about the future. But the Seer tried to remain optimistic, smiled, and said that Michael would probably take care of it himself. Knight Aaron did not share the girl's opinion, advising Lady Cassandra not to place great hopes on anyone, including our hero. The clairvoyant told the knight that everything was fine, and in any case, the only thing they could do now was wait. The girl advised everyone to continue to believe that Mikhail would cope, but she did not notice that the ground beneath the heroes began to crumble before their eyes. The soil around the world tree was covered with giant cracks, which became deeper and wider with each passing moment. Leon Pavlov wanted to talk about the temple, and the 3 still did not suspect that behind their backs the land was turning into ruins. But the brilliant swordmaster still noticed that something was wrong and asked Cassandra what was going on. In a panic, Knight Aaron and Lady Cassandra began to run wherever their eyes looked, so as not to fall into the huge cracks that had formed in the ground. Just a minute ago, roses were blooming in the fairy tale forest, but now they have withered and faded, just as the sky above them has turned gray. The world tree shook and thundered, and a circular moat began to form around it, which protected the heroes from the tree. Aaron, Leon, and Cassandra managed to run to a safe distance and watched what was happening with shock on their faces. The guy, whose face was always covered by a knight's helmet, said that what they had been so afraid of all these days had happened. 3 giant demonic red eyes of a large black reptile looked at Cassandra, Leon, and Aaron. Wrapped around the pillar of the world tree was a huge black snake with 3 eyes and a dark aura, sticking out its tongue and looking at the heroes. Then the terrible demonic beast opened its mouth and showed the heroes its sharp and long fangs. Lady Cassandra was afraid for her friends and understood that the forces were unequal, so she ordered the 2 to leave. Leon Pavlov disobeyed the girl, asking how they could leave Cassandra here alone with this monster. The seer screamed that it was too dangerous and that the 3 of them could not defeat this demonic monster. The enormous black snake was clearly aggressively disposed towards the boys and hissed at them, opening its huge mouth. Although Pavlov Jr. was a brilliant swordmaster of the next generation, fear settled within him in the face of this snake. Experiencing strong negative emotions, the Count began to lose his mind, not understanding what to do next in this situation. The fear that grips a person has a strong effect on him, which was confirmed by Leon's behavior at that moment. As the 3 demonic reptile eyes looked straight at Pavlov, he thought that he would never be able to defeat such a beast. Leon Pavlov gritted his teeth in anger, primarily at himself, and did not understand why he was such a helpless person. The swordmaster at that moment remembered the faceless boy he had met in his dream and compared his powers to that demonic serpent. Looking at the giant black snake in front of him, Leon Pavlov began to curse McCain because it was because of him that he was here. The guy turned to the main character, asking when he would return, and at that moment, Mikhail Valfurgis's body began to glow. The main character closed his eyes. His appearance was transformed. The guy began to emit a purple, magically attractive light. Afterwards, Valfurgis opened his eyes and stared seriously ahead, with small purple lights flying around his face. The fairy tale forest, where elves and fairies lived in the world, has changed significantly for the worse. All the flowers have withered. It's all because of a giant demonic black snake that crawled out of the ground right next to the world tree and now feels at home in the forest. Not only the land was transformed, but also the sky, which was painted in dark purple shades due to the arrival of this monster. Frightened, Leon Pavlov, Cassandra, and her faithful knight did not run away anywhere and looked straight at the huge black reptile. The Fairy King was already aware of everything that was happening and led a whole squad of forest knights who were ready to fight against the monster. Jiren Hadas pointed his hand in the direction and ordered his soldiers to fire at the demonic black serpent. A whole team of archers prepared their guns with arrows to start firing them at the uninvited guest. Hundreds of arrows from all sides simultaneously rushed into the body of the giant reptile. The snake began to wriggle, receiving damage. The arrows irritated the demonic monster, but were not fatal to the reptile. The snake was still alive. The hellish giant snake tried to pounce on the soldiers and forest dwellers standing below, but they were protected by a large magical dome. The purple glowing dome was very strong, and the snake was unable to break through it the first time to attack the elves. Jiren Hadas watched the magic dome work and thought about the little thing that the messenger of the world tree gave him. The Fairy King, at that moment, remembered how our hero had given him a large mana stone, which now serves as protection for the settlement. The elf mages managed to activate the dome to protect themselves from the demonic snake, and the king concluded that the thing had performed amazingly. But the huge black snake was incredibly strong, and after several attempts to break through, a large crack had already formed in the dome. Noticing a hole in the magic dome, Jiren concluded that they would not be able to hold out for long, and the snake would still break through. At this time, the protagonist was still working at the source, cultivating an old branch of the world tree. After a few days, the guy managed to successfully finish processing the staff, although it usually takes a whole year. Mikhail took a closer look at the weapon he had received in the form of a wooden staff and stated that he had finished the job. Walpurgis asked the keeper how long it took him, and she said that it had only been 3 days instead of the promised 4. The girl asked if it was now possible to combine Mikhail's creation with the sphere to obtain a full-fledged weapon. Our talented hero looked at the staff processed in the source, thinking about how perfectly it was made, without a single flaw. The tiny lady with green hair was in anticipation. She hurried McCain so that he would finally begin the final stage. McCain took between his 2 fingers the small sphere that had previously been the mana crystal given to Eileen. The boy inserted the red sphere into the place prepared for it on the staff, a small hole in the golden braid. The sphere fit perfectly, and when Michael placed it in its rightful place, the stone shone with a bright light, blinding the eyes. The protagonist looked in fascination at his perfectly crafted weapon and the bright glow emanating from the red sphere. Valfurgis froze, looking at the glowing magic ball built into the staff, and went into himself, clearly thinking about something important. At this time, in another part of the forest of enormous proportions, a black reptile did not give up. It stubbornly hit its head on the dome to break it. The Elven Kingdom has already suffered its first losses at the hands of the demonic monster. The snake managed to kill one of the elves. The bloodthirsty reptile managed to take the lives of more and more elves. The fairy king held the body of the wounded guy in his arms. Jiren looked up at the dome in horror and excitement, and saw the demonic snake getting closer and closer to them. The 3-eyed black reptile continued to hit the protective magical dome, creating more and more cracks in it. The Fairy King could only sit on his knees, praying to the Almighty Lord, realizing that in a little while the snake would break through. Before the next blow, the giant black snake moved to the side a little to gain momentum and strike the dome with renewed force. Swordmaster Leon Pavlov noticed that the reptile was preparing for something and shouted, commanding the others to prepare for it. The 3-eyed demonic monster once again struck its head on the protective dome over the fairy forest. This blow was fatal for everyone who was under the dome, but victorious for the serpent, because the protective structure crumbled into fragments. When Michael Valfurgis finally finished creating his magic staff, he said that he hated everything related to demons. The next moment, the young mage cast the Holy Ray spell, and a powerful stream of light mana shot into the sky. The spell of our brave hero noticeably worked to the detriment of the demonic snake, and it stopped attacking for a short time. Lady Cassandra was genuinely pleased when she turned around and saw Michael standing in front of her, saying that he had finally arrived. Valfurgis appeared before the heroes in a robe, holding his new staff in his hand, and said that, fortunately, he was not late. Watching the hissing giant snake with 3 eyes, the protagonist thought that the monster was moving faster than he suspected. The guy realized that if he hadn't mastered his magical instrument in 3 days, he would now be standing in ruins. The Fairy King approached Michael, asking the messenger about his son, but Valfurgis told the man not to worry about him. The protagonist cast the flight spell, and the next moment his body flew into the air to get a better look at the monster. Approaching the demonic monster, Michael, holding the staff in his hand, noted the scale of this gigantic reptile. Valfurgis knew that if the situation was routine, then attacking with the magic of the 5th circle, namely the Holy Ray spell, would not be enough. But now the circumstances are completely different, because with the help of the source, the guy managed to create a staff that increases his strength. The weapon in McCain's hands was very valuable because it could change everything thanks to the rarest material in the world. But the main character only knew that there was one catch that made the task of destroying the snake more difficult. Flying in front of the head of the huge snake, the magician realized that only a few years had passed since the remnants of the demon god were attached to the tree. This meant that the world tree had undergone strong negative changes after the process of adding these remnants. But the main character was forced to think by the fact that the remains were not simple, but belonged specifically to the demon king. Looking at the demonic reptile, our hero thought that the tree would not have to suffer if the blow of the staff could destroy everything. The task was made more difficult by the fact that not only the main character was diligently preparing for today's battle, but also his opponent from the underworld. The guy continued to watch the actions of the huge black reptile, which now became even more angry and opened its mouth. The protagonist mentioned the devil when he noticed from the behavior of the demonic snake that it was preparing to do something against them. Mikhail Valfurgis was absolutely right, and the next second, the reptile, opening its mouth to its maximum, headed towards the guy. To stop the snake's attack, an unknown hero shot an arrow at the demonic reptile, which was not ordinary, but magical. The arrow flew past the snake at breakneck speed as it threatened everyone below with its mouth wide open and its sharp fangs. There was a noticeable explosion, and a cloud of magical blue fire formed near the snake's body when the arrow hit the reptile. The protagonist covered his face with his hand, squinting because of the blinding light, and wondered who these unusual arrows belonged to. If this arrow was the work of Urd, then a treasure possessing the most powerful divine power had just passed before Michael. Mikhail Valfurgis became wary and looked back when he heard a familiar sound coming from behind him. The protagonist turned around and saw in the distance the dark silhouette of an elf girl holding a bow in her hand. This archer Jihad, who shot the arrow at the snake, saw that Michael was looking at her and loudly called for the messenger. A smirk appeared on our hero's face because he knew who had just shouted at him, and he was well acquainted with this guy. The guy's mood noticeably improved. Mikhail turned around and said that the elf with a bow in his hands had arrived just in time. The protagonist was optimistic. He watched as the snake was damaged again and again, and understood that he would not survive such attacks. The demonic reptile began to change shape. Part of its head was a bare skull instead of skin, and the hero guessed that it was shedding its skin. The Guardian, as in any dangerous moment, was next to Mikhail, and the guy asked her to fulfill some request. After this, a whirlwind of blue magical aura surrounded our hero's body. He clenched his fists and prepared to attack the monster. The guy asked the creature to open its mouth, and turning into a blue beam of light, rushed straight into the mouth of the demonic snake. In an elated mood, the protagonist approached the monster's mouth and declared that he was going to enter inside, destroying the monster from the inside. Walpurgis Jr. managed to successfully get inside the giant snake and began to fly, surrounded by the entrails of the bloodthirsty monster. The keeper accompanied the guy. She felt disgusted, and she clearly did not like flying inside the reptile. The girl asked the hero if they could see the very remains of the demon king in front of them now, and said that they couldn't be named better. Inside the huge reptile were stored the remains that destroyed the world tree. They looked like hundreds of black worms. The protagonist looked angrily at the demonic remains that were now writhing in front of him in the insides of the reptile. But these were not just remains, but living creatures that moved, and each had glowing eyes and mouth. The keeper came to the conclusion that these were real demons who had formed themselves from the remains of the king, and Michael called them some kind of weaklings. But still, the girl advised our hero to be careful because these demons are born very quickly. Not feeling any fear of demonic entities, the guy thought about how to deal with them as quickly as possible. Inside the snake, more and more new creatures were formed from the remains of the demon king, which only increased in size. In order to get rid of the newborn demons, the protagonist decided to use his new staff and grabbed the weapon. The hero materialized all his magic circles around himself, but decided to temporarily increase their number with the help of a special spell. The next step for the talented magician was to cast the Divine Gate spell, which would help kill the demons. Numerous demonic monsters began to make sounds, not understanding what was happening when the boy cast the spell. After the spell was successfully activated, a large magical divine gate appeared behind the main character. Mikhail Valfurgis coughed and spat out a clot of blood, because strong spells always deal damage to physical health. The boy wiped his mouth with his hand and said goodbye to the demons, because he knew that the Divine Gate would definitely help get rid of them. Divine Gate was a signature spell by Michael Walpurgis, developed by his boyfriend before his regression. The spell is quite complex, and not everyone can successfully perform it because it is not a basic level of magic. Michael wasn't even surprised when he saw the Demon King's reanimated remains panicking after activating this spell. The open divine gates began to literally suck in demons, because this is one of the most effective spells against creatures from hell. The Guardian covered her face with her hands and opened her mouth wide when she saw that one spell was enough to kill the demons. The girl began to tug at Walpurgis's cheek, screaming why those monsters had disappeared and whether they were really that easy to kill. Seeing that her friend was not in the best physical condition, she asked Mikhail if he was sure that this was necessary. Looking at his blood-stained hand, our hero said that he was sure, because in such a situation, there was no other way out. Divine Gate is a spell that consumes a lot of mana, and if used with others, the power will run out after 5 minutes. The main character realized that he had only a few minutes left, so he ran to have time to destroy every single demon. After a few minutes, the place that had recently been filled to capacity with demons became empty, and only smoke remained there. Michael Valfergus managed to cope with all the demons, but at the cost of his own health, because his strength almost completely left him. But our brave hero had another important task ahead of him. He looked at something in front of him and said that he had found it. It was a round lump of red meat, which was attached to the walls of the black reptile's entrails by threads of meat. Michael said that this is the eye of the Demon King and also the heart of the black snake that swallowed our hero and the keeper. The Demon King's eye opened slightly, and a red pupil appeared from the round organ, and the guy said that this was the only thing that tormented the World Tree. The Demon King completely exposed his lone eye, which he had been safely hiding inside a huge black reptile. 3 minutes left for everything, and after that, he would collapse without strength. The Demon King's giant eye narrowed as it watched the actions of Michael Valfergus standing below. It was not just an eye, but a full-fledged monster that attacked Mikhail, releasing numerous meat tentacles from itself. The tentacles circled around the guy, trying to harm him, so there was no more time to wait, and Mikhail prepared to attack. The first step in the battle against the eye of the Demon King Michael was to cast the Shimmer spell to confuse the eye. Our brave hero reminded himself that he only had a minute left and took off, heading straight for the center of the pupil. For now the demonic eye was fine. It once again fully exposed its eyeball, watching the actions of the magician. In order to destroy the eye of the Demon King and the heart of the Black Snake, Michael Valfergus took an unusual golden puck into his hands. The Guardian, who was already sweating from the tension, asked the protagonist if he was holding the signal stone in his hand. The guy didn't answer and squeezed the stone in his hand, realizing that he had no time for talking because there were only 30 seconds left. The protagonist continued to act according to his plan. The pink tentacles of the demon's eye tried to grab Mikhail to stop him. But the next moment, something went wrong as the guy had planned, because a bright green beam flashed in front of his face. Confused by what she saw, the keeper assumed that this green beam was a magical arrow fired by someone. The giant demonic snake received a noticeable disfigurement. A large hole formed in its body, from which green smoke poured out. After a successful shot, the girl stopped to catch her breath and look at the result. The person who helped Michael defeat the demonic reptile was an elf archer whose body glowed with a green aura. Having reduced the distance between himself and the eye, Valfergus asked him if the monster thought that they would allow him to destroy the World Tree. Looking straight into the huge red eye, the guy gave himself the order that he would not allow this, because before the regression, the tree died, and everything became meaningless. Mikhail had only a few seconds left, and he cast the 7th magic circle spell Yggdrasil to attack. The final act of the protagonist was to bring his staff directly to the pupil of the eye, and the sphere lit up with a bright blue light. The World Tree did not give up, and the next second, nature began to emerge inside the huge black snake. The insides of the reptile began to quickly fill with wood that glowed green, indicating the healing of the World Tree. Even at the very last moment, when the tree's strength was exhausted, it left the world with hope, and now its branches reached towards the eye of the demon god. Exhausted, Mikhail fell, remembering Yugi's last wish that the seeds of hope she left behind would be found faster than the remains would consume them. Valfergus found the strength to rise and promise the World Tree that he would fulfill his last wish no matter what. The boy remembered the spell he had learned solely for the sake of the World Tree, and then Yugi thanked him for it. Yggdrasil was so moved by the significance of this spell that tears began to flow down her cheeks. Michael decided to get rid of all the regrets of Jihad and create another reality by casting a spell, and the world tree began to dissolve before his eyes. Prince Jihad watched from the sidelines and saw how, before his eyes, the old, dried-up world tree began to be destroyed. Unlike the elf, there were no tears in Walpurgis's eyes. He looked to the future with hope and decided to create a new reality. It was a new beginning of sorts for our hero, and after Yugi's spell was successfully cast, a new world tree grew around the Demon King's eye. At Yggdrasil's last wish, the protagonist made the old world tree begin to disintegrate into small dust. But it was not only the tree that disappeared from the face of the earth, but also the remains of the Demon King, which turned into a large, bright green ball. Prince Jihad couldn't take his eyes off what was happening before his eyes, and turned his attention to the remains. The spirit of the world tree, with a powerful stream of green mana, went to another tree, which was very far away, to settle in it. A bright green beam entered the pillar of a tree standing in the middle of the lawn, which meant that the world tree would now be located in a different place. The green leaves began to glow with a bright golden light, indicating that the spirit of the world tree had successfully found a new home for itself. Just a minute ago it was dark and cloudy outside, but now the tree was emitting such a bright light that it created sunny weather around. Leon Pavlov and the others turned around to see the world tree making itself known again, and the rays of the sun breaking through the menacing clouds. Fairy King Jiren watched in amazement as the inconspicuous tree transformed into a new world tree before his eyes. The elves, their mouths wide open in surprise, turned around to witness the victory of good over demonic evil. The archer boy opened his eyes and froze, watching the wonderful picture before her, when McCain promised that the tree would definitely be reborn. Without turning around, the protagonist said that the world tree would recover, shake off everything demonic and bloom again. Afterwards, the guy looked at the archer with a smile on his face and declared that now it was his turn to play his role. The elf looked down, laughing, and gripped his bow tighter, but did not respond to the protagonist's words. Oa looked at the revival of the new world tree with hope in his eyes and said that everything was as the guy had said earlier. The archer stated that the protagonist was right, and she really needed to move forward, and after these words, the guy left. Mikhail Walpurgis was left alone in the middle of a green meadow, with golden threads of the world tree flying in the air. Tired after the battle with the Demon King's eye, the protagonist looked around and said that there it was, her world. Yggdrasil approached the boy and told Mikhail that now she would be able to take care of the restoration of the forest and take care of the children. Yugi thanked Walpurgis for saving her, but our humble hero replied with a smile on his face that there was no need for thanks. Michael Walpurgis explained to the spirit of the tree that he had only fulfilled his promise, and now it was the turn of the world tree to fulfill its own. The girl smiled modestly and agreed with the young man, but said that she believed that the reward would not be enough. Yggdrasil asked Mikhail if he wanted to increase the number of his magic circles and get a new essence, and she was completely right. Yugi said that a small part of her essence could help our hero with this, and she even wondered if her life was worth too little. Yggdrasil placed her hand on her heart, deciding for herself to help our hero, and prepared to make a statement. With a sincere smile, the spirit of the world tree told Mikhail that, as a sign of gratitude, she was ready to give the guy a part of herself. The guardian was furious at her sister's statement and screamed, "What the hell?" looking angrily at Yugi. She flew up to the frightened Yugi, asking how she would maintain harmony in this world if she decided to make her life so difficult. The tiny girl blushed when Yggdrasil asked if she hadn't chosen Mikhail for the same reasons as Yugi. The protagonist asked the keeper what was wrong with her, but the girl did not want to explain, seething with anger on the guy's shoulder. Yggdrasil told Mikhail that now that she shared a part of herself with him, the boy would be able to absorb not only mana, but other types of energy as well. Walpurgis Jr. thanked the girl with all his heart, and she praised him for being a very determined person. Yugi cut off a strand of her long blonde hair and gave it to the protagonist as a part of herself that Mikhail could use for his own purposes. Michael examined the cut strand of hair and said that it was very symbolic that Yugi's essence was contained in her hair. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked the spirit of the world tree if he should eat the hair now, and Yggdrasil said that he shouldn't. The girl asked the guy to just tie a strand of hair around his wrist and that would be enough, and McCain did as he was told. The protagonist closed his eyes and concentrated to feel how part of Yggdrasil's essence connected with his body. The guy immediately felt some changes, as if a magical power had awakened in the strand of hair of the girl on his hand. A second later, the strand glowed with a green aura. The hero's wrist was wrapped in magical golden threads, and part of the essence of the spirit of the world body merged with him. A stream of bright green mana began to swirl around Mikhail Valfurgis's body. He closed his eyes and was ready to accept part of the tree spirit. The young magician opened his eyes, feeling how the energy of the entire world seemed to be flowing through his body. Valfurgis's magic circles turned green, and he felt his magic power being restored and his wounds healing. The guy tried to move his hand, and all his movements left behind a bright green trail of magical energy. The glow around the young magician's body became brighter and brighter. Strength filled the hero, and the former fatigue after the battle disappeared somewhere. The protagonist felt mana gradually filling his entire body, and this would not have seemed strange if he had not had to absorb Yugi's essence. From the concentration of mana, the main character began to lose his mind. The energy became brighter and brighter with each second. The speed of the guy's recovery was amazing. When the absorption of the Yggdrasil essence was successfully completed, Mikhail was glad that he had become one step higher. The reward from the spirit of the world tree helped our hero become the owner of the 6th magic circle, which made him even stronger. Meanwhile, in the fairy tale forest, everyone was celebrating the victory over the remains of the demon king. The elves were drinking to life, knocking mugs of beer together. The soldiers danced around the fire, shouting about 32 arrows in the air and rejoicing at their survival, while the hero watched them from afar. Mikhail did not share the general joy, but calmly drank beer on the side, surprised at how relaxed the elves turned out to be. The swordmaster Leon Pavlov was also having fun with the elves, also holding a mug of beer in his hand and blushing from intoxication. The guy looked at Cassandra and Aaron, who were standing nearby and chatting pleasantly with the elven archer, rejoicing in their victory. Watching this whole picture, our hero also smiled broadly, because although the elves had suffered greatly, they were now much better off. The king of the fairies was also with his people. Although he was unable to dance due to his health, the man sat quietly to the side. Michael sat down next to him and received a question from the king about how he was feeling, to which he replied to the man that the leader of the elves and fairies had no less responsibility on his shoulders. Fairy King Jiren looked at his interlocutor with a soft smile on his face and said that he was feeling much better now. Watching the general merriment, Michael Valfurgis said that his son, King Jihad, had great talent. The boy advised the king to teach his son and then arrange a meeting with the spirit, and perhaps the spirit would make a contract with him. The Fairy King noted that our hero was truly concerned about his son Jihad and said that he was proud of his child. Walfurgis listened silently to the Fairy King Jiren, and he remembered Jihad's words before Michael regressed. During the war with the demons, the 8th King Jihad often told Michael about his father, calling him a truly good elf. Now Mikhail understood that Jihad was telling the truth, and the main character was very glad that he was able to help them. The current Fairy King stood up from the bench, asked for forgiveness from Mikhail, and said that for now he was forced to interrupt the conversation with him. Jiren Hadas decided at that moment to turn to his people, asked for attention. The soldiers stopped and froze, looking at the king. The Fairy King began his speech by saying that with the revival of the world tree they were able to restore their lost honor. But as Jiren believes, this is not their merit, and the true savior of the kingdom of elves and fairies was the messenger of the world tree. The man raised his fist and declared that here and now he wanted to proclaim them all as allies of Michael Walfurgis. The Fairy King solemnly announced to his people that from now on, the elves and fairies would not be locked in this fairy forest. The guards of the fairy forest completely agreed with the decision of their leader, also raised their fists up and began to loudly praise the messenger. The elves crowded together to throw Michael Valfergus into the air and catch him again, shouting eternal glory to the messenger. The situation amused our hero, but McCain certainly did not expect such a development of events and the reaction of the elves. While the elves were throwing our hero into the air, a suspicion crept into his head that the guy had forgotten something important. From the dungeon behind the bars came the cry of the butler Morden, who had been arrested a few days ago and was now shouting that he had thought about his behavior. At this time in the capital, the Holy Father, a priest in a white cassock, stood in front of the window, preparing for the event in the church. The man with the beard was noticeably nervous. He sighed heavily, trying to pull himself together to start working in the church. Gathering his strength, the priest turned around and looked at the people who had gathered in the capital's church today. The man noted that everything was already in place when he looked at the long table filled with clergy. One of the church ministers approached His Grace, asking whether it was true that the Holy Father had already chosen a new candidate for the role of warrior. The priest in his head called the assembled company nimble old men and said that Archbishop Ali himself believed that the boy deserved such a title. The church minister with round glasses decided to object, because this Walpurgis, a candidate for the title of warrior, is the heir to a family of magicians. He tried to get through to the Holy Father that he himself should understand that a magician is not the best candidate for the position of a warrior. The priest in the white cassock replied that nothing had been approved yet, not wanting to justify himself to the minister of the temple. The man turned around, outraged that the priests suddenly decided they now had the right to contradict him. His Grace concluded that some of the church ministers were faced with high self-esteem, which influenced their behavior. The Holy Father made a statement that they all serve God's will, therefore they have no right to decide anything on their own. The priest said that their task as ministers of the church was to prepare the future warrior for the coming catastrophe. One of the priests slammed his hands on the table, loudly declaring that this was precisely why the proposal for a new candidate should be rejected. The man with the long gray beard believes that they cannot ruin another person's life out of a desire to survive, and it is wrong to say such a thing. The priest's words puzzled the Holy Father, and he thought that his claim was inappropriate, considering that he too would like to survive. The older man who began to protest the selection of a new candidate for the position of warrior was Archbishop Killian. With irritation in his expression and voice, the Holy Father said that if this guy surpassed the previous candidate, he would take his place. The man in the white robe explained that for the previous candidate, becoming a warrior was not the only path, and there were other ways to serve the Lord. Archbishop Killian looked like he completely disagreed with the words of the leader of the church, but he just clicked his mouth. Killian decided to give the Holy Father a short answer, not wanting to continue the argument, saying that we'll see, implying that the truth will come out later. There was nothing more to discuss, and the man in the white robe declared that he considered the meeting to be over. After the meeting, the Holy Father spent time alone in the church, thinking about the results of today's meeting, and they disappointed him. The man remembered Michael Valfergus, who had insisted on this so much, and expressed hope that he could buy some time. The next day, in the fairy tale forest, our hero said goodbye to the prince, and he asked if it was time for them to go. The elf said, with a sincere smile, that even though their paths were now diverging, he would like to help them somehow. The protagonist told the elven prince that he thought that soon he would have such an opportunity, and he would have a chance to repay. The boy froze when McCain advised him to train more with the bow to be ready to fight the Spirit King. But the son of the Fairy King did not ask unnecessary questions about the upcoming battle with the King of Spirits, but only smiled and promised to do everything possible. The fact that the guy was ready to fight the Spirit King in the future made McCain happy and brought a smile to our main character's face. Jihad was not ready to end the conversation. He wanted to ask our hero something else, and turned to the messenger of the World Tree. The future fairy king asked Michael if he had decided to become a warrior, and the boy confidently replied that the elf had said everything correctly. The guy looked down, embarrassed to look the hero in the eyes, and said that he was sure that our hero could do it. The protagonist listened to Jihad's wise speech about how not all religions turn the world into a battlefield because of a false prophecy. The future king of the elves said that, nevertheless, due to some religions, his race would forever remain hostages of the fairy forest. Mikhail knew that Jihad knew this better than anyone else, and he clicked his tongue when he remembered the man who had caused so many to suffer. In Walpurgis's memories, the image of Siegfried surfaced, and our hero knew very well how many lies the churchmen were spreading to the masses. Mikhail clearly remembered how, even before the regression, he ran away headlong to avoid doing the nonsense that the old men in cassocks ordered him to do. The protagonist's head was full of thoughts, but he asked Jihad to stop worrying about it because he knew what he was doing. With a smile on his face, Jihad wished the messenger and his companions a successful journey and blessed them on behalf of the World Tree. The protagonist wished the elf and his entire race all the best in return, and declared that he believed in his people, and then turned around. But Mikhail couldn't just leave because he wanted to tell Jihad one more thing, so the guy stopped abruptly. Something was obviously bothering Walpurgis Jr., and before saying anything to the elf, the boy thought. The hero turned his head to Jihad and asked if he remembered what the magician had said earlier, and the elf clarified what exactly he meant. Our hero made a gesture with his index finger and told the future elf king that he shouldn't carry the whole burden alone. Michael Walpurgis warned Jihad that this usually did harm, and hoped that this time the elf had learned something. The main character was very familiar with this elf, because he knew him before the regression, and understood that his problem was that he helped a lot of people. Jihad, the 8th king of the elves, was a brave man who did many noble deeds during the war with the demons. Michael knew that the main problem with this elf was that the guy was a prisoner of his own past, and he was never able to get out of it. Remembering Jihad as Walpurgis knew him before returning to the past, he called the elf a fair guy. But often the hero saw how the elf alone tried to cope with his problems, because the burden of the past was pressing on him. Before the eyes of the protagonist appeared a picture of how he saw Jihad before the regression, sitting on the ground alone, immersed in sadness. For Mikhail, this was an important elf, so Walpurgis steadfastly decided, now that he had survived the regression, to deal with this problem of Jihad. A smile spread across the elf's face as our hero spoke wise words to him, and Jihad took this speech with understanding. Jihad replied to the boy that he believed that Mikhail knew that carrying a burden alone was harmful, even more than the elf. The elf promised that he would repeat these words of Walpurgis like a prayer, and our hero was glad that he was able to tell Jihad the most important thing. The main character said these words to the elf Jihad, so that from that moment on he could direct his life in the right direction. For Michael, the prince was a partner who was just as dedicated to saving the world, and he wanted to lead him into a better future. Our brave heroes left the fairy tale forest and headed back to the capital. Mikhail was accompanied by the knight Aaron and the others. The knight asked our hero who he really was, because each time he became more and more interested. Michael said the obvious thing, that he was the son of the Walpurgis family, but the knight's answer did not satisfy him, because he was not asking about this. The guardian was also there as always, sitting on the guy's shoulder, and told him that she always knew that our magician was special. The protagonist complained that people always amazed him, and came to the conclusion that it was time to tell everyone everything. Knight Aaron stopped abruptly and turned his attention to Michael as he told everyone present to listen to him. The brilliant swordmaster Leon Pavlov also stopped walking and looked intently at our hero, expecting him to tell everyone now. The butler Morden was not left in prison and was released. The elderly man accompanied his master on the way back to the capital. Mikhail, with a smile on his face, began to talk about the reason why he can do what sometimes seems impossible to his comrades. The guy pointed to his ear and told the guys that he simply heard the voice of the Lord and was guided by all his instructions. When those present heard McCain's explanation, everyone froze, staring at our hero, and considered it nonsense. The protagonist recalled the moment when he first met Siegfried, whom he calls an idiot, and he extended his hand to the guy. Before the regression, Walpurgis first saw the warrior Siegfried in the temple. Then the boy greeted him and asked if he was Michael. The hero remembered how Siegfried looked when they first met. The warrior had hair that shone like golden rays. Mikhail Walpurgis also remembered the boy's eyes. They were an unusual color, as if they resembled a gold bar. The warrior's appearance was such that one could easily believe that in front of you stood a hero from a fairy tale about brave warriors. But even during the first meeting, our hero immediately became wary of Siegfried, because he sensed some kind of nuance in him. At that time, Michael could not even imagine that the glorious warrior Siegfried, chosen by the temple, was no more intelligent than a stool. One day Siegfried wanted to save a man in a cage, but he fell into a trap. Our hero wanted to stop the idiot, but it was too late. Walpurgis considered the warrior to be a smug type who cared about looking good in the eyes of others, but not about acting effectively. Because of Siegfried's character, many people died during the war with the demons, but this fop never admitted his guilt until the end. Now in the forest, Leon Pavlov asked Mikhail whether revelations come to the boy in an era when even saints do not receive them. The keeper agreed with the words of the swordmaster and told Mikhail about it, admitting that the boyar was right. Michael's admission that he had received a revelation from God angered Lady Cassandra, and she began to interrogate him. The team's questions caught Mikhail Walpurgis by surprise, and he looked at the guys in silence, wondering what to answer them. When the main character came up with an answer to give to his friends about God's revelation, a sly grin spread across Mikhail's face. Lady Cassandra was shocked when our hero said that the revelation was to send everything to hell. The heroes continued their journey surrounded by nature, walking past lakes and meadows, and Mikhail noted that the temple was rotting from the inside. The protagonist said that, unfortunately, the time of the old temple had come to an end, and then turned around to say something else. Michael Walpurgis raised his hand high up and said in the name of the Lord, holding inside his anger at the temple for choosing the wrong warrior. The guy showed his middle finger to the sky, sending the old temple to hell. A cheeky smile flashed on the main character's face. The seer Cassandra herself was an integral part of the old temple, so Michael's words shocked the girl. The clairvoyant's eyes widened in surprise when she saw how the main character actually felt about the church, but she said nothing. Our young hero turned to his dear companions and said that now they must find a way to break the system built by the old men from the temple. The sun was already setting behind the horizon. The main character and his faithful companions returned from the fairy tale forest to the capital of the kingdom of Nut. The last rays of the sun glistened on the statues and stucco that decorated the building of the temple, hated by our hero. Leon Pavlov asked about the saint's spire that was in front of them, and Mikhail explained that it was a symbol of the kingdom, signifying that someone had arrived. Cassandra, Knight Aaron, Butler Morden, Mikhail, and Leon approached the man who met them at the entrance to the capital of the kingdom of Nut. The man who greeted the guests addressed our heroes, welcoming Mikhail Walpurgis and his friends to the city. The priest asked the boy to identify himself, to tell the purpose of his visit and where they had come from, and Mikhail handed him a paper package. The man unfolded the paper to find out the information he needed about the guests who had arrived in the capital. When the priest read the letter, his eyes widened and his mouth opened in surprise because its contents shocked him. Walpurgis explained that it was a letter of recommendation from Archbishop Ali, and the man shouted that he would study it carefully at once. When the paper scroll was completely opened, the sheet glowed with magical energy and began to float in the air. To put a seal on the letter, Mikhail was required to give a drop of blood, and the boy, without resistance, agreed to do it. The priest declared that everything was confirmed when a drop of our hero's blood fell on the red seal in the lower right corner of the scroll. The man wished our hero a good journey and God's blessing, but the guy ignored this, turned around, and entered the city. When the main character and his friends passed the arch, McCain was declared a candidate for warriors, and the guy thought that this was true. The high-ranking officials in the Kingdom of Nut were very skeptical about the warrior's choice, but people are prone to change their minds. It didn't matter who was behind him or what his background was, because a warrior is a warrior, so the townspeople started to bombard McCain with questions. Liana Pavlova was amused by the situation, and he suggested that the main character attract the attention of all the people in the capital to himself. Valfurgus agreed, saying that it was worth showing the city's inhabitants in all their glory, and at that moment Leon Pavlov's expression changed. Walking along the streets of the capital, the main character had a sly smile on his face, and in his conversation he mentioned some kind of breeze. The keeper also smiled, looking at McCain, and understood what our hero was getting at, which she told him. The black seal on McCain's neck, which signified the keeper's protection, changed color and became green, glowing. The boy grabbed his staff from the branch of the world tree in his hand. The small red sphere on the tip of the weapon glowed brightly. The clergy and ordinary onlookers who were watching the main character opened their mouths in surprise. The man who met Michael Valfurgus and his faithful companions at the gate was also greatly shocked by what he saw. The protagonist closed his eyes, holding the staff in his hand. His body was surrounded by bright blue mana, like a powerful vortex of light. The townspeople realized that our hero possessed divine power, and the guy opened his eyes and wanted them to look and remember. In his head, Michael addressed the strange, hairless people who were watching him from afar, knowing that they had been sent by the old men from the temple. Butler Morden also noticed the suspicious man who was watching them and became wary. The man came up and whispered in his master's ear that there was some suspicious guy standing behind the crowd who had aroused his suspicions. But Mikhail ignored this fact, asking the butler if he would like to go on vacation for a couple of days, which was an unexpected offer for Morden. The guy explained that Morden had worked so hard all this time, and sometimes he needed to rest, and he wouldn't care what the man did. Mikhail winked at the butler with a smile on his face, saying that he could count flies, go to brothels, or solve mysteries. Morden felt a sudden awkwardness when his master suddenly suggested that he go on vacation and do whatever his heart desired. The man laughed artificially, saying that it was a bit unexpected, and did not immediately answer whether he agreed to go on vacation. The butler bowed before his master, finally replying that since that was the case, then so be it, he agreed to take a vacation. Leon Pavlov and Lady Cassandra and her protector, standing behind them, turned their attention to the protagonist when he addressed them. Michael Valfurgus looked at his team with a smile on his face, declaring that it was time for them to hit the road. Meanwhile, in the church, the priest who had met Michael the day before stunned Archbishop Killian with news of divine power. The Archbishop could not believe that our hero had divine power, because the Walfurgises are magicians, and they do not use it. As we know, mana and divine power cannot coexist in the body of one person, and the combination of these two powers is a fairy tale for children. Archbishop Killian knew this very well, and he understood that there was no logic in the fact that a mage had divine power. The girl who reported to the Archbishop said that was not all, and Killian asked what else she wanted to say. The old man froze when the girl stated that they had received confirmation that Cassandra was also with the younger Walfurgis. Archbishop Killian could not believe his ears when he was told that a famous seer was accompanying a warrior candidate. The main character, immediately after arriving in the capital of the Kingdom of Nut, together with his team went to the temple, a majestic building in the center of the city. There they were met by a nice guy named Seer, who called himself a mid-level priest and promised to serve Lord Michael. Seer reported that His Holiness was already waiting for Mikhail, and our hero was surprised that the guy looked quite young for a mid-level priest. Walfurgus asked Seer to accompany him to His Holiness, and the priest felt awkward because his friends were also accompanying him. The meeting with the priest was private, and Mikhail could not take his friends with him, so he told them that they knew what to do. But a second later, Walpurgis changed his mind, deciding that before talking to His Holiness, he needed to talk to Cassandra. They stepped aside. The seer asked what was going on, and McCain said that she should understand that Killian had noticed the girl's presence. Looking down, the girl admitted that she had noticed this and told him that Killian was most afraid of her prophecy. Lady Cassandra did not know what to do in this situation, so she looked at the hero with pleading eyes and asked for advice. The girl shuddered in surprise when the main character, instead of giving advice, told Cassandra to decide for herself what to do. The protagonist explained to the girl that it was obvious that Cassandra knew everything she had to do, and there was nothing to think about. Cassandra looked at our hero with admiration when he reassured her, saying that he would accept any decision the seer made. After these words, Lady Cassandra was silent for a moment, trying to digest the shock of what she had heard, because McCain's phrase had impressed her. Cassandra pulled herself together, pulled the hood of her black robe over her head, turned around, and admitted that the protagonist was right. The girl's expression became serious. She was determined to make the right choice, saying that McCain could rely on her. Finally, Michael Walpurgis looked at the seer Cassandra with a smile, saying that they had agreed on everything. Looking uncertainly at the temple building, the main character said to himself that now he would have a difficult conversation with His Holiness. But before Walpurgis met with the priest, Lady Cassandra wanted to tell him something else, so she asked him to stay. The clairvoyant said that she could now tell the young magician for sure the reason why Cassandra decided to escape from the temple. The protagonist stopped and looked closely at Cassandra, warning that he was listening to her and was ready to find out the reason. Cassandra confessed to Michael why she had fled from the church, and after that our hero went into the temple, slamming the front door behind him. The guy left Leon Pavlov, the knight Aaron, and the seer on the street. At first they stood and looked at the door behind which Mikhail disappeared. Knight Aaron asked Cassandra if she was sure this was a good idea, and the seer replied that she trusted Michael. Leon Pavlov decided to ease the tension by looking around and saying that everything looked absolutely magnificent. Cassandra was not surprised because it was the main temple of the country, but on her first visit, the seer was also struck by the appearance of the building. Liana was surprised that even Cassandra was struck by the setting for the first time, and the girl explained that she had spent her entire childhood in the slums. Aaron wasn't thrilled that Lady Cassandra was now recalling her difficult childhood, but the girl reassured him that it was a long time ago. With sadness in her eyes, recalling those times, the seer admitted that at that time the temple seemed like a light at the end of the tunnel to her. The seer recalled a moment from her distant past when she sat alone on a city street in rags and cried loudly. Then the girl raised her eyes full of tears, and in front of her, with his hands folded in front of him, stood an unknown man in a priest's cassock. The priest came to the aid of the poor girl, bent over her and wiped a tear from her cheek with his finger, astonishing her. The priest took Cassandra from the slums and brought her to the temple, which saved the child's life because she lived in deep poverty. Cassandra confessed to the children that she now wants the temple to remain in her memory the same as it was in her childhood. She recalled the moment when, as a child, she first visited the temple and looked with delight at the majestic building. Now Lady Cassandra would like the church to remain at least externally unchanged, and for its architecture and facade to remain the same. The seer explained to the knight Aaron and Leon Pavlov that she was doing what she thought was right, because that was what Michael advised her to do. A smile appeared on the girl's face as she was able to make her final decision, and she mentioned the prophecy again. Clenching her fist, Cassandra told the boys that if the priests and the people did not want to believe in the prophecy, she would do everything to change it. At this time, our brave hero had already entered the temple. He was slowly walking along the wide blue carpet to meet the priest. The inside of the church was as beautiful as the outside, and a mid-level priest, Siana, escorted Michael to the room where the meeting would take place. The protagonist noticed Cian when the young priest approached Michael Walpurgis to tell him something. Cian confessed that he had heard that upon entering the city, Walpurgis had demonstrated miracles granted by the god, and asked if this was true. The guy was surprised by Cian's formulation, because he had not shown anyone the miracles that God had given him. The main character could not believe that the ostentatious scene he staged upon entering the city had raised the entire capital up in arms. Michael said that a mage who uses divine power is amazing, and Cian agreed with our hero with delight in his eyes. Cian admitted that he had never seen anything like this before and wanted to fix that, and McCain said that he thought they already had a warrior candidate. The priest realized that they were talking about Mr. Siegfried. He called him a good guy, but the saying, "strength is intelligence," does not apply to him. Cian admitted that there was no other way to describe Siegfried, but then he calmed down when he realized that he shouldn't have said that to Michael. The protagonist listened attentively to Cian's opinion about Siegfried, and it was impossible to tell from his face what he thought about it. The young priest began to loudly apologize to the warrior candidate, suspecting that he had said too much about Siegfried. The guy swore that this would never happen again, but our hero was not angry. He took the worried priest by the hands to calm him down. Michael stunned the priest by declaring that he liked him very much, and his sympathy was caused by the fact that Cian understood the truth about Siegfried. The guy seemed smart to our hero, and he decided to remember Cian, a mid-level priest, because they had the same opinion about the warrior. They came to the door, and Cian said that His Holiness was expecting Michael, and that entry into the room was forbidden to anyone below a certain rank. Cian was not allowed inside due to his low rank, so he said he would wait for McCain outside and wished the hero God's mercy. The protagonist declared that if that was the case, it was time to begin, and he placed his palms against the door to finally meet His Holiness. Michael wondered who this man, the Holy Father named Gregory, was, who was waiting for him in a separate room in the church. The guy opened the door slightly to enter the chambers of the Holy Father Gregory and talked to him about his candidacy for the warriors. When he looked at who was waiting for him inside, McCain saw in front of him the figure of a painfully familiar young man. The mood of the protagonist was determined. He was ready to go inside now to meet with the Holy Father Gregory. However, when Mikhail Valfurgis noticed the gaze of the man standing inside the room, his eyes widened in surprise. The same Siegfried, the man with whom our hero fought side by side with the demons before the regression, looked at the guy with interest. The main character did not imagine it, and in front of him really stood the warrior Siegfried, who turned his attention to the one who entered. A couple of minutes before this, outside the walls of the main church of the country, Michael asked Cassandra if she had really fled from the temple because he did not believe in the prophecy. But the reason why the girl had to run away from the church was completely different, which she told the main character. The girl confessed to Walpurgis Jr. that the true prophecy was slightly different from what she had told the priests. For our hero, this information was completely new. He became wary and asked what the difference was. The seer looked at Michael, ready to tell him how her real prophecy differed from the version told to the temple. She stated that according to her prophecy, while the demons were burning the entire world, terrible screams of people were heard and blood flowed like a river. But an unusual beast, a powerful lion with a golden mane, decided to fight against the demonic entity. The Beast King had a decoration around his neck, a large pendant hanging from a gold chain, which was called the inverted sun. Cassandra explained to Michael that the sun is a symbol of warriors, but there is another interpretation, namely that the warrior will be defeated. The protagonist thought about the seer's words and agreed with the interpretation, because the meaning suited the warriors chosen by the temple. If Cassandra's prophecy is true, then a lion with a golden ornament on its neck means imminent death for a warrior. The seer believed that the fact that the warrior chosen by the temple would die in battle with the demons should become known to the whole world. The protagonist was interested in the part of Cassandra's story in which she mentioned the lion, and he wanted to clarify something. The boy's eyes widened in surprise when a brilliant thought came to his head regarding the lion with a golden mane. Michael Valfurgis began to guess what exactly the golden mane of the lion in Lady Cassandra's prophecy meant. The young magician remembered that the warrior they hated so much, Siegfried, the warrior chosen by the temple, had golden-colored hair. And just a few minutes later, the guy had the opportunity to see this with his own eyes, because now Siegfried was standing in front of him. Michael Walpurgis looked at the warrior with frightened eyes and called out Siegfried's name. The main character was very excited. Siegfried continued to stare silently at our hero, while Father Gregory, standing behind him, greeted Michael. Walpurgis the Younger was so confused when he unexpectedly met Siegfried here that he did not pay attention to the words of the Holy Father. The guy was seething with hatred for the warrior standing in front of him. He dreamed of cursing him from head to toe right now. But it would be strange to attack Siegfried so abruptly with accusations, so McCain decided to be patient. The protagonist ordered himself to endure no matter what when Siegfried turned to Michael, asking if he was okay. Michael Walpurgis tried his best to control himself. He looked at the guy in front of him with eyes full of hatred. Feelings of hatred, anger, and contempt for Siegfried filled our hero. He clenched his fists in anger, but ordered himself to endure. The boy pulled himself together, bowed, and declared that he was the lowest in rank in this temple, and it was a great honor for him to see His Holiness. Holy Father Gregory was impressed by the fact that our hero was well acquainted with the rules of etiquette accepted in their church, and praised him for this. Michael turned his contemptuous gaze to Siegfried and asked the priest to tell him what kind of warrior was standing before him now. The Holy Father explained that this was Sir Siegfried, who was a member of the Order of the Knights of the Golden Lion and a candidate for warrior. Gregory said that at the moment he and Michael are the only candidates, and one of them will receive the position of warrior. Sir Siegfried, a member of the Knights of the Golden Lion, decided to step forward to meet his rival. The warrior candidate Siegfried extended his hand and with a smile on his face told Michael Walpurgis that he was glad to meet him. The main character froze, looking at the hand extended to him because he did not want to shake it, but now he has to hide his feelings. Michael Walpurgis took control of his contemptuous feelings towards the guy opposite him and nevertheless shook his hand, reciprocating the feeling. But the protagonist's eyes revealed what he really thought about Siegfried, because they were filled with anger. The guy rolled his eyes irritably, mentally insulting Siegfried as a bastard. It was very difficult for Michael to restrain himself at that moment. Walpurgis noticed that the knight's divine power was bursting to the surface, so it wouldn't hurt to assess the warrior's skill. The protagonist let out an evil chuckle as an idea came to his mind, and he saw a divine aura around the warrior candidate. Michael was delighted because now he had a chance to take revenge and compete with the man he hated by exchanging magic. The boys were still shaking hands, and suddenly our hero cast the auto-circulation spell, after which green magical energy surrounded his body. The main character concluded that the magical power enters freely, but some difficulties are noticeable when exiting. Warrior candidate Sir Siegfried clenched his teeth and looked at his hand in horror as Michael cast a spell against him. The guy started complaining about pain in his arm. His divine aura disappeared somewhere, while our hero was still glowing green. The Guardian began to shake the main character, warning that this would kill Siegfried, but Michael did not pay any attention to her. The main character still managed to pull himself together and regain his sanity. He closed his eyes and decided not to test Siegfried anymore. As much as he didn't want to, Michael Walpurgis let go of the warrior's hand opposite him, because the keeper was right that he could be killed that way. A frightened Siegfried began to stretch his injured hand, which had suffered after Michael's magic spell. Holy Father Gregory, with delight in his eyes, declared that our hero possessed pure divine power, which was more powerful than his own. The boy confirmed the priest's assumption that Walpurgis had received a revelation from God, which gave him strength. The keeper dropped her hands, asking the main character if he ever felt ashamed of his brazen lies. Siegfried reached out his hand and shouted to the Holy Father that this was simply impossible when they began to talk about revelation. The warrior candidate ran to Gregory, trying to loudly convey to him that after the war, the deity refused to speak to people. The protagonist laughed when Siegfried shouted that even His Holiness had not received a revelation from the Lord. The member of the Order of the Knights of the Golden Lion turned around and looked at McCain in surprise when he latched onto a word even in the guy's speech. The boy crossed his arms over his chest, ready to enter into an argument, and stated that the existence of a warrior was special in itself. Holy Father Gregory opened his mouth in shock when he heard Walpurgis say that the warrior did not obey the will of the Holy Church. Siegfried visibly tensed up when the protagonist stated that the warrior's task was to serve the deity and obey him directly. Our hero Mikhail Valfagris loudly told those present that he noticed that his words had struck at their dignity. Siegfried felt visibly ashamed when the young mage said that this was no different from betraying the deity they served. The warrior candidate looked down at the floor in shame, feeling guilty for his previous behavior, and apologized to Mikhail. The protagonist said that in any case he understood what Grigori wanted to convey to him, but he wanted to clarify the revelation. But first, Michael Walpurgis decided to say something else to the Holy Father Gregory and the hated Siegfried. The guy told those present that there was something else regarding the revelation from the Lord that our magician had received. Suddenly, the protagonist's speech was interrupted when he saw something in front of him that caused Mikhail Walpurgis great surprise. There was a girl sitting in front of the guy who was listening to him attentively. Mikhail did not understand who she was and how long she had been there. The girl with yellow ears on her head immediately noticed our hero's interested gaze and looked at him. The stranger looked at Mikhail ingratiatingly, asking if he saw her, because the others present did not notice her. The mysterious girl looked at our hero with interest, and then asked again if he could see her. With a snap of her fingers, the stranger cast a magic spell to speak to Mikhail Walpurgis without prying eyes. With this spell, the stranger, who clearly possessed strong magical skills, managed to stop time. Siegfried froze in the pose where he was looking from behind at Mikhail and did not move, and now the heroes could talk alone. The girl smiled mysteriously, realizing that the guy could see her after all, and asked him to answer the question of who she was. Our hero understood that few creatures in this world were capable of using time-stopping spells, so the answer was obvious. The main character replied that Hekau was standing in front of him now. The girl was delighted and said that Mikhail had hit the nail on the head. Michael was suspicious that Hekau looked very young, and he did not understand how such a young girl could be a deity. Mikhail compared Hekau's age with his friend Veterok, and the keeper asked the guy if he was thinking about any nasty things right now. The goddess Hekau noticed the presence of the keeper, looked at her, and said that she had not been seen at all before. The girl took Hekau's words as an insult, and raising one eyebrow, replied that it was not for her to talk about it. Hekau declared that she was a magical progenitor and half of Asari's power, and the humiliated Breeze sadly said that she was apparently an empty space here. The keeper complained that Hekau was constantly bullying her, and at that moment the goddess grabbed the little girl by the hand. The girl with the ears screamed at the miniature keeper, telling her to stop, grabbed her with all her strength, and threw her on the floor. The blow was so strong that Veterok fell to the floor and immediately lost consciousness, so Hekau had the opportunity to talk to our hero alone. Hekau told Mikhail that she was glad to meet the heir. The guy's last word surprised him, but the girl knew that he inherited part of Asari. The goddess looked intently into the eyes of the main character. Something in his behavior aroused strong interest in the girl. Walpurgis the younger looked at Hekau with distrust, which began to raise questions in the goddess Hekau. The main character sighed heavily when his new acquaintance began to make claims against him that there was no respect in the guy's gaze. Mikhail Walpurgis began to talk about how the world tree was drying up, and the god of demons was only becoming stronger. The main character's complaint to the goddess was that, despite all this, the girl was inactive, not solving the problems of humanity. Michael found the courage to tell the goddess to her face that it was most likely she who was showing disrespect with her attitude towards the world. Hekau found Walpurgis's accusations amusing, and told our young hero so with a broad smile on her face. The girl said that if the main character is angry with her because she did not respond to his revelation, then she has her own reasons for this. Hekau's excuses did not please Michael Walpurgis very much, and he said, "Really? but the girl only confirmed her words. The goddess tried to explain something to our hero, making a gesture with her hands near her mouth and forming a cross with her index fingers. Hekau told the protagonist that the goddess's words would not have reached him anyway if she had responded to his revelation then. The girl explained that although she was very close to the main deity, it was not enough, so her words would not have reached the guy. The young magician got angry at Hekau, saying that she was a deity herself, but the girl asked the heir to put off his excuses for later. Hekau said that in any case, for some reason, her voice stopped reaching her followers, and no one believed in her prophecy. The guy asked what was required of him then, assuming that the goddess wanted to receive a prize for the lowest trust rating. The goddess explained that Michael Walpurgis is the only person who has the ability to communicate with the girl. But Hekau herself did not suspect the reason for this, and admitted that she would like to find out why our hero in particular could communicate with her. The girl was determined to find out what was so special about our hero, so she asked him to explain everything to her right now. But at this point, the conversation between Hekau and Michael Walpurgis ended with the goddess snapping her fingers again and restoring the flow of time. So Siegfried came to life again when time was restored, turned around, looked at our hero, and called him by name. The current topic of conversation was the revelation, and the warrior candidate asked Walpurgis Jr. to tell him more about it. The goddess's ghost told the boy to find out why only he could see and hear her, but McCain understood that the problem with the demon god was more important now. Michael Walpurgis was determined to deal with the demon god as soon as possible, so he ignored the goddess's order. To begin with, our hero decided to throw out the bait, so he turned to Siegfried and Gregory, asking permission to say something. Pretending to be worried, Michael stated that the Lord was saying that he was worried about the current situation and was very disappointed. Michael Walpurgis inspired confidence in the Holy Father, so the Holy Father took this statement seriously and was shocked. The member of the Order of the Knights of the Golden Lion did not believe our hero, became indignant and began to shout that what McCain was saying was a blatant lie. The protagonist replied that Siegfried couldn't even check whether the guy was telling the truth or not, so he didn't dare accuse him. Having put the enraged Siegfried in his place, Michael glanced at the Holy Father and said that he should intervene in their conversation. Gregory winced in surprise when Walpurgis asked him if the priest remembered how he had once spoken about the two girls. The guy clarified that we are talking about a case where one girl was grabbed and the other was let go. From the reaction of the Holy Father, it became clear that His Holiness understood what kind of incident was being discussed, and the hero asked him not to misunderstand him. The protagonist admitted to himself that his speech sounded ambiguous, but the guy concluded that the Holy Father understood what Michael meant. Of course, the magician wasn't talking about Hekau's revelation, but he didn't care, because if he made them believe it, it would become true. The Holy Father Gregory was noticeably tired by the tense conversation, so he suggested that those present end the meeting here. At the end of the conversation, His Holiness looked at the two warrior candidates, and the man said that he had high hopes for the boys. The Holy Father asked Michael Walpurgis and Siegfried not to forget these words of his, and to remember that hopes were placed on them. Gregory wanted to say something else to our hero, but he was clearly worried, so he addressed the guy in a stuttering voice. His Holiness did not find the courage to tell the young magician what he wanted, and changed his mind about disturbing Walpurgis. Noticing that the Holy Father was very worried, the main character decided to cheer him up, saying that everything was fine, which surprised Gregory. The main character radiated self-confidence. He smiled slightly and promised Holy Father Gregory that they would cope. As he left the temple hall, Michael Walpurgis realized that even if they did not have enough strength, he would do everything to achieve success. The long-awaited meeting with His Holiness. Gregory ended successfully for McCain, and at sunset he left the central temple. Looking at the back of his hand, our hero said that he even had a mark, and now he can't screw up, because this is his only chance. The keeper resting on the boy's shoulder noticed that there were more marks, and even Hekau left hers. Veterok said that at this rate there wouldn't be a single living place left of the main character, and soon his entire body would be covered in various marks. The adventures of the protagonist continued, and now he needed to go to the Seer Cassandra and the others. Meanwhile, Leon Pavlov, Cassandra, and the knight had their own events. The young count became alarmed when he saw something in front of him. The swordmaster asked who it was when a tall and stately man in knightly armor appeared before them, and Aaron immediately drew his weapon. Knight Aaron looked at the man in front of him in full combat readiness, holding his sword, ready to defend himself in case of an attack. But the stranger did not look like he was preparing to attack. The man only looked at the knight with eyes full of sadness. A minute ago, the brilliant swordmaster was walking around the city, wondering why McCain was gone for so long, and froze when he saw something strange. The boy didn't understand who was standing in front of him when he saw the knight Aaron in a fighting pose pointing his sword at some stranger. The knight with luxurious black hair asked Aaron where the fortune teller was now because he wanted to see her. Arena was even more alarmed by the stranger's intention to meet with Cassandra, and the man gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. The knight was ready to attack the unknown man, asking who he was, to ask Lady Cassandra for a meeting. The stranger asked the boys why they had returned and whether they still agreed that the will of the temple was the truth, and Aaron answered no. The man, whose hair was covered by jet black hair, closed his eyes and thought about Knight Aaron's answer. The unknown knight possessed such strength that as soon as he stepped foot on the ground, he immediately turned the soil under his boot into ruins. The knight. Aaron's reluctance to give up the fortune teller angered the stranger. He came closer and ran his finger along the blade of the sword. The big guy reduced the distance between him and Aaron to a minimum, looked at the knight intently and said that Cassandra was part of the temple. The stranger suggested that this was precisely the reason why the legendary fortune teller Cassandra was undoubtedly somewhere here. Through the holes in the mask, the man saw Aaron's frightened look, sweat running down his face, and asked the knight not to worry. Holding the blade of Aaron's weapon with his finger, the stranger informed the knight that it would not be his fault, so there was no need to worry. Leon Pavlov, noticing that some man was pestering Aaron, ran up and put out his hand to increase the distance between them. The next generation's genius swordmaster glared at the stranger and ordered him to stop, protecting Aaron. The man told Leon to get out of the way, but the boy replied that usually people lose their lives from just one look from Pavlov, but he decided to save it. When the boy said this, the stranger realized that in front of him was a promising knight of the Empire named Leon Pavlov. The aggressive knight said that nothing could be done now and took his sword out of its sheath to attack the young count. Pavlov was shocked when he saw in front of him a cold weapon that was very familiar to him and said everything about its owner. From the sword on the man opposite, the count recognized the commander of the Holy Knights of the Kabe Temple, and the man opposite again asked Leon to get out of the way. But the brilliant swordmaster decided to protect the knight Ares to the end, so he once again refused to leave the path. Kabe closed his eyes and told the guy across from him that in that case, he had only one option left to take. Pavlov wasn't scared. The guy was just excited by what was happening, and he was interested in what Kabe would do now. The young count drew his sword and was ready to attack because he really wanted to know how much stronger the commander of the Holy Knights of the Temple had become. Kabe took his sword out of its sheath and raised his hand up. The knight did not attack Leon yet, but only looked at him reproachfully. A moment later, a fight began between Pavlov and the Order's commander. Leon tried to strike, but the man blocked it. Lady Cassandra appeared and the fortune teller screamed loudly, ordering Leona Pavlov and the knight to stop fighting at once. The next generation genius swordmaster and Habe crossed swords upon hearing the seer's voice and stopped fighting. Kabe stopped because he saw Lady Cassandra in front of him, the girl he so wanted to meet. The commander of the Order of the Holy Knights greeted Cassandra. The fortune teller looked sternly at Kabe. The clairvoyant recognized the knight as Kabe and said that even for the commander of the Order of Holy Knights, his behavior was too much. Kabe sought a meeting with Cassandra in order to apologize to the girl on behalf of the Archbishop for what happened. The commander promised the fortune teller that this time everything would be different, so he asked Cassandra to follow him. Lady Cassandra looked at Kabe closely and listened to him, concluding that the man was sympathetic to Archbishop Killian. The fortune-teller knew very well that this Archbishop Killian would never make concessions with the girl. Cassandra realized that if she followed Kabe now and returned to the temple again, she would never be able to get out of there again. The girl's face showed distrust of the commander, and she asked if he would take her away by force if Cassandra refused to return to the temple. Kabe admitted that if necessary, he would take her to the temple by force, which is why the girl said she was leaving the church voluntarily. Knight Ari and Leon Pavlov felt threatened by Kabe, so they prepared their swords to protect the Seer if necessary. Suddenly, our main character appeared next to them and asked Commander Kabe if he would go to the temple with him. Michael cast a spell against the Knight of the Order of Saints, causing Kabe's legs to be surrounded by magical flames. Kabe became wary when he noticed the appearance of the protagonist, who immediately began to use his magical skills against him. A powerful, fiery, magical whirlwind appeared right in front of the commander, and the knight was taken aback, doing nothing against the magic. The man, having assessed the magical abilities of the suddenly arriving guy, assumed that Mikhail Valfurgis was standing in front of him. The boy knew that the commander of the Order of the Temple Saints was a threat to Cassandra, so he was ready to attack Kabe, holding his staff at the ready. The magical flames dissolved, and Commander Habe said that he had made a promise to protect Lady Cassandra, so he didn't have to worry. Kabe explained to the young heir of the Walfurgis family that this was the temple's personal matter, so he had no right to interfere or engage in battle. In response, the protagonist laughed, saying that it was not appropriate to communicate so disrespectfully with a candidate for the position of warrior. The commander tensed up when Mikhail asked if he really thought the guy didn't know the laws, and even offered to quote them. Walfurgis Jr. concluded that the captain of the Order of the Knights of the Saints simply did not know that the boy knew such details about the heroes. Michael knew that in practice, most of the laws that concern warriors are known to very few people. Kabe said that Cassandra left the temple without informing anyone, and our hero justified her by saying that she accompanied the warrior. The protagonist said that the task that the Seer was performing was directly related to the temple, trying to justify the girl. The commander of the Order of the Knights of the Saints tensed when Michael said that he had no justification for taking Cassandra by force now. Our hero asked whether he should send a complaint about this directly to Archbishop Killian, and Kabe hesitated. Michael Valfurgis pointed his finger at the knight and began to threaten that he should disappear now, like darkness at dawn. Looking at the commander with a fierce gaze, the protagonist suggested that the knight stop this empty conversation. Our hero's argument was strong, and Kabe could not answer the guy in his defense, becoming sad. Kabe knew he was powerless in this situation, so he closed his eyes and sank into his disappointment. The Order commander looked at the protagonist, behind whom stood Aaron and Leon, and said that he agreed to leave. Lady Cassandra stood to the side at this time and was visibly saddened by something. She held tightly to the fabric of her robe with her hand. Knight Aaron approached the girl he was so bravely protecting and touched the fortune-teller's hand with his palm. With this gesture, Aaron wanted to support the clairvoyant, who was worried about the tense meeting with Commander Kabe, and to calm her down. Kabe went on his way, and the protagonist turned to his team, looking up at the sky to tell them something. Our young hero looked at his faithful companions and informed them that they now needed to discuss something together. Michael Valfurgis led Cassandra and Aaron into a luxuriously furnished hall. He stood in front of them with his arms crossed over his chest while they sat on chairs. Closing his eyes, the protagonist declared that he intended to first verify something, turning to the Seer and her faithful companion. After this, Michael Walfurgis glanced at the knight and turned to Sir Helen to finally take off his helmet. The knight, who always wore a helmet and never took it off, was in no hurry to do so even now when the boy asked him about it. Aaron froze and stared at the main character when, completely unexpectedly, the guy asked him to take off his helmet. Mikhail clearly suspected Aaron of something since he asked him about it, while Fergus had long been tormented by vague doubts about the knight. Our hero was often tormented by the thought that he seemed to know the man who had been hiding behind the mask all this time. Walpurgis stared at Sir Helen, waiting for the knight to finally make the decision to show his face to everyone. Cassandra was not thrilled with the idea and tried to get through to Michael, saying that she didn't think it was necessary. But the knight interrupted her, saying that Lord Michael was right, and Sir Helen could no longer hide it, and the time had come to take off her helmet. Helen wrapped his hands around the metal knight's helmet, deciding to no longer hide his identity. Arryn took off his helmet and revealed his long hair, which shimmered with a golden hue, and said that her real name was Ida Nibiruun. It turned out that all this time there was a girl hiding behind the iron armor, who moreover said that she was Siegfried's younger sister. It seems that the news did not make much of an impression on McCain, because he had already guessed who was hiding behind the image of Arryn. Ida Nibiruun was stunned when Walpurgis immediately began to bombard her with questions about why she helped Cassandra escape from the temple. The girl decided to start her story from her childhood, sadly recalling how she and her brother survived as complete orphans. Ida and Siegfried faced hardships from childhood because their home was the slums, and people considered them the scum of society. Nibiruun recalled how, as a child, she often felt afraid and found herself in dangerous situations due to the cruelty of those around her. Remembering the angry faces of the criminals who bullied her, Ada said the world was too cruel to small children. Thinking about her childhood, Nibiruun realized that she and her brother Siegfried were like toys in the hands of a cruel fate. The worst thing for the girl was that neither she nor her brother could get out of it, but one day they met a man. Walpurgis, listening attentively to Sister Siegfried's story, seemed to guess exactly what kind of man was being talked about. Ada confirmed Mikhail's suspicions. In childhood, she and her brother actually met the person our hero suspects. It was Archbishop Killian who approached the frightened orphans with a smile and offered to help the disadvantaged children. Now that everything was clear, what happened back then made sense, because Brother Ida's divine power was unusual. Since meeting Archbishop Killian, the life of Ida and Siegfried, according to the girl, has changed dramatically. The Holy Temple became a new home for the brother and sister. They no longer had to wander through trash cans in search of food and wear rags. But not everything was so rosy, because as Ida shared with Mikhail, at the same time the situation was becoming stranger and stranger. The clergy began to call her brother Siegfried a candidate for warriors, and all this caused Ada great anxiety. The character of the girl's older brother changed for the worse, and the selfish side of his nature began to appear more and more often. Ada noticed that with age, warrior candidate Siegfried became such an egoist that he stopped listening to other people altogether. Afterwards, the girl remembered the situation about what her older brother did first when he was declared a candidate for warriors. Cassandra looked down sadly as Ida told her that the boy had tried to attack the prophet and her entourage back then. This part of Mikhail's story interested him the most, and the guy asked if she wanted to say that he killed Cassandra's followers. Ada wanted to justify her brother, doubting that he was the one who committed the murders, and said that Killian enslaved Siegfried's mind and controlled him. Nibiruun explained that prophecies were ambiguous and could be interpreted in different ways, and Archbishop Killian took advantage of this. The girl, sighing heavily, said that Killian played on his sense of justice when he showed him the people whose lives were broken by the prophecy. Michael suspected that Archbishop Killian had something to do with Cassandra's disappearance, but he didn't think the old man was directly involved. From this conversation, the guy concluded that if what Ida said was completely true, then Walpurgis now knew Siegfried's weak points. After listening to Ada Nibiruun's story about her childhood and her brother, the main character summed it up with a smile on his face, saying that it was both funny and a sin. The Archbishop and the warrior candidate rejected Hekau's own prophecy, and the problem the goddess spoke of must be related to this. The protagonist remembered the moment from his meeting with Hekau, when the girl showed him her index fingers crossed near her mouth. Digesting what he had heard, Mikhail Walpurgis came to the conclusion that nothing could be said for sure about Hekau and Killian yet. The main character had a question for the seer Cassandra, and he asked the girl if the fortune teller was tired of being a victim. The girl admitted that she was tired of being in the position of a victim, but even if the truth was finally revealed, she saw no point in it. The clairvoyant was shaking with anger and tension when she said that McCain probably already knew what the girl was called by the people. Cassandra hung her head sadly when the protagonist said that the clairvoyant was known as a lying prophet. While Fergus Jr. knew very well that Lady Cassandra suffered because almost no one believed in her prophecies. McCain stated that if Killian continued to act the same way, they would have to tell people the truth, and this could play into Siegfried's hands. The boy concluded that it made no difference at all, and our hero's statement made Lady Cassandra freeze in surprise. The young magician said that Siegfried was only attracting so much attention because of the image the Holy Temple had created for him. Michael grabbed the curtains with his hand to let more sunlight into the room and decided that this was a complete lie. The guy suggested that Ida and Cassandra show everyone that Siegfried's image is a complete lie, and then all this will end. At the same time, other events were unfolding on the territory of the Holy Temple, in the capital of the Kingdom of Nut. At the steps leading to the entrance to the church stood the warrior candidate, Sir Siegfried, holding a sword in his hand and examining it. A member of the Golden Wolf Knights was tormented by doubts about whether he could truly become a worthy warrior if he were chosen. Siegfried turned his saddened gaze to the side when he heard his sister's voice asking if maybe he shouldn't become a warrior. The boy turned around and saw his little sister there. She was looking at him with worried eyes and was worried about Siegfried. The warrior candidate looked away again, so as not to look at his sister, and then Ada began to reproach Siegfried for not knowing anything. After these words, Siegfried looked at his sister again. Her eyes were filled with tears. She looked at the guy with resentment. What the warrior candidate saw surprised him, because he hadn't even noticed since when his little sister had been looking at him with such a sad look. The guy looked down at the floor in shame when he realized that all his warm feelings for Ida were gone forever. Siegfried looked ahead again as he realized that his character had changed greatly during his stay in the temple. Ada looked at the knight reproachfully, and Siegfried understood that in the end, his path ended with him becoming a very insensitive person. And Siegfried was very curious about the reason why he eventually became so insensitive, and the guy swung his sword. The guy didn't want to dig into himself anymore, and calmed himself with the thought that all this wasn't his fault. Siegfried looked at the blade of his weapon. But the future warrior was haunted by the thought of why his only blood relative did not understand him. Siegfried had no answer to this question, which he said to himself out loud, and then Archbishop Killian approached him from behind his back. The member of the Golden Lion Knights Order froze and looked away when he noticed a strange presence behind him. Siegfried greeted the Archbishop who came to see him, and an elderly man with a long beard asked if he was disturbing him. The boy said that he was just about to finish and asked Archbishop Killian what brought him there. The old man closed his eyes and told Siegfried, without looking at the boy, that he needed to know something, and that was why he had come here. Killian asked if the boy remembered the young boy, the second candidate for warrior, and Siegfried replied that of course he remembered. The news that Archbishop Killian wanted to tell his pupil obviously seemed to our young hero. Siegfried winced and stared at Killian when he informed him that Michael was working with the Seer and his little sister. The news was so shocking for the Knight of the Order of the Golden Lion that the boy dropped the sword from his hands right onto the ground. Siegfried's face showed fear as he realized that the Seer and his younger sister Ada had apparently arrived with Walpurgis. Panicking, the boy asked if His Eminence was aware of the situation, and Killian said that Gregory would soon find out about everything. Siegfried asked what they should do now, but the Archbishop only closed his eyes and answered the boy that everything was God's will. Killian said that the gods do not give grace to those who do nothing, so he and Siegfried must start working hard. The Archbishop tried to calm the agitated Siegfried, saying that in any case, no one believed in Cassandra's prophecy. Killian considered Mikhail Walpurgis to be his biggest problem, and the boy said that he had to show that he was better than him. The old man agreed and promised the warrior candidate to help him with this, but the boy became wary when he noticed something strange. Siegfried suspected that there was someone else here besides the guy and Killian, and decided to check by looking around the corner of the church. The warrior candidate looked into the alley, which was completely dark, but could not see anyone there. Siegfried couldn't calm down because he felt like there was someone there, and Killian noticed the boy's anxiety. A whole week had passed since that moment. The main character was sitting at the table. Next to the guy were Leon Pavlov and Lady Cassandra. The swordmaster, saddened by something, closed his eyes and asked McCain what he planned to do next. Walpurgis said the church had long made it clear they had made a decision, but in recent years, the debate within the church had been heated. McCain said that for several years the church has been arguing about what the standard of a hero is, whose side is right, and who is more suitable for the role of a religious symbol. There were many priests and archbishops in the temple who officially supported Sir Siegfried for the role of warrior. In that situation, Archbishop Killian also declared his support for Siegfried, and he was the most ardent supporter of this candidate. Siegfried was popular because he was a member of the Order of the Holy Knights and created a good image for the temple. Our protagonist was not at all surprised that many archbishops and priests voluntarily sided with Sir Siegfried. Walpurgis said it didn't matter, but Leon Pavlov was obviously very annoyed that they were stuck in the temple for a whole week. Pushing back his chair, the brilliant swordmaster said that he thought that McCain had a plan and knew what he was doing. The guy was very annoyed and angry at Walpurgis, because more than half of the votes were now for Siegfried. Walpurgis Jr. replied that it was rather absurd to talk about this now, and these words made Pavlov even more angry. The protagonist explained that these statistics do not include archbishops, who do not even interfere in the warriors' elections. There are high-ranking officials in the Holy Temple who have decided to remain neutral, including Archbishop Elia. Michael calmly explained to Leon that until there was certainty about the outcome of the elections, these archbishops would not do anything. Pavlov Jr. said that he meant that Sir Siegfried's victory was theoretically more likely than our heroes. The protagonist disagreed because Siegfried only wins if you believe the statistics, but statistics are usually wrong. Michael knew that the reasons why he decided to become a holy warrior were not so obvious, and there were several of them. One of the reasons Walpurgis set out to become a warrior was to kill one of the temple's archbishops. After some time, it became known that the incident that occurred was directly related to the devil. The protagonist remembered that after the archbishop was mysteriously killed, everyone began to think in a hurry about choosing a warrior. McCain folded his hands, telling himself that he needed to sort out this whole situation. The guy wanted to change the events of the past in order to prevent the murder of the archbishop and catch the one behind it. Lady Cassandra turned her attention to Walpurgis when he asked what was going on with his request to the girl. The seer looked down sadly, reporting that she had checked and thought he would agree. The protagonist looked at the clairvoyant with suspicion in his eyes, knowing that the person with whom the request was connected could not refuse her. This man was one of the few who believed in Cassandra to the end, and at that moment someone knocked on the door from outside. The door slowly opened, and the girl's eyes widened when she saw who had entered the room where she and the boys were sitting. A grin appeared on the protagonist's face, and he stated that the man had arrived, looking at the guest who had entered. It was a man with long hair and a beard, his face covered by a hood, and he was dressed in a gray robe. Lady Cassandra, judging by her reaction, was well acquainted with this man, and his appearance surprised the seer. The mysterious man turned his attention to the clairvoyant and gasped, preparing to say something to the seer. He removed his hood and apologized to Cassandra for having to show a different side of himself, but she said it was okay. The man who entered the room turned out to be the Holy Father Gregory, and it was clear from his face that the man was deeply saddened by something. After a long separation, the Holy Father hugged Cassandra a little and looked at Michael, and the girl explained that our hero was protecting her. Gregory wanted to ask how he could thank him for this, but the hero said that he was obliged to protect the seer. Walpurgis told Gregory that he could not have acted differently in the current situation, and the Holy Father again lowered his sad gaze downwards. Leaning his hands on the table, the guy said that he wanted to tell more about the revelation he had spoken about during their last meeting. The protagonist showed Grigori the mark on the back of his hand, which the goddess had left for him last time. What the Holy Father saw on Michael's hand shocked him, and he immediately realized that it was a mark left by the goddess Hekau. Michael Walpurgis confidently declared to His Holiness that he had the honor of personally speaking with the goddess Hekau. The young magician conveyed the words of the goddess Hekau to the Holy Father that she believed that the Holy Church should change. This is why Michael asked to meet with the Holy Father, because he would need Gregory's help to make changes in the church. The next day, Archbishop Killian was sitting at his desk and was so annoyed that he slammed his fist on the table. The old man's fist trembled with rage, and the Archbishop asked rhetorically what the hell this was. This was preceded by other events in the temple, which took place several hours before Killian's angry reaction. At the meeting, one of the archbishops, hand on heart, announced to those present that he would support Michael Walpurgis. As is known, Archbishop Killian was a staunch opponent of Michael, so his reaction to such a statement was furious. The priests who had stood on Sir Siegfried's side were also shocked when the archbishop decided to support Walpurgis. Holy Father Gregory, who was also present at the meeting, turned his back on the priests and did not react to the statement in any way. Now Killian understood that Archbishop Narun was the closest ally of the Holy Father, and their opinions probably coincided. That night the archbishop met with his supporters to discuss what they would do next, and one of them hoped that they would be able to come up with something. The priest with glasses said that Siegfried was now losing ground in the temple, and that this was their mistake, because they were sure that they would crush Michael. With sadness, the priest decided that, as long as Michael Walpurgis was their enemy, anything could happen. However, Archbishop Killian was not as pessimistic as his comrade, and a sly smile shone on his face. Leaning his hands on the table, Killian declared that the son of Edward Walpurgis would not be able to win the trust of the majority. The archbishop stood up and declared that no matter who or how much they spoke about the invasion of demons, people did not believe these tales. The archbishops became nervous when Killian said that even if such a possibility existed, they had to rule it out. With a wicked smile, Killian said that in order for truth to be on their side, men must be willing to even get their hands dirty. When a new sunny day arrived, our main character came out of the temple and stretched upward, straightening his back. McCain yawned, opening his mouth wide, and shared his good health, and was also glad about how quickly the week had flown by. As Walpurgis the Younger had suspected, Archbishop Narun decided to take the first step and support him. For Walpurgis, this was not surprising, because the priest had no other choice in the current situation. The main character became more serious in his face because he had to solve another problem, and that was the murder of the archbishop. To be more precise, the guy needed to prevent the murder of Archbishop Naruna, who died before his regression. The incident further undermined confidence in His Holiness, who already had little support in the church. The protagonist understood that the only one who could benefit from killing Narun was Archbishop Killian. The guy was deep in thought, concluding that this still needed to be checked, but then the butler appeared behind him. McCain complained that Morden had scared him, but the elderly man accused our hero of blatant lying. Our hero asked why Morden was there since he had given him a vacation, and the man explained that a week was enough for him to rest. The butler said that if he did not return to his duties, he would get into trouble with the Marquis, and the hero agreed with this. Morden confirmed that his father was capable of such things, and said that this was why his vacation had been so-so. The butler shared rumors that something was going on in the temple, and an intrigued McCain asked what exactly. The elderly man explained to our hero that the upcoming event in the church was connected with the Order of the Holy Knights. The keeper appeared at Mikhail Walpurgis's shoulder and complained to the hero that the air was filled with anxiety. The boy wanted to leave, but the butler Morden stopped him, saying that there was something else the man would like to share. Butler Morden told his master that he felt negative energy from Archbishop Killian. The old man shared with the boy his opinion that, as he believed, Archbishop Killian was plotting some bad deeds. This did not surprise the protagonist, and he answered Morden that in that case they needed to check Killian. The butler's spirits were lifted when the protagonist praised him for his hard work during his vacation and asked what he wanted as a reward. The main character, as a reward for his work even during rest, offered his faithful butler some kind of elixir. Mikhail Valfurgis said that he could offer Morden something that would help him always stay in good health. Our hero's offer interested the elderly butler, but so far he could not give him an answer as to whether he needed this elixir. Morden closed his eyes and smiled faintly, giving silent consent to accept the elixir as a reward. The butler immediately began to ask when his master would tell him more about this, and received the answer that when they finished. The protagonist promised the old man that as soon as they finished their business in the temple, they would immediately return to the conversation about the reward. After a conversation with the butler Morden, who had returned from vacation, our hero thought that now he had nothing to hide. Then Mikhail stunned his friend Leon Pavlov with more news that they would now go to the Holy Knights. Valfurgis said they had something to take care of, and the swordmaster trailing behind asked why he had brought him along. Leanne complained that he had failed to fight the captain last time, and the hero guessed that this was very annoying for Pavlov. Mikhail told Pavlov to try and give it his all this time, which inspired the guy to the contrary, and he asked our hero not to worry about it. The protagonist suddenly stopped and said that as a bonus, Leon could use something in the next battle. The brilliant swordmaster was at a loss when Mikhail threw something into his hands that would help him in the upcoming battle. Leon Pavlov did not understand what he was holding in his hand and asked Mikhail what this thing that looked like a small sword was. The boy made a gesture with his index finger and told Pavlov Jr. to try to pour the aura in there. The swordmaster nodded his head and said that he understood everything when Mikhail explained how to use the gifted item. The guy's eyes widened in surprise when he managed to immediately transfer his aura to the gifted weapon. The sword's blade turned into a streak of bright blue aura, and Walfurgis said that Leon could call it a magic sword. Pavlov held the sword in his hand and looked with delight at the gifted weapon, which emitted a bright magical light. The main character immediately warned his student and friend that he was holding no simple piece of iron in his hands. Mikhail asked Pavlov to think about the fact that the weapon in his hands was capable of spreading a magical aura. The swordmaster immediately followed his teacher's advice, and a moment later, the silhouette of a man with a powerful aura appeared in front of him. Leon Pavlov became excited, and his eyes widened when he saw in front of him a man he had met before. The protagonist confirmed the guy's guess, saying that in front of him was a man who wielded a sword better than Leon. In the bright blue silhouette, the swordmaster recognized the faceless guy he had already met in the dream that Mikhail had sent him to. Mikhail explained that even if they couldn't establish a connection and feel each other, the phantom would still help him improve his skills. The keeper lying on Walfurgis's shoulder realized what the hero had been doing all week when she saw the magical weapon and the training partner. Pavlov doubted whether he could simply accept the gift from our hero, because he had been of no use all week. Mikhail decided to cheer up his comrade, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that he was sure that Leon would still be useful to him. Our kind-hearted hero advised his friend to improve his skills if he wanted to show his gratitude. The gazes of the protagonist and Leon Pavlov met, and the swordmaster understood from Mikhail's expression what was required of him. Leon Pavlov tightly clutched the gifted magic sword in his hand and answered Mikhail that he would do as he said. The day went on. The protagonist and his faithful companions were still busy solving problems in the Holy Temple. The knights in armor were surprised when Walfurgis the Younger appeared before them, and the men recognized him as a warrior candidate. The guards asked what brought our hero here, and he explained that he needed to talk to the commander. The men in iron armor hesitated when they heard such a request from Michael, and did not agree immediately. Having observed the knight's reaction, the main character immediately concluded that the guards did not want to let him see the commander. And this made Mikhail Valfurgis very wary, because there must be some reason for this, and they don't want to let him in for no reason. The knights tried to stop the guy with words, asking him to wait a little because they needed to prepare something. But McCain and his companion Leon ignored this and passed by, saying that there was no need to prepare anything, and they intended to enter. But the main character had to stop immediately when he looked up and saw someone in front of him. A man in a blue robe was walking towards Mikhail Valfurgis, and our hero was looking to meet him today. The guy looked at the man with a smile on his face and said, "Has he really decided to meet the main character in person?" In front of the main character stood Sir Habe, the man who was in charge of the Holy Knights, and with whom the boy wanted to talk. Michael Valfurgis, who entered the territory of the Monastery of the Holy Knights, greeted Kabe in a good mood. From the commander's menacing expression, it was clear that he was hostile, and the knight asked what our hero needed here. The guy put his hand on Leon Pavlov's shoulder, asking why the commander was speaking so rudely, and said that he had come on business. The protagonist introduced Leon Pavlov to Kabe, saying that this guy wants to have a rematch with the commander. The swordmaster confirmed when Mikhail asked if he was speaking correctly, and the youth's statement angered Kabe. Michael told the Knight of Saints that he was very sorry that after that incident with Cassandra, they never had the opportunity to meet again. Valfurgis added that he would like to say that their first meeting can hardly be called a fight, because in fact it did not take place. The silently angry way Kabe was at this moment made Count Leon Pavlov chuckle. Looking confidently into the eyes of Commander Habe, the swordmaster accused the knight of simply being afraid to fight the boy. Commander Kabe closed his eyes, trying to contain his anger at the impudent guys, and again remained silent in response. The protagonist said that it turns out that last time the man swung his sword randomly. After these words, the knight could no longer contain his anger and shouted at the uninvited guests that he did not mean it. Michael said that even though he was only a candidate for warriors, he had the right to know about the problems and corruption within the temple. Knight Kabe looked menacingly at our hero and advised him not to poke his nose into this matter. The main character did not lose his composure and asked the knight, not embarrassed to look him in the eye, whether he was threatening the guy now. The man replied that he was simply warning Mikhail, and after that, he allowed him and Liana Pavlova to pass. At this time, training was taking place on the territory of the Monastery of the Holy Knights, and young fighters fought with swords among themselves. Commander Kabe led the protagonist and Leon Pavlov, who watched with interest what was happening there. The chief knight explained to Walfurgis that they did not stop training so as not to fall in the eyes of the Lord. Pavlov Jr. admitted that he once admired the Holy Knights, but seeing everything in reality, he feels strange. The guardian flying ahead warned our hero that she definitely sensed the energy of the goddess Hekau nearby. The girl with worried eyes said that Knight Kabe was right, and they had something to worry about. She drew Mikhail's attention to the Hekau symbols hanging in the distance, but the keeper saw something strange in this. Veterok said that they had cleverly come up with it, and it was almost impossible to notice the oddity in the goddess's symbolism. The temple was served by priests with the strongest divine power in the world, so the demon spirit did not appear in the temple itself or the capital. The protagonist thought that this was simply impossible because the devil was born with incredibly powerful strength. The devil was a powerful creature who, with his dirty tricks, gradually broke his prey. Michael Valfurgis admitted in his mind that the devil had put on a performance worthy of praise. However, our hero did not despair and knew that even the devil has his weaknesses, which definitely gives hope. The problem was that when someone deceives himself, at some point he forgets where the lie is and where the truth is. Michael understood that in such a case, a person or any living being begins to act as if everything is true. The keeper looked at the protagonist with concern when he thoughtfully asked who it really was. The commander stopped abruptly when Walfurgis asked Sir Kabe if there had been any strange behavior with the knights lately. The man in knightly armor turned his head, looked at Mikhail, and replied that he had not noticed anything like that. The protagonist carefully analyzed Kabe's reaction to the question and concluded that this man was not lying. Whether the leader of the Holy Knights was telling the truth or a lie, Michael Valfurgis could tell by his eyes, and now they were not lying. And yet, our talented magician wanted to verify this for himself, so he made a hand gesture to use magic. The guy immediately closed his eyes and put 2 fingers to his forehead to use his magical skills to make sure of something. The protagonist cast the detection spell, and at that moment, a black veil covered Walpurgis's eyes. With this spell, the main character was able to stop time and find what he needed. A whirlwind of wind formed around him. The guy looked around. The holy knights were training with swords in their hands on wooden dummies, which did not arouse interest. Then, the main character went to the dining room, where there was no one at the tables, and nothing indicated the presence of anything strange. Then Michael noticed a guy standing outside in knight's armor, and concluded that everything was calm everywhere. But McCain became alarmed when his body was visited by an unknown, strange feeling, and it clearly alarmed him. It didn't take Walpurgis Jr. long to figure out what exactly was causing this feeling. Michael's eyes were still covered by a black veil. He looked down, where the questionable sensation came from. Having analyzed everything, the main character concluded that something unusual was hidden in the basement of the knight's abode. After Michael Walpurgis deactivated the detection spell, he once again turned to Sir Cabet. He asked the man again if anything unusual had happened here at all, and the knight confirmed his earlier words. But the commander's answer did not calm McCain down. He decided to ask the knight another question regarding the strange thing. Walpurgis Jr. pointed his index finger downwards and asked Cabet what about the lower level. The protagonist asked whether the commander would be against it if McCain inspected the basement for any oddities. The fact that McCain intended to go down to the basement caused a strong reaction in Cabet, and the knight became very wary. At this moment, Cabet was caught, because from his eyes McCain realized that the man was clearly hiding something. The protagonist understood that Cabet, as a commander, could not help but know what was happening to his knights, but he should not jump to conclusions. Walpurgis suggested that there was something in the basement, but the commander, trying to hide his gaze, turned away and said that he didn't think so. In that case, McCain saw no problem in going down, but Cabet shouted that the guy couldn't go down there. The commander did not stop Walpurgis, but said that he would go with him, because it was better to go there with an escort. The leader of the Holy Knights tensed up when the protagonist made it clear that he didn't need an escort, saying that Cabet had more important things to do. Our hero jerked his thumb at Leon Pavlov, asking if Cabet was now questioning his swordsman friend's abilities. The commander replied that in any case he could not allow a candidate for warrior to go to the basement alone. Mikhail knew Siegfried well and was sure that this guy, having already sensed something was wrong, was heading towards him. The protagonist waited silently, mentally counting down to when Sir Siegfried would burst in and interfere with our hero. Walpurgis the Younger was absolutely right, and a few seconds later, the warrior candidate Siegfried appeared, asking what was going on. Siegfried's appearance did not surprise our hero at all. Upon seeing him, the guy only grinned, convinced that he was right. The knight was surprised when the protagonist pointed at him and said that he would go to the basement with him. Siegfried was outraged. He immediately asked Michael Walpurgis what he was doing here, looking at him reproachfully. The protagonist called out the name of his rival to convey something to the guy with golden hair and eyes. Michael pointed his finger at Siegfried once more, telling the warrior candidate that he would go with him. Siegfried froze when he heard these words from Walpurgis, and his wide eyes widened at our hero. Nevertheless, Siegfried agreed to go with our hero, and after some time they were already descending into the basement. The warrior candidate was angry because he did not understand what was happening, since he had asked Mikhail 10 times already, and he was still silent. Walpurgis explained that there was something in this basement, but the guy didn't believe him because this room had been abandoned for a long time. Mikhail thought about the boy's words, and the keeper accompanying him also found it strange. But despite the fact that the basement was considered abandoned, our brave hero was determined to check it out. Siegfried followed Mikhail reluctantly, and from the expression on his face it was clear that the boy was frightened of something. As the boys walked down the stairs, the young man with golden hair remembered that Mikhail had called him too self-confident. Michael did not understand what Siegfried wanted to say by this, and the knight asked why the hero spoke about him like that, since he didn't even know him. The boys were still descending to the lower level, and Sir Siegfried continued to lament that the hero had called him self-confident. The main character got tired of listening to complaints from Siegfried, sighed irritably, and looked up. The guy stopped and looked at his opponent, asking if he thought everything the temple was doing was right. Siegfried explained that all archbishops had been given a special mission and they could not go against God, but Michael considered this a pathetic excuse. The main character asked the guy if he ever thought about how his actions affect the people close to him. The boy froze, sweating from the tension, when he realized that Walpurgis was now talking about him and his little sister. Siegfried replied that he always thought about his loved ones and tried to act carefully, but this only angered McCain. Our hero asked if that was why the young man had cast out the prophet, and he began to make excuses, but the magician became angry and told the idiot to shut up. The knight felt awkward when McCain asked him what kind of justice there could be if they had kicked the girl out. Walpurgis suggested that it was the archbishop who told Siegfried that Cassandra's prophecy would confuse minds, and so he decided to change the world himself. The protagonist then mentioned the path that Archbishop Killian had sent the stupid and naive Siegfried onto. He asked the boy if he had ever thought that he could decide for himself what to do, but then suggested that they stop the pointless conversation. Mikhail asked the guy if he thought that our hero would say something nice to him after Siegfried's question. Siegfried was curious whether his younger sister Ada thought the same way as Mikhail, and asked the protagonist about it. The question angered Mikhail even more, and he asked if it would change anything if he answered the guy yes. The main character understood perfectly well that his sister's opinion would not change anything in the behavior of the stubborn Siegfried. Walpurgis believed that if this guy had been a person who was capable of change, all this would never have happened. To light the way ahead of him in the dark, abandoned basement, our hero cast the light spell. A bright ball materialized above Walpurgis's palm, allowing them to see what was in front of them. The lower level of the Knights of the Saints' abode did indeed look abandoned, with boxes and barrels standing inside. The boy with golden hair smiled when he was convinced that he was right, because the basement turned out to be empty. Siegfried stated that there was no one there, but this only irritated our hero, and the guy was ordered to shut his mouth. The protagonist called Veterok, and the keeper immediately put her hands forward, telling Mikhail that he could rely on her. Michael Walpurgis grabbed his staff from the branch of the world tree to use it to analyze the basement. The guy stood holding a ball of light in front of him and carefully examined the situation on the lower level. The protagonist activated the storm set. The sphere on his staff turned from red to green, which illuminated everything around. A powerful green vortex of green magical aura appeared in front of Mikhail, combined with another blue energy. Siegfried was scared, watching what was happening from the side. He covered his nose with his sleeve when our mage activated magic. Suddenly there was an explosion, and a large cloud of smoke formed in the room where the boys were. When the smoke cleared, Michael and Siegfried saw an unusual object, a large piece of flesh lying on the floor. The main character looked at this find with disgust. He was clearly not happy to encounter this here in the basement. Siegfried froze, looking in fear at the huge piece of meat, and Michael reproached him for declaring that there was nothing there. The hideous piece of pink flesh wrapped in a black substance continued to lie on the floor, showing no signs of life. The protagonist struck the find with his staff, causing a splash of black liquid to form. Michael stated that the energy of this thing was similar to what tormented Yggdrasil, namely the remains of the Demon King. But Walpurgis understood that this was not all, and if there were dozens or even hundreds of such remains, this would change everything radically. The boy knew that if there were too many of these remains, then everything would become meaningless, and only Hekau could deal with it personally. Mikhail tensed up because he had made a mistake in underestimating the seriousness of the situation, and this greatly alarmed our hero. Siegfried was alarmed when he saw something frightening in front of him, and asked if Michael saw it too. Our hero guessed that the boy was now thinking about what to do and how to make the right choice in this situation. So Walpurgis came over, tapped Siegfried on the forehead with his index finger, and told him to decide for himself. At the same time, Cabet sat with his hands folded in front of his face, lost in his own thoughts while the guys were in the basement. The man opened his eyes. The main thought in his head now concerned our hero. The young magician was clearly causing him problems. Knight Cabet was sure that Michael Walpurgis would decide to retreat after spending a whole week in the temple. Now the commander is most interested in the question of whether it is really true that there is something in the basement. But Cabet was already on the lower level and never noticed anything in this abandoned room that could arouse suspicion. However, remembering the eyes of our hero, the commander believed that Mikhail looked so confident, as if he knew for sure that there was a problem. Cabet stopped denying that there was definitely nothing in this basement, and now he was not 100% sure that he was right. The man was distracted when Leon approached him with his magic sword and asked how long the captain was going to sit in armor. Pavlov was eager to give his captain a rematch and asked Cabet when they could finally fight. Cabet irritably replied to the boy that, as he had already told him earlier, what happened that day was not a duel. Liana Pavlova was not satisfied with Cabet's answer. The brilliant swordmaster stared at the commander, wanting to challenge him to a fight. The commander, looking at the boy, realized that it was unlikely that he would be able to simply get rid of the annoying Leon Pavlov. The knight stood up from the steps and told the swordmaster that he did not hold the title of Commander of the Holy Knights for nothing. The commander of the Holy Knights pulled out his sword from its sheath, and the weapon instantly began to glow with Cabet's special aura. Cabet's body also glowed with a powerful magical aura so that his face could not be seen, and he declared to Leon that he was no match for him. The commander's behavior did not frighten the younger Pavlov, but only provoked the boy, and he laughed. The guy pulled out the magic sword that Mikhail had given him earlier and invited Cabet to check if he was his equal. Determined for a duel, Leon Pavlov offered the commander of the Holy Knights to prove in practice that he was a good fighter. The guy was very interested in fighting Cabet because he considered the man a worthy opponent. Leon Pavlov couldn't call the commander of the Holy Knights a master, but he admitted that the man's skills were quite good. Remembering his teacher and friend Mikhail, the young count told his rival that he was still a long way from Walpurgis. The swordmaster activated his new magical weapon, eager to try it out for the first time. However, the swordmaster was unable to strike first because Cabet did so first, which was a surprise to Leon. The rematch between Pavlov and the commander began. The knights began exchanging blows using their swords. At one point, Leon and Cabet's blades collided, both swords emitting a bright light of magical aura. The commander of the Holy Knights remained completely calm during the duel, unlike Leon Pavlov. For the next generation genius swordmaster, the battle was tense, and the boy was noticeably nervous. Leon Pavlov stared at his opponent, his pupils narrowed, the guy was maximally concentrated. The young count swung his cold weapon, leaving bright streaks of magical energy in the space behind the sword. After attacking Commander Cabet, Leon Pavlov landed on the ground to prepare for another attack on the enemy. The guy looked into the man's eyes. His former calmness had already disappeared somewhere. Cabet also felt tension. Leon Pavlov noticed that the moment their swords crossed, time seemed to flow much faster, which frightened him. He looked at Cabet's hand, which was gripping the hilt of his sword tighter, and realized that the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. The next moment, the men attacked each other simultaneously, blocking each other's blows, and their swords crossed again. After both attacked simultaneously, Leon Pavlov and Commander Cabet increased the distance between each other. Now Cabet was furious, and didn't understand what was going on, because the guy surprisingly turned out to be quite a strong opponent. The man understood that if he couldn't defeat the boy, it would greatly affect his reputation as the commander of the Holy Knights. The rematch was closely watched by the other Holy Knights, and it was necessary for Cabet to maintain his status in front of them. The man tried to pull himself together, his metal armor shining with a new force of snow-white aura light. The commander of the Holy Knights looked at Leon Pavlov with eyes full of hatred, and loudly declared that he would crush him. The fight didn't go according to plan when a powerful explosion suddenly occurred at the venue. Leon Pavlov looked away from his opponent as he heard an explosion, the space filled with acrid smoke. Our main character emerged from the black smoke, holding his staff in his hands, and said how great it was that everyone was already here. Captain Kabe turned his attention to the candidate and wanted to ask the guy something, but our hero immediately interrupted him. The protagonist put his palms together and announced to everyone present that he needed to tell them something. Smiling widely, Michael Valfurgis announced that from today onwards they would be suspending all Holy Knight quests. The Holy Knights who had gathered in the square to watch the battle froze in surprise when they heard this statement. Commander Kabe shouted at the boy in indignation when he heard that McCain had decided to remove the knights on his own. The man asked how it was possible to deprive knights of their jobs without reason, but our hero calmly replied that there was a reason for this. Michael Valfurgis stated that right below them, on the lower level, a demonic entity had made its nest. The guy clarified that Sir Siegfried, the second candidate for warrior, also completely agreed with our hero's decision. McCain turned his gaze to the boy standing awkwardly behind him, asking him to confirm that he agreed with Valfurgis. Raising his staff, the protagonist declared that no one would leave this place until they caught the entity living in the basement. The next moment, Michael cast the sanctuary spell, and the sphere on his staff began to glow brightly with blue light. The shocked knights watched as the magical light emitted by the sphere filled more and more space. Eventually, a giant sphere of bright blue light filled the entire space around the castle of the Holy Knights. In order to defeat the demonic creature in the basement, Michael decided to use the power of the World Tree and the power of Hekau. Valfurgis will also benefit from the power of the breeze, and this lethal combination will help him find the demon with ease. Holding the activated staff above himself, the protagonist commanded the demonic entity to come out. When the protagonist completed the ritual, he deactivated his staff and closed his eyes to wait for the result. The Holy Knights gathered around Michael Valfurgis watched what was happening as if enchanted. Commander Hekau also looked warily at our hero from a distance, waiting to see what would happen next. Leon Pavlov, holding his breath, also watched the actions of Mikhail Valfurgis, waiting to see what would happen next. The protagonist asked who it was, waiting for the demonic creature to appear in the body of one of the knights. The guy said that the one who was about to start coughing was the demon who was hiding within the walls of the castle of the Holy Knights. One of the knights actually started coughing heavily. The other guys surrounded him, worried about their comrade. Commander Kabe panicked when one of his students started coughing, just as Mikhail had warned him about. Knight Miles fell to the ground with a coughing fit. Valfurgis approached him, and the boy screamed that it was not him. The guy began to tearfully defend himself, claiming that he was a holy knight and could not be a demonic creature. The protagonist did not believe Miles' excuses, hit the ground with his staff, and ordered the Holy Knight to stop. The young man shuddered in fear when Michael proved adamant and did not believe that the Holy Knight could not be a demon. Valfurgis was convinced that the knight before him was a demon and accused the boy of being a mediocre actor. Miles once again said that he couldn't be a demon, but a black aura formed behind the guy's back and his eyes darkened. The protagonist knew that the demon killed his comrades by getting into this body and mixed with the crowd of people, which makes him disgusting. Michael apologized to Miles, but he had no choice, so the protagonist raised his staff to deal with the demon. Our hero declared that he had to do it, and at that moment he swung his staff to destroy the demonic entity. The guy struck Knight Miles in the head. A splash of green mana formed above the guy, but an invisible shield protected him from damage. After this, the demonic entity in the guy's body showed itself. He forced out a laugh and asked our hero if he was serious. Mikhail didn't understand when the demon reproached our hero for having worked on this for so many years, and he just went and destroyed it all. The knight's appearance began to change. He began to turn into a demon, and those around him did not understand what was happening. Valfurgis remained calm because this was a familiar situation for him, and then he said that he remembered something. The protagonist guessed that this demon was probably behind the murder of Archbishop Naruna, which happened before his regression. Michael looked at the demon sitting in front of him with eyes full of contempt and said that it meant it was him. Miles's appearance was gone, and a helmeted demon named Delos appeared before the knights and Michael. The protagonist looked at the purple demonic creature and called it by name, making it clear that the demon was familiar to him. The demon bared his sharp fangs, looked at McCain with black eyes, and asked if the guy knew him. Michael confirmed that he certainly knew Delos, contemptuously calling the monster in front of him a pathetic little demon. Our hero knew that Delos was Meryl's right hand, the commander of the 6th Squad, and the nasty lady's bedpan. While Fergus Jr. told Delos that he was the one trying so hard to imitate Meryl, and the demon laughed in response. The monster complained to the guy that he didn't like it when someone said such unpleasant things about him. Michael Valfergus's insults enraged Delos, who stood up and spread his arms out to the sides, showing off his muscular body. The demonic creature disappeared for a moment, leaving behind a large column of smoke and dust. McCain was ready to defend and attack. The Holy Knights began to panic. They could not see anything. Because of the abundance of smoke and dust, someone told the guys to calm down. For the main character, the main thing was that they managed to catch the demon Delos, and now he will not be able to kill Archbishop Narune. The guy realized that now the demonic monster was aiming at someone closer, someone he could kill right now. While Fergus knew that the demon's target was someone like a warrior candidate, and Delos was already running to attack the boy. The demon Delos jumped out of the cloud of smoke, ran up to our hero, and grinned evilly at him, showing off his sharp fangs. The demonic creature attacked Michael from behind, as the boy realized that Delos was now targeting him. The monster's sharp claw was already centimeters from Valfergus's neck, but the rim of green mana managed to protect McCain from damage. To counter the demon, the protagonist, surrounded by smoke and green mana, decided to use the storm set. The demon was noticeably frightened when he saw in front of him the powerful magical energy emitted by our hero. The protagonist used the full power of the storm set against Meryl's right hand, and a whirlwind of green magical energy struck the demon. Valfergus's powerful mana made it impossible to attack further. He panicked and did not understand how this could have happened. The next moment, Delos saw our hero's palm in front of him, which clearly wanted to grab the demon. The demonic creature grunted, helpless as Michael grabbed it by the neck with his hand. Delos began to kick and try to free himself as our strong hero lifted the demon into the air with just one hand. While Fergus held Delos in the air and through him tried to reach out to Meryl, the commander of the 6th Squad. The main character knew very well that this lady from the underworld was now watching him, which he said. Michael Valfergus admitted, looking Delos in the eye, that he had no idea what plans Meryl was currently making. With a menacing expression on his face, the guy asked the lady to believe that all her plans were not destined to come true. Afterwards, our hero cast the Divine Spear spell, and a huge magical blue spear flew from the sky to the earth. The guy let go of Delos and stepped aside, using his hand to remotely direct the spear straight into the demon's body. The Holy Knights, amazed by what they saw, silently watched what was happening, their mouths open in surprise. Sir Siegfried had a similar reaction, standing frozen as he watched what the protagonist was doing to the demon Delos. The demonic beast began to writhe in pain, trying with a trembling hand to tear the divine spear from its body. The protagonist extended his hand, which was illuminated by a bright light, and said that therefore Meryl should now wait for her turn. Finally, Michael Valfergus cast the cleansing spell. The entire space was filled with bright light, and the demon began to dissolve into the air. With his palm, our hero controlled the final destruction of the monster from hell, leaving only small fragments of Delos. Sir Siegfried watched the demon's slaying in fascination, admiring his rival's abilities. Looking at McCain, the boy understood that this was a warrior, a man who destroys evil and shows humanity the right path. The boy with golden hair pressed his lips together, realizing the bitter truth that McCain was superior to him. Siegfried realized that he had always been just a fellow candidate who was there, and that he could not compare to The Knight of the Order of the Golden Lion often communicated with Miles, but he was unable to even notice traces of the demon's presence in him. Sir Siegfried looked down at the floor, realizing how pathetic he was, and that he was definitely not worthy of becoming the temple's chief warrior. But the guy decided to drive all bad thoughts out of his head, clenched his fists, and immediately began to deny all the conclusions he had made earlier. The warrior candidate was firmly convinced that any deficiency in a person could be compensated for. The boy was given new hope by the conviction that God does not reject those who make a lot of efforts. Siegfried once again set his mind to winning, telling himself that if he tried harder, he would definitely succeed. However, the knight immediately remembered Michael's question about whether Siegfried thought he could save the world alone. The warrior candidate grimaced from an excess of negative emotions. He was angry at McCain and himself for his weakness. The Knight of the Order of the Golden Lion clenched his fist so hard that blood began to drip from his palm, and the boy thought how stupid this all was. At this time, the protagonist touched what was left of the demon Delos with his staff and asked if everyone had seen what was happening. Valfurgus warned the boys that the demons were cunning and pretended to be friendly, and they needed to be vigilant to avoid becoming prey. The knights were curious about how the boy identified the demon, and Michael asked if he would have claimed the title of warrior if he had no training. Walpurgis Jr. admitted to the stunned holy knights that, to be honest, he was a little disappointed with them. And the reason for the disappointment is that the guys couldn't recognize the demon in their comrade, and it would be a different matter if they were ordinary people. But the guys standing in front of the main character are holy knights, who are so proud of having such a status. Kabe cried out that this was not so when our hero accused the knights of crawling at the feet of the archbishops and carrying out their orders. The commander stood up for the crew and loudly declared that as knights serving Hekau, they were obliged to remain neutral. But the main character had an argument against this statement, and Mikhail asked about the raid on the temple that was carried out by the knights. Outraged by the accusations, Kabe wanted to object, telling the main character about the prophecy, but the magician interrupted him. Valfurgus said he could understand if they did that and thus truly got rid of the demons, but the outcome was different. Mikhail stated that the outcome of the raid on the temple was different, and Commander Kabe, dropping his hands, began to hesitate and stutter. Our hero waved his hand and said that he had nothing more to talk about with them because they were nothing but worthless soldiers. The boy wanted to get confirmation of his last words from the second candidate for warriors, and asked Siegfried if he had said it correctly. Siegfried broke out in a sweat from the tension when Michael said that he too was a candidate for warriors and must agree with our hero's opinion. The knight in the red cloak shrugged, looking down at the floor, and agreed that the protagonist was right. Mikhail Valfurgis closely watched the actions and behavior of his main competitor, expecting some more words from him. Suddenly, Sir Siegfried shouted the word "but" at the top of his voice, wanting to object to our hero. The heir of the Valfurgis family turned around, asking Siegfried if he had anything else he wanted to say to Michael. The boy plucked up the courage to declare that he wanted to personally test the strength of the second warrior candidate, Mikhail Valfurgis. Sir Siegfried frowned, looked menacingly straight into the face of our hero, and declared that he challenged him to a duel. The main character looked at the knight Siegfried with a wary gaze and did not immediately agree to the duel. Michael was not against fighting one-on-one with Siegfried, and after some time the guys were already standing opposite each other with weapons in their hands. Walpurgis asked the boy if he wanted to find out who had the longer sword, and asked Siegfried to remember that he would have to pay for it. Our hero advised the guy to assess the risks and understand what his insolence might cost him, but Siegfried was ready to fight. Michael pointed his finger at the warrior candidate to show him the price he would have to pay for his insolence. Valfurgis said that if he loses, the knight will have to give our hero the pendant of the Holy Spirit that he wears. Siegfried hesitated, wondering whether he should agree to such conditions for a duel with the main character. But the Knight of the Order of the Golden Lion was determined and answered Mikhail that he agreed to give up the pendant in case of loss. Walpurgis Jr. was not in the best mood, because he had already given away the absolute defense from the storm set. The guy understood that he now lacked one of his main trump cards, but he did not find this to be something scary, being confident in his strength. Michael smiled, looking his opponent in the eye, because he knows Sir Siegfried like the back of his hand, and for him he is an easy opponent. Although Siegfried did not say so, the protagonist knew that the warrior candidate had fallen into self-abasement and despair. Having seen with his own eyes the abilities of our hero, Sir Siegfried lost confidence that he would become a holy warrior. Siegfried's weakness now was that, due to his loss of confidence, he would not be able to keep his cool in a duel with Michael. With a smirk on his face, the protagonist repeated to his opponent Siegfried once again, admitting that he did not like him. Sir Siegfried, meanwhile, was ready to begin the duel. He pointed his sword towards our hero, the blade glinting in the sun. The boy with golden hair was determined to win and did not want to give up, so he said that he was not going to lose. Veterok asked McCain if he needed her help, but the main character refused, saying that he could handle it himself this time. Michael Walpurgis stared at his opponent and did nothing, waiting for the first attack from Sir Siegfried. The warrior candidate shot out like a bullet and rushed at McCain, waving his sword, and our hero tensed up. The duel was not easy for McCain. The guy was very tense because his opponent turned out to be quite fast. Walpurgis realized that if Siegfried did not show his full power from the very beginning, he would think that he was able to cope with our hero. The warrior candidate Siegfried retreated to prepare for the next attack, his hands gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. The boy changed the position of his weapon, preparing for another attack on our hero McCain. To defend against his opponent's next attack, Walpurgis Jr. put his hand forward and cast the 5-level shield spell. But the defense proved too weak, for Sir Siegfried, when he swung his sword again, shattered the shield into small pieces. The protagonist was in complete shock when his 5-level shield was shattered into pieces by the enemy with just one blow. But this incident only provoked our hero, and he said that agreeing to a duel with Siegfried was not a bad idea. The young mage's next step was to activate the reflection spell, and a bright, large ball appeared in the sky above Siegfried. Now the situation became more difficult for the guy with golden hair. Reflection prevented Siegfried from attacking McCain. As the huge, bright ball disappeared, the warrior candidate holding the sword noticed that the distance between him and Walpurgis had increased. Then the main character spoke about the magic of the 5th circle, deciding to use a more powerful spell against Sir Siegfried. All of Walpurgis's magical multicolored circles appeared around him, and the calm boy cast the 100-sword spell. 100 magical glowing swords appeared above the main character, all of them directed at his opponent. 100 swords was a common second circle spell where the sorcerer's sword was strengthened with magical energy. The spell is a support magic, and McCain often helped Siegfried with it before the regression, so it won't kill the boy. 100 magic swords flew toward Siegfried like meteorites. The main character understood that it was not fatal, but it would hurt the warrior. The Knight of the Order of the Golden Lion did not lose his composure. He swung his sword and was ready to fight off hundreds of lightsabers flying at him. As Sir Siegfried raised his weapon above his head, a vortex of purple magical energy formed around the blade. The boy swung his sword and released the whirlwind high into the air to respond to Walpurgis's 100-sword spell. A large vortex of purple light flew high into the sky. It began to spin around its axis, surrounded by hundreds of swords. The next second, this mana vortex exploded, forming a giant cloud of purple glowing smoke. The protagonist was calm and focused. He looked towards Sir Siegfried, watching what was happening. Where the guy with golden hair had stood before, there were now huge clouds of smoke left behind by the explosion. Surrounded by smoke, Michael Walpurgis closed his eyes to concentrate. He saw that Siegfried was not showing his full strength. The protagonist knew very well what Siegfried was like, because he was familiar with him, and fought side by side for many years before the regression. Therefore, McCain knew that if he fought fairly, the boy opposite would still dare to show his true strength. Sir Siegfried jumped out of the fog and ran towards Michael, holding his sword in front of him, and our hero stood with his hands down. Walpurgis guessed that the enemy was attacking now, because he decided that McCain would not have time to use defensive magic. in such a short time. Our hero considered the knight's actions too arrogant and looked at his 100 swords, which were rushing downwards. Michael Walpurgis was disappointed that Siegfried acted so arrogantly, but could not even handle his swords. The golden-haired boy panicked as he looked up and saw a whole flock of magical swords aimed at him. Walpurgis took advantage of the situation, pointed his palm at Siegfried, and cast the spell 5 levels slowing. The warrior candidate became nervous because now, due to Michael's spell, he could not move as quickly as before. The boy fell to the ground and screamed in pain as Walpurgis's magical swords began to strike him straight in the back. This round was a losing one for Sir Siegfried, but the knight did not give up. He crawled on the floor to get up. The knight clenched his fist. He told himself that he could, even though after such a strong blow he could not immediately rise to his feet. Siegfried lay flat on the floor in front of our hero, trying with all his might to rise, and told Michael that it was not over yet. Walpurgis agreed with his opponent that this was not the end, and pointed his index finger to the sky. The Knight of the Order of the Golden Lion looked at his opponent with uncomprehending eyes, not understanding what he wanted to tell him by this. Michael, looking Siegfried in the eye with contempt, informed him that there were still 10 swords that had not yet flown towards him. The previous swords had already caused severe damage to Siegfried, so the boy found himself in a hopeless situation and was very scared. Sir Siegfried began to panic and scream. He could not get up, and the fact that 10 more swords would fly at him instilled wild fear in the boy. The protagonist placed his index finger on his opponent's mouth, signaling him to be quiet and stop screaming. Walpurgis, with a sly grin on his face, warned the warrior candidate, looking menacingly into his eyes, that the night would be long. Siegfried began to sweat from the horror he was experiencing, and told our hero that it was not even dark outside yet. The protagonist commanded the remaining magic swords to attack Siegfried, and the boy with golden hair screamed in pain. The attack knocked Siegfried out of his strength, and he fell face down on the floor again, his face covered in bruises. The duel between Michael Walpurgis and Sir Siegfried was watched by other holy knights, who were excited by what was happening. Leon Pavlov overheard the knights' complaints that the swords could have killed the guy, and that Mikhail was a very cruel man, and Leon agreed with them. The duel ended with Mikhail's victory, and as the boys had agreed, the warrior candidate handed our hero a large gold pendant. Sir Siegfried approached the agreement responsibly and gave the main character the pendant on a gold chain without any arguments. Mikhail picked up the pendant and examined it, promising the guy that he would use the jewelry wisely, and the wind called it a beautiful thing. The Holy Spirit pendant was a holy relic whose main function was to enhance divine power and accelerate regeneration. The thing was really useful, and Walpurgis immediately put the pendant on his neck because he knew that this thing had other bonuses. But for now, the guy wasn't going to use these bonuses. For now, it was enough for him to strengthen his divine power. With sadness in his voice, Siegfried was forced to admit that the duel with Mikhail was fair, but his skills were simply weaker. The protagonist listened attentively to the enemy's words about how he still had a lot to learn in the future. Walpurgis Jr. latched onto Siegfried's words about the duel being fair and repeated them to the boy. Siegfried did not understand what Michael meant when he asked whether the boy would have fought him differently if it had not been a duel. Mikhail asked if the guy in front of him would use a secret weapon or strike from behind if it wasn't a fair duel. The main character's suggestion greatly outraged the boy with golden eyes, and he loudly replied that he would not do that. Clenching his fist menacingly, Siegfried began to prove that a warrior would not do such a thing, and that acting in such a way was not at all fair. Mikhail asked if a warrior candidate would do this even if dozens or hundreds of people died in this duel. This question left the knight stunned. He stared at the main character, unable to find the right words to answer. Our hero asked Siegfried whether a man who is not able to protect people can be called a warrior. Sir Siegfried was covered in sweat from the tension. He stared ahead because the protagonist's question caught him off guard. The guy began to hesitate and stutter, and out of anger he clenched his fist so hard that his hand began to shake because he was angry at our hero's words. Realizing that Mikhail Valfurgis's claim was objectively justified, Siegfried relaxed his hand out of disappointment and impotence. The protagonist turned around and left the guy alone with himself, because he had no need to listen to Siegfried's excuses. Michael didn't want to listen to Siegfried because he knew perfectly well what this guy was going to tell him, at least now. The duel was officially over. Our hero went on about his business, followed by Count Leon Pavlov. The swordmaster heard Mikhail, who was walking ahead, quietly telling himself something, and asked what he was muttering. Without turning around, Mikhail replied that he did not understand what Leon was talking about, and they explained to him what he meant by his words about Siegfried. Leon Pavlov admitted that, after watching the duel between Siegfried and Mikhail, the second candidate looks good, although a bit idiotic. Our hero explained to his friend that he would not have taken such a risk in this fight if he had been a simple man. But now, Walpurgis Jr. has been given the status of a warrior candidate, and that comes with more responsibility than Leon realizes. Leon Pavlov's eyes widened, and he was at a loss when he heard these explanations from his teacher and comrade. The protagonist stopped abruptly and stared at something in front of him, and Pavlov asked why he had stopped walking. Mikhail Valfurgis clicked his tongue in irritation, and it was clear from his face that the young magician was very angry. Ahead, our keen-eyed hero saw the silhouette of the Archbishop, and did not understand why the old man had come here alone. The protagonist immediately recognized the elderly man standing in the distance as Archbishop Killian, who was talking about something with other priests. Wary, Michael assumed that Archbishop Killian had come here because of the fortune-teller Cassandra. Leon Pavlov came closer, and also noticed Archbishop Killian, asking Mikhail why this old man came here. The swordmaster exclaimed indignantly, and complained that he was the last thing he needed here, and asked our hero what they should do now. Michael said that he would have to meet him face to face, and soon Killian noticed the presence of the guys and was surprised. The Archbishop saw that our hero was standing right in front of him, looking intently at him, and behind him stood Leon Pavlov. The elderly man became wary. He did not immediately say anything to Mikhail Valfurgis, but he did not run away from him either. Archbishop Killian decided to talk to the young man, approaching the main character closer. The fact that the priest decided to approach Mikhail Valfurgis caused surprise on the face of our hero. The protagonist did not say anything to the Archbishop. He only looked at the old man with eyes full of distrust of the man in front of him. Archbishop Killian also paused before speaking, the old man carefully studying the face of the boy opposite him. But after that, a fake smile from ear to ear shone on the face of the elderly man with a long gray beard in greeting. The main character decided to play along with the hypocritical Archbishop and also smiled broadly to show his friendliness. Killian took Michael by the hands and asked if this was their warrior candidate, and Walpurgis greeted the Archbishop. Still holding our hero's hands in his own, Killian said that he didn't think he'd see the guy here, and he was lucky. The main character decided to respond to these words with a hearty laugh. He smiled broadly and laughed artificially. Walpurgis said that Killian was not only lucky, but also blessed, because he returned safe and sound without succumbing to the devil's prophecy. The former smile immediately disappeared from the bearded, gray-haired old man's face when the main character mentioned the devil's prophecy in his speech. Michael explained that devils and madmen are essentially the same thing, and that the temple's hostility towards the prophet is not hidden. The boy asked what Killian would do if it suddenly turned out to be true, and called it strange that the servant of God did not believe in the prophecy. Archbishop Killian remained silent in response to the young magician's questions, but Michael was determined to get an answer from the old man. The old man felt very awkward and closed his eyes when Walpurgis said that he was not a stupid man. The priest released Michael Valfurgis' hands from his and informed the warrior candidate that he was now forced to leave him. But before that, Killian wanted to tell Walpurgis something and shared his opinion that such expressions were not acceptable for a future warrior. Archbishop Killian couldn't believe his ears when the boy cheekily replied with a smile on his face that he didn't care. The protagonist pointed his finger to the sky and told the elderly man that it was not he who would choose the holy warrior. Michael Walpurgis said, pointing to the sky, that the responsibility for choosing the chief warrior lies with the goddess Hekau. Our hero's argument was strong, so Archbishop Killian did not argue with Michael on this matter. Archbishop Killian replied to the boy that, in that case, as they say, we'll see, and that was the end of the conversation. The face of the keeper nicknamed Breeze twisted when she smelled some foul aroma. The stench was so unbearable that the girl covered her nose with her hands and asked Mikhail what smelled so bad. The main character turned his attention to the source of the foul aroma. He, like Veterok, noticed a nauseating smell. The guy concluded that if that nauseating smell wasn't coming from Archbishop Killian, then it was one of those two guys. The keeper guessed why they smelled the stench, but Mikhail interrupted her, saying that he himself understood everything. Our hero remembered Delos, whom he destroyed the other day. He was a demon killer, and before the regression there were many rumors about him. But there was one funny fact about Delos. This demon had a twin brother who looked exactly like him. The protagonist knew that Delos's infamous twin brother was named Lotus. When Killian returned to the temple, he was informed of the incident with the Holy Knights, and he asked how such a thing could have happened. The young clergy reported to the Archbishop that because of this incident, all the knights' work had been suspended. The news infuriated the elderly man, and out of rage and anger, the Archbishop kicked the furniture with a scream. The man was so furious when he heard that the knights' work had been stopped that he began to destroy everything around him. Seeing the mood the Archbishop was in, the priest said they would leave him, and Killian suspected Walpurgis of the problem. Another unknown guy with long blonde hair entered the room where the Archbishop and the young priests were. The guy in black greeted Archbishop Killian, and the old man looked menacingly at the guest and noted that he had arrived quickly. The guy who entered the room turned out to be Haran. He also had a direct relationship with the temple, since he was the high priest. Haran asked if he could have done otherwise, since Killian wanted to see him, and the old man told him about the suspension of the knights' activities. The news that the knights would stop taking on missions for an indefinite period of time shocked Haran, and his eye became the eye of a reptile for a second. A moment later, the boy's normal eyes returned, and the shocked high priest asked Killian if he was serious. The Archbishop blamed everything on Michael Walpurgis, saying that this lousy magician was ruining all the man's plans. Killian asked Haran what his intuition was saying, but the boy corrected him, saying that it was his premonition. With a smile on his face, the young high priest admitted that, unfortunately, God had not yet shown him the future. These words upset Archbishop Killian even more. He folded his hands and rested his face on them, closing his eyes in despair. But the Archbishop was pleased that Haran's visions were at least real, unlike Cassandra's, and he assumed that the Lord was being cautious for now. The old man said that he would no longer take up the high priest's time and allowed the boy to go, and Haran agreed to leave. Haran was not against ending the conversation. After these words, the guy immediately turned around and walked towards the exit of Killian's chambers. The high priest said the thought out loud that they had last communicated not so long ago, but so much had already happened. The latest news had left Haran wildly irritated, and as he left, the young man admitted how much it was irritating him. At the same time, other events were unfolding in the building of the main temple, in which our main character participated. Butler Morden heard the news from Mikhail that there were more demons in the city, and the boy confirmed that there was still one left. The protagonist remembered that this demon had already tried to take over the world tree and assumed that he wanted to make another attempt. Morden justified himself by saying that he knew nothing about the demon at the time, because the elderly man was locked in a prison in a fairy forest. The butler frowned and asked that, in any case, he not be written off when problems arose. The old man thought his master was ignoring him when Michael turned around and said that the demon needed to be killed as soon as possible. Walpurgis told the butler about Archbishop Killian and that he had found confirmation that the man was connected to demons. Michael told Cassandra, who was sitting nearby, that contact with such a creature could only be called heresy, so the Archbishop would not be able to wash himself clean. An agitated Cassandra said that Killian's connection with demons still needs to be proven, and that is very difficult to do. The girl explained to McCain that it was necessary to obtain precise material evidence that the temple could accept. Swordmaster Leon Pavlov disagreed with Lady Cassandra, saying that things could not be left as they were now. Our hero listened carefully to the opinions of his team and concluded that the guys think too much. Michael Valfurgis was in high spirits because the High Priest was on their side, which meant the task was not so difficult. The boy thought seriously about the fact that now all nightly activity was suspended for an indefinite period. Another advantage for Michael was that they had irrefutable evidence against the Archbishop. The main character had the opportunity to prove to the temple that Archbishop Killian was engaged in activities that were illegal for the church. And Michael Walfurgis's most important trump card was the Hekau mark, which was emblazoned on the back of his hand. Thanks to this mark from Hekau, the power of the High Priest, the Holy Father Gregory, also grew to another level. Michael said that, if you think about it, in 3 days there will be an examination for the qualification of a warrior, and Leon added that on that day all the archbishops will gather. Walfurgis smiled because he knew that he would have a great chance to catch Killian in disloyalty to the temple and kill the demon. Cassandra was taken aback and began to stutter in surprise when Michael said that he needed the help of a fortune teller. The protagonist reminded the girl that he had already told her that he completely trusted Cassandra and would always be on her side. Michael was firmly convinced that the prophecy of the fortune teller Cassandra must not only be respected, but also protected. To avoid making the same mistakes, Walfurgis cannot allow the clairvoyant to end up in the same position as before the regression. Although McCain tried to encourage the girl, she was still very unsure of her abilities and tried to object to the hero. Lady Cassandra, in response to a request for help, confessed to Walfurgis Jr. that she had never spoken to God before. The clairvoyant explained that her only experience was that she had small visions. The protagonist replied that an ordinary person would not be able to receive even small visions while trying to cheer up the girl. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when our hero said that she was endowed with a gift that connected her with God. An unsure Cassandra asked McCain if he thought she could handle it, and the protagonist had no doubt about it. The fortune teller asked Walfurgis when she needed to help him, and the boy replied that in 3 days. Lady Cassandra wanted to ask what would happen if something happened, but Michael interrupted her and told her not to even think about it. Walfurgis pointed his finger to the sky and reassured the clairvoyant, saying that he had already made arrangements with the one who was there, above them. Our talented magician confessed to the fortune teller that it was an incredible, one might even say divine conversation. At this time, Archbishop Nuran spent time alone, walking under the windows of the holy temple. The old man with a beard closed his eyes and was glad about how calm the morning was, which he said to himself. The unusual calm made Archbishop Narun remember the good old days of the past. The priest recalled the times when he helped little Cassandra, a girl with no hobbies, understand the varieties of tea. Little Cassandra and Narun often spent time together reading books, the man telling her about the popularity of tea leaves in different regions. The Archbishop taught the girl a lot, for example, how to properly store leaves, and together they even came up with a personal way to preserve the taste of tea. But what caused melancholy in Naruna's soul was the fact that the man had failed to protect the fortune teller Cassandra at the right moment. The old man was very sorry about this and could not help the girl when she ran into trouble because of her predictions. The man was left with sadness in his eyes and simply watched as Cassandra was driven out of the temple because he had no other choice. Before Archbishop Narun's eyes was still the cup of tea from which the man had often drunk before while spending time with Cassandra. Now the Archbishop was distressed, not understanding what to do next. The soul of the priest was tormented by longing for the Seer. Suddenly, Narun heard an unfamiliar voice, which, when he asked what to do, answered that everything needed to be returned to its place. The elderly man looked away with caution, not understanding who had just told him this. When Archbishop Narun turned around, he saw our main hero in front of him, and recognized the guy as McCain. Immediately, without further ado, the young mage and warrior candidate told the man that they needed to talk about something. The protagonist noted that thanks to the efforts of Archbishop Naruna, he and his team spend their time in the temple comfortably. The confused old man, not understanding what McCain wanted to talk about, asked Walpurgis what brought him here. With his hands on his hips, Michael reminded the Archbishop that in just 2 days, the election of a warrior would take place in this place. Archbishop Narun said he was mindful of the warrior election and that all the priests would gather to express their opinions. Walpurgis said he realized that the majority would support Sir Siegfried, and Narun looked guiltily at the floor, wanting to say something about that. The old man was noticeably saddened by something. He was silent for a long time, lost in thought before saying anything to our main character. The main thought in the Archbishop's head was connected with Michael Walpurgis. The man looked at the smiling guy in front of him. The old man knew that Mikhail Walpurgis was a man who was damaging his family's reputation. Also, the priest Narun knew that the boy bore the title of a groom who was abandoned by his bride right at the altar. It was strange for the Archbishop to meet the warrior candidate like this, after all the rumors the man had heard about him. The protagonist froze in surprise when the elderly man admitted that in real life, Mikhail Walpurgis was completely different. Narun bowed his head down before our hero and asked him if he could ask him for one favor. The Archbishop asked the protagonist to take care of Cassandra, even if the guy fails to gain the title of warrior. Naruna's wording seemed somewhat rude to our hero, and he looked at the saddened face of the old man opposite. The young magician did not like the fact that the man almost directly told him that Mikhail would not be able to become a warrior. But the main character could not refuse the request because he is obliged to protect the fortune-teller Cassandra at all costs. However, Walpurgis Jr. did not agree immediately, but instead asked the saddened Narun why he was asking him. The Archbishop explained that if Sir Siegfried and not Michael became the warrior, then anything could happen to Lady Cassandra. And all because Cassandra is a seer whom no one believes, and in this scenario, only a painful death awaits the girl. The old man said that if the fortune-teller finally left the holy temple, she would have the opportunity to find her own happiness. Archbishop Narun thought about how much pain the fortune-teller had endured and shared this thought with our hero. The boy was noticeably surprised when the priest said that he did not want to increase the pain that had befallen the girl. Looking at the confused and saddened old man, the protagonist said that it must be very hard for him. Mikhail was right. Narun closed his eyes and sadly stated that it was true, and it was really hard for him. The protagonist made a gesture with his thumb, pointing it in his direction to say something to the old man opposite. With firm confidence in himself, Michael told the Archbishop that he believed the boy would be able to achieve approval. These words of Walpurgis Jr. shocked the elderly man with a beard. He stared at Mikhail and fell silent. But Mikhail did not back down from his words and looked at Naruna with eyes full of confidence in his victory. Narun said that, however, Archbishop Killian wields great influence because he literally raised some of the priests. But the protagonist had an argument against this, and he informed the Archbishop that His Holiness, the High Priest, was on their side. Moreover, Michael hoped to receive support from Archbishop Naruna, but the man began to talk about his insignificant influence. After these words, the candidate for warrior decided to take a few steps closer to the Archbishop, declaring that he was wrong. The protagonist had another argument in favor, which was much more important, and he was ready to voice it to the stunned Narun. When Michael Walpurgis approached the old man, he put his hand on his shoulder to encourage and calm the priest. As he passed the Archbishop, the young mage informed Narun that God was with them, and that definitely gave them some guarantees. The Archbishop listened attentively to our hero's remark, but it was clear from the man's expression that he did not trust these words 100%. Suddenly a large feather appeared in the air. It was magical and translucent, as if emitting a soft white light. When the main character approached the window, magical wings appeared behind his back, and there were even more feathers in the air. The old man looked at the picture in front of him, mesmerized, and his eyes widened at McCain, who suddenly had wings. Narun thought he was seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes with the sleeve of his black robe to come to his senses. The confused Archbishop looked at Michael again. The priest was shocked by what he saw. Just now, Narun clearly saw how the guy in front of him seemed to have wings growing behind his back, but now there were no wings there, and the hero looked at him with a grin. The priest, having encountered such a miracle with his own eyes, folded his hands together to turn to the Lord. The Archbishop was tormented by doubts, and he himself could not decide what to do in this situation, so he asked God out loud. For the main character, the meeting with Narun went quite as expected, because the priest turned out to be quite talkative. While Fergus the Younger, looking at the mark of the goddess on his hand, assumed that the Archbishop also felt his connection with Hekau. But support from Naruna was not the only or even the main reason why the boy wanted to talk to the old man. The real reason for the meeting was the assassination of the Archbishop before our hero's regression, and Michael wants to eliminate even the slightest possibility of this. After leaving the temple, the protagonist thought about how important it was for him to make sure that Naruna's murder would not happen this time. The protagonist looked at his hand, in which lay a small lump of red flesh with black liquid flowing down it. The guardian called it some kind of shame, because the demon's seal was so well sealed that she couldn't do anything. It turned out that in his hand, Michael was holding the seal of the demon, a sign that was engraved for Archbishop Naruna, which proves the premeditation of his murder. Clenching the demon's seal in his fist so hard that it burst and blood spattered in all directions, the protagonist declared that he intended to get to the bottom of the truth. The keeper admitted that she had also checked the temple while she was there with McCain, and the guy asked if she had found anything there. Veterok said that the goddess Hekau asked her to find out why she could not contact our hero. Valfurgis suggested that it might be because of the demon remains, but Breeze said there was another reason. The guardian explained to her friend that McCain could not contact Hekau because of the demon's right eye. Determined to fight against the demonic force, the girl said that this sinister and dangerous creature must be somewhere here. At this moment, the protagonist finally understood why the demonic remains reproduce without problems. Breeze exhaled heavily, putting her hands on her hips. She was pleased with herself, because having the right eye of the demon explained everything. The girl was taken aback when Mikhail Valfurgis told her that she needed to get to the demon's right eye as quickly as possible. The main character immediately hurried somewhere, and the keeper asked where he went, because they did not know where this creature was. Mikhail replied that he knew where the demon's right eye was hidden, which surprised Veterok, and she asked how he knew this. The keeper was even more confused when Walfurgis did not explain to her how he knew where the demon was. Veterok asked our hero to stop because a suspicion crept into her head, and the guy turned around and looked at her. The magician only smirked when the keeper suggested that the guy had figured everything out before she told him, because he had an extremely pleased face. The guardian froze in place when the main character complimented her that she was not only charming, but also smart. These words made the girl angry. Breeze screamed at the top of her lungs, and her face turned red from anger and embarrassment. It was a beautiful starry night, exactly 2 days left until the appointed date when the warrior's name would finally be known. Michael Valfurgis came to the forest, and the keeper asked him if he really thought the demon's eye was here. The boy was sure that he had come to the place where the demon's eye was hiding, because this place was considered sacred to the Holy Church. The girl was not happy to come here at night. She was clearly scared and worried, and asked our hero if this was too much. The main character and Veterok approached the grave of the first warrior, which was decorated with a majestic monument of a knight with a sword. Valfurgis decided to go closer to the monument of the first warrior to examine the grave and find the demon's right eye. The keeper noted the size of the grave, and the guy said that the warrior wanted to get a modest crypt, but the temple had gone overboard. Veterok asked what number warrior Mikhail would become if he won the elections, and Mikhail replied that he would be the 8th. The protagonist confirmed when the keeper stated that there had been 7 warriors before. Michael Walfurgis said that if the first warrior were still alive, he would definitely have overthrown the power of the temple. Our hero and his faithful assistant came even closer. McCain looked up to examine the monument. The young mage touched the pedestal, and the keeper noted how clean and well-kept this crypt of the first warrior was. McCain explained the cleanliness and tidiness of the crypt by the fact that the authority of the first warrior cannot be ignored. Looking closely at something, the protagonist said that, nevertheless, now the first warrior is just a shadow of the past. As he climbed the stairs in the first warrior's crypt, the Valfurgis heir realized he had a bad feeling. Looking up warily, McCain could only hope that things would not turn out according to the worst-case scenario. The protagonist climbed to the upper level, where a large blue coffin lay with the buried body of the first fallen warrior. Michael came closer to him because he guessed that this was where the demon's right eye was hidden. Valfurgis asked for forgiveness from the fallen first warrior and activated the spell. A large sphere of mana appeared in front of him. But a moment later, the magic sphere shattered, and fragments of purple mana flew in different directions. The keeper said that this was a coffin with the remains of the first warrior, and asked the guy if he thought there was something there. The girl asked him to wait. She became nervous when she guessed why the main character approached the coffin of the first warrior. Vedorok wanted to ask if the demon's right eye was really hidden in that coffin, but the magician interrupted her and confirmed it. The protagonist shared his guess that the demon's right eye had been in that big blue coffin all along. While examining the sarcophagus, Michael Valfurgis said that for a demonic creature, the coffin is an ideal hiding place. The keeper began to loudly argue with McCain about this, believing that it was impossible, and even if the eye was there would be no point. But our hero suggested that the demonic monster could have entered the body of the first warrior even before he died. These words made Vedorok even more worried. The corners of her mouth turned down, and she stared at the guy with frightened eyes. Valfurgis extended his hand, and green mana surrounded his body, indicating that his storm set had been activated. The guy said that his version needed to be verified, looked at the coffin, and said that for this, it needed to be opened. The magician took the staff in his hands, the sphere lit up brightly, and he said that if his guess was wrong, then in the coffin they would find only the remains of the first warrior. Using his staff, Michael opened the lid of the first warrior's coffin, and it slowly opened on its own with a loud sound. Valfurgis and the keeper who was hiding behind Michael came closer to the coffin to see what was hidden there. The guy carefully examined what was inside the coffin of the fallen soldier and has not yet given any comments. It was clear from the keeper's face that she was upset when she was able to examine the contents of the sarcophagus. Vedorok noted that the coffin was completely empty, but there was a large, dark, bottomless hole in it. The disappointed girl asked Valfurgis what they should do now, because they seemed to have screwed up here. But McCain did not share the keeper's bad mood, and replied that everything was not as bad as she said. Valfurgis still had to examine the coffin, because he did not think it was empty, and the warrior candidate stood on its wall. The main character, looking down where there was a big black hole, said that everything was even completely the opposite, because now they know the truth. After these words, Michael Valfurgis took another step forward to jump straight into that mysterious hole in the coffin. Not knowing what awaited him at the bottom of this hole, the guy bravely jumped down without feeling a shred of fear. Before dealing with the demon, he told the keeper that the guy was now going to solve the problem. In the dark room, the flame of a single candle crackled, with drops of hot wax dripping down it. In this room, the high priest Haran spent his time alone. He uttered the name of Delos, the demon who was killed by our hero. With sadness in his eyes, Haran, his face covered by platinum-colored hair, said that he thought his brother Delos was no more. The next moment, the boy's normal gray eye turned into a purple reptilian eye with a narrow pupil. Haran said to himself that he was sure that the damned Michael Valfurgis was behind the death of his brother Delos. The high priest thought that it would not be difficult for him to use Archbishop Killian for his own purposes, but the image of our hero stood before his eyes. The blondie, as Haran called him, caused a storm of negative emotions in him, and the guy broke the glass in which he saw the image of Mikhail. Glass fragments scattered all over the room after the impact, because Haran was angry that with the appearance of the hero, all his plans went awry. Haran called this situation with Mikhail Valfurgis unpleasant. Small shards of glass flew onto the floor, missing the boy's body. Looking at the broken glass lying on the floor, the high priest wondered how he could destroy our hero. Haran was stunned and tensed when he suddenly, and for no apparent reason, felt something was wrong. The high priest realized that the feeling was connected to the grave of the first warrior, but he did not understand what exactly was causing this strange sensation. When Haran realized what exactly was going on, a sinister smile spread across his face and the boy laughed. A loud, angry, uncontrollable laugh erupted in the dark room, in the middle of which stood a guy in a black suit. Afterwards, Haran fell silent, bent down and clasped his head in his hands, experiencing strange feelings from beyond the grave. Baring his fangs and showing his reptilian eyes, the high priest could not believe what was happening. Haran said, who knew he could handle it so easily, referring to our hero, who had already descended into the hole under the grave. The next moment, the candle flame that illuminated the room of the high priest Haran went out, and the room was plunged into darkness. At this time, Mikhail Valfurgis and his assistant Veterok descended into the hole under the grave. It was pitch dark inside. The main character and the keeper found themselves in a spacious room. In front of them stood a majestic throne, and above it hung 3 flags. On this throne sat a human-like creature in knightly armor with a sword, who told our hero that he had finally arrived. The monster sitting on the throne had the red eye of the demon that Breeze had spoken of, and he told Michael that he had been waiting for him. The man in knight's armor held a sword in his hand. The creature looked like a living corpse. His skin was lifeless gray. The main character guessed from his clothes and weapons who was sitting in front of him and wanted to say so, but he was interrupted. The mysterious man had an iron tiara on his head and said that he was once the first warrior. The body in which the first warrior had once lived extended a petrified brown hand to our hero, which trembled. The man had only one eye, and the other eye socket was empty, and he apologized to Michael, calling him a descendant. He said that everything he would do from now on would be at someone else's will, and his hand was surrounded by a purple magical light. Looking at Valfurgis with one red demonic eye, the first warrior said that the demon had completely taken possession of him. The man warned Mikhail that the demon was determined to kill him no matter what, and a lump of dark mana headed towards the hero. The protagonist did not lose his composure and extended his hand to prepare to defend himself from the attack of the demonic entity. With ease, Mikhail Valfurgis managed to block the blow of the demonic mana whirlwind without even straining himself. Our hero looked at the remains of the first warrior with a smile and treated his situation with understanding, calling him Senior. The trembling, reanimated corpse of the first warrior asked again about the elder, and the guy explained that he was, after all, a candidate for warrior. Valfurgis admitted that it was a great honor for him to meet the first warrior, albeit under such circumstances. The first warrior apologized for appearing in such an unworthy manner, and the demon inside him began to control the magical symbols. Using its finger, the demonic creature materialized a magic circle in front of itself to attack Michael again. The protagonist stepped back when he saw a fiery stream of mana fly out from the large magic circle. Our talented magician jumped up and managed to cast the shield spell, and managed to protect himself from the whirlwind of magical fire. However, the power of the fire whirlwind was no joke, so cracks appeared in the main character's shield after the very first blow. Now our hero tensed up when he noticed that the enemy's magical power had destroyed his strong shield. The boy wondered if even being possessed by a demon, the first warrior could maintain his sanity. The protagonist looked at the living corpse sitting opposite him and noticed how the first warrior's entire body had completely dried up. From the deplorable state of the remains of the first warrior, it was clear that there was not a single functioning muscle there. Michael Valfurgis came to the conclusion that the demon inside the man makes the warrior's lifeless body move. The guy, surrounded by clouds of smoke, told him that he hadn't used his aura yet and asked if he was trying to hold back. The man extended his trembling, withered hand and answered our hero that it was not that he was trying to restrain himself. The first warrior decided to share with Mikhail Valfurgis the secret that once upon a time in life he too was a magician. This information surprised the main character because he did not know that the first warrior had magical abilities. The saddened living corpse of the first warrior sat with his head resting on his hand. In front of him was a large, golden magic circle. But this magic was controlled by a demonic creature inside the warrior, so a moment later a stream of magical fire flew at Mikhail again. The protagonist quickly reacted and materialized all of his magic circles, and then cast the Fire Strike spell. Against the demon's fiery mana streams, Michael Valfurgis sent out a large purple blast of magical fire. The guy spread his legs wide to keep his balance and used his hands to remotely control his fire strike. Smoke filled the area, but Valfurgis was curious to know from the first warrior what about the holy sword, if he was a mage. The first warrior explained that his holiness had given the sword to him because he himself was no longer in shape, and in fact, the weapon only appeared holy. Afterwards, the man said that if he could only choose what would be associated with him, it would not be the holy sword. The living corpse of the warrior admitted that he would certainly have chosen the holy robe, which was snow white with gold details. The first warrior told our hero that the holy mantle was a valuable relic, which had many blessings placed on it. Lowering his head, with black liquid dripping down it, the man said that he was already dead, so he didn't care who got it. Then the first warrior suggested that if Mikhail Valfurgis really was a warrior candidate, the guy probably had his hands full. Valfurgis wanted to help the first warrior, so he asked him if the man finally wanted to leave this world. The exhausted first warrior, staring at the floor, said that he held on until the last. He wanted to say something else, but his strength left him. The eyelids grew heavy and gradually closed, and the last thing the first warrior saw was Valfurgis standing before him. The last thought before the death of the first warrior was a request to Michael Valfurgis, his heir, to take care of this world. The first warrior bowed his head and froze, the withered body of the once strong knight no longer showing any signs of life. Although the man could no longer hear her, the keeper turned to the warrior and said that they would no longer waste his time in vain. Breeze was saddened by the final departure of the first warrior from the world. She looked at him with sad eyes and wished him to rest in peace. And our main character was interested in how long the body of the dead first warrior resisted the demon, because he had no idea. The first warrior's metal tiara began to slip from his head. It was time to send him to his long-awaited rest. The tiara fell from the man's head to the floor. Mikhail knew that now the soul of the great hero would finally find peace. The iron decoration, as a symbol of the first warrior, fell loudly to the floor and bounced off, and Mikhail wanted to rest the soul of the warrior with all honors and without regrets. After this, the protagonist took his staff in his hand, because the matter was not yet completed, and the demon still lived in the warrior's body. Michael cast the spell, Expand Circles, which will temporarily give him the ability to use more complex magic techniques. The warrior's head was already completely covered in black liquid, which solidified and turned him into the face of a demon. Now the body of the first warrior was controlled by a demonic creature, which opened its one eye and looked at Michael. The demon, whose head had grown horns and whose mouth had sharp fangs, stood up and laughed loudly, because now only he owned this body. The protagonist, being on guard, watched from afar the actions of the revived demon, who stood staggering opposite. After this, the monster threw its demonic mark towards Mikhail Valfurgis, which flew towards him at high speed. A piece of red flesh, wrapped in many black ribbons of dark demonic mana, approached our hero. The black demonic shadows were almost at Michael's face, but something stopped them, and they did not attack Valfurgis. Since Mikhail received the 6th circle of magic, a lot has changed, because it is a serious level, but for him, everything was special. The main character could skillfully use the spell Expanding Circles, so the 8th circle spells were also available to the guy. As his first spell in the battle against the demon, Michael decided to use the Ice Throne, and a drop of water formed on his finger. Valfurgis Jr. extended his index finger, and a tiny drop of water separated from his body and froze in the air. Some processes were taking place in the small drop of water that was levitating in the air, which indicated that the spell had been successfully applied. After some time, the drop of water turned into a large and beautiful snowflake, and even smaller ones appeared around it. With the help of a tiny snowflake, our hero was able to create hundreds of huge, sharp pieces of ice, which he directed against the demon. The spell was complex and unusual, so Guardian Breeze, who was watching it all, called it amazing. A moment later, the smile disappeared from the girl's face, her eyes became frightened, and the keeper became wary. Breeze saw the demon's right eye in front of her, and judging by the monster's condition, the ice thrown had not caused it any damage. The first warrior's hand, now completely controlled by the demon, grabbed the holy sword to use it against Michael. The demon stood up, looking at the enemy with one eye. The monster pointed the holy sword towards the main character. The weapon of the underworld monster was surrounded by a bright aura, and countless magic circles hung in the air above it. The guardian looked at the magic circles hanging in the air and asked herself if this was the magic of the sixth circle. But the breeze and our brave hero had no time to think, because a moment later a large fire charge was flying towards them. At the same time, a large number of fire magic arrows were released, which were also aimed at Michael. The guardian tried to shout loudly to McCain to warn him about the attack, but he saw everything perfectly well. The demon used so many spells against the guy at once that even our fearless hero froze in surprise. Firebolts, arrows, and other spells were aimed at Valfurgis, and he looked up in fascination. Before all the demonic mana flew into the guy, he was able to gather himself and managed to cast the mana concentration spell. Michael Valfurgis extended his palm forward, and a long stream of blue glowing magical energy flew out from it. Against several types of attacks of the demonic monster, our hero decided to use only one, controlling the blue beam of mana. The spell caused the protagonist to fly up. A blue beam from his palm was directed at the demon's spears and charges. The next step for the young mage was to cast the release spell, which would help release the mana. After that, the bright blue sphere of energy that the boy held in his hand flew forward, having been released by the spell. The tomb of the first warrior turned into chaos. Everything was filled with bright purple magical fire and smoke. Explosions thundered. The protagonist activated the flicker spell to continue fighting the demon, who tensed up as he stood surrounded by smoke. Michael Valfurgis reduced the distance between him and the demon with the help of shimmer. The guy was difficult to notice because of this spell. The demonic monster didn't have time to react before the protagonist's hand was already centimeters away from his withered, lifeless face. The demon looked at Mikhail Valfurgis, noticing that the boy had come dangerously close to him. The monster grinned because the guy failed to take his mark. The demon hid it securely behind his back. The keeper, watching the skirmish from the side, realized that the monster had foreseen our hero's attack, and that was why he had hidden the mark. According to Veterok, the demon was deliberately delaying time in order to have time to form even stronger magic for a new attack. But Valfurgis was no slouch either. He looked at the demon with contempt and apologized to him for the fact that he was not the only one who thought of this. The protagonist activated the cancel spell, and magical chains enveloped the body of the first warrior, which now belonged to the demon. Then Michael Valfurgis's magic chains went to the devil's mark, and the guy managed to grab it. This was clearly a surprise for the monster. He tensed up and looked away with a frightened eye. The protagonist, having successfully taken the demon's mark, was able to grab the monster with his hand right by the skull, and it could not resist. Michael Valfurgis held the monster from Hell's Head tightly with one hand, happy that he had finally caught the bastard. However, our wise hero knew well that ordinary magic could not always kill some powerful demons. McCain had a lot of experience in destroying demons before the regression, so he had prepared something for this case. Holding the demon's head with one hand, the protagonist clenched his other fist to deliver the final blow. The guy used his own magic, which imitates the appearance of his old colleague, the strongest martial artist. The protagonist approached Suan, his comrade who died before the regression, and asked him to borrow some of his power. Activating the Divine Fist spell, Michael used Suwan's power to deal a powerful blow to the demon. Mikhail Valfurgis raised his tightly clenched fist, his skin radiating a bright, magical light. The boy was accumulating mana for a new blow. Using his magical skills and Suwan's power, he launched a bright arrow at the demon, piercing its torso with such force that it jumped into the air. The divine power in the form of a spear became fatal to the demon that had inhabited the body of the first warrior, and he began to collapse. Afterwards, the demonic creature turned into a giant ball of light that spun around its axis and had rays like the sun. The protagonist became wary, covering his face with his hand from the bright light, when the dark tomb turned into a snow-white space. Mikhail Valfurgis narrowed his eyes, taking in the new surroundings, the remnants of purple mana glowing around him. When the light had more or less dissipated, the guy was able to lower his hand and fully examine the situation around him. Our hero noticed that the space had changed greatly, and he had already seen such purity once. The place was created by God. At this place, Mikhail was expecting to meet someone. He stood motionless, and then asked when this person would finally appear. An unknown person appeared behind him and reproached our hero for not being able to wait a little longer, since the man needed time to prepare. The guy turned around and recognized the man in front of him as the first warrior. Now he looked like a completely healthy, living person. Mikhail said that he imagined the warrior differently, because the statue did not look like him at all, and the man replied that people tend to exaggerate reality. The first warrior said that he was unwavering in any case, and dreamed of becoming an outstanding holy knight even as a mage. With a smile on his face, the main character lowered his head a little and closed his eyes, and then admitted that it was cool. Looking into the eyes of the saddened first warrior, the protagonist told him that he hoped the man was well. The first warrior replied that he felt very good, and that he was then more firm in his convictions than ever. But hope left the glorious knight. Although he was sure that he was more patient than everyone else, his mind was gradually deteriorating. The knight seemed to be gradually sinking into the sand. Gradually the hope in his soul completely faded away. He began to lose his own mind. The life of the first warrior had not only ups but also downs, and ultimately the man found himself on the brink of collapse. But now the knight smiles. He told Michael Walfurgis that now that the boy is here, everything is already fine. Having listened attentively to the speech of the first warrior, whom our hero respected very much, Mikhail smiled kindly at the man. As he was leaving, the main character wished the first warrior to rest in peace, and he replied that he could now leave with a clear conscience. And all because now the knight has a reliable successor, but the hero decided to remind the man that he has not yet become a warrior. The first holy knight told Walfurgis that he believed the young man would undoubtedly take the place of the new warrior. Before leaving this world forever, the first warrior looked at our hero once more and asked the boy to take care of humanity. Walfurgis the younger opened his mouth to answer the knight, but did not have time because the man's soul had already departed for the next world. The boy lowered his head and promised the first warrior to fulfill this request by taking good care of this world. In the endless bright space, the steps of a girl who came to talk to Mikhail were heard. It was Hekau who pounced on the hero from behind, her face shining with joy, and the goddess said that she had been waiting for him for a long time. The girl praised Mikhail, and the boy said that he was not finished yet, but Hekau asked him not to worry because she would take care of the rest. The most important thing was that the demon that had enslaved the consciousness of the first warrior had disappeared, which Hekau told Mikhail about. Making a gesture with her index finger, the goddess declared that all that remained now was to re-establish contact with the children. Hekau began to praise Mikhail, hitting him hard on the back, and asked what he wanted, promising to give everything that the magician's soul wanted. The main character thought about the goddess's offer, what to ask for as a reward, because he can get anything he wants. The joy on Hekau's face disappeared somewhere when Michael Valfurgis only said the name of the fortune-teller Cassandra in response. the young magician asked as a reward to bless the girl to whom the goddess showed her prophecy. Michael Walpurgis told Hekau that because of her and this prophecy, Cassandra had already suffered many misfortunes. In response to the request, the goddess Hekau calmed the guy down, saying that in any case, she was going to do it for Cassandra. The girl said that she had to fulfill Michael's specific wish, because Cassandra's blessing was not a reward for him. The guy was silent for a minute, scratching his chin with his fingers, trying to think of what he could ask for as a reward. The task turned out to be difficult, because he already had the mark from Hekau that Mikhail Walpurgis wanted so much. The main character could ask for mana, but the young magician, as he believes, has no problems with this either. It was as if a light bulb went on above Michael's head, and he raised his index finger as an idea came to him. After talking with Hekau, the main character again found himself in the tomb of the first warrior. He was lying on the floor, his arms spread out to the sides. The guy sat down and looked around and then concluded that he had returned right to the grave of a glorious knight. Michael looked at the coffin of the first warrior. It was completely restored, and it did not seem like an illusion to him. The young mage stood up and looked down at the coffin, collecting his thoughts after his meeting with Hekau, and Breeze said that it looked good. Walpurgis looked at the keeper and fell silent. The girl asked the guy what he was thinking about now. The keeper asked if he had met Hekau upstairs. Mikhail confirmed and said that someone was not welcome there. The wind began to wave her fists in rage because the goddess did not let her up, leaving the keeper in the tomb. Mikhail covered his ears so as not to hear the girl's scream, and she complained that Hekau didn't like what Vedorok blurted out last time. The Guardian was interested in what our hero received from the goddess as a reward for destroying the demon. The next moment, a huge stone flew straight from the sky towards the girl, crushing her, and she only had time to groan. The main character cast a surprised glance at the mysterious boulder that suddenly flew out of the sky and crushed his girlfriend. Michael didn't understand what it was. It was a long stone pillar with a blue border wrapped in white cloth and belts. Our hero found a note in a giant stone pillar and unfolded it to read the contents of the letter. It turned out to be a message from Hekau, in which the goddess asks Michael to send a guardian and informs him of an additional gift. The protagonist unfastened the leather belt that held the white cloth wrapped around the stone pillar. Having examined this snow-white fabric in his hands, Michael Walpurgis recognized in this thing the holy mantle, the cloak of a saint. The guardian was completely fine. Even though her body was crushed by a stone, she asked the hero if he received this from the cat goddess. Michael Walpurgis immediately tried on the holy robe and replied to Vedorok that he had not received this gift from Hekau. When our hero put on the saint's cloak, he closed his eyes and opened his mouth, and a bright red ball appeared in front of him, shooting lightning. What she saw clearly frightened the keeper. She opened her eyes wide, not realizing what was happening to her friend. But the girl immediately guessed that the bright magical sphere that appeared in front of the guy's body was Stigmata. When Michael ascended to the top and met the goddess, he asked Hekau for the Stigmata as a reward, and this surprised the girl. Making a hand gesture, the protagonist explained to the cat girl that Stigmata are the best blessing and mark from God. Extending his hand to Hekau, with a grin on his face, Mikhail said that this was the best thing you could get, and a very cool thing. Hekau became noticeably nervous, because she did not expect to hear from Walpurgis that he wanted to receive the Stigmata. Goddess Hekau forced out a laugh and called the protagonist's request funny. The lady admitted that she was actually interested in it herself, because she had never seen anything like it before. She said that there was a man who was offered the Stigmata, but he refused, and the first warrior justified himself by saying that he simply was not sure that he could preserve himself. Hekau came closer to our hero, looked at him with interest in her eyes, and said that in his case everything could be different. The goddess Hekau told Michael Walpurgis that the boy, even without the Stigmata, was partially at the stage of a demigod. The protagonist looked at the girl intently, not saying anything in response when she mentioned his demigod stage. This was partially true because it only happened for a moment, when the guy reached the 10th magic circle before regression. Hekau decided to ask again if McCain really wanted to receive the brand as a reward, and the guy confidently answered yes. The goddess agreed to fulfill the request, asked the young magician to give her hand, and began to cast a spell over her. The girl with cat ears warned that she would now awaken the engraved pattern and give McCain new abilities. Hekau said the effects may not be fully evident at first, but Walpurgis will become stronger over time. A single drop of blood fell from the finger of the goddess Hekau. This was necessary to activate the pattern and endow Michael with new abilities. The girl told our hero with a smile that after the effect awakened, it would continue to develop. A drop of the goddess Hekau's blood fell onto the inside of our protagonist's palm, smearing his skin. Instantly, McCain felt unbearable pain, his hand turned black, and numerous fiery lightning bolts formed on his skin. The protagonist screamed loudly in pain. His body was pierced by agony, his entire skin darkened and covered with orange lightning. Hekau watched this calmly and even with a smile, realizing that if she could destroy the fate prepared for her, she would achieve what she wanted. The girl looked our hero straight in the eye with her gray eyes and promised that she would always protect McCain. The main character's gaze was also directed at the goddess Hekau, and the guy thought that he would always rely on the girl. The saint's snow-white robe, adorned with golden chains, flew high into the starry night sky. Looking at his new thing now, Michael Walpurgis did not understand what these symbols were at the bottom of the saint's cloak. On the hem of the robe, white, mysterious symbols glowed, and the guy guessed that this was memory magic. Memory magic is when some spell is attached to an item and can be used immediately. It belongs to the seventh circle, but in this case it has improved characteristics. The main character was happy to receive such a gift because he got a saint's cloak with a spell of the ninth circle of magic. The keeper was furious, asking if the boy had really been branded, and called the goddess a proforsetka with ears. Veterok screamed, claiming that accepting such things was dangerous, and in the worst case, McCain risked destroying all of humanity. After the moralizing from the keeper, Walpurgis turned his gaze to the side. Something began to alarm our hero. He suggested that Veterok get out of here because something was bothering him, and the keeper agreed to leave. The guy already wanted to leave this place, but he remembered that not all the work at the grave of the first warrior was finished, so he stopped. Michael Walpurgis turned around looking at the coffin of the first warrior and said that he almost forgot something. Meanwhile, in the night forest, there was another man who was not in the mood for sleep. He was standing by a tree, leaning his hand on a post. It was Haran who was watching the crypt of the first knight of the temple. The guy said that this could not be, not believing his eyes. The high priest was shaking with anger. Haran was furious with McCain Walpurgis and the abilities of our magician. Haran lowered his head and shut up, his cheeks puffed out, the guy's mouth filled with blood. The high priest was no longer in the mood for anger. The guy fell to his knees. The man began to literally vomit blood. The crimson liquid began to erupt in a powerful stream onto the ground. Haran was devastated because he could no longer sense the demon's presence there, and he knew that the remains had completely disappeared from the capital. The high priest was horrified, because Lady Meryl would certainly not forgive him if the whole plan went awry. But the guy with long platinum hair did not give up. He decided to do something much more significant now. With difficulty, Haran managed to get to his feet, and then remembered that in 2 days, there would be a general meeting of all the archbishops. But the archbishop was not enough for the guy. He bared his sharp, bloody fangs and said that he would kill the Holy Father Gregory. The plan was outlined. Now Haran needed to quickly leave the forest to prepare for the imminent murder of the high priest. But the high priest did not even suspect that someone had heard his conversation with himself, and it was Michael, who was sitting nearby. All this time, the main character and his faithful companion sat on a tree, watching Haran think out loud. Someone threw a glass goblet on the table in anger and started swearing loudly. The room was filled with the sound of breaking glass. The angry old man turned out to be Archbishop Killian, who was clearly annoyed about something as he stood at the red table. The enraged man blamed Michael Valfurgis for all his troubles, not understanding why he had to suffer so much because of some slippery bastard. Archbishop Killian raised his hands in helplessness and asked if the Lord himself was against him. Looking up at the sky, the old man with the long beard turned to the Lord, asking why he had then sent Haran to the Archbishop. Killian was absolutely convinced that God was speaking to him by sending this boy to the priest. The Archbishop believed that it was thanks to Haran that everything was actually moving in the right direction. The old man was sure that if he had trusted the prophecy of a girl named Cassandra, nothing would have worked out for him, so she was banished. Killian was furious. He started screaming at the top of his lungs that he thought they had figured everything out already, so what the hell was this happening? The Archbishop calmed down a little and said that this vile Walpurgis could not be allowed to take control of everything. The implementation of his plan was the most important thing for the man, so he intends to fight, even if he has to resort to the most vile means. Grandfather heard a familiar voice from another room. Someone asked the Archbishop if he was there. Haran entered Archbishop Killian's office with a beaming smile on his face, and the old man immediately greeted him joyfully. Killian understood that if the Holy Father or even the archbishops had not received an indisputable revelation, they could turn the tide right now. For the archbishop, the boy was his last hope, and he asked Haran if he had received any kind of prophecy or sign from God. The high priest, with a smile on his face, convinced the old man that such prophecies or signs from God had come to him. Haran told the man that, according to a sign from the Lord, Holy Father Gregory had taken the wrong path. The boy also lied to Killian that mages like Walpurgis should not disturb the temple, and the old man replied that he thought so too. The guy in the black suit extended his hand towards Killian and asked the priest what they would do in such a case. The archbishop froze and stared at Haran as he came closer and touched the older man's face. The priest hesitated, not knowing what to answer, and the young minister of the temple replied that they must do everything possible. The young man clarified that they must do everything in their power for his sake, and his teeth turned into sharp demonic fangs. Haran loomed over Killian, his eyes red and glowing, warning that the old man should be prepared to get his hands dirty as well. The high priest fully revealed his true demonic identity and ordered Killian to answer immediately. The archbishop froze, his eyes also changed. Gradually the whites began to fill with demonic blackness. Killian lost his mind. He recognized Haran as his master and said that they could now change the future for the sake of the temple. The long-awaited day of testing the warrior candidate arrived. Our hero McCain sat at the table opposite Archbishop Naruna. The priest studied the papers lying in front of him with delight, and he laughed when he carefully read the contents. Reading the papers, the archbishop stated that Michael had been able to convince the priests who had previously remained neutral or supported Siegfried. Narun called it amazing that the guy was able to do this in such a short time, and McCain, pleased with the praise, replied that a lot had happened. The archbishop was surprised that his rival Sir Siegfried did not particularly try to correct the situation. Walpurgis assumed that Siegfried had his own reasons for this, but he himself knew very well that it was because the boy's pride was hurt. McCain said that the Siegfried he knew would have found the perfect way out of this situation. The hero sincerely believed that the guy had good skills. The worried archbishop warned that only 3 hours were allocated for the election of a warrior, but Walpurgis assured that everything was in order. He suggested that Narun just wait a little while, and then Sir Siegfried would definitely show up. It seems that the archbishop did not share Michael's opinion on this matter, so he asked the young man if he was sure of his words. Walpurgis chuckled at this question, because he knew Siegfried like the back of his hand and had spent a lot of time with him before the regression. Michael asked the priest Naruna if he could act dishonorably as a candidate for Holy Warrior. Archbishop Narun looked at our valiant hero with eyes full of delight, admiration, and respect for the boy. Hearing these words from the main character, the man lowered his head, closed his eyes, and quietly laughed. Finally, the archbishop said that there could be no better solution than to choose Michael as a warrior, and our hero left the office. The main character left the temple and went around the corner where Siegfried was already standing, telling Walpurgis that he was waiting for him. Michael's first question to Sir Siegfried was whether the boy had thought about the words our hero had previously spoken. The guy with golden hair admitted that he thought about his words and even didn't sleep at night because of it. The Knight of the Order of the Golden Lion clenched his fist and told our hero that Siegfried was not the only one who thought so. According to Siegfried, Sir Habe said that the knights denied it, as did he, but after a while they admitted their mistake. The commander of the Holy Knights was forced to admit his mistake and apologize to Michael and the fortune-teller. Just like the commander, the other knights apologized, but some continued to be angry and deny. But this could not continue for long because the problem with the demons had already come to light, and there was no point in denying it. There was a demon under the noses of the Holy Knights, who was probably planning something more than just capturing the knights. The main character listened attentively to Siegfried's story about the knights, and said that he understood everything, but the guy continued. The knight continued about what Michael had once told him, and also what the Archbishop had once told him. Sir Siegfried had in mind the warrior's way, and confessed to Walpurgis that he considered it absolutely correct. According to the warrior candidate, the warrior's path is what God wants, which is why the guy never doubted. Siegfried's quest to become a true warrior of the temple was supported by everyone who surrounded the young man. Only one person on the boy's path told Siegfried that the knight had made a mistake in his choice to become a warrior. The Knight of the Order of the Golden Lion told our hero that this man was he, Michael Walpurgis. Siegfried remembered the moment when he lost faith in himself and doubted that he needed to become a warrior. The boy stood before Walpurgis, his head bowed in sadness, and asked our hero to give him advice. Siegfried looked at Michael with pleading eyes and asked him what he should do now, being completely at a loss. The Knight of the Temple remembered his childhood and told the protagonist that until recently he had been trapped. When Siegfried was still a small child and was scavenging in dumps, he found an interesting book in one of the trash bins. These were tales about a valiant warrior. Little Siegfried spent a long time reading this book. It delighted him. The young man found himself trapped in a war, working tirelessly because he did not want to disappoint the Archbishop. Looking at himself, small and enthusiastic in the magical realm, the current Siegfried said that he was now forced to admit something. This confession seemed to our hero. Previously, Siegfried considered Michael a man who was not worthy of the title of warrior. But now Siegfried understood and was now forced to admit that his rival Walpurgis had acted like a true warrior. The boy with golden hair was in complete despair. Now his voice turned into a scream, and he asked McCain to speak again. Sir Siegfried needed advice from our hero. He once again asked Walpurgis what he should do now. It was impossible to tell from the main character's face that the guy's words touched him. He looked at the knight with a degree of mistrust. Michael Walpurgis looked at the sky and wondered what answer to give to the young man standing opposite him. Our hero replied that if Siegfried wanted to hear what he should do, then the answer lay in the words that Michael had spoken at the very beginning. Siegfried sadly admitted that he had been under illusions, and because of this, the boy had lost the person closest to him. The guy was so desperate that he grabbed his head with his hands, saying that he had no idea how to fix his life. The main character was irritated by Siegfried's behavior. He began to swear, asking if the guy was just going to continue whining. The Knight of the Order of the Golden Lion removed his hand from his face and looked at our hero, not understanding what he wanted to tell him. The next thing the warrior candidate saw in front of him was the fist of Michael Walpurgis, which was aimed straight at him. Our hero was so enraged by the whiner's behavior that he hit the young man in the stomach with all his might, causing him to jump into the air. The blow was clearly unexpected for Siegfried. The poor guy screamed in pain and almost lost consciousness. Mikhail hit the guy with such force that he flew back several meters, and when he landed on the ground, he was still dragged along the floor. The beaten Siegfried lay on the ground, not trying to get up, his body trembling, and he could only ask why Michael did this. Stretching his arms, Walpurgis called it stupid that the guy came to him and said that he wanted to change everything. McCain didn't understand why no one realized anything until they got beat up, and he warned that he wouldn't ask for forgiveness later. Siegfried was shocked by our hero's actions. He did not have the strength to stand up and somehow respond to McCain. With a crazy smile on his face, Walpurgis Jr. told the boy that if he wanted to change something, he should turn to someone else. The Holy Knight tried to get up. He asked Michael to wait, but the shadow of Walpurgis, laughing evilly, hung over him. The main character was getting closer and closer to the young man. The frightened and beaten Siegfried asked McCain to spare him. The street around the capital's temple was filled with Siegfried's cries as our hero began to beat the warrior candidate with his fists again. The day of the election of the warrior candidate continued. The sun's rays adorned the luxurious building of the main temple of the kingdom. Inside the luxuriously furnished building, all the archbishops of the church have already gathered to take part in the election of the new warrior. One of the priests confessed to another in conversation that he never thought he would be able to take part in the election of a warrior. One of the archbishops said that the fact that one of the warrior candidates, Michael, is a magician is puzzling. The priest who overheard these words turned to the archbishop standing behind him and said that there was no law prohibiting a magician from being a warrior. It was Archbishop Alea who, with a smile on his face, approached the temple servants who were spreading gossip about our hero. The men told Alea that it was not often that he was seen there, and the archbishop said that of course he must take part in such an event. One of the priests said that he heard that Michael had subdued the great evil that had appeared in the capital, and Alea confirmed this. When asked if Walpurgis could really destroy the demon, Alea answered yes, which is why he came to support the guy. The archbishop was distracted when he heard someone else's voice behind him asking Mr. Alea if it was him. The man turned his head and saw Archbishop Killian standing behind him with a smile on his face. The priests shook hands in greeting, and Alea said he was glad to meet Killian. But the smile on Alea's face and the gestures of respect were not sincere, because he knew that Killian was an old man who always ruined everything. The temple servant's gaze changed as he became certain that Killian was definitely up to something this time. The conversation between the two archbishops did not end with a formal greeting. Killian wanted to ask Alea something. The old man with the long beard asked the man if he really thought God was pleased with what was happening. Alea found the question provocative, but responded politely and with a smile on his face, saying that it was not for them to judge. The two archbishops' hands were still clasped together in greeting, and Killian wanted to say something else to Alea. An elderly man with a gray beard said that in that case the will of God could change at any moment. Archbishop Alea froze in shock, his eyes widening as Killian's image vanished into thin air a moment later. The man didn't understand what the hell was going on. He looked around to find the missing Killian with his eyes. The priest broke out in a sweat as he began to guess why his interlocutor had disappeared so suddenly. Our main character, after having beaten Siegfried up properly, dragged the guy by his cloak, walking near the holy temple. The boy's entire face was covered in bruises, his eyes were swollen, and he asked if it was really necessary to beat him so badly. Michael responded indifferently that it was vitally necessary. Then the hero beat Siegfried not only with his hands, but also with his feet. Walpurgis admitted that, in fact, if Cassandra had not come then, the guy would have gotten it even worse. But Siegfried was not angry, but rather sad, and asked Michael what he lacked to receive the title of warrior. The main character sighed heavily and was irritated that it had started again, and again Siegfried was pestering him with these conversations. The knight with golden hair and eyes almost cried, realizing that he was truly worthless. Michael Walpurgis continued to drag the poor boy along with him while he cried loudly about his worthlessness. The protagonist looked away, noticing the boy's sobs, but did not console him. He continued walking towards the temple, dragging Siegfried along with him, thinking what a disgrace this warrior candidate was. At this time, Archbishop Alea, frightened by Killian's disappearance, ran at full speed towards our hero. The young magician stopped and became worried when he saw the priest running towards him, shouting Michael's name. The archbishop stopped in front of our hero, out of breath, and the guy asked what had happened, because the man didn't look very well. The protagonist froze in surprise and widened his eyes when the Archbishop shouted that they had some kind of problem. At this time, Archbishop Killian was spending time alone, standing in the middle of one of the spacious halls of the Holy Church. The old man said that he finally began to hear the voice of the Lord, because before the man had never heard revelations from him. The man was dumbfounded when he suddenly heard the voice of God in his head again, repeating that he was wrong and that God had always been with him. Killian's hand was shaking and covered in blue veins. A voice in his head said that it was time to hold a trial, and the Archbishop himself would be the judge. Lady Cassandra burst into the room, ran up to the priest, and told Killian to stop it. The priest laughed when he saw the formidable face of the fortune-teller in front of him and asked if the prophet had come here. Lady Cassandra looked sternly at the Archbishop and told the old man not to cross the line. Archbishop Killian did not look the girl in the eye. He did not consider it necessary to answer the fortune-teller. The old man did not argue or prove anything to the prophet. The man knelt down on one knee to continue his ritual. Someone else appeared in the spacious hall of the temple. This man also ordered Killian to stop, aiming his sword at him. It was Ada, and Killian asked what the hell the girl was doing, but the knight knew that the old man understood perfectly well. An angry Ada angrily asked the Archbishop if he was now pretending not to understand anything. The elderly cleric with a beard decided to ignore the girl. He closed his eyes and remained silent. Remembering her recent conversation with Mikhail Valfurgis, Ada realized that our hero was right in his statements. Then, smiling, Valfurgis told the girl that Archbishop Killian would definitely do something on election day. The knight named Ada was now interested in only one thing. How did the main character know this? Archbishop Killian stood up and turned his back to the girls, and Ada gave him an ultimatum. Either he surrendered or she would make him do it. The girl's threats caused nothing but laughter in the priest, because he was sure that God was on his side. He asked the sword-holding Ada and Cassandra where they were coming from with such loud statements. The Archbishop extended his hand to the girls opposite him, and then called the fortune-teller and the knight sinful children. The priest declared with complete confidence that the Lord was on his side, and the old man's eyes filled with demonic blackness. Knight Ada noticed that something was wrong with the Archbishop and immediately reacted to it. Killian, whose essence had been captured by the demon, released a blast of purple mana against Ada and the prophet. Lady Cassandra was worried about the girl, shouting her name, because this charge of magical energy was directed straight at her. The girl with golden hair didn't have time to defend herself, and a stream of mana flew into her body so that she fell to the floor. The knight looked at Killian in shock, realizing that what had just happened was definitely not the use of divine power. Killian's eyes were covered in blackness. Black demonic energy was flying around the man, and the girls asked what he was doing. The old man with the beard spread his arms out to the sides and asked Ada and Cassandra a counter-question. Hadn't he spoken about this before? The Archbishop's human form disappeared, and in its place, a demonic beast with dark purple fur appeared before the girls. Killian repeated that God was on his side, but instead of a man, Cassandra and Ed saw the real demon Baphomet in front of them. Ada couldn't believe her eyes when the Archbishop turned from an elderly man into a black goat. The demon began to slowly approach the girls to attack, his body glowing with a bright purple aura. At high speed, the demonic creature ran towards Ada to strike with its giant goat horns. The knight was powerless against a monster of such size. Before the blow, she only managed to exclaim in surprise, looking death in the eyes. The girl's golden eyes reflected the image of a black goat, and she wondered if this was the end. But now, Ada, Cassandra, and Killian weren't the only ones in the hall because someone slammed a staff on the ground. The unknown hero cast the reflection spell, and a giant white shield appeared in front of the girl, protecting her from the demon. Ada managed to escape, and she turned her head sharply to see who managed to protect her with a magical shield. The knight laughed, and her face broke into a smile when she saw her valiant savior standing before her. She told the magician that he was late, and Mikhail Valfurgis objected, replying that he seemed to have arrived just on time. The protagonist realized what was happening here and prepared to fight one-on-one with the demon that had captured Killian. Michael Valfurgis once again slammed his staff down on the floor to cast another spell against the demonic monster. The Archbishop's human form returned again, the elderly man staring at our hero from his seat on the floor. Killian's head was shaking and his eyes were red, and the priest asked Michael where he came from. The protagonist looked at the old man with disdain and asked what it was like to become a vessel for a demon. The Archbishop sincerely did not understand what the young man was talking about and asked Mikhail Walpurgis again. Then the priest noticed that Michael had not come alone, but with his pupil, Sir Siegfried. Killian asked the boy to come closer to him, but from the expression on Siegfried's face it was clear that he didn't really trust the old man. The Archbishop smiled and extended his hand to the young man, asking Siegfried who had raised him and set him on the right path. Siegfried's soul was tormented by doubts, the priest tried to convince him, saying that he knew that he had to choose the right side. The protagonist was still holding the warrior candidate by his red cloak. Hanging in the air, Siegfried asked what he should do. Michael Valfurgis was not interested in helping the boy, so he indifferently told him to decide for himself. The Knight of the Order of the Golden Lion hung his head, withdrawn into himself, when Walpurgis said that it was the boy's responsibility. The Archbishop did not give up trying to win Siegfried over to his side. He again asked the boy to come to him. Killian was stunned, not understanding what was going on, when he saw how his protégé clearly had no intention of approaching him. Sir Siegfried broke free from Michael Walpurgis's grasp and rose to his feet as he made his final decision. The priest asked the Holy Knight what he was doing when Siegfried grabbed his sword and aimed it at the man. Siegfried looked Killian straight in the eye and declared that a knight could not side with a man who was possessed by a demon. These words caused such rage in the Archbishop that the veins on Killian's forehead bulged from the strain. He was disappointed and angry at the boy's betrayal, stating that he trusted this fool more than anyone else. But the distraught Archbishop Killian was not despondent. He laughed loudly, saying that in any case, God was on his side. Sir Siegfried wanted to try to get through to the Archbishop, but Michael said that the boy had better not get involved in this if he did not want to get it. Raising his hands up, the possessed priest rejoiced because he had been waiting for a revelation all his life and could finally hear it. Walpurgis Jr. did not share Killian's delight, telling the old man that this was not a revelation at all, but a death sentence for the priest. The gloating smile on the Archbishop's face disappeared as he froze, not understanding what was happening to him. The priest fell silent and froze in this pose with his hands raised to the sky, but his neck was twisted to the side. The protagonist watched as Killian's consciousness left the Archbishop's body, the man now standing with his hands and head down. The young magician admitted that it would be good if he and the priest could finally find a common language. The Archbishop was unconscious but still standing, and Michael asked if he could now show his true face. Our hero looked down at the priest with disdain and turned to Meryl, asking if she could hear him. A demonic entity awakened in the old man's body, his eyes turned red, and black goat horns grew on his forehead. Having taken over Killian's body, Meryl asked how long Mikhail had known about this, and the guy admitted that he had known about it from the very beginning. The commander of the 6th Squad of the Demon Army, Meryl, said that Walpurgis Jr. was the one who managed to capture the ugly overlord. The protagonist, staring at the demonic creature with eyes full of hatred, said that he would be next. Our hero's bold statement made the demon named Meryl laugh, and the monster called it interesting. Michael Valfurgis closed his eyes when the demon said that he knew about the young man's abilities, but he too had existed for a very long time. Our hero was confident in his strength and that the demon could not defeat him, so, standing in front of the monster from hell, he was calm. Meryl's statements did not frighten Mikhail at all. He accused his grandfather of simply bluffing by throwing around such words. The ugly lord was no match for Walpurgis, and the realization must have shaken Meryl. Baring its long red claws, the demonic creature laughed and admitted that it had an idea. With her claws to her mouth, Meryl confessed to our hero that she had captured more than just the old man's body. But the demon's revelations were not news to the protagonist. He replied to the monster that he knew about it very well. It was a surprise to Meryl when the guy said that Lotus wasn't here, but he had an idea where he might be. Meryl was confused. She wanted to ask Walpurgis Jr. how he knew this, but the guy interrupted her. The protagonist replied to the demoness that it was obvious, meaning that it was not difficult for him to expose Delos's brother, Lotus. Michael Walpurgis took his staff from the branch of the world tree to prepare for battle against Meryl. The young mage said that all demons were primitive creatures and aimed his staff at the monster in front of him. At the same time, the sword master Leon Pavlov had his own important mission. He ran into the cathedral hall to find something. The guy carefully examined the surroundings, guessing that what he was looking for must be somewhere here. Before this, the young count had a conversation with our hero, and McCain ordered Leon to find the man who was possessed by the demon. Pavlov was focused on finding the demon here. He approached the task responsibly, because McCain is never wrong. The swordmaster stood in the middle of the central hall of the cathedral and looked around, trying to find a suitable person. One small mistake by Leon in this situation could result in everyone in the cathedral being in danger. The guy understood that the matter was very important. He was very nervous and worried about making a mistake, and his fists were shaking. Leon Pavlov could not bear the tension and the burden of responsibility and shouted, asking the hero why he had put this task on him. Panicking, the young man grabbed his head with his hands, realizing that he could not recognize magic and divine power. The image of our main character appeared before my eyes, who then told the guy during the conversation that the main thing is the outcome. Leon Pavlov was outraged, complaining to Walpurgis that he simply continued to say things that the young man did not understand at all. The genius swordmaster said that the protagonist could have at least given him a hint, but he didn't even do that. The boy stopped complaining when he looked down at the thing emitting a bright blue light and was surprised. His magic sword, given to him earlier by Michael, began to glow, the entire weapon emitting bright blue mana. Leon Pavlov became wary because he concluded that his sword reacted this way because someone had passed nearby. His eyes were full of worry as the young count began to guess who exactly had passed him. The man who passed by turned out to be one of the archbishops, and the guy immediately asked the man to stop for a second. Pavlov was momentarily stunned when he saw something in front of him that made him extremely uneasy. Behind the archbishop who made Pavlov's sword glow, there was a small demonic creature in the shape of a black goat. The young man looked closely at what was sitting on the priest's shoulder and recognized it as a black goat. Leon Pavlov could not turn a blind eye to such a discovery, so he immediately prepared for battle, aiming his sword at the black goat. The frightened archbishop asked the young count what he was going to do, but Pavlov was determined. The boy swung and struck with his magic sword, leaving behind a bright streak of blue magical energy after swinging the weapon. The blow caused the archbishop to fall to the floor, hitting his back on the floor. The man closed his eyes, not expecting to receive a blow from the guy. But the priest was now more confused by what he saw in front of him when he turned his gaze to the side and onto his shoulder. The man saw a small black goat sitting on his shoulder, its body already wrapped in blue mana after Leon's strike. Leon Pavlov looked at the archbishop sitting in front of him and admitted that he had a very bad feeling. The genius swordmaster turned around abruptly when he felt the energy that he had come to this hall of the cathedral for. Turning around, Leon Pavlov saw at the other end of the room the dark silhouette of a man who had made him wary. At the other end of the cathedral hall, Haran, aka the Lotus Demon, was hiding in the shadows, a smile shining on his face. High Priest Haran was in high spirits. He told Leon Pavlov that he, a little man, was late. Haran showed everyone his demonic side, declaring that everyone present here was their prey, and no one would get out alive. Leon's sword strike had no effect on the miniature black goat on the archbishop's shoulder, and the demonic creature began to move again. The goat from the underworld stood up on all fours, its body radiating black demonic streams of energy in different directions. This energy, like a huge number of thin black worms, began to kill the priests, They begged for help and screamed that they could not breathe. Knight Leon Pavlov panicked. He called the demon a bastard, not understanding what to do now. Haran was delighted by what was happening. The black energy began to rapidly absorb and kill the archbishops. People began to gradually disappear. They didn't just die. Their bodies were completely absorbed by demonic energy. The hand of one of the archbishops, which had been trembling until then, stopped showing signs of life within a second and turned completely black. Leon Pavlov couldn't pull himself together. His mind was clouded with panic and confusion about what to do. He ordered himself to come to his senses right now. The Swordmaster's mind told him not to succumb to the influence of the demonic entity, and that boy saw the light before him. Count Pavlov looked in fascination at the large sphere radiating bright sunlight surrounded by cosmic darkness. The guy froze before the beauty of this spectacle, and the light only became brighter and brighter, filling the entire space. The surviving archbishops rose to their feet and also looked in amazement at the small balls and stars of golden light above them. One of the priests looked up and froze in shock when he saw before him something that amazed his imagination. Realizing that something divine had descended upon the cathedral, the archbishop humbly fell to his knees before this spectacle. Everyone present in the hall either fell to their knees or raised their hands up, watching the miracle. The archbishops, whom the demon lotus had managed to turn into demonic black goats, also obediently listened to the voice of the Lord. The giant sphere, similar to the sun, suddenly spoke. The Lord asked everyone to hear him, calling them his children. The goddess appeared in human form, saying that for a long time darkness had clouded their eyes, but a talented man had broken through this veil. When the goddess ordered everyone to stand up, Leon Pavlov rose to his feet, but noticed that his body was moving on its own. The Swordmaster was in a state of shock because he didn't understand at all what was happening now. Pavlov guessed that most likely Mikhail Valfurgis knew that this would happen, which is why he sent the guy to catch the demon alone. Leon wondered if our hero had really met with God. The guy's abilities amazed him. But now it didn't matter. The Swordmaster looked at the sphere of light and asked the Lord what he should do. The Lord, in the form of a large ball of light, heard Leon Pavlov's question and asked the boy to free him. The genius Swordmaster Leon looked down, briefly answering the god that he understood him. The young man took out his magic sword, which glowed with a blue aura, and said that he would get down to business. At the very beginning of time, there were only two elements, one of which was light and the other was darkness. The first one simply existed, while the second one developed and created its own little world. This expansion of the element of light established its own laws, created heaven and earth, and from the earth the first sprout grew. Light has always gone hand in hand with law, and later mankind called this light the grace of God. In other words, it could be called divine power, which Leon Pavlov now possessed as he held the magic sword in his hands. The next-generation genius swordmaster held the weapon tightly in front of him, his entire body emitting a soft blue light. Leon Pavlov's task was to free the gentleman. The guy understood that now he needed to do something. The small spheres of light were still circling in the air, but the abundance of black goats from the underworld were not asleep and had not yet been defeated. The herd of large demonic goats finally moved. All of them started running to fight against the light. Black goats ran in large numbers through the cathedral hall to attack Leon Pavlov and those who were on the side of the Lord. Action had to be taken immediately, and the swordmaster struck the blade straight into the floor in front of him. The impact was so strong that the floor beneath Leon collapsed, and a powerful stream of divine power rushed into the sky. Count Pavlov saw a small blue sphere form beneath him, emitting streams of magical energy. Leon was dumbfounded by the unusual sight he had just managed to create with his own hands. The herd of black demonic goats began to disappear and dissolve behind a veil of bright white light. The sphere that Leon Pavlov created with his sword only grew larger, filling the entire hall. Miral, in Killian's body, also learned about what was happening in the cathedral hall where all the archbishops had gathered. The angry demon asked how the hell the Almighty could influence people so quickly. The protagonist looked at the demon with a smirk on his face and praised Meryl in the Archbishop's body for her good work. Michael asked the demon if he thought he would get off so easily after everything he had done. The monster from hell decided to ignore Walpurgis, and the magician extended his hand, thanking the demon for something. Walpurgis thanked Meryl for making the temple cleaner for the first time in a long time. The demon was depressed. Realizing that everything in the church did not go according to his plan, he did not answer Walpurgis. The monster got angry at our hero, loudly calling the guy a bastard, and extended his palm forward to attack McCain. But the main character quickly responded to the demon's unexpected attack and immediately activated the storm set. A green vortex of magical energy enveloped the protagonist's body, protecting him from the demonic purple power. Guardian Breeze also took part in the battle against the demon, calling him a devil's spawn, putting her hands in front of her. The boy took the staff in his hands, holding it horizontally, and told the demon that he no longer needed it. The girl sitting on Mikhail's shoulder said that our hero's words sounded somehow ominous. But the prospect of becoming evil for the protagonist's demons only made him happy. His eyes were filled with hatred for these creatures. The main character thought that he was willing to be evil for the monsters from hell as much as they wanted. The fact that Walpurgis had suddenly gone quiet alerted Veterok, and she asked Mikhail what he was up to again. The dumbfounded guy confessed to his friend that he felt like he had started to think like a real demon. The keeper's mouth fell open, and she stared at Mikhail when she heard him make such an unusual confession. The girl understood that the guy was now mistaken, and in fact his thoughts did not look demonic, so she smiled. Flying forward, the keeper told the protagonist not to flatter the demon by comparing him to himself. Mikhail and Veterok were distracted by a conversation between themselves, so the demon-possessed Killian called out to the boys. The demon in the old man's body shouted at them that they were scum and jumped high above the floor to attack the heroes again. The protagonist was always on guard, so he managed to cast the divine shield spell to protect himself. Michael Walpurgis looked into the demon's eyes and warned the monster not to even think about escaping. The demon Meryl in the body of Archbishop Killian unnaturally twisted her neck to the side, surprised by the guy's words. The demonic creature raised its hands up, its palms shaking with anger. The monster ordered Walpurgis to finally shut up. The hellish monster declared that he would kill everyone here, and then spread his arms out to the sides, and his energy began to shine with renewed vigor. The demon's essence began to consume Archbishop Killian more and more, turning into a full-fledged monster. Watching this calmly from the side, our quick-witted hero realized that the demon had completely lost control of himself. But this did not concern destructive power, but you just need to understand that the guys are in the temple. At that moment, the goddess Hekau, whose body was translucent, appeared behind the hero and touched him. The temple was a holy place where the power of God was immutable, and the hall was filled with devotion to the Almighty, and Hekau spoke. Michael Walpurgis only smiled faintly when he noticed the presence of the goddess Hekau behind him and heard her voice. The work of destroying the demon had to be continued immediately, and the protagonist struck the ground with his staff. The young magician's body was enveloped in divine power, and our hero declared to the demon in front of him that he had missed his chance. The protagonist, using his skills, launched such a powerful stream of divine power that it rushed high into the sky. This stream of bright blue energy was destructive to the demon. Mikhail could only watch the monster die. The cathedral hall was filled with smoke. Michael Walpurgis silently watched the screams of pain and the suffering of the dying demon. Meryl's image began to dissolve in the divine light, leaving only the demon's hand and the last words that he remembered him. The main character gasped with a smile on his face when he heard from the demon that he would definitely return and kill the magician. Mikhail Walpurgis answered the hellish monster with irony in his voice that he would look forward to it with impatience. Those gathered at the Archbishop's temple watched as a powerful stream of blue light shot out from the roof of the church. A great flood of light rose above the sanctuary, and a feeling of grace and holiness spread everywhere. The clergy and parishioners of the church knelt down and joined hands in prayer to the Lord. Everyone who was present in the temple that day was filled with awe, because the demon was defeated. And the best news was that the god, who had been absent from the temple for a long time, had finally returned. In a dark room, lit only by candles, a woman dressed in a black suit sat alone on a throne. The woman coughed and spat out a large pool of blood on the floor in front of her. She was clearly not in the best condition. Wiping her mouth, the woman with the goat's horns on her head mentioned the soul she had been working on for so long. The demoness twisted her mouth in anger and hatred towards the man, because of whom all her plans had gone awry. Sixth Commander Myrrel bared her fangs, furious at that damn McCain Walpurgis who had ruined everything. Our main character appeared suddenly and destroyed all the demoness's plans. The guy even managed to destroy her warriors. No matter how talented a mage was, some demons were difficult to defeat, so the demoness was sure that Hekau was involved in this. Myrrel, the commander of the 6th Squad, was determined to find out if it was true that the goddess was helping Michael Walpurgis. The woman ducked as a gigantic black demonic goat suddenly appeared above her head. The animal opened its mouth, and from it, the body of a demon in a metal helmet flew flat down, screaming in horror. The demon with the tail fell to the floor, dust rising above its body. Myrrel recognized the monster in front of her as Lotus. When the demon heard the voice of his mistress, he raised his head and looked submissively at the commander. Lotus was kneeling in front of Myrrel. He wanted to address the greatest demoness, but the girl told him to shut up. Myrrel said that the demon should have been killed back in the temple, and Lotus thanked the demoness for her pardon. The word pardon caused confusion in the girl, because she did not share the opinion that she had pardoned the demon. The commander of the 6th Squad of the demon army admitted that she simply wanted Lotus's memories, and the demon trembled. A giant metal horn pierced the demon's body through and through, which was a fatal event in Lotus's life. Lotus looked up and began to scream in pain when Myrrel admitted that his worthless life was of no importance to her. The demon grabbed the horn with his hands to try to pull it out and screamed, begging the woman to have mercy on him. Myrrel said she didn't care about his requests, and a small red ball came out of Lotus's body. The ball flew to Myrrel. The woman took it between 2 fingers and brought it to her mouth to eat. At this point, the life of the demon named Lotus was completed. The woman swallowed his heart and was left alone. Wiping her bloody mouth, the demoness promised our hero that next time she would definitely be able to kill him. A whole week had passed since the battle with the demons in the temple, and now the Holy Father Gregory appeared before the clergy. Everyone gathered for the warrior's appointment ceremony, and the high priest thanked those present for coming. Gregory stated that many things happened, but they were able to destroy the filth, and Mikhail's father and Butler were also present at the event. The Holy Father said that after all this the world would never be the same, and Leon, Cassandra, and Ada listened to the priest's speech with smiles on their faces. The man said that many difficulties and dangers might arise, but the Lord did not remain indifferent to their fate. The priest said that the Lord had given them his messenger, Michael Walpurgis, and our hero appeared before the public. The keeper was surprised that everything was prepared so quickly in the temple, but the hero did not share her admiration. A few days before the ceremony, our future warrior had a conversation with Siegfried, and the boy admitted that he was thinking about withdrawing his candidacy. Then Walpurgis asked what it was this time, and Siegfried awkwardly asked in response whether he should continue to fight for the post. Sir Siegfried admitted that he hardly knew how to behave during the battle with the demon. The Knight of the Order of the Golden Lion said that he was renouncing the past and everything he had experienced in order to be here, in the Temple of E. Mikhail asked what about his sister Ada, and the guy said that his little sister was not able to see all this. Walpurgis asked the boy why he had come to him, and whether Siegfried wanted to tell our hero something. The main character turned out to be right. The boy hid his eyes and admitted to Mikhail that he came here precisely for this. Siegfried said sadly that Mikhail didn't like him, and how else could one treat a narcissistic and arrogant idiot? Our hero calmly listened to the revelations of the sad guy sitting opposite him, without interrupting. McCain was surprised by how much the night had changed. Apparently, he had to come to terms with reality in the shortest possible time. The magician assumed that he was being influenced by memories of what happened before his regression, but Siegfried had changed. The main character looked at the face of the saddened boy in front of him and thought how much he had changed in this world. He remembered McCain and Lady Cassandra, who was different from the one before the regression, concluding that everyone had changed except him. All these thoughts brought sadness to our hero. He, like Siegfried, sat silently with his head down. Siegfried broke the news that Archbishop Killian would spend the rest of his life in prison for aiding the demon. The guy said that initially McCain was supposed to do the same to him, but Walpurgis didn't do it. Our hero did not understand what Siegfried wanted to say by this, and he jumped to his feet, asking why he was not imprisoned, since he hated him so much. A barely noticeable smile appeared on McCain's face, and he replied that the reason was that the meaning of a warrior's life is salvation. Now, at the initiation ceremony, Michael answered that he swears to fulfill his duty as a warrior, and a tiara was placed on his head. It was an important and solemn moment for everyone, but our hero was lost in his own head. He remembered how, before the regression, Sir Siegfried stood in McCain's place and swore to fulfill his duty as a warrior. The guy was also present at this ceremony. He watched the award ceremony without sharing the general joy. After the tiara was placed on Michael's head, he closed his eyes and felt the presence of divine power. A column of divine light shot into the sky. Threads of divine power adorned the air above the ceremony site. The guests of the ceremony began to praise the Lord and bless the newly minted warrior Michael Walpurgis. The displeased goddess admitted that the cat goddess had done a good job, and the new warrior replied that it was worth it. Fascinated by the column of divine light before him, our hero realized that this was only the beginning of his journey. Enveloped in the light of God, Michael was pleased with himself, because he had indeed taken a big step towards his goal. When the ceremony of Michael's initiation into the warriors came to an end, Leon Pavlov approached him and said that it was finally over. The swordmaster spread his arms out to the sides, asking if it wasn't a success that Walpurgis became a hero and all the demons disappeared. The main character agreed with the guy's opinion, but did not share Leon Pavlov's enthusiasm and was indifferent. The way our hero was so indifferent and calm raised many questions in Pavlov. He scratched his head, looking at the new warrior. The count asked whether Michael should not be glad that he had received the title of warrior, and Walpurgis, with complete indifference, said that he was glad about it. The young mage knew it was good that he had taken the first step, but becoming a warrior was only the starting point on his journey. The great evil still exists, even though they managed to drive the demons out of the capital, and the world is still in great danger. Somewhere in the underworld, a horde of demons still lives, waiting for the moment to attack humanity. In his head, Mikhail Walpurgis now stood in the middle of a scorched and lifeless field, with nothing around him. The main character understood that Leon Pavlov and his other friends did not yet suspect that everything was just beginning. Michael explained to the swordmaster that being a warrior meant that if some disaster happened, he had to be ready. Of course, you cannot worry and live happily, but our hero was not satisfied with this, and Leon asked if Mikhail had any plan. The guy sat back down at the table and admitted that he had a plan and that he couldn't delay, so he would be leaving tomorrow and something needed to be prepared. Pavlov wanted to help the guy and asked what needed to be prepared, to which he received the answer that Mikhail's body would be enough. At this point, the brilliant swordmaster decided to end the conversation with our hero, said that he was going to bed and left the room. Ada was surprised that Leon Pavlov agreed with everything so easily, and Mikhail explained that this was just the kind of person he was. The protagonist turned around looking at the girl because he was interested in knowing Ida's opinion. The golden-haired knight fell silent when Michael Walpurgis asked what she thought about it. The girl admitted that if she had a choice to follow our hero or stay in the temple, she would choose the latter. The boy nodded his head in understanding when Ida explained that she needed to look after her brother. With a smile on her face, the girl sighed and agreed with Mikhail when he asked her to let him know if anything happened. The protagonist noticed another girl in the room when she asked what about her. A confused Lady Cassandra turned to Michael. The seer sat on the stairs with her hands folded. Michael Valfurgis told the fortune-teller that it would be better for the girl to also stay here in the temple. The girl asked if our hero was asking her to stay in the church only because she was a fortune-teller. With sadness in her voice, the seer said that her power was severely limited, so the girl was of little use. The protagonist reassured the clairvoyant, saying that it was not at all that she would be useless to the magician in his future adventures. Lady Cassandra's eyes widened in surprise when the boy explained that he simply didn't want to be looked down upon. Until now, the prophetess Cassandra was a girl who was believed to communicate with God. Because of this fact, the girl was treated with disdain, because no one believed in the truthfulness of Cassandra's prophecies. While Fergus Jr. told Cassandra that he hoped to become the man he was before, and even better. The fortune-teller grabbed the hem of her skirt and became angry, shouting that prophecies were just following fate. In fact, because the prediction is following the judge, people unknowingly rejected Cassandra's prophecy. The girl was fluttering the hem of her skirt with her hands. She wanted to say something again about her predictions, but stopped. The protagonist listened calmly to Lady Cassandra, and then paused to choose an appropriate answer. Michael sighed and explained that this was not the case, and that prophecies only gave clues about things we did not initially know about. Cassandra's eyes filled with tears from resentment. The girl asked our hero what he meant by these words. Mikhail Valfurgis advised the fortune-teller to stop seeing everything only in a negative light and start thinking positively. The new magician said that their task now was to correctly interpret the prophecy and prepare for the upcoming events. Judging by Ed's smile, she agreed with this. To calm Cassandra, who was crying bitterly, Michael approached the girl and stroked her head. The guy gave the fortune-teller confidence by saying that Cassandra's role in all of this was very important. The girl looked with admiration at Walpurgis, whose words instilled new hope in Cassandra's soul. In a more cheerful voice, the girl answered the hero that she understood everything and began to wipe the tears from her cheek. The fortune-teller took control of her emotions, pulled herself together, and promised Mikhail that she would try. When it got dark, Mikhail spent time alone with the keeper. Vedorok said that this was a very sweet excuse, but the hero did not understand why. The girl said she knew he had a chance to make Cassandra dependent, but he didn't go down that path. The keeper thanked Walpurgis for being the only one who believed in both Cassandra and herself. Moreover, as Vedorok believes, our new warrior gave the fortune-teller the right to choose, and now she can decide everything for herself. Vedorok fell silent and plunged into her thoughts, which brought a smile to the face of the cute, petite girl. Unexpectedly, the keeper admitted that she was very lucky that she and Mikhail Valfurgis met. The girl immediately regretted that she had opened up, and her face turned red as a tomato from embarrassment. The breeze immediately began to tug at the protagonist's cheek, screaming that this was not what he thought. Unable to bear the embarrassment, the keeper decided to return to the mark on the guy's neck, turned into a stream of green light, and disappeared. When the girl had already disappeared, the main character believed Vedorok that she wanted to tell him something different from what he thought. Michael was left alone with himself. The newly chosen warrior raised his head and looked at the night sky above the capital. A bright full moon of gigantic proportions shone in the sky, and our hero knew that he was connected to this satellite of the Earth. Valfurgis and the moon have much in common, because the night light is associated with the experience he gained thanks to his teacher. Before the regression, when twilight came, our hero learned magic from his mentor, and then the moon appeared in the sky. The protagonist continued to stare at the moon, which reminded him of the times he spent with his teacher. Mikhail had to come back to reality when the guy heard the question of what he was doing here and turned around. It was the butler, whom the boy immediately asked how his vacation was going, and Morden shared that, to some extent, he was having fun. With his hands behind his back, the old man said that he had seen a lot and thought about a lot, and that was enough to make a decision. The protagonist was eager to know what Morden's final answer would be, so he asked the butler about it. The elderly man, completely gray from old age, closed his eyes and began his story for McCain. The butler told his master that once in the distant past, there was a magical school that used the moon as a symbol. The people themselves who studied magic in this school were perceived as vessels for the accumulation of mana. Then, every few hundred years, monsters appeared on Earth that were monsters, but looked exactly like people. According to Morden, they could sort of start the circulation of mana in different parts of the body, and the creatures were truly created for magic. Followers of the Moon School of Magic tried to artificially transform into such creatures. McCain called it madness, that these magicians created fractures in their bodies and then recovered, starting an endless cycle. Looking down at the floor, the butler said that everything that was happening at Luna's school was madness, but at some point it almost stopped. But there was one more thing that the butler Morden wanted to tell his master, Walpurgis Jr. Morden asked, what if one of these madmen was standing in front of him now, and what the hero would feel if he saw this genius with his own eyes? On that day before the regression that our hero recalled, everything fell apart. His family ceased to exist. Many members of our hero's family were killed, and even McCain himself, out of despair, wanted to commit suicide. The boy was crushed and disappointed because he could not save any of his family, and he was shaking and sobbing, holding the tip of the sword to his throat. At that moment, a man approached McCain, kicking someone's dead body, and asked the guy if he was happy. The man asked Walpurgis if he was glad that he had brought about the death of his own family. The man in the black suit told McCain that it was all because of him, and the guy was not worthy of becoming the leader of his family. The boy turned around when he was asked again whether he thought it was a brave thing to follow in the footsteps of his deceased family members. At that moment, the main character was holding tightly to the handle of the weapon, planning to go to the next world after his family. The man turned out to be the butler Morden, who told McCain that in that case, that was all he was worth. Walpurgis Jr. was in complete despair at that moment. He saw no point in living any longer, and could only cry silently. Now, admiring the full night moon, McCain recalled this one of the most tragic days in his life before the regression. He looked at Morden, who spoke of a result that could not be achieved even after the destruction of the body. The butler asked the boy what he would do if he found out that someone had such abilities from birth. McCain did not answer his butler directly, but said that he had a counter-question for Morden. The old man was shocked when the protagonist asked him what Morden would do if McCain had a way to achieve such a result. The man said that he thought so, that the hero knew everything, and according to the warrior, Morden himself said that he had it since birth. What the main character had just told the butler was, of course, not true, which McCain knew perfectly well. The boy pointed at himself and told the old man that he was not only born in a body with such abilities. Mikhail Walpurgis smiled, adding that the boy was also born with such brains, pointing his finger at his head. The warrior asked the butler a rhetorical question about why the boy's body so easily accepted magical energy. Morden asked if the boy had analyzed it when he said he could create multiple circles while other mages couldn't. The butler fell silent again when Walpurgis said that he had not only analyzed it, but also interpreted it. The elderly man said that Mikhail is now only 20, and the boy began studying magic only 3 years ago. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest, answering that the secret might lie in talent, or it might not be there at all. Morden said that some people are born with skills that other mages cannot develop even after countless attempts. These words of the elderly butler made the man himself laugh, and he asked what kind of absurdity this was. Mikhail Walpurgis listened to the elderly man standing opposite him with complete indifference in his eyes. The newly minted warrior closed his eyes and concluded that our world was full of paradoxes, and Morden asked what he meant. Our hero asked the butler whether the statement that a man's body is no different from a bag of bones was true. Mikhail admitted that he loved to look into the eyes, and this was his innate talent, and just like the butler, he felt something in Morden. Butler Morden was dumbfounded, listening attentively to Mikhail Valfurgis's speech, and without taking his eyes off, looked at the boy. The old man did not argue when the protagonist said that he thought the struggle for this knowledge had also destroyed Morden. The gray-haired man hid his saddened gaze when our warrior said that the butler had managed to achieve at least a little success. Hiding his hands behind his back, Morden agreed with his master's words that he had had some success in life. The butler said that he was called the Twilight Magician, and he managed to defeat the sorcerers who laughed at his talent. Morden was unable to obtain the magic of the Eighth Circle because side effects appeared and the body decomposed inside. In order to effectively develop his magical skills, the butler had to overload his body greatly. Our hero asked whether it was true that, even taking this into account, Morden had already lived for quite a long time. The butler explained that he was still alive only because he had abandoned the idea and stopped developing his abilities as he had before. With his hand on his heart, the old man said that he had given up his desire to rise to the Eighth Circle and had stopped using magic unless necessary. Closing his eyes, Morden told his master that Mikhail now knew that his butler's body was at its limit. The main character listened with understanding in his eyes to his butler's words about how he was currently unable to do anything. The butler's eyes widened, and he looked at Mikhail with hope when the warrior said that this situation could be corrected. Morden didn't believe it, claiming that his body was truly in an unusable condition, but our hero repeated that it could be fixed. The man insisted that he knew his body better than anyone else, but Mikhail said that it was not for nothing that God called him a warrior. The butler looked at the protagonist with fear as he continued to insist that Morden could still be helped. Holding out his palm, the protagonist declared that with the help of God, the word impossible does not exist. The guy decided to start working on healing his elderly butler right now. He brought his hand to Morden's forehead. He told the old man to get some sleep, and the man, losing his balance, wanted to ask the hero what he was doing, but he didn't have time. The protagonist cast the sleep spell to put the butler to sleep, and the old man no longer argued with Mikhail. The first seconds after the spell, the butler was still trying to fight off sleep. Morden's eyes were still open. He tried to reach the master by telling him something, but the spell worked successfully, and the butler passed out. The boy grabbed the man with his hand so that he wouldn't fall, and told Morden that his character hadn't changed at all. The protagonist looked at the sleeping Morden and suggested that the butler begin what Mikhail had planned. At this point, the butler was already unconscious, his body hanging on our hero's arm, and Morden fell asleep. To begin working on improving Morden's physical condition, Mikhail carried him into the bedroom and laid him on the bed. The guy began to knead his right hand, saying how long ago it had been and how refreshing the feeling was. Inspired, Walfurgis said it was time to return to Michael, who could modify bodies. The young mage unbuttoned the white shirt of the sleeping Morden. The elderly man's body was muscular, but covered in huge scars. Mikhail came closer and took a closer look at the mutilated body of his butler Morden. The boy knew that the very fact that the body could resonate with mana was a great blessing for a mage. The protagonist remembered how, even before the regression, he had a conversation with Morden, and the man admitted that he was not born with such abilities. Standing over the sleeping body of the butler, the hero said that the man he knew eventually lost his mind and was unable to overcome this limitation. As remarkable as Michael's analytical gift and insight were, he didn't have much time. But now the protagonist had more than enough time. His palm began to emit magical energy, and he was ready to begin healing. The protagonist was given the opportunity to correct the mistake he made before the regression, because he had now returned to the past. And the guy returned 20 years ago, not so that his loved ones would repeat their fate. So the magician laid his hands on Morden's body. Michael Valfurgis, whose body emitted a blue aura, promised the peacefully sleeping butler that he would return twilight to him. Our talented magician announced the beginning of the twilight restoration ceremony, the room filled with blue magical energy. The main character worked all night to improve the physical condition of his butler, and a sunny morning arrived. After a long, deep sleep, the old man came to his senses. He slowly opened his eyes and looked exhausted after the procedure. The man tried to sit up and groaned out of habit, knowing that his back hurt every morning, so he automatically began to massage it. Morden was surprised when this morning turned out to be different from most of his life, and it felt different. The butler was shocked when he realized that his back pain now practically did not bother him. He was curious about what else had changed in his body. The man began to stretch his hands, checking how his joints worked. The elderly man felt so great that within a minute he was standing on his head on the bed, meditating Australian style. The sensations were extremely strange and unusual for Morden. He did not understand where such lightness in his body came from. The butler's eyes widened as he realized what had happened the night before and the changes he faced as he entered the new day. The man began to wave his hand, checking the current state of his magical skills. Morden stared at his hand, thinking about the circulation of mana. His body currently showed no signs of active magical energy. The old man began to shake his right palm, examining the new changes in his body, and then suddenly stopped. The butler turned around and addressed his master. Mikhail Valfurgis was no longer asleep and was sitting at the table busy with his own affairs. Morden concluded that the boy had managed to do it, and Walpurgis asked who else could have done it. While buttoning his shirt, the butler looked questioningly at the warrior when the boy advised the old man to be careful at first. Walpurgis Jr. threw Morden a bottle of green pills that he had to take because his body wasn't used to them yet. Morden caught the pills, and Mikhail told him to take them one at a time per day, and also to learn the correct training method. The butler began to examine the jar in his hand, which our hero called the most important, and asked the guy what it was. The boy turned his head, a slight smirk appearing on his face as he explained to Morden that the pills were the fruits of the world tree. The old man couldn't believe his ears. He froze in shock when he heard that the guy gave him the fruits of the legendary world tree.